The Man Who Would Not Die, by Harold Ward. First published Black Mask, September 1920. Chapter 1. A woman, young, handsome, richly dressed, lay dead on the Thant sidewalk. Over her stood a young man, hatless, his hair mussed, his face bruised and bleeding. Around them, the living and the dead. The crowd surged, held back by a little cordon of blue-coated policemen. A police automobile, its gong clanging raucously, dashed up to the curb, and a tall, broad-shouldered man in plain clothes leaped out and elbowed his way through the throng of curiosity-seekers to the sergeant in charge. "Great heavens, Casey!" he exclaimed, as his glance fell upon the face of the woman. "Do you know who she is?" Casey touched his cap respectfully. "This chap here says that she's Mrs. Augustus Winters, the young wife that old Winters, the millionaire, married a couple of years ago. Used to be an actress before she married him, I understand." "I don't know the lady myself, Inspector." The big man nodded. "He's right, Casey. It's Mrs. Winters, all right." He caught himself with a start. "No, by George, it isn't," the bare-headed young man with the bruised face interrupted. "You are wrong, sir. I know that it is Mrs. Winters." The inspector gave him a quick look. "You mean that you think it is she? The fact of the matter is that Mrs. Winters died suddenly yesterday afternoon." "You must be wrong," argued the other stubbornly. "I have waited on Mrs. Winters hundreds of times. I know her as well as I know myself, and she was alive and well 10 minutes ago." "Couldn't you be mistaken? I'll admit that this woman looks enough like her to be her double. Must be her sister." "I insist that you are wrong, sir. I'll take my oath that this is Mrs. Winters lying there." Inspector Des Moines scratched his chin reflectively. "It's got me beat," he declared. "There's only one thing to do under the circumstances. Casey, get the body to the morgue and send for old Winters to identify it. Ask him if his wife was a twin. And, turning to the young man, you get your hat and come on with me to the station. I want to have a talk with you." Chapter 2. Seated at the big flat-top desk in his well-appointed office, Des Moines lighted a cigar in silence, offered another to his companion, then suddenly demanded, "Now, come clean, young fellow. What's the story behind this affair? Let's have the straight of it," the lad, he was scarcely more than a boy, gulped to hide his agitation. I, he stammered. The inspector smiled kindly. "Don't get scared, my boy. Don't get scared. Bless your heart, Sonny, I know that you didn't kill the woman. I only want to get at the facts in the case as speedily as possible. Just forget my gruff way of speaking. It's Ray's natural voice." "I hardly know how to start," began the other, his fears vanishing under the inspector's kindly manner. "The lady, Mrs. Winters, came into Harden and Company's store, where I am employed as head salesman in the jewelry department, and asked to be shown something rather nifty in a diamond brooch. That was yesterday afternoon. She looked at a number of pieces, finally selecting one valued at $30,000. She asked me to lay it aside for her, stating that she wanted her mother, who was buying it for her for a birthday present, to look at it before she made her final decision. This morning she returned and, coming into the store, requested that I accompany her to the curb with the brooch, as her mother, who was an invalid, was outside in the limousine. Of course it was irregular, but she is an old customer. You know, Harden and Damp, Company's policy. So I did as requested. I handed her the jewel case just as we reached the machine, and she passed it in to the woman, whom I supposed was her mother, who was leaning back against the cushions. The curtains were down, and the interior was in semi-darkness, so I did not get a clear view of the face of the lady. Just as she handed the other the jewel, the chauffeur, who had been keeping his engine running, leaned out and slugged me with something. A sandbag, I imagine. At the same time, Mrs. Winters made a quick leap for the interior of the machine. But, involuntarily, as I fell, I grasped her, and we went down in a heap together. The chauffeur immediately started his machine, and, before I recovered my wits, which had been largely knocked out of me, he was around the corner. I didn't even have an opportunity to get the number of the auto. We have already attended to that, interrupted the inspector. Casey'll have it down in his notebook if anyone in the vicinity chanced to notice it. Were there many people on the sidewalk at the time? They were constantly passing. The usual 10 o'clock crowd. All right, go ahead with your story. There is nothing more to tell. When I came to my senses, and I couldn't have been dazed more than a second or two, the machine was disappearing around the corner, as I just told you, and the woman was lying on the sidewalk beside me, dead. It must have been apoplexy, Inspector, for I'll swear on a stack of Bibles that I didn't seize her hard enough to kill her. He hesitated, then continued haltingly. But what puzzles me is why Mrs. Winters, a woman of untold wealth, would stoop to aid in a crime like that. He looked at the inspector for an answer to his question. The latter smoked in silence for a second. That's what we've got to find out, my boy. You said your name was? Johnson. Adolph Johnson. Oh, yes. And she got away clean with the jewelry, did she? The other woman, the one in the machine? And the chauffeur? Johnson nodded. They were interrupted by a rap at the door. In response to Des Moines' gruff, "Come in," Casey entered, his good-natured red face glowing with excitement. "What the Dickens do you know about it, sir?" he exploded. "Winters has identified the body, positively, as being that of his wife. But Mrs. Winters died yesterday afternoon." "She did, but sometime during the night her body disappeared. And this morning they found the body of her maid, dead, in the casket from which the mistress had been taken." "Good God!" "Murdered? Not a mark on her body." Before the inspector could recover from his astonishment, the door burst open and a man, grey-haired, tall, angular, beyond the middle age, rushed in without the formality of rapping. His wrinkled face was drawn and haggard, his eyes bloodshot and red from weeping, his whole appearance that of a man almost bereft of his senses. "Inspector," he shrieked, "who is the guilty man? Who has desecrated the poor dead body of my wife? Who stole it from the casket? Damn them! Damn them! Damn them! Who murdered Dolly, her maid? She was murdered. I say, I know it. I know it." He glared about him for a second. Then, "Give him to me, I say. I'll tear the scoundrel to pieces with my naked hands. Give him to me. I demand justice." He dropped into a chair and burst into hysterical sobs. For an instant there was silence. Des Moines chewed thoughtfully on his cigar. Johnson, white-faced, unused to scenes such as this, fidgeted nervously, his fingers twitching. Assuming the quieting tone of a mother addressing her child, the inspector turned to the weeping man. "Calm yourself, Mr. Winters," he began slowly. "I know that it's hard. It's awful, terrible, but we'll get at the bottom of it some way. I promise you on my word as a man that I'll capture the guilty wretch and hang him. Yes, curse him. I'll hang him higher than a kite, or I'll quit the force. But the affair is growing more puzzling every minute. I can't make head nor tail out of it as it stands now. Won't you let me hear your story?" Winters sat up and dried his eyes. "What can I tell you?" he sobbed. "How shall I begin? Start with the death of your wife. There is little to tell. She was stricken suddenly yesterday afternoon while dressing to go out. Dolly Matthews, her maid, who was with her at the time, hastily summoned assistance. But she passed away before the doctor arrived. In fact, even before the servants, who responded to Miss Matthews' cries, could reach her. The physician, Dr. Bennett, the well-known specialist, gave us his opinion that the cause of death was heart failure. The body was prepared for burial in the usual way. I sat beside the casket until nearly morning. Then, in response to the urgent appeals of the friends and relatives who had rushed to my side in my hour of trouble, I surrendered my post to Miss Matthews. The poor girl loved my wife devotedly and was terribly grief-stricken over her untimely death. And now she's gone too. He burst into another paroxysm of... Des Moines waited until he regained control of himself, then motioned for him to continue. I could not content myself. My nerves were nearly at the breaking point, although the physician had given me an opiate to quiet me. After lying on the bed and tossing around for an hour or two, I arose and again sought the side of my dear one. I was surprised not to find Miss Matthews in the room, which was empty, although there were several people in the study just across the hall. I stepped to the casket. As there is a God in heaven, the body of my wife was gone. In its place was the body of Dolly, her maid, cold in death. There was no evidence of foul play in the case of the maid. No, although I am certain under the circumstances that she was murdered. She couldn't have died a natural death and crawled into the casket herself, could she? He glared at the inspector as if expecting a denial. Receiving no answer, I continued. My cries brought those who were in the other room, and we immediately summoned Dr. Bennett, who made an examination. He would not even venture an opinion as to what caused death. Meanwhile, I was almost beside myself. Can you blame me? We searched the house from cellar to garret, looking for the remains of my wife. Failing to find her body, we were about to call up police headquarters, which we should have done in the beginning, when I received the call to go Joe the morgue. There I found the poor dear. I demand that immediate steps be taken to bring the perpetrator of the hellish deed to justice. I am a wealthy man. I will spend every cent I possess to hang the wretch. Damn him! Inspector Des Moines scratched his chin reflectively. It's got me beat, Mr. Winters. I'll confess that I never came across a case like this in all of my 20 years on the force. You are ready to swear that your wife died yesterday afternoon and that you saw her body in the coffin. A reputable physician made an examination and pronounced her dead. Yet, are you sure that the body you examined in the morgue is that of Mrs. Winters? Positively. I identified it, not only by her sweet girlish face, but by a small birthmark on her left shoulder. She had no sister. She was not a twin. She was an only child. Then, Mr. Winters, how do you reconcile your story with that of Mr. Johnson, here, who swears that the woman whose body you saw in the morgue and have identified as your wife was alive and well at 10 o'clock this morning? Yes, he even goes farther and asserts that he talked to her and that she, aided by 2 others, robbed Harden and Company of a valuable diamond brooch. Winters leaped to his feet, his eyes blazing, his face aflame with rage. He's an infernal liar and a blackguard. Before he could continue, there was a rap at the door. Des Moines' secretary entered. He handed the inspector an envelope marked "Important. Winters case." The policeman tore the envelope open and glanced hastily over the contents. Then, with an oath, he read it aloud to the others. My dear Inspector, I have just started. I am Lessman, the man who laughs at death. I killed Mrs. Winters. I killed her as I have killed others, and as I will kill again, by the power of thought alone. Unravel that if you can. What is death, my dear Inspector? Who knows? No one but me. What is the human body? Only a prison in which the soul is confined, a piece of clay to be discarded at will. God kills when he wishes. Why not I? It suited my purpose to use the mortal form of Mrs. Winters, and I took it. Hereafter I will give you due and timely notice of each crime I commit, and I assure you that they will be numerous. With best wishes, I sign myself, Lessman, the man who will not die. Chapter 4. The Winters mystery was the most interesting news event of the day, and the afternoon papers made the most of it. At its best, the city administration was not a favorite with the press. Augustus Winters was wealthy and popular. His wife had been one of the leaders of the faster young society set. As a result, the police department was grilled to a turnover for what was termed the laxity of its methods. Inspector Des Moines, accustomed to the vagaries of journalism, used to being praised one day and reviled the next, gave little heed to what was said or written about him or his department. Yet he read every detail carefully in the hope that the reporters had gathered some new evidence that would tend to help in working out the solution of the puzzle. For in the past he had secured much valuable help from the newspaper men. But this time he was doomed to disappointment. They could find nothing, absolutely nothing, that gave him any additional light. Nothing had been left undone. Men from the inspector's office had combed the city in search of a clue to the mysterious Lessman, but without avail. Only the machine used in the Harden amp company robbery had been found. Stolen earlier in the day from a garage in the outskirts of the city, it had been abandoned by the side of a country road when the users were through with it. Beyond that one small detail, no headway had been made. The newspapers had assigned their best man to the case. They could secure not even a trace of the unknown perpetrator of the startling crimes. For Des Moines had not thought it advisable to take the press into his confidence insofar as the threatening letter he had received was concerned. Tired and disgruntled, he was about to leave the office for the night when the phone on his desk thrilled. He picked the receiver from its hook and answered. "Inspector Des Moines?" queried a heavy male voice. Des Moines answered in the affirmative. The man at the other end of the line chuckled to himself. "Well?" growled the inspector. "Did you call me to the phone at this time of the night to tell me a joke?" Instantly the quiet laughter ceased, and the voice came clear and strong across the space. "No, Inspector, I beg your pardon. This is Lessman speaking. Lessman, the man who will not die. I imagined that I would catch you in your office. I had a notion to call around and see you, then thought better of it. Can you understand me all right? Now listen to me carefully, Des Moines. I told you that I would give you fair warning when I was ready to make my next move. I always keep my word. Are you listening? Tomorrow morning, on the stroke of 10, I am going to kill a man. Where? Oh no, I have no objection to telling you where. On the street in front of 1416 Broadway. Yes, 1416 Broadway. Probably a policeman. No, not you. But be on the job, Inspector. I am doing this for a purpose. I hate the police, damn them. But it will give you an opportunity of studying my methods. Ha ha. You and I will match wits frequently from now on. Oh yes. Before I say good night, I'll make you a promise. If you'll be present tomorrow, I'll promise you that I will do my best to hunt you up and talk with you. You need not go to the trouble of notifying the papers, for I have done that myself. I've asked them all to send their best men. That's all for this time. Goodbye." The receiver at the other end was hung up with a click. Then Des Moines was galvanized into action. Frantically, he jiggled the hook up and down until Central answered sharply. "Quick," he demanded. "This is Inspector Des Moines at headquarters. Where did that call come from just now? Get on the job and find out. $50 in it for you, if you'll find out immediately. Hold the line, please." 30 seconds later, his vigilance was rewarded. "This is the chief operator. The call you inquired about came from booth number 14 at the Biltmore. Send the reward to operator 106, please." To secure a connection with the switchboard operator at the Biltmore required only an instant. "Inspector Des Moines, headquarters, speaking. A man just called me up from booth number 14. There's a 10 in it for you, if you'll get a description of him for me, inside of a minute. Do you understand? Move fast. You can send the 10 right along, Inspector. The man who used booth number 14 stopped at the desk and gave me a tip as he passed out. He just went through the door a second ago." "Fine, fine. His description?" "Quick. You know him, Inspector. It was Augustus Winters, the millionaire." Chapter 5. Inspector Des Moines was a man of action. While even his best friends did not claim for him the brilliancy of a Sherlock Holmes, a clique of the 40 Faces, an Arsand number 232 Nupin, or any of the other celebrated sleuths of fiction, yet once given the slender thread of a clue, he followed it to the end. The taunting telephone call led him to believe that in Augustus Winters he had the master mind who was directing the crimes in the millionaire's own household. Why Winters would make way with his wife and her maid. For the detective was firmly of the belief that both women had been murdered. He did not attempt to reason out. He only knew that a crime had been committed, and that he, as an officer of the law, was pledged to find the murderer, regardless of who he might be. Just now all straws pointed to Augustus Winters himself. He believed that Winters had overlooked a point in telephoning from a public booth in a hotel where he was so well known. that he was likely to recall. His indiscretion and, in an effort to retrieve his lost ground, hasten home in order to provide himself with an alibi the officer believed would be his next move. Consequently, to checkmate that alibi and prove it false from its very inception was the obvious thing to do. He reached for the telephone again and called the number of the millionaire's residence. Not over 3 or 4 minutes had elapsed since Winters, or Lessman, as the inspector believed him to be, had talked to him from the Biltmore. To drive from the hotel to his home would take the better part of an hour, even with a fast car. It would take nearly as long to go from headquarters, and there was always the danger of an accident. Des Moines thought rapidly, then made his decision. The telephone was faster and better than making the trip in person and standing the possible chance of having the aged criminal, and the inspector now had no doubts on that score. Reach there first. A sleepy voice answered his ring. "Augustus Winters' residence," it said. "Who is this?" he demanded. "Wilkins, the butler, sir." "Has Mr. Winters returned yet?" "He has not been out, sir." "Let me talk to him, then." Des Moines chuckled softly to himself as he made the demand. He knew that there was no possibility of the millionaire replying, and the testimony of Wilkins would support his charges when the time came to prove the falsity of the alibi. "I'll connect you with his room, sir," answered the butler. A second later, the inspector was astonished to hear the clear, calm voice of Winters at the other end of the wire. It nearly floored him. He was almost too nonplussed to reply, for Winters obviously could not be in 2 places at once. If this was Winters, then the man who had called him up from the Biltmore must necessarily be an imposter. And what manner of man was he, who could disguise himself so cleverly that even those who were personally acquainted with the millionaire mistook the counterfeit for the real? Des Moines speaking. "When did you get back?" he asked casually, making an effort to hide the agitation that he felt. "When did I get back? I was not aware that I had been away," answered the other testily. "What was it you wanted, Inspector? Must be something important to call up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Have you secured some new information? Or possibly you have the guilty wretch under arrest?" Des Moines knew that he was defeated. The least he could do was back out gracefully. It was not necessary to divulge his suspicions. He informed Winters as casually as he was able of the telephone message he had received from the man who would not die, reserving, however, the information that the other had been masquerading as Winters. Then he abruptly hung up the phone. The case was growing more puzzling every minute. Instead of the telephone call clearing up the mystery, he was forced to confess to himself that it only made it darker. Chapter 6. Who was Lessman, the man who termed himself the man who would not die? Was there such a person, or was it an alias? Des Moines, humped up in his chair, chewing his dry cigar, went over the case detail by detail. Figuratively speaking, he held it up to the light and dissected it bit by bit, piece by piece. And when he had completed the process, he was obliged to confess himself as much in the dark as ever. Who was Lessman? Who was the man of iron nerve and diabolical cunning? Could it be Winters? The inspector had been inclined to suspect the aged moneybags, was still disposed to do so. But what was his motive? Was he insane? Had he the ability and the nerve to carry out such a plot? And there, too, was his alibi, cast iron, puncture-proof. If Winters was not Lessman, who was? Could it be Dr. Bennett? The physician admittedly had more opportunity to commit the murders than anyone else. But in his case, too, there was lacking the motive. Could young Johnson, the diamond salesman, be the man? In his case, there was a motive, the theft of the brooch. But on the other hand, there was nothing to show that he had ever visited the Winters home under any pretext. And it was natural to suppose that the person who could cause the death of both the mistress and the maid must have had, sometime at least, entrance number 233 to the millionaire's residence. Des Moines had had both the physician and the salesman investigated. The reports of his men, lying on the desk before him, showed nothing against them. Who had spirited the body of Mrs. Winters from its casket? How could she, a dead woman, be alive? and Johnson, as well as other employees of Harden and Company, swore that she had been. They had seen her, talked with her, nearly 24 hours after her reported death. How had the body of the maid been placed in the casket the mistress had occupied? Who was the disguised man who had so cleverly passed himself off on the employees of the Biltmore as Augustus Winters? It was not until dawn was breaking that Des Moines gave up wrestling with the problem. And when, at last, tired and stiff from his long vigil, he arose and stretched himself, he was forced to admit that he knew no more than when he had first been called into the case. There was nothing to do but wait. Chapter 7. Human nature is peculiar. A circus always advertises a thriller as its chief attraction. People attend in the hope of seeing the performer make the one little miscalculation that will end fatally. The newspapers had heralded the announcement sent them by Les Mann in huge type. Their front pages shrieked forth in colored ink, and huge type the news that at 10 o'clock the mysterious man who in his letter confessed to the murder of Mrs. Winters and her maid would take another life. For miles people came for the purpose of enjoying what promised to be a thrilling spectacle. A score of policemen attempted to stem the tide, but without success. Around 1416 Broadway, the street was packed for blocks in either direction. Even the reserves were called into action. In front of 1416 a knot of policemen, headed by Inspector Des Moines in person, waited stolidly, silently, in a suppressed fever of excitement, like soldiers waiting the signal for an attack. About them the crowd surged and stormed. But bent upon keeping the fiend from carrying out his threat, Des Moines had cleared the street for a space of nearly 100 feet, holding the curiosity seekers back with his cordon of bluecoats. Hundreds of automobiles were caught in the vortex of humanity, their drivers unable to either go forward or to back out. The officers were forced to let well enough alone. To handle the jam was a task beyond the power of the guardians of the law. In one of the machines, Des Moines recognized the pale, haggard face of Augustus Winters. The millionaire, huddled up in the back seat, his every movement showing the mental strain under which he was laboring, caught the inspector's eye and beckoned. Des Moines shouldered his way through the mass of humanity to the side of his automobile. "I've been caught in the crowd, Inspector, and we're unable to get out. Can't you help us? You can understand the awful agony that I am suffering at such a time." Des Moines shook his head. "Don't you realize, Mr. Winters, that if it were humanly possible, I'd have this street cleared and keep it cleared? My men are working in from the outside, but it'll be a job of ours, I'm afraid. But my God, man, you are not going to allow this murder to take place, are you?" Des Moines shrugged his shoulders. "Out of the hundreds of thousands of people packed in this vicinity, Mr. Winters, show me how to pick out the one man, the man I want. My hands are tied. There is nothing for me to do. I must bide my time and wait for the fiend to strike." Suddenly, the aged millionaire clutched the other's shoulder, his eyes dilated. He leaned forward, his muscles twitching, his face ashen and drawn. "Oh God," he shrieked. "It's happening! Look! Look!" His long, skinny forefinger pointed far out over the heads of the crowd. And then he fell in a heap on the bottom of the car in a dead faint. Des Moines leaped upon the running board of the machine and gazed in the direction Winters had pointed. Then, with a yell, he jumped to the ground and, hurling people to the right and left, plunged through the mass of humanity like a maddened bull. For Officer Ryan, a strapping figure of a man, with the muscular figure of an athlete who, a second before, had been in the prime of health, had suddenly thrown his arms in the air. For an instant he wove backwards and forwards, his face twisted, every muscle tensed, as if struggling against the unseen hands that were pulling him down. Then he gave voice to a shrill, hideous, agonized scream, and lurching like a drunken man for a pace or two, crumpled up in a heap on the pavement. A dozen of his brother officers leaped to his assistance. They were hurled back as if by an electric shock. Arising, they fought against the invisible force that held them in its power, but without avail. Open-mouthed, their feet fastened to the pavements as by steel bands, they were forced to stand and watch the torture of their comrade. As Des Moines broke through the edge of the unknown power that held them in check, lessened. In a body, they dashed to the stricken man's side and turned him on his back. His eyes were already glazing. His hands were cold and clammy. On his forehead was the sweat of death. He shivered spasmodically. Then his jaw dropped. Lessman had struck. The man who would not die had won another victory. Silence. Tense, nerve-wracking silence. Eyes were peering, heads moving. On all sides, excitement was visible on every face, but no one spoke a word. The agony was too great. Boom! High up in a tower, a clock was striking. Every eye was turned towards it, but still no word, only the soul-straining, awful silence. Boom! Boom! The clock was striking 10. Lessman had kept his word to the minute. A woman screamed. Her shrill, hysterical shriek broke the spell. Then over the heads of the silent, awe-filled crowd rang a burst of laughter, cold, haunting, diabolical laughter. Weird, mysterious, the gloating of a fiend. Pandemonium broke loose. Those in the front lines, frozen with supernatural terror, turned, white-faced, from the horror that they had witnessed and sought an avenue of escape. None knew but the archfiend might continue. That any moment, others might fall, blasted like a tree after a lightning stroke. Men fought and struggled to flee from the invisible. Who knew? Lessman might be he who stood beside you. Even now, he might be seeking another victim. Nothing could stop him. He was omnipotent. Every man suspected his neighbor. The police labored with club and fist. It was like stemming the ocean's tide with a shovel. It was a panic, a riot in which the stronger trampled the weaker underfoot. There was no mercy, only a desire to escape from the spot. Men and women dropped, fainting, exhausted, dying where they fell, beneath the feet of their maddened fellows. Their dying screams only added to the fright of those who rushed over them. Automobiles, their drivers stricken by the fear that mastered all, dashed madly ahead, slaughtering and crippling. The pavement, covered with dead and wounded, was like a battlefield. It was a miniature hell, an inferno created by the diseased brain of a devil in human form. When the officers had finally completed their task, and the street was cleared, when the last ambulance had departed with its ghastly load, Des Moines looked about him for Winters. He was gone. An officer remembered seeing the millionaire's machine driving away, its owner huddled up in the back seat, shrieking and babbling, his shoulders shaking with hysterical sobs. His face wearing the look of a man who has just escaped from Hades. The inspector stood deep in thought. He said that he'd speak to me, and yet, damn it all, the man never lived who could act such a part. It can't be him. And, with a shake of his head, he returned to his duties. Chapter 8. In a lonely house in one of the outlying districts, a house set down in the midst of great trees and gardens, surrounded by a high stone wall, dwelt a man of extraordinary powers. To his neighbors he was merely an oriental gentleman of wealth and refinement, who preferred solitude in an alien country to a position of magnificence and power in his own. But to the initiate, that little band of followers selected from every walk of life. He was the ambassador of a tiny group of learned men who, for centuries before Jesus the Christ walked upon this earth, had been striving to bring about the regeneration of the world. Their representatives are to be found in every large center of population, working quietly, unostentatiously, teaching, preaching, gaining an occasional recruit, ever content to bide their time, knowing that years are but seconds in the general scheme of the universe. Mohammed Gunga, the master, as he was known to those who loved and obeyed him, was a truly wonderful man. Taken, when a child, by the holy ones, his life had been dedicated by them to the service of his fellow creatures. Masters of mystery, delving far beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans into the phenomena of life, they had poured their combined wisdom into his open ears. And their task completed, they had sent him out into the world, as they had sent many others before him, to spread the propaganda of the great work to which they had pledged themselves. None knew the limits of his power, none the depths of his great learning. To him all things were possible. To him life's mysteries were but commonplaces. Master of theosophy, philosophy, and the sciences, what, to the novitiate, seemed a savor of the weird, the mysterious, the occult, was to his mighty mind but the working of nature's laws. It was to the shrine of the master that Des Moines always journeyed when confronted by a puzzle past his comprehension. For the clear, reasoning power of the sage untangled riddles which, to the ordinary mind, appeared beyond solution. So, it was to the master that the inspector hurried as rapidly as his high-powered car would carry him after the Broadway horror had shown him the futility of his reasoning. Chapter 9. He found the master walking in the garden, a faraway look in his soft, dreamy eyes, in silent communion with nature. Upon the policeman's arrival, however, his face lighted up, and he shook hands warmly. For Muhammad Gunga had none of the methods of the charlatan. To his friends, his life was an open book to be read by all who cared to take the time. "Greetings, my friend," he smiled. "What new problem brings you here this morning? For I dare not hope that so busy a man as yourself would deign to make a purely social call. Come walk beside me and tell me all about it." He laughed sadly as he continued. "Will you never remember, my friend, that every atom has its master and recognizes his intelligence? Have we not been taught to know that we have, but to seek the way by making the profound obeisance of the soul to the bright star that burns within?" Des Moines fell into step at his side and hastily sketched the events of the past 36 hours. For Muhammad Gunga did not keep in touch with the world. Newspapers never passed his doorway. When the inspector completed his tale, the master turned in his tracks and, placing his hands on the big man's shoulders, said in a voice that quivered with emotion, "Dear friend, you have rendered the cause a greater favor than you realize by bringing your problem to me. For Lessman, in his egotism, has at last unmasked himself. Now we can fight him in the open. But I forget that you do not understand. Sit here on this bench with me and let me explain. Professor Darius Lessman is, without a doubt, the greatest intellect this or any other century has produced. He was employed at one time as teacher of psychology in a small inland college. His great ability soon brought him to the attention of the holy men to whose cause we are all devoted. You know the lengths to which they will go to further the spreading of the great work. They sought him out. He became the favorite pupil of one in whose footsteps even I am not fitted to walk. He was tried in various ways and found not wanting. He was taught all, everything. His wonderful brain grasped in a few years that which others have spent a lifetime in learning. So proficient did he become that plans were made to send him across the waters for final instruction from those, the hem of whose garments you and I may never hope to touch. The Creator of all things never intended that a man should have the brain that was bestowed upon Darius Lessman. The man is an anomaly. The devil must have had a hand in his making, and, when his training was completed, took him for his own. For Lessman, crazed by the power he found was within him, conceived the idea of living forever. He believed that he was greater than the God who created him. For months he practiced in secret, attempting to transfer his soul from one human body to another at the command of his will. Failing, he sought his old master, told him his secret and begged him for help. When the master turned upon him in horror and loathing, he killed the good old man to protect his own devilish secret. Then he fled with a woman he had captivated by means of his diabolical wiles, a pure girl named Meta Veneta, who too had been an humble pupil of the murdered master. She became Lessman's tool, his accomplice. Together, they worked out Lessman's plans in some secret place, spreading death and destruction wherever they went in order to gain the human clay with which to work. We have followed them, tracking them from country to country, yet seldom daring to strike because of our knowledge that he was our superior. For Lessman is a monster, a man who laughs at death, and none has been found strong enough to kill his twisted soul. The cell was never made that could hold him, for he has but to discard his body and seize upon that of another. Many men of our faith have met him. He has killed them all by the power of his will. The brain has not been made that can match his in a duel of wills. Even I am fearful of him, and I am backed by the united intelligence of the holy men who are with me in spirit night and day. His is a mind gone wild, amok, as you would say in the vernacular. For years I have prepared myself for the meeting. Am I fitted for the ordeal? I tell you, my friend, the time has come. Lessman must. We must kill him for the sake of humanity. Not as one man kills another. We must kill his soul, even though we are forced to call upon the holy ones for aid. For the time you must forget that you are the policeman and become the protector of mankind. We must gird ourselves for the battle, trusting God to protect the right. Now, do you understand? Des Moines drew a trembling hand across his brow, from which the sweat was pouring. God, he muttered hoarsely. It's horrible, unbelievable. The master patted his shoulder affectionately. I realize it, my friend. Yet, to a certain extent, you have been trained to see that which, to the ordinary mind, appears obtuse. Multiply that which you know and understand by hundreds, and you comprehend my wisdom. And I am but an infant in intellect compared to Darius Lessman. The man cares for but two things, riches and power. Seek for the man who would profit most by the death of Augustus Winters. And, when you have found him, return to me. Further than that, I can tell you nothing. I must go now, and, in prayer and meditation, prepare myself for the inevitable meeting. Chapter 10. Inspector Des Moines left the home of the master, his head in a whirl. Although his years of experience in grappling with criminality in all of its sickening forms had made him a man far beyond the ordinary in point of intellect, his brain was too well acquainted with the wonder worker he had just left to doubt his veracity. He had seen the terrible power of Lessman in the case of the unfortunate Ryan. The other officers who had battled against the unseen force were unable to add any information to what he already knew. They could only say that, for the instant, a will more powerful than their own had held them in check. What it was, they could not explain, nor could they describe their sensations. Pondering over the matter as he whirled citywards, the inspector could only shake his head. He was face to face with the greatest mystery he had ever tackled, a mystery so big that only the master himself could fathom it. As he came to a cross street, he suddenly changed his mind and directed the chauffeur to drive to the Winters home. He would again study the millionaire at close range. He was unable to reconcile himself to the belief that the slow-witted, hysterical man of money was the enormous intellect described by Mohammed Gunga. Yet, everything fitted in to make a case against Winters, only to tumble to pieces at the next turn. There was the telephone call. His men had investigated. Not only was the operator ready to swear that it had been Winters who called from booth number 14, but the cigar girl as well. The man had stopped at the cigar stand for an instant. He was well known to the girl in charge, who had addressed him by name, as had the clerk on duty at the time. Yet, 3 minutes later, Winters had answered the telephone at his own home 10 miles away. Clearly, a man could not be in two places at the same time, nor was it within the power of any human being, by any modern means of transportation, to transport himself that distance within the time given. Wilkins answered the inspector's ring. His master was in the parlor, sitting beside the body of his beloved wife. He would announce the inspector. A second later he returned and ushered Des Moines into the big reception hall. The inspector shook hands with the millionaire. Then, his eyes on the other's face, he plunged immediately into the reason for his call. "Mr. Winters," he said, "I believe that I am on the right track at last. But I need some information which only you can give me. Will you do it?" There was no hesitancy on the part of the man of wealth. "Ask me anything you wish, Inspector. I will answer your question, the best of my ability." Des Moines bored on. "Winters," he said sharply, "who is your heir?" The millionaire started. "Why? I don't understand what you are getting at," he exclaimed. "Just this. If I am correct in my guess, your life is in danger. In view of this morning's happenings, I am at last firmly convinced that Mrs. Winters' death was nothing more or less than a cold-blooded murder. So too was the death of the maid. I will admit that several times I have had my doubts. Now I know." Winters started back aghast. "Horrible, horrible," he cried. "It is hard to believe, yet it must be true. But who could have so hated my poor wife as to take her life?" The inspector continued relentlessly. "With Mrs. Winters out of the way, It is my belief that you will be the next to go. We must protect you. Now who is going to profit by all this deviltry? Have you made a will? Winters put his hand to his head. Surely it cannot be true. You cannot believe that they, mere children. Who are they, man? Speak up. My nephew, Thomas Depew, and my niece, Cora Dayton, his cousin. Everything I have will go to them. Mrs. Winters had no near relatives. My will has been made for months. Of course, had my wife lived, she would have inherited all. Do they live in the city? They make their home with me. They have lived here since childhood. Both are orphans. I would like to talk with them, question them, without their knowing the reason. Will you kindly summon them? Tell them that I am merely seeking additional data for my report. Winters, white-faced, arose. I will do as you wish, Inspector, he said slowly. But you are wrong in suspecting those children. Thomas is but 19 years of age. His cousin is nearly a year younger. Theirs cannot be the brains that planned this horrible outrage. He stepped into the adjoining room, only to reappear an instant later, with the information that both of the young people had driven downtown for the afternoon. Inspector Des Moines left the Winters home feeling that he had made no material progress. Chapter 11. The funeral services for the late Mrs. Winters had been held, and the body tenderly laid away in the family vault in Rose Hill Cemetery. At the SME hour, in another part of the city, amid more humble surroundings, was held the funeral of Dolly Matthews, the maid. Alone in his office, Inspector Des Moines sat scanning the afternoon papers. They were still filled with criticisms of the police administration, nor did the inspector blame them greatly, for he was obliged to confess himself beaten, defeated at every turn of the road. He had attended the funeral of Mrs. Winters in person. Several of his best plainclothes men had mingled with the crowd. Others had been present at the funeral of the maid. Their reports were one and the same. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, to report. Over the telephone, he had given the master the results of his interview with Winters. Mohammed Gunga had advised him to say nothing, do nothing, until Lessman again showed his hand. Lost in reverie, he went over every phase of the case. A stone wall confronted him. There was nothing upon which he could even base a theory. Even though he succeeded in pinning the crimes on Winters, what jury would believe the incredible story? There was not even a motive. He would be laughed out of court. Mohammed Gunga was his only hope. The telephone tinkled jarringly, startling him out of his daydreams. The voice which answered his gruff, "Hello," was that of a stranger, agitated, jerky. "Inspector, this is Thomas Depew, Augustus Winters' nephew. For the love of God, come out here quick. Something awful has happened. I don't know what it is. I can't explain. I only know that a stranger called here shortly after we returned from the funeral and inquired for my uncle. Wilkins, the butler, heard him request a private interview. Uncle Gus took him into his study and closed the door. We supposed that he had departed, for later, my uncle left the house for a short stroll, or at least we so imagined. A few minutes ago, Wilkins entered the study. He found the body of the stranger lying on the floor, stone dead. No, there is not a mark of violence on him. The physician, Dr. Bennett, has just completed his examination, and my uncle has not yet returned. Chapter 12. Over the telephone, Des Moines reported the latest angle of the case to Mohammed Gunga. Then he drove to the latter's residence and picked him up on his way to the Winters' home. The white-faced butler admitted them, trembling like a leaf as he ushered them into the presence of young Depew, a slender youth trying hard to appear manly in spite of his agitation. A moment later they were joined by Miss Dayton, the niece, a beautiful girl whose eyes were swollen and red from weeping, although she seemed to hold herself under better control than did the boy. The inspector briefly introduced the master as one of his men versed in subtle poisons, brought along for the purpose of detecting if any such had been used in making away with the stranger found in the study. A hasty examination of the dead man proved the correctness of young Depew's report. He was a rough-appearing individual, evidently a labourer, far from the sort of person a man of Winter's refinement and wealth would be likely to be on intimate terms with. Mohammed Gunga arose from the stooping position over the dead man and turned to Depew. "Darius Lessman," he said, in the conversational tone of one polished gentleman addressing another. "The time for unmasking is at hand. We meet at last. It is your soul or mine. Prepare yourself for the ordeal. Summon, if you are able, the powers of darkness. I warn you that behind me lies all of the great strength of the Holy Ones, and only you know what that means. Are you ready for the trial?" For an instant, there was silence. Then, with a wild shriek, the girl ran screaming from the room. Des Moines stepped back a pace, startled by the sudden accusation. Yet he knew the master too well to doubt the correctness of his charges. Depew's eyes glared angrily. He seemed about to leap at the throat of his accuser. Then, with a shrug of his thin shoulders, he chuckled, a throaty, diabolical, gleeful burst of mirth. "As you wish, my dear Mohammed Gunga, as you wish. I will warn you, as you have warned me. I intend to kill you, damn you. Yes, and the infernal meddler with you too. I'll kill you as I killed the others." He rubbed his hands together gleefully, giving way again to his unholy mirth. "Yes, and, by God, I'll use your carcasses as I used this piece of carrion on the floor there. Think you that you can stop me? That you, in your littleness, can end a career such as mine? I am Lessman, the man who cannot die. I'll be chief of police for a day. Ha, ha. Yes, and I'll wear the robes of the master. Listen, fools. Meta, the woman I love, is she who has just left the room. Together, we killed Mrs. Winters. Blasted her, as we will blast you. Yes, I'll blast you, curse you. I can throw my will across the continent. Think you, then, that you can defeat me? I got Des Moines here to end him, knowing that he would bring you along. With you gone, the world is mine. In the body of Mrs. Winters, Meta left this house. She came here in the body of Dolly Ha. Ha. It was a puzzle for the fools of policemen trying to figure out how the body of the maid got into the coffin of the mistress. I love puzzles. I worked it all out to attract your attention, as I knew it eventually would. My dear Mohammed Gunga, you were getting too close to my tracks. You and your hellish gang. With you gone, none will be left on this side of the water who can hope to match their strength with mine. My only regret is that I didn't blast that damned salesman Johnson, who blocked our game when we stole the brooch. I was the chauffeur, as you have already guessed. I grew tender-hearted, fool that I am. When he seized Meta, he forced her to quit the body she was occupying and enter that of the dead woman we had in the machine, ready for just such an emergency. I'll get him yet, though, damn him. I killed Winters, Inspector, the Amy night that I telephoned to you. Ha, it was funny. I left his body hidden in a room I keep downtown for just such purposes. Then I threw my soul across the space and into the body I now occupy in time to answer your telephone call. I knew that you would trace the call and seek to trap me. I wanted to puzzle you. It has been a real pleasure for me to play with you, for I give you credit for having more intelligence than the average detective. I knew that sooner or later, though, you would get beyond your depth and call for aid from Mohammed Gunga. Where is Winter's body hidden now? That's my business, fools. It's hidden away where I can use it again if the occasion ever demands. After Meta and I get through using the Winters millions, possibly. Your policeman? Oh, yes, I killed him. Blasted him from the automobile while I was talking to you. I kept my promise, did I not? And now, both of you prepare to die. I, Lessman, the man who will not die. Will it? Chapter 13. Des Moines felt an icy sensation creep over him. Then came a peculiar numbness. He struggled against it. Clammy fingers seemed to clutch his throat. He was choking. He staggered like a drunken man, seeking an avenue of escape. A veil of darkness seemed to weigh upon his eyes. Tighter and tighter grew the bands about him. And then, screaming like an hysterical woman, he fell to the floor, unconscious. How long he lay there he never knew. Probably only a few seconds. He awakened suddenly. For an instant he imagined himself dead. He opened his eyes. Over him stood the master, calm, self-reliant, facing the monster. Silently the two men, only a few yards apart, waged the greatest battle the world will ever know, the battle of wills, a duel between the powers of darkness and the forces of good. Slowly, 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 Lessman seemed to weaken. Great drops of sweat stood out on his forehead. His breath came in asthmatic pants. He struggled to save himself, to concentrate his powerful will for a final effort, but in vain. Opposed to him was a will greater than his own, the united will of the thousands who had devoted their lives to the work of uplifting mankind, the will of the holy men of India. His legs trembled, his fingers twitched jerkily. Then, as he sank to the floor, he made a final effort to escape. From his body emanated a thin vapor, an aura. It was his soul attempting flight. It spread across the room like a nauseous miasma, smoke-like, cloudy, repellent, hellish. In response to the master's will, it drew itself together. Slowly, oh so slowly, as if fighting to the very last, it drew nearer and nearer to the man to whose mind it acknowledged the mastery. At last, it was but a tiny, smoky, grey ball of vapor. The master held forth his hand, and it hovered over his palm. He pressed his fingers together. When he opened them, a tiny particle of greyish power lay within his hand. Through the house rang the blood-curdling shriek of a woman, a single, despairing wail of anguish. Then, through the door floated another wraith. For a second it hesitated. Then it mingled with the ashes of its lover in the master's hand. Mohammed Gunga blew upon his palm. The powder vanished into nothingness. He extended his hand to Des Moines and assisted him to his feet. That is the end. Only you and I know the truth. Let us depart. The monster is dead. End of The Man Who Would Not Die by Harold Ward.
The Haunted and the Haunters, or The House and the Brain, by Bulwer Lytton. A friend of mine, who is a man of letters and a philosopher, said to me one day, as if between jest and earnest, "Fancy, since we last met I have discovered a haunted house in the midst of London." Really haunted, and by what? Ghosts? Well, I can't answer that question. All I know is this. 6 weeks ago my wife and I were in search of a furnished apartment. Passing a quiet street, we saw on the window of one of the houses a bill, "Apartments furnished." The situation suited us. We entered the house, liked the rooms, engaged them by the week, and left them the third day. No power on earth could have reconciled my wife to stay longer, and I don't wonder at it. What did you see? Excuse me, I have no desire to be ridiculed as a superstitious dreamer, nor, on the other hand, could I ask you to accept on my affirmation what you would hold to be incredible without the evidence of your own senses. Let me only say this. It was not so much what we saw or heard in which you might fairly suppose that we were the dupes of our own excited fancy, or the victims of imposture in others that drove us away, as it was an indefinable terror which seized both of us whenever we passed by the door of a certain unfurnished room, in which we neither saw nor heard anything. And the strangest marvel of all was, that for once in my life I agreed with my wife, silly woman though she be, and allowed, after the third night, that it was impossible to stay a fourth in that house. Accordingly, on the fourth morning I summoned the woman who kept the house and attended on us, and told her that the rooms did not quite suit us, and we would not stay out our week. She said dryly, "I know why. You have stayed longer than any other lodger. Few ever stayed a second night, none before you a third. but I take it they have been very kind to you." "They who?" I asked, affecting to smile. "Why, they who haunt the house, whoever they are. I don't mind them. I remember them many years ago when I lived in this house, not as a servant, but I know they will be the death of me some day. I don't care, I'm old and must die soon anyhow, and then I shall be with them and in this house still." The woman spoke with so dreary a calmness that really it was a sort of awe that prevented my conversing with her further. I paid for my week, and too happy were my wife and I to get off so cheaply. "You excite my curiosity," said I. "Nothing I should like better than to sleep in a haunted house. Pray give me the address of the one which you left so ignominiously." My friend gave me the address, and when we parted, I walked straight toward the house thus indicated. It is situated on the north side of Oxford Street, in a dull but respectable thoroughfare. I found the house shut up, no bill at the window, and no response to my knock. As I was turning away, a beer boy, collecting pewter pots at the neighboring areas, said to me, "Do you want anyone at that house, sir?" "Yes, I heard it was to be let." "Let? Why, the woman who kept it is dead, has been dead these 3 weeks, and no one can be found to stay there, though Mr. J. offered ever so much. He offered mother, who chars for him, £1 a week just to open and shut the windows, and she would not." "Would not? And why? The house is haunted, and the old woman who kept it was found dead in her bed with her eyes wide open. They say the devil strangled her." "Pooh, you speak of Mr. J. Is he the owner of the house?" "Yes." "Where does he live?" "In G. Street, no." "What is he, in any business?" "No, sir, nothing particular, a single gentleman." I gave the potboy the gratuity earned by his liberal information, and proceeded to Mr. J. in G. Street, which was close by the street that boasted the haunted house. I was lucky enough to find Mr. J. at home, an elderly man with intelligent countenance and prepossessing manners. I communicated my name and my business frankly. I said I heard the house was considered to be haunted, that I had a strong desire to examine a house with so equivocal a reputation, that I should be greatly obliged if he would allow me to hire it, though only for a night. I was willing to pay for that privilege whatever he might be inclined to ask. "Sir," said Mr. J. with great courtesy, "the house is at your service, for as short or as long a time as you please. Rent is out of the question. The obligation will be on my side, should you be able to discover the cause of the strange phenomena which at present deprive it of all value. I cannot let it, for I cannot even get a servant to keep it in order or answer the door. Unluckily the house is haunted, if I may use that expression, not only by night, but by day, though at night the disturbances are of a more unpleasant and sometimes of a more alarming character. The poor old woman who died in it 3 weeks ago was a pauper whom I took out of a workhouse, for in her childhood she had been known to some of my family, and had once been in such good circumstances that she had rented that house of my uncle. She was a woman of superior education and strong mind, and was the only person I could ever induce to remain in the house. Indeed, since her death, which was sudden, and the coroner's inquest, which gave it a notoriety in the neighborhood, I have so despaired of finding any person to take charge of the house, much more a tenant, that I would willingly let it rent free for a year to anyone who would pay its rates and taxes. How long is it since the house acquired this sinister character? That I can scarcely tell you, but very many years since. The old woman I spoke of said it was haunted when she rented it between 30 and 40 years ago. The fact is that my life has been spent in the East Indies and in the civil service of the company. I returned to England last year, on inheriting the fortune of an uncle, among whose possessions was the house in question. I found it shut up and uninhabited. I was told that it was haunted, that no one would inhabit it. I smiled at what seemed to me so idle a story. I spent some money in repairing it, added to its old-fashioned furniture a few modern articles, advertised it, and obtained a lodger for a year. He was a colonel on half-pay. He came in with his family, a son and a daughter, and 4 or 5 servants. They all left the house the next day, and although each of them declared that he had seen something different from that which had scared the others, a something still was equally terrible to all. I really could not in conscience sue, nor even blame, the colonel for breach of agreement. Then I put in the old woman I have spoken of, and she was empowered to let the house in apartments. I never had one lodger who stayed more than 3 days. I do not tell you their stories. To no 2 lodgers have there been exactly the same phenomena repeated. It is better that you should judge for yourself than enter the house with an imagination influenced by previous narratives. Only be prepared to see and to hear something or other, and take whatever precautions you yourself please. Have you never had a curiosity yourself to pass a night in that house? Yes. I passed not a night, but 3 hours in broad daylight alone in that house. My curiosity is not satisfied, but it is quenched. That house, my curiosity is not satisfied, but it is quenched. I have no desire to renew the experiment. You cannot complain, you see, sir, that I am not sufficiently candid, and unless your interest be exceedingly eager and your nerves unusually strong, I honestly add that I advise you not to pass a night in that house. My interest is exceedingly keen, said I. My interest is exceedingly keen, said I, and though only a coward will boast of his nerves in situations wholly unfamiliar to him, yet my nerves have been seasoned in such variety of danger that I have the right to rely on them, even in a haunted house. Mr. J. said very little more. He took the keys of the house out of his bureau, gave them to me, and, thanking him cordially for his frankness and his urbane concession to my wish, I carried off my prize. Impatient for the experiment, as soon as I reached home, I summoned my confidential servant, a young man of gay spirits, fearless temper, and as free from superstitious prejudice as anyone I could think of. F., said I, you remember in Germany how disappointed we were at not finding a ghost in that old castle, which was said to be haunted by a headless apparition. Well, I have heard of a house in London which, I have reason to hope, is decidedly haunted. I mean to sleep there tonight. From what I hear, there is no doubt that something will allow itself to be seen or to be heard, something, perhaps, excessively horrible. Do you think if I take you with me, I may rely on your presence of mind, whatever may happen? Oh, sir, pray trust me, answered F., grinning with delight. Very well, then here are the keys of the house, this is the address. Go now, select for me any bedroom you please, and since the house has not been inhabited for weeks, make up a good fire, air the bed well, see, of course, that there are candles as well as fuel. Take with you my revolver and my dagger, so much for my weapons. Arm yourself equally well, and if we are not a match for a dozen ghosts, we shall be but a sorry couple of Englishmen. I was engaged for the rest of the day on business so urgent that I had not leisure to think much on the nocturnal adventure to which I had plighted my honor. I dined alone and very late, and while dining read, as is my habit. I selected one of the volumes of Macaulay's essays. I thought to myself that I would take the book with me. There was so much of healthfulness in the style, and practical life in the subjects, that it would serve as an antidote against the influences of superstitious fancy. Accordingly, about 9:30, I put the book into my pocket, and strolled leisurely toward the haunted house. I took with me a favorite dog, an exceedingly sharp, bold, and vigilant bull-terrier, a dog fond of prowling about strange, ghostly corners and passages at night in search of rats, a dog of dogs for a ghost. I reached the house, knocked, and my servant opened with a cheerful smile. We did not stay long in the drawing-rooms. In fact, they felt so damp and so chilly that I was glad to get to the fire upstairs. We locked the doors of the drawing-rooms, a precaution which, I should observe, we had taken with all the rooms we had searched below. The bedroom my servant had selected for me was the best on the floor, a large one, with 2 windows fronting the street. The 4-posted bed, which took up no inconsiderable space, was opposite to the fire, which burned clear and bright. A door in the wall to the left, between the bed and the window, communicated with the room which my servant appropriated to himself. This last was a small room with a sofa bed, and had no communication with the landing place, no other door but that which conducted to the bedroom I was to occupy. On either side of my fireplace was a cupboard without locks, flush with the wall, and covered with the same dull brown paper. We examined these cupboards, only hooks to suspend female dresses, nothing else. We sounded the walls, evidently solid, the outer walls of the building. Having finished the survey of these apartments, warmed myself a few moments, and lighted my cigar, I then, still accompanied by F., went forth to complete my reconnoitre. In the landing place there was another door. It was closed firmly. "Sir," said my servant in surprise, "I unlocked this door with all the others when I first came. It cannot have got locked from the inside," for, before he had finished his sentence, the door, which neither of us then was touching, opened quietly of itself. We looked at each other a single instant. The same thought seized both. Some human agency might be detected here. I rushed in first, my servant followed. A small, blank, dreary room without furniture, a few empty boxes and hampers in a corner, a small window, the shutters closed, not even a fireplace, no other door but that by which we had entered, no carpet on the floor, and the floor seemed very old, uneven, worm-eaten, mended here and there, as was shown by the whiter patches on the wood, but no living being, and no visible place in which a living being could have hidden. As we stood gazing round, the door by which we had entered closed as quietly as it had before opened. We were imprisoned. For the first time I felt a creep of indefinable horror. Not so my servant. "Why, they don't think to trap us, sir. I could break that trumpery door with a kick of my foot." "Try first if it will open to your hand," said I, shaking off the vague apprehension that had seized me, while I unclose the shutters and see what is without. I unbarred the shutters. The window looked on the little back yard I have before described. There was no ledge without, nothing to break the sheer descent of the wall. No man getting out of that window would have found any footing till he had fallen on the stones below. F., meanwhile, was vainly attempting to open the door. He now turned round to me and asked my permission to use force, and I should here state, in justice to the servant, that, far from evincing any superstitious terrors, his nerve, composure, and even gaiety amidst circumstances so extraordinary, compelled my admiration, and made me congratulate myself on having secured a companion in every way fitted to the occasion. I willingly gave him the permission he required, but though he was a remarkably strong man, his force was as idle as his milder efforts. The door did not even shake to his stoutest kick. Breathless and panting, he desisted. I then tried the door myself, equally in vain. As I ceased from the effort, again that creep of horror came over me, but this time it was more cold and stubborn. I felt as if some strange and ghastly exhalation were rising up from the chinks of that rugged floor, and filling the atmosphere with a venomous influence hostile to human life. The door now very slowly and quietly opened as of its own accord. We precipitated ourselves into the landing place. We both saw a large, pale light, as large as the human figure, but shapeless and unsubstantial, move before us, and ascend the stairs that led from the landing into the attics. I followed the light, and my servant followed me. It entered, to the right of the landing, a small garret, of which the door stood open. I entered in the same instant. The light then collapsed into a small globule, exceedingly brilliant and vivid, rested a moment on a bed in the corner, quivered, and vanished. We approached the bed and examined it, a half-tester, such as is commonly found in attics devoted to servants. On the drawers that stood near it we perceived an old faded silk kerchief, with the needle still left in a rent half repaired. The kerchief was covered with dust. Probably it had belonged to the old woman who had last died in that house, and this might have been her sleeping room. I had sufficient curiosity to open the drawers. There were a few odds and ends of female dress, and 2 letters tied round with a narrow ribbon of faded yellow. I took the liberty to possess myself of the letters. We found nothing else in the room worth noticing, nor did the light reappear, but we distinctly heard, as we turned to go, a pattering footfall on the floor just before us. We went through the other attics in all 4, the footfall still preceding us. Nothing to be seen, nothing but the footfall heard. I had the letters in my hand. Just as I was descending the stairs I distinctly felt my wrist seized, and a faint, soft effort made to draw the letters from my clasp. I only held them the more tightly, and the effort ceased. We regained the bedchamber appropriated to myself, and I then remarked that my dog had not followed us when we had left it. He was thrusting himself close to the fire and trembling. I was impatient to examine the letters, and while I read them, my servant opened a little box in which he had deposited the weapons I had ordered him to bring, took them out, placed them on a table close at my bed head, and then occupied himself in soothing the dog, who, however, seemed to heed him very little. The letters were short, they were dated, the dates exactly 35 years ago. They were evidently from a lover to his mistress or a husband to some young wife. Not only the terms of expression, but a distinct reference to a former voyage, indicated the writer to have been a seafarer. The spelling and handwriting were those of a man imperfectly educated, but still the language itself was forcible. In the expressions of endearment there was a kind of rough, wild love, but here and there were dark, unintelligible hints at some secret not of love, some secret that seemed of crime. "We ought to love each other," was one of the sentences I remember, for how everyone else would execrate us if all was known. Again, "Don't let anyone be in the same room with you at night, you talk in your sleep." And again, "What's done can't be undone, and I tell you there's nothing against us unless the dead could come to life." Here there was underlined in a better handwriting a female's, "They do." At the end of the letter latest in date the same female hand had written these words: "Lost at sea the 4th of June, the same day as." I put down the letters, and began to muse over their contents. Fearing, however, that the train of thought into which I fell might unsteady my nerves, I fully determined to keep my mind in a fit state to cope with whatever of marvelous the advancing night might bring forth. I roused myself, laid the letters on the table, stirred up the fire, which was still bright and cheering, and opened my volume of Macaulay. I read quietly enough till about 11:30. I then threw myself dressed upon the bed, and told my servant he might retire to his own room, but must keep himself awake. I bade him leave open the door between the 2 rooms. Thus alone, I kept 2 candles burning on the table by my bed head. I placed my watch beside the weapons and calmly resumed my Macaulay. Opposite to me the fire burned clear, and on the hearth rug, seemingly asleep, lay the dog. In about 20 minutes I felt an exceedingly cold air pass by my cheek, like a sudden draught. I fancied the door to my right, communicating with the landing place, must have got open, but no, it was closed. I then turned my glance to my left, and saw the flame of the candles violently swayed as by a wind. At the same moment the watch beside the revolver softly slid from the table. Softly, softly, no visible hand, it was gone. I sprang up, seizing the revolver with the one hand, the dagger with the other. I was not willing that my weapons should share the fate of the watch. Thus armed, I looked round the floor, no sign of the watch. 3 slow, loud, distinct knocks were now heard at the bed-head. My servant called out, "Is that you, sir?" "No, be on your guard." The dog now roused himself and sat on his haunches, his ears moving quickly backward and forward. He kept his eyes fixed on me with a look so strange that he concentrated all my attention on himself. Slowly he rose up, all his hair bristling, and stood perfectly rigid, and with the same wild stare. I had no time, however, to examine the dog. Presently my servant emerged from his room, and if ever I saw horror in the human face, it was then. I should not have recognized him had we met in the street, so altered was every lineament. He passed by me quickly, saying, in a whisper that seemed scarcely to come from his lips, "Run, run, it is after me." He gained the door to the landing, pulled it open, and rushed forth. I followed him into the landing involuntarily, calling him to stop. But, without heeding me, he bounded down the stairs, clinging to the balusters and taking several steps at a time. I heard, where I stood, the street door open, heard it again clapped to. I was left alone in the haunted house. It was but for a moment that I remained undecided whether or not to follow my servant. Pride and curiosity alike forbade so dastardly a flight. I re-entered my room, closing the door after me, and proceeded cautiously into the interior chamber. I encountered nothing to justify my servant's terror. I again carefully examined the walls to see if there were any concealed door. I could find no trace of one, not even a seam in the dull brown paper with which the room was hung. How, then, had the thing, whatever it was which had so scared him, obtained ingress except through my own chamber? I returned to my room, shut and locked the door that opened upon the interior one, and stood on the hearth, expectant and prepared. I now perceived that the dog had slunk into an angle of the wall, and was pressing himself close against it, as if literally striving to force his way into it. I approached the animal and spoke to it. The poor brute was evidently beside itself with terror. It showed all its teeth, the slaver dropping from its jaws, and would certainly have bitten me if I had touched it. It did not seem to recognize me. Whoever has seen at the zoological gardens a rabbit, fascinated by a serpent, cowering in a corner, may form some idea of the anguish which the dog exhibited. Finding all efforts to soothe the animal in vain, and fearing that his bite might be as venomous in that state as in the madness of hydrophobia, I left him alone, placed my weapons on the table beside the fire, seated myself, and recommenced my macaulay. Perhaps, in order not to appear seeking credit for a courage, or rather a coolness, which the reader may conceive I exaggerate, I may be pardoned if I pause to indulge in 1 or 2 egotistical remarks. As I hold presence of mind, or what is called courage, to be precisely proportioned to familiarity with the circumstances that lead to it, so I should say that I had been long sufficiently familiar with all experiments that appertain to the marvelous. I had witnessed many very extraordinary phenomena in various parts of the world, phenomena that would be either totally disbelieved if I stated them, or ascribed to supernatural agencies. Now, my theory is that the supernatural is the impossible, and that what is called supernatural is only a something in the laws of nature of which we have been hitherto ignorant. Therefore, if a ghost rise before me, I have not the right to say, "So, then, the supernatural is possible," but rather, "So, then, the apparition of a ghost is, contrary to received opinion within the laws of nature, that is, not supernatural." Now, in all that I had hitherto witnessed, and indeed in all the wonders which the amateurs of mystery in our age record as facts, a material living agency is always required. On the Continent you will find still magicians who assert that they can raise spirits. Assume for the moment that they assert truly, still the living material form of the magician is present, and he is the material agency by which, from some constitutional peculiarities, certain strange phenomena are represented to your natural senses. Accept, again, as truthful, the tales of spirit manifestation in America, musical or other sounds, writings on paper, produced by no discernible hand, articles of furniture moved without apparent human agency, or the actual sight and touch of hands, to which no bodies seem to belong. Still there must be found the medium, or living being, with constitutional peculiarities capable of obtaining these signs. In fine, in all such marvels, supposing even that there is no imposture, there must be a human being like ourselves by whom, or through whom, the effects presented to human beings are produced. It is so with the now familiar phenomena of mesmerism or electrobiology. The mind of the person operated on is affected through a material living agent. Nor, supposing it true that a mesmerized patient can respond to the will or passes of a mesmerizer 100 miles distant, is the response less occasioned by a material being. It may be through a material fluid, call it electric, call it otic, call it what you will, which has the power of traversing space and passing obstacles, that the material effect is communicated from one to the other. Hence, all that I had hitherto witnessed, or expected to witness, in this strange house, I believed to be occasioned through some agency or medium as mortal as myself, and this idea necessarily prevented the awe with which those who regard as supernatural things that are not within the ordinary operations of nature might have been impressed by the adventures of that memorable night. As then, it was my conjecture that all that was presented, or would be presented to my senses, must originate in some human being gifted by constitution with the power so to present them, and having some motive so to do. I felt an interest in my theory which, in its way, was rather philosophical than superstitious, and I can sincerely say that I was in as tranquil a temper for observation as any practical experimentalist could be in awaiting the effects of some rare, though perhaps perilous, chemical combination. Of course, the more I kept my mind detached from fancy, the more the temper fitted for observation would be obtained, and I therefore riveted eye and thought on the strong daylight sense in the page of my Macaulay. I now became aware that something interposed between the page and the light. The page was overshadowed. I looked up, and I saw what I shall find it very difficult, perhaps impossible, to describe. It was a darkness shaping itself forth from the air in very undefined outline. I cannot say it was of a human form, and yet it had more resemblance to a human form, or rather shadow, than to anything else. As it stood, wholly apart and distinct from the air and the light around it, its dimensions seemed gigantic, the summit nearly touching the ceiling. While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. An iceberg before me could not more have chilled me, nor could the cold of an iceberg have been more purely physical. I feel convinced that it was not the cold caused by fear. As I continued to gaze, I thought, but this I cannot say with precision, that I distinguished two eyes looking down on me from the height. One moment I fancied that I distinguished them clearly, the next they seemed gone, but still two rays of a pale blue light frequently shot through the darkness, as from the height on which I half believed, half doubted, that I had encountered the eyes. I strove to speak, my voice utterly failed me. I could only think to myself, is this fear? It is not fear. I strove to rise in vain. I felt as if weighed down by an irresistible force. Indeed, my impression was that of an immense and overwhelming power opposed to my volition, that sense of utter inadequacy to cope with a force beyond man's, which one may feel physically in a storm at sea, in a conflagration, or when confronting some terrible wild beast, or rather, perhaps, the shark of the ocean. I felt morally opposed to my will was another will, as far superior to its strength as storm, fire, and shark are superior in material force to the force of man. And now, as this impression grew on me, now came, at last, horror, horror to a degree that no words can convey. Still I retained pride, if not courage, and in my own mind I said, "This is horror, but it is not fear. Unless I fear I cannot be harmed. My reason rejects this thing. It is an illusion. I do not fear." With a violent effort I succeeded at last in stretching out my hand toward the weapon on the table. As I did so, on the arm and shoulder I received a strange shock, and my arm fell to my side powerless. And now, to add to my horror, the light began slowly to wane from the candles. They were not, as it were, extinguished, but their flame seemed very gradually withdrawn. It was the same with the fire. The light was extracted from the fuel. In a few minutes the room was in utter darkness. The dread that came over me, to be thus in the dark with that dark thing, whose power was so intensely felt, brought a reaction of nerve. In fact, terror had reached that climax that either my senses must have deserted me, or I must have burst through the spell. I did burst through it. I found voice, though the voice was a shriek. I remember that I broke forth with words like these: "I do not fear, my soul does not fear." And at the same time I found strength to rise. Still in that profound gloom I rushed to one of the windows, tore aside the curtain, flung open the shutters. My first thought was light, and when I saw the moon high, clear, and calm, I felt a joy that almost compensated for the previous terror. There was the moon, there was also the light from the gas lamps in the deserted, slumberous street. I turned to look back into the room. The moon penetrated its shadow very palely and partially, but still there was light. The dark thing, whatever it might be, was gone, except that I could yet see a dim shadow, which seemed the shadow of that shade, against the opposite wall. My eye now rested on the table, and from under the table, which was without cloth or cover, an old mahogany round table, there rose a hand, visible as far as the wrist. It was a hand seemingly as much of flesh and blood as my own, but the hand of an aged person, lean, wrinkled, small too, a woman's hand. That hand very softly closed on the 2 letters that lay on the table. Hand and letters both vanished. There then came the same 3 loud, measured knocks I had heard at the bed head before this extraordinary drama had commenced. As those sounds slowly ceased, I felt the whole room vibrate sensibly, and at the far end there rose, as from the floor, sparks or globules like bubbles of light, many-colored, green, yellow, fire-red, azure. Up and down, to and fro, hither, thither, as tiny will-o' the wisps, the sparks moved, slow or swift, each at its own caprice. A chair, as in the drawing-room below, was now advanced from the wall without apparent agency, and placed at the opposite side of the table. Suddenly, as forth from the chair, there grew a shape, a woman's shape. It was distinct as a shape of life, ghastly as a shape of death. The face was that of youth, with a strange, mournful beauty. The throat and shoulders were bare, the rest of the form in a loose robe of cloudy white. It began sleeking its long, yellow hair, which fell over its shoulders. Its eyes were not turned toward me, but to the door. It seemed listening, watching, waiting. The shadow of the shade in the background grew darker, and again I thought I beheld the eyes gleaming out from the summit of the shadow, eyes fixed upon that shape. As if from the door, though it did not open, there grew out another shape, equally distinct, equally ghastly, a man's shape, a young man's. It was in the dress of the last century, or rather in a likeness of such dress, for both the male shape and the female, though defined, were evidently unsubstantial, impalpable, simulacra, phantasms. And there was something incongruous, grotesque, yet fearful, in the contrast between the elaborate finery, the courtly precision of that old-fashioned garb, with its ruffles and lace and buckles, and the corpse-like aspect and ghost-like stillness of the flitting wearer. Just as the male shape approached the female, the dark shadow started from the wall, all three for a moment wrapped in darkness. When the pale light returned, the two phantoms were as if in the grasp of the shadow that towered between them, and there was a blood stain on the breast of the female, and the phantom male was leaning on its phantom sword, and blood seemed trickling fast from the ruffles from the lace, and the darkness of the intermediate shadow swallowed them up, they were gone, and again the bubbles of light shot, and sailed, and undulated, growing thicker and thicker, and more wildly confused in their movements. The closet door to the right of the fireplace now opened, and from the aperture there came the form of an aged woman. In her hand she held letters, the very letters over which I had seen the hand close, and behind her I heard a footstep. She turned round as if to listen, and then she opened the letters and seemed to read, and over her shoulder I saw a livid face, the face as of a man long drowned, bloated, bleached, seaweed tangled in its dripping hair. And at her feet lay a form as of a corpse, and beside the corpse there cowered a child, a miserable, squalid child, with famine in its cheeks and fear in its eyes. And as I looked in the old woman's face, the wrinkles and lines vanished, and it became a face of youth, hard-eyed, stony, but still youth. And the shadow darted forth, and darkened over these phantoms as it had darkened over the last. Nothing now was left but the shadow, and on that my eyes were intently fixed, till again eyes grew out of the shadow, malignant, serpent eyes. And the bubbles of light again rose and fell, and in their disordered, irregular, turbulent maze, mingled with the wan moonlight. And now from these globules themselves, as from the shell of an egg, monstrous things burst out. The air grew filled with them, larvae so bloodless and so hideous that I can in no way describe them except to remind the reader of the swarming life which the solar microscope brings before his eyes in a drop of water. Things transparent, supple, agile, chasing each other, devouring each other. Forms like naught ever beheld by the naked eye. As the shapes were without symmetry, so their movements were without order. In their very vagrancies there was no sport. They came round me and round, thicker and faster and swifter, swarming over my head, crawling over my right arm, which was outstretched in involuntary command against all evil beings. Sometimes I felt myself touched, but not by them. Invisible hands touched me. Once I felt the clutch as of cold, soft fingers at my throat. I was still equally conscious that if I gave way to fear I should be in bodily peril, and I concentred all my faculties in the single focus of resisting stubborn will. And I turned my sight from the shadow, above all, from those strange serpent eyes, eyes that had now become distinctly visible. For there, though in naught else around me, I was aware that there was a will, and will of intense, creative, working evil, which might crush down my own. The pale atmosphere in the room began now to redden as if in the air of some near conflagration. The larvae grew lurid as things that live in fire. Again the room vibrated, again were heard the three measured knocks, and again all things were swallowed up in the darkness of the dark shadow, as if out of that darkness all had come, into that darkness all returned. As the gloom receded, the shadow was wholly gone. Slowly, as it had been withdrawn, the flame grew again into the candles on the table, again into the fuel in the grate. The whole room came once more calmly, healthfully into sight. The two doors were still closed, the door communicating with the servants' room still locked. In the corner of the wall into which he had so convulsively niched himself lay the dog. I called to him, no movement. I approached, the animal was dead. His eyes protruded, his tongue out of his mouth, the froth gathered round his jaws. I took him in my arms, I brought him to the fire. I felt acute grief for the loss of my poor favourite, acute self-reproach. I accused myself of his death. I imagined he had died of fright. But what was my surprise on finding that his neck was actually broken? Had this been done in the dark? Must it not have been by a hand human as mine? Must there not have been a human agency all the while in that room? Good cause to suspect it. I cannot tell. I cannot do more than state the fact fairly. The reader may draw his own inference. Another surprising circumstance. My watch was restored to the table from which it had been so mysteriously withdrawn. But it had stopped at the very moment it was so withdrawn, nor, despite all the skill of the watchmaker, has it ever gone since. That is, it will go in a strange, erratic way for a few hours, and then come to a dead stop. It is worthless. Nothing more chanced for the rest of the night. Nor, indeed, had I long to wait before the dawn broke. Not till it was broad daylight did I quit the haunted house. Before I did so, I revisited the little blind room in which my servant and myself had been for a time imprisoned. I had a strong impression, for which I could not account, that from that room had originated the mechanism of the phenomena, if I may use the term, which had been experienced in my chamber. And though I entered it now in the clear day, with the sun peering through the filmy window, I still felt, as I stood on its floors, the creep of the horror which I had first there experienced the night before, and which had been so aggravated by what had passed in my own chamber. I could not, indeed, bear to stay more than half a minute within those walls. I descended the stairs, and again I heard the footfall before me, and when I opened the street door, I thought I could distinguish a very low laugh. I gained my own home, expecting to find my runaway servant there, but he had not presented himself, nor did I hear more of him for 3 days, when I received a letter from him, dated from Liverpool, to this effect: "Honoured Sir, I humbly entreat your pardon, though I can scarcely hope that you will think that I deserve it, unless, which Heaven forbid, you saw what I did. I feel that it will be years before I can recover myself, and as to being fit for service, it is out of the question. I am therefore going to my brother-in-law at Melbourne. The ship sails tomorrow. Perhaps the long voyage may set me up. I do nothing now but start and tremble, and fancy it is behind me. I humbly beg you, honoured sir, to order my clothes, and whatever wages are due to me, to be sent to my mother's at Walworth. John knows her address." The letter ended with additional apologies, somewhat incoherent, and explanatory details as to effects that had been under the writer's charge. This flight may perhaps warrant a suspicion that the man wished to go to Australia, and had been somehow or other fraudulently mixed up with the events of the night. I say nothing in refutation of that conjecture. Rather, I suggest it as one that would seem to many persons the most probable solution of improbable occurrences. My belief in my own theory remained unshaken. I returned in the evening to the house, to bring away in a hack cab the things I had left there, with my poor dog's body. In this task I was not disturbed, nor did any incident worth note befall me, except that still, on ascending and descending the stairs, I heard the same footfall in advance. On leaving the house I went to Mr. J.'s. He was at home. I returned him the keys, told him that my curiosity was sufficiently gratified, and was about to relate quickly what had passed, when he stopped me, and said, though with much politeness, that he had no longer any interest in a mystery which none had ever solved. I determined at least to tell him of the 2 letters I had read, as well as of the extraordinary manner in which they had disappeared. and I then inquired if he thought they had been addressed to the woman who had died in the house, and if there were anything in her early history which could possibly confirm the dark suspicions to which the letters gave rise. Mr. J. seemed startled, and, after musing a few moments, answered, "I am but little acquainted with the woman's earlier history, except as I before told you, that her family were known to mine. But you revive some vague reminiscences to her prejudice. I will make inquiries and inform you of their result. Still, even if we could admit the popular superstition that a person who had been either the perpetrator or the victim of dark crimes in life could revisit, as a restless spirit, the scene in which those crimes had been committed, I should observe that the house was infested by strange sights and sounds before the old woman died. You smile, what would you say? I would say this, that I am convinced. If we could get to the bottom of these mysteries, we should find a living human agency." "What? You believe it is all an imposture? For what object?" "Not an imposture in the ordinary sense of the word. If suddenly I were to sink into a deep sleep, from which you could not awake me, but in that sleep could answer questions with an accuracy which I could not pretend to when awake, tell you what money you had in your pocket, nay, describe your very thoughts, it is not necessarily an imposture, any more than it is necessarily supernatural. I should be, unconsciously to myself, under a mesmeric influence, conveyed to me from a distance by a human being who had acquired power over me by previous rapport. But if a mesmerizer could so affect another living being, can you suppose that a mesmerizer could also affect inanimate objects, move chairs, open and shut doors, or impress our senses with the belief in such effects, we never having been en rapport with the person acting on us? No. What is commonly called mesmerism could not do this, but there may be a power akin to mesmerism and superior to it, the power that in the old days was called magic. That such a power may extend to all inanimate objects of matter, I do not say. But if so, it would not be against nature. It would be only a rare power in nature which might be given to constitutions with certain peculiarities, and cultivated by practice to an extraordinary degree. That such a power might extend over the dead, that is, over certain thoughts and memories that the dead may still retain and compel, not that which ought properly to be called the soul, and which is far beyond human reach, but rather a phantom of what has been most earth-stained on earth, to make itself apparent to our senses, is a very ancient though obsolete theory upon which I will hazard no opinion. But I do not conceive the power would be supernatural. Let me illustrate what I mean from an experiment which Paracelsus describes as not difficult, and which the author of the Curiosities of Literature cites as credible. A flower perishes, you burn it. Whatever were the elements of that flower while it lived are gone, dispersed, you know not whither, you can never discover nor recollect them. But you can, by chemistry, out of the burned dust of that flower, raise a spectrum of the flower, just as it seemed in life. It may be the same with the human being. The soul has as much escaped you as the essence or elements of the flower. Still you may make a spectrum of it, and this phantom, though in the popular superstition it is held to be the soul of the departed, must not be confounded with the true soul. It is but the eidolon of the dead form. Hence, like the best attested stories of ghosts or spirits, the thing that most strikes us is the absence of what we hold to be soul, that is, of superior emancipated intelligence. These apparitions come for little or no object. They seldom speak when they do come. If they speak, they utter no ideas above those of an ordinary person on earth. American spirit seers have published volumes of communications in prose and verse, which they assert to be given in the names of the most illustrious dead, Shakespeare, Bacon, heaven knows whom. Those communications, taking the best, are certainly not a whit of higher order than would be communications from living persons of fair talent and education. They are wondrously inferior to what Bacon, Shakespeare, and Plato said and wrote when on earth. Nor, what is more noticeable, do they ever contain an idea that was not on the earth before. Wonderful, therefore, as such phenomena may be, granting them to be truthful, I see much that philosophy may question, nothing that it is incumbent on philosophy to deny, namely, nothing supernatural. They are but ideas conveyed somehow or other. We have not yet discovered the means from one mortal brain to another. Whether, in so doing, tables walk of their own accord, or fiend-like shapes appear in a magic circle, or bodiless hands rise and remove material objects, or a thing of darkness, such as presented itself to me, freeze our blood, still am I persuaded that these are but agencies conveyed, as by electric wires, to my own brain from the brain of another. In some constitutions there is a natural chemistry, and those constitutions may produce chemic wonders, in others a natural fluid, call it electricity, and these may produce electric wonders. But the wonders differ from normal science in this: they are alike objectless, purposeless, puerile, frivolous. They lead on to no grand results, and therefore the world does not heed, and true sages have not cultivated them. But sure I am that of all I saw or heard, a man, human as myself, was the remote originator, and I believe unconsciously to himself as to the exact effects produced. For this reason, no two persons, you say, have ever told you that they experienced exactly the same thing. Well, observe, no two persons ever experience exactly the same dream. If this were an ordinary imposture, the machinery would be arranged for results that would but little vary. If it were a supernatural agency permitted by the Almighty, it would surely be for some definite end. These phenomena belong to neither class. My persuasion is that they originate in some brain now far distant, that brain had no distinct volition in anything that occurred, that what does occur reflects but its devious, motley, ever-shifting, half-formed thoughts. In short, that it has been but the dreams of such a brain put into action and invested with a semisubstance. That this brain is of immense power, that it can set matter into movement, that it is malignant and destructive, I believe. Some material force must have killed my dog. The same force might, for aught I know, have sufficed to kill myself, had I been as subjugated by terror as the dog, had my intellect or my spirit given me no countervailing resistance in my will. It killed your dog, that is fearful. Indeed, it is strange that no animal can be induced to stay in that house, not even a cat. Rats and mice are never found in it. The instincts of the brute creation detect influences deadly to their existence. Man's reason has a sense less subtle, because it has a resisting power more supreme. But enough. Do you comprehend my theory? Yes, though imperfectly, and I accept any crotchet pardon the word, however odd, rather than embrace at once the notion of ghosts and hobgoblins we imbibed in our nurseries. Still, to my unfortunate house the evil is the same. What on earth can I do with the house? I will tell you what I would do. I am convinced from my own internal feelings that the small, unfurnished room at right angles to the door of the bedroom which I occupied forms a starting point or receptacle for the influences which haunt the house, and I strongly advise you to have the walls opened, the floor removed, nay, the whole room pulled down. I observe that it is detached from the body of the house, built over the small backyard, and could be removed without injury to the rest of the building. And you think, if I did that, you would cut off the telegraph wires. Try it. I am so persuaded that I am right, that I will pay half the expense if you will allow me to direct the operations. Nay, I am well able to afford the cost. For the rest allow me to write to you. About 10 days after I received a letter from Mr. J, telling me that he had visited the house since I had seen him, that he had found the 2 letters I had described, replaced in the drawer from which I had taken them, that he had read them with misgivings like my own, that he had instituted a cautious inquiry about the woman to whom I rightly conjectured they had been written. It seemed that 36 years ago, a year before the date of the letters, she had married, against the wish of her relations, an American of very suspicious character. In fact, he was generally believed to have been a pirate. She herself was the daughter of very respectable tradespeople, and had served in the capacity of a nursery governess before her marriage. She had a brother, a widower, who was considered wealthy, and who had one child of about 6 years old. A month after the marriage, the body of this brother was found in the Thames, near London Bridge. There seemed some marks of violence about his throat, but they were not deemed sufficient to warrant the inquest in any other verdict than that of found drowned. The American and his wife took charge of the little boy, the deceased brother having by his will left his sister the guardian of his only child, and in event of the child's death the sister inherited. The child died about 6 months afterwards. It was supposed to have been neglected and ill-treated. The neighbors deposed to have heard it shriek at night. The surgeon who had examined it after death said that it was emaciated as if from want of nourishment, and the body was covered with livid bruises. It seemed that one winter night the child had sought to escape, crept out into the backyard, tried to scale the wall, fallen back exhausted, and been found at morning on the stones in a dying state. But though there was some evidence of cruelty, there was none of murder, and the aunt and her husband had sought to palliate cruelty by alleging the exceeding stubbornness and perversity of the child, who was declared to be half-witted. Be that as it may, at the orphan's death the aunt inherited her brother's fortune. Before the first wedded year was out, the American quitted England abruptly and never returned to it. He obtained a cruising vessel which was lost in the Atlantic 2 years afterwards. The widow was left in affluence, but reverses of various kinds had befallen her. A bank broke, an investment failed. She went into a small business and became insolvent. Then she entered into service, sinking lower and lower, from housekeeper down to maid of all work, never long retaining a place, though nothing decided against her character was ever alleged. She was considered sober, honest, and peculiarly quiet in her ways. Still nothing prospered with her. And so she had dropped into the workhouse, from which Mr. J had taken her, to be placed in charge of the very house which she had rented as mistress in the first year of her wedded life. Mr. J added that he had passed an hour alone in the unfurnished room which I had urged him to destroy, and that his impressions of dread while there were so great, though he had neither heard nor seen anything, that he was eager to have the walls bared and the floors removed as I had suggested. He had engaged persons for the work, and would commence any day I would name. The day was accordingly fixed. I repaired to the haunted house. We went into the blind, dreary room, took up the skirting and then the floors. Under the rafters, covered with rubbish, was found a trapdoor, quite large enough to admit a man. It was closely nailed down with clamps and rivets of iron. On removing these we descended into a room below, the existence of which had never been suspected. In this room there had been a window and a flue, but they had been bricked over, evidently for many years. By the help of candles we examined this place. It still retained some mouldering furniture, 3 chairs, an oak settle, a table, all of the fashion of about 80 years ago. There was a chest of drawers against the wall, in which we found, half rotted away, old-fashioned articles of a man's dress, such as might have been worn 80 or 100 years ago by a gentleman of some rank. Costly steel buckles and buttons, like those yet worn in court dresses, a handsome court sword. In a waistcoat which had once been rich with gold lace, but which was now blackened and foul with damp, we found 5 guineas, a few silver coins, and an ivory ticket, probably for some place of entertainment long since passed away. But our main discovery was in a kind of iron safe fixed to the wall, the lock of which it cost us much trouble to get picked. In this safe were 3 shelves and 2 small drawers. Ranged on the shelves were several small bottles of crystal, hermetically stopped. They contained colorless, volatile essences, of the nature of which I shall only say that they were not poisons. Phosphor and ammonia entered into some of them. There were also some very curious glass tubes, and a small pointed rod of iron, with a large lump of rock crystal, and another of amber, also a lodestone of great power. In one of the drawers we found a miniature portrait set in gold, and retaining the freshness of its colors most remarkably, considering the length of time it had probably been there. The portrait was that of a man who might be somewhat advanced in middle life, perhaps 47 or 48. It was a remarkable face, a most impressive face. If you could fancy some mighty serpent transformed into man, preserving in the human lineaments the old serpent type, you would have a better idea of that countenance than long descriptions can convey. The width and flatness of frontal, the tapering elegance of contour disguising the strength of the deadly jaw, the long, large, terrible eye, glittering and green as the emerald, and withal a certain ruthless calm, as if from the consciousness of an immense power. Mechanically I turned round the miniature to examine the back of it, and on the back was engraved a pentacle. In the middle of the pentacle a ladder, and the 3rd step of the ladder was formed by the date 1765. Examining still more minutely, I detected a spring. This, on being pressed, opened the back of the miniature as a lid. Withinside the lid were engraved, Mariana to thee. Be faithful in life and in death too. Here follows a name that I will not mention, but it was not unfamiliar to me. I had heard it spoken of by old men in my childhood as the name borne by a dazzling charlatan who had made a great sensation in London for a year or so, and had fled the country on the charge of a double murder within his own house, that of his mistress and his rival. I said nothing of this to Mr. J., to whom reluctantly I resigned the miniature. We had found no difficulty in opening the 1st drawer within the iron safe. We found great difficulty in opening the 2nd. It was not locked, but it resisted all efforts, till we inserted in the chinks the edge of a chisel. When we had thus drawn it forth, we found a very singular apparatus in the nicest order. Upon a small, thin book, or rather tablet, was placed a saucer of crystal. This saucer was filled with a clear liquid. On that liquid floated a kind of compass, with a needle shifting rapidly round. But instead of the usual points of a compass were 7 strange characters, not very unlike those used by astrologers to denote the planets. A peculiar but not strong nor displeasing odor came from this drawer, which was lined with a wood that we afterwards discovered to be hazel. Whatever the cause of this odor, it produced a material effect on the nerves. We all felt it, even the 2 workmen who were in the room, a creeping, tingling sensation from the tips of the fingers to the roots of the hair. Impatient to examine the tablet, I removed the saucer. As I did so, the needle of the compass went round and round with exceeding swiftness, and I felt a shock that ran through my whole frame, so that I dropped the saucer on the floor. The liquid was spilled, the saucer was broken, the compass rolled to the end of the room, and at that instant the walls shook to and fro, as if a giant had swayed and rocked them. The 2 workmen were so frightened that they ran up the ladder by which we had descended from the trapdoor, but seeing that nothing more happened, they were easily induced to return. Meanwhile I had opened the tablet. It was bound in plain red leather with a silver clasp. It contained but one sheet of thick vellum, and on that sheet were inscribed within a double pentacle words in old monkish Latin, which are literally to be translated thus: On all that it can reach within these walls, sentient or inanimate, living or dead, as moves the needle, so works my will. Accursed be the house, and restless be the dwellers therein. We found no more. Mr. J. burned the tablet and its anathema. He razed to the foundations the part of the building containing the secret room with the chamber over it. He had then the courage to inhabit the house himself for a month, and a quieter, better conditioned house could not be found in all London. Subsequently he let it to advantage, and his tenant has made no complaints. A drowning man clutching at a straw, such is Dr. Fenwick, hero of Bulwer Lytton's strange story, when he determines to lend himself to alleged magic, in the hope of saving his suffering wife from the physical dangers which have succeeded her mental disease. The proposition has been made to him by Margrave, a wanderer in many countries, who has followed the Fenwicks from England to Australia. Margrave declares that he needs an accomplice to secure an elixir of life, which his own failing strength demands. His mysterious mesmeric or hypnotic influence over Mrs. Fenwick had in former days been marked, and on the basis of this undeniable fact, he has endeavored to show that his own welfare and Mrs. Fenwick's are, in some occult fashion, knit together, and that only by aiding him in some extraordinary experiment can the physician snatch his beloved Lilian from her impending doom. As the first chapter opens, Fenwick is learning his wife's condition from his friend, Dr. Faber. End of The Haunted and the Haunters, or The House and the Brain by Bulwer. Cronus of the DFC by Lloyd Biggle, Worlds of If Science Fiction, February 1957. She was wonderful and Forsten was in love, but he'd seen the future and knew that in 5 days she was slated for murder. A bright, sunny day in May, and a new job for me. I found the room in the basement of police headquarters, a big room with freshly stenciled letters DFC on the door, and an unholy conglomeration of tubes, wires, and dials bulking large in one corner. A bright young police cadet sat at a desk in the center of the room. "Are you Mr. Forsten?" I nodded and dumped my bag beside the desk. "Captain Marks is waiting for you," he said, and jerked his head toward a door to the rear. Captain Marks had his office in a cubbyhole off the main room. It was quite a comedown from the quarters he'd occupied upstairs as captain of detectives. He'd held on to that job past his retirement age, and when they were about to throw him out on his ear, DFC came along and he jumped at it. The captain was not the retiring type. His door was open and he waved me in. "Sit down, Forsten," he said. "Welcome to the Department of Future Crime." I sat down and he looked me over. A lean, hard face, closely cropped white hair, and steely gray eyes that looked through a man rather than at him. Small, 5'7", 140 pounds. You looked at him and wondered how he'd ever gotten on the force in the first place, until you saw his eyes. I'd never felt comfortable in his presence. "Do you know what we have here, Forsten?" he said. "Not exactly." "I don't either exactly. The brass upstairs thinks it's an expensive toy. It is. But they've given us a trial budget to see if it works, and now it's up to us." I nodded and waited for him to go on. He packed his pipe, lit it, and then leaned back and let the smoke go out. "We have an invention," he said, "which I don't pretend to understand. You saw the thing?" "Yes," I said. "It wasn't easy to overlook. Walker calls it Cronus, for the Greek god of time. It gives us random glances around the city on what looks like a large TV screen, random glances into the future. He paused for dramatic effect, and I probably disappointed him. I already knew that much. The picture is hazy. He went on, and sometimes we have a hell of a time figuring out the location of whatever it is we're looking at. We also have trouble pinpointing the time of an event. But we can't deny the potential. We've been in operation for 3 weeks, and already we've seen half a dozen hold-ups days before they happened. At least it's an ideal we've always worked for. I offered. I mean, to prevent crime rather than just catch the criminal. Oh, he said, and went to work on his pipe again. Maybe I didn't make myself clear. We saw the hold-ups on that screen, but we couldn't prevent a single one. All we managed to do was catch the criminal a few minutes after he had committed the crime. So it raises an interesting question. Is it possible to change the future? Why not? I said. Captain Marks thought a moment. It isn't too critical where the hold-ups are concerned. The criminal is caught immediately, the loot is recovered, and the victim goes his way thinking kind thoughts about the efficiency of the police force. But what about assault or rape or murder? Apprehending the criminal 10 minutes later won't be much comfort to the victim. But now that you're here to follow up the leads given us by Cronus, well, we'll see what we can do. Come on. I want you to meet Walker and Cronus. Walker, Dr. Howard F. Walker, was huddled over his creation. There was no doubt about it being his baby, as you could see from the way his hands caressed the dials. He was a gangling-looking man, 6 feet 1, maybe 170 pounds, 50-odd years old. He had a long neck, an overly pronounced Adam's apple, and thinning hair. He wore thick glasses, his face was gentle and dignified, and he looked like a very tired university professor. He didn't hear us come up, and the old man waited quietly until he noticed us. Walker, the old man said, "This is Forston, our new detective." He nodded at me. Cronus has something, he said, if I can find it again. He turned to his dials. That's one of our problems, Captain Marks said. Once we focus on a crime, it's sometimes hard to locate it again. The time interval between the present and the time the crime is committed keeps getting less. It takes a different adjustment each time. His voice trailed away, and I looked from Walker to the 6-foot square screen above his head. Shadows flitted about on the screen. A female shadow walking along the street holding a child shadow by the hand. Shadow aircars moving along jerkily. A row of male shadows grotesquely posed along a bar, their glasses making bright blotches in the picture. A room, and a female shadow moving around a table. The future revealed by Cronus was a shadow world, and the only way you could tell male from female was by their dress. The scene kept shifting. A park with trees and lounging adults and running children. A room with people seated around a table, a reading room, perhaps at the public library. A large living room with an old-fashioned fireplace and a bright blotch that was the fire. Another smaller room, a female shadow. That's it, Walker said suddenly. He moved a motion picture camera into position and pressed a button. It whirred softly as we watched. A nondescript living room, a female shadow. She threw up her hands and stood transfixed for a horrible moment or two. A male shadow bounded into the picture, a giant male shadow. She turned to run, and he caught her from behind. His hand moved upward. Something glittered in it, and he brought it down. He struck twice, and the female crumpled to the floor. He whirled, ran toward us, and disappeared. The camera ground on, recording the image of that shapeless shadow on the floor. Abruptly the scene changed. A restaurant with crowded tables and jerkily moving robot servers. Walker swore softly and turned off the camera. "That's all I got before," he said. "If I could come on it from a different angle, maybe we could locate the place." "When?" the captain asked. 7 to 12 days. It hit me then like a solid wallop on the jaw. I'd been looking into the future, plenty of time. The captain said, but not much to go on. He looked at me. What do you think? Might be able to identify the man. I said, he'll be well over 6 feet. Wouldn't surprise me if he were 6, 8, or 9. He'll have the build of a male gorilla, and he limps slightly with his right foot. Not bad. Anything else? It's an apartment or a hotel room. I said, I'd guess an apartment. The scanner screen by the door means it's either relatively new or it's been remodeled. The living room has a corner location with windows on 2 sides. It's hard to say for certain, but I believe there's an old-fashioned sofa, one of those with a back on it, along the far wall. Walker slumped into a chair. You make me feel better, he said. I thought there was next to nothing to go on. Captain Marks nodded. But you missed one thing. What's that? Our assailant is left-handed. Also, the limp may be something temporary. All right, Forston, it's all yours. 7 to 12 days, and you'd better plan on 7. He went back to his office, and I looked at Walker. Can you give me any idea at all as to the location? I can draw you a circle on the map, but it's only about 50-50 that you'll find the place inside the circle. That's better than nothing. There is one thing, Walker said. I'd like to have you wear this, everywhere. A band of elastic with what looked like dark beads placed on it at intervals. It's an armband, Walker said. Cronus picks up these beads as bright spots, so I'll be able to identify you if you show up on the screen. I hesitated, and he said, the captain wears one. We know it works because Cronus has picked him up twice. I took the armband and slipped it on. I sat down with the map and a directory and worked until a technician came back with the developed film. Walker was still perspiring in front of Cronus. He hadn't been able to focus on the crime a third time. The captain's door was closed, and his nasal voice was rattling the door as he bellowed into his telephone. I pulled the curtains to darken one corner of the room and fed the film into a projection machine. I ran the film 10 times without coming up with anything new. I couldn't make out the number on the door. I also couldn't decide whether the assailant was a chance prowler or someone known to the victim. I stopped the camera and made a sketch of the room from what I could make out in the way of furnishings. The captain came barging out of his office, took a quick look at my sketch, and nodded approval. We'll find the apartment, he said. Then our troubles will really start. I couldn't see that, and I told him so. I figured our troubles would be nearly over if we found the apartment. You think it's possible to prevent this crime? He said. I don't. Even if we find the apartment and identify the man and woman, the crime is still going to happen. Why? I said, look at it this way. If we prevent the crime, it's not going to happen, right? Right. And if it's not going to happen, Cronus wouldn't show it to us. All you see on that screen is what will happen. As far as Cronus is concerned, it already has happened. Preventing it is like trying to change the past. We can try. I said, yes, we can try. The regular force will help us on this one. A team of detectives is waiting outside. Tell them what you want done. I wanted an apartment living room with a corner location and a door scanner. It wasn't as bad as it sounded. The scanner was a new gadget at that time. Not many apartment buildings would have it. There was always the chance, of course, that an individual had had one installed on his own, but that was a worry I could postpone. I put in a hectic day of trudging through apartment buildings and squabbling with superintendents, but we found it the next morning in a stubby little 7-story building on South Central. It was one of those apartment buildings that went up way back in 1990. When the city decided it couldn't afford the luxury of open spaces and opened part of Old Central Park to apartment buildings. This one was a midget among the other buildings in that development, but it had been remodeled recently. It had scanner screens. After the usual protests, the superintendent showed me around. Most of the occupants weren't home. He let me into a rear apartment on the 6th floor, and I took one look and caught my breath. I pulled out my sketch, though I had it memorized by this time, and moved across the room to get the right angle. The sofa was there. It was an old-fashioned job with a back. What had been a bright blotch in the picture turned out to be a mirror. A blur by the sofa was a low table. A chair was in the wrong place, but that could have been moved. What was I thinking about? It was going to be moved, every detail checked. Stella Emerson. The superintendent said, "Miss Stella Emerson, I think. She never gave me no trouble. Something wrong." "Not a thing." I said, "I want some information from her. I dunno when she's home." Her next-door neighbor did. I went back to headquarters and picked up the loose ends on the attempt to identify our assailant to be. No luck. And at 6 o'clock that evening, I was having a cup of coffee with Miss Stella Emerson. She was the sort of person it's always a joy to interview. Alert, understanding, cooperative, none of that petty, temperamental business about invasion of privacy. She was brunette and 26 or 27, maybe 5'4", 110 pounds. The pounds were well distributed, and she was darned nice looking. She served the coffee on the low table by the sofa and sat back with her cup in her hand. "You wanted information," she said. I fingered my own cup, but I didn't lift it. "I'd like to have you think carefully," I said, "and see if you've ever known a man who matches this description. He's big, really big, heavy set. Maybe 6 feet 8 or 9. He's left-handed. He might walk with a slight limp in his right foot." She set her cup down with a bang. "Why, that sounds like Mike Gregory. I haven't seen him for years, not since." I took a deep breath and wrote Mike Gregory in my notebook. "Where was he when you saw him last?" "On Mars. I was there for 2 years with civil service." Mike was a sort of general handyman around the administration building. "Do you know where he is now?" "As far as I know, he's still on Mars." My coffee was scalding hot, but I didn't notice as I gulped it down. "I'd like to know everything you can tell me about this Mike Gregory," I said. "May I take you to dinner?" As my dad used to say, there's nothing like mixing business with pleasure. She suggested the place, a queer little restaurant in the basement of a nearby apartment building. There were lighted candles on the tables, the first candles I'd seen since I was a child. The waitresses wore odd costumes with handkerchiefs wrapped around their heads. An old man sat off in one corner scraping on a violin. It was almost weird, but the food was good, and Stella Emerson was good company. Unfortunately, her mind was on Mike Gregory. "Is Mike in trouble?" she said. "He always seemed like such a gentle, considerate person." I thought of the knife-wielding shadow and shuddered. "How well did you know him?" I said. "Not too well. He stopped to talk with me now and then. I never saw him except at work." "Was he interested in you?" She blushed. It was also the first blush I had seen in so long I couldn't remember when. I had heard it said that the blush went out when women did away with their 2-piece bathing suits and started wearing trunks like the men. "I'm telling you, you can't have any idea about what's wrong with our scientific civilization until you've seen a girl blush by candlelight." "I suppose he was," she said. "He kept asking me to go places with him. I felt sorry for him. He seemed such a grotesque person, but I didn't want to encourage him." "You're certain about the limp?" "Oh, yes, it was very noticeable." "And about his being left-handed?" She thought for a moment. "No, I'm not certain about that. He could have been, I suppose, but I don't think I ever noticed." "Is there anything else you remember about him?" She shook her head slowly. Not much, I'm afraid. He was just a person who came through the office now and then. He had an odd way of talking. He spoke very slowly. He separated his words just like this. Most of the girls laughed at him, and when they did he'd turn around and walk away without saying anything. And oh, yes, sometimes he'd talk about California. I guess that was where he was from. I never found out anything about his personal life. But you didn't laugh at him. No, I couldn't laugh at him. He was just too pathetic. Have you heard from him since you came back? He sent me a Christmas card once. He didn't know my address on Earth, so he sent it to the office on Mars so it would be forwarded. It didn't reach me until July. How long ago was that? It must be 4 years ago. It was a couple of years after I left Mars. I dropped Mike Gregory and tried to learn something about Stella Emerson. She was 28. She'd worked for 2 years on Mars, and then she came back and got a job as private secretary with a small firm manufacturing plastic textiles. She made enough money for her own needs and was able to save a little. She liked having a place of her own. She had a sister in Boston and an aunt over in Newark, and they visited her occasionally. She led a quiet life with books and visits to the art institutes and working with her hobby, which was photography. It all sounded wonderful to me, the quiet life. A detective gets enough excitement on the job. If he can't relax at home, he's going to be a blight on the mortality tables. We were on our second cup of coffee by then, and I motioned the old fiddler over to our table. His bloodshot eyes peered out ever a 2-week growth of beard. I slipped him a $1 bill. How about giving us a melody? He gave us a clumsy serenade, and Stella reacted just as I'd hoped she would. She blushed furiously and kept right on blushing, and I just leaned back and enjoyed it. I took her back to her apartment and said a friendly farewell at her door. We shook hands, and she didn't invite me to spend the night with her, which was just as refreshing. I rode the elevator with chiming bells and a wisp of the old man's music floating through my mind. I stepped out on the ground level, walked dreamily out the door, and hailed an aircab with my pocket signal. And just as I was about to step in, it stabbed me like the flickering knife on Cronus's screen. She was a wonderful girl, and I was falling for her, and in 7 to 12 days, no, nearer 5 to 10 days now, she was going to be murdered. Something wrong. The driver said. I flashed my credentials. Police headquarters. I said, use the emergency altitude. Walker was crouched in front of Cronus, perspiring as usual but looking infinitely more tired. No matter what time I came in, he always seemed to be there, or there was a note saying he was down in his lab in the sub-basement. I haven't found it again. He said, that's all right. We can manage with what we have. He frowned irritably. It's important, confound it. This is just an experimental model, and it's maddeningly inefficient. With money and research facilities, we could produce one that would really work. But we can't get that kind of support by predicting a few piddling holdups. But a murder now that would make someone sit up and take notice. Stop worrying about your dratted Cronus. I snapped. I don't give a damn about that pile of junk. There's a girl's life to be saved. It was unfair, but he didn't object. Yes, of course, he said, the girl's life, but if I can't get more information. I've found the apartment. I told him, and I've found the girl, but the man is supposed to be on Mars. It doesn't figure, but it's something to work on. I called the captain and gave him my report. If he resented my bothering him at home, he didn't show it. Any wheel I could get my fingers on I set turning, and then I went home. I won't pretend that I slept. By morning we had a complete report from the Colonial Administration on Michael Roland Gregory. Fingerprints, photos, detailed description, complete with limp and left-handedness. The works. Also, the added information that he'd resigned his civil service job 8 months before and had left immediately for Earth, on a dawn liner scheduled to land at San Francisco. I swore savagely, got off an urgent message to San Francisco, and left for a dinner date with Stella Emerson, and another handshake at her apartment door. San Francisco did a thorough job, but it took time, 2 more days. Michael Roland Gregory had hung around for a while, living in run-down rooming houses and holding a series of odd jobs. 2 months before he had disappeared. He could be anywhere by now. I told the captain, including here in New York. The captain said dryly, 2 to 7 days. I took Stella back to her apartment after our dinner date, and in front of the door I said, "Stella, I like you." She blushed wonderfully. "I like you too, Jim. Then do me a favor, a very special favor." Her blush deepened with an overlay of panic. "I'd like to, Jim, because I like you, but I can't. It's hard to explain, but I've always told myself that unless I marry a man." I leaned against the wall and laughed helplessly while her eyes widened in amazement. Then I dispensed with the handshaking. She clung to me, and it might have been her first kiss. In fact, it was. "I don't just like you, darling. I said, I love you, and that wasn't the favor I was going to ask. You said you have an aunt over in Newark. I want you to stay with her for a while, for a week or so." "But why? Will you trust me? I can't tell you anything except that you're in danger here." "You mean Mike?" "I'm afraid so. It's hard to believe that Mike would want to harm me, but if you think it's important." "I do. Will you call your aunt now and make the arrangements? I'll take you over tonight." She packed some things, and I took her to Newark in an aircab. Her aunt was hospitable and cooperative, albeit a little confused. I checked her apartment thoroughly. I was taking no chances that the aunt's living room could be the potential scene of the crime. It wasn't, no similarity. "Promise me," I said, "that you won't go back to your apartment for any reason until I tell you it's all right." "I promise, but I may need some more things." "Make a list, and I'll have a policewoman pick them up for you." "All right." I arranged with the superintendent of her apartment building to have the lights in her apartment turned on each evening and turned off at an appropriate time. I put a stakeout on her apartment building and on her aunt's. I got a detective assigned to shadow her, though she didn't know it, of course. Then it was 0 to 5 days, and I was quietly going nuts. 0 to 4 days. I walked into the DFC room, and Walker swarmed all over me. "I found it again," he said. "Anything new?" "No, just the same thing, exactly the same." "When?" 2 to 3 days. I sat down wearily and stared at Cronus. The screen was blank. "How did you manage to invent that thing?" I said. "I didn't really invent it. I just discovered it. I was tinkering with a TV set, and I changed some circuits and added a lot of gadgets, just for the hell of it. The pictures I got were darned poor, but they didn't seem to be coming from any known station or combination of stations, since they kept changing. That was interesting, so I kept working on it. Then one day the screen showed me a big aircar smash-up. There were about 10 units involved, and I told myself, boy, these Class D pictures are really overdoing it. About a week later I opened my morning paper, and there was the same smash-up on page 1. It took a long time to get anybody interested. He stopped suddenly as the captain came charging out of his office. "Brooklyn," he called. Gregory was living in a rooming house in Brooklyn. He left 3 weeks ago. A lead with a dead end. No one knew where he'd gone. It proved that he was somewhere in the vicinity of New York City, but I don't think any of us ever doubted that. "One thing is interesting," the captain said. "He's using his own name, no reason why he shouldn't, of course. He's not a criminal, but he is a potential criminal, and he doesn't know that. I saw, suddenly, that we had a double problem. We had to protect Stella from Gregory, but we also had to protect Gregory from himself. If we could find him, there's not much we can do, I said, but keep on looking. It was what Walker called the critical period. Something had to happen on this day or the next, or Cronus was a monkey's Dutch uncle. If we could only pick Gregory up and hold him for a couple of days, maybe we could beat this. I told the captain, "We've eliminated Stella Emerson, we've locked the apartment, and caging Gregory should snap the last thread." He laughed sarcastically. "You think that would solve the problem? Listen. We spotted a holdup and I recognized the crook. He had a long record. I had him picked up, and he was carrying a gun, so we slapped him in jail on a concealed weapons charge. He escaped, got another gun, and committed the holdup right on schedule. I'm telling you, Cronus shows exactly how the future is. We can't change it. I'm working as hard as anyone else to prevent this, but I know for a certainty that sometime today or tomorrow the girl and Gregory are going to meet in that apartment, or in one exactly like it. We're going to change it this time," I said. On my way out I stopped for a good look at Cronus. Nothing but a monster would give you a murderer and a victim and the place and approximate time, and make you completely helpless to do anything about it. I felt like giving Cronus a firm kick in a vital part of its anatomy. I called off my dinner date with Stella and prowled around Manhattan looking for a big man with a pronounced limp. One speck of dust among the millions. I noticed with satisfaction that I was not alone in my search. Aircars were swooping in low for a quick look at pedestrians. Foot patrolmen were scrutinizing every passerby, and detectives would be making the rounds of the rooming houses and hotels with photographs. Cab and bus drivers would be alerted. For a man who had no reason to hide, Michael Roland Gregory was doing an expert job of keeping out of sight. I radioed police headquarters at 10 p.m., and the captain's voice exploded at me. "Where the hell have you been? The stakeout at the girl's apartment got Gregory. They're bringing him in." I cut off without any of the formalities and sprinted. I tore down the corridor to the DFC room and burst in on what might have been a funeral celebration. Walker sat with his face in his hands, and the captain was pacing in a tight circle. He got away. The captain snarled, snapped the handcuffs like toothpicks, beat up his escort, and ran. The man must have the strength of a utility robot. How did they happen to pick him up? I wanted to know. He came strolling down the street and started to go into the apartment building. Completely innocent about the whole thing, of course. He didn't have any idea we were looking for him. He has now, I said. It's going to be great sport locating him again. We had a small army loose in the area where Gregory escaped, but for all they found he might have burrowed into the pavement. I called Stella and asked her to stay home from work the next day. I got the stakeout on her aunt's apartment doubled. I was up at dawn, prowling the streets, riding in patrolling aircars, and I suppose generally making a nuisance of myself with calls to headquarters. We put in a miserable day, and Gregory might have been hiding on Mars, for all the luck we had. I had my evening meal at a little sandwich shop, and did a leisurely foot patrol along the street by Stella's apartment building. The stakeout was on the job, and the superintendent had Stella's lights on. I stood for a moment in the doorway, watching the few pedestrians, and then I signaled an aircab. "I'd like to circle around here a bit," I said. "Sure thing," the cabbie said. We crisscrossed back and forth above the streets, and I squinted at pedestrians and watched the thin traffic pattern. 15 minutes later we were back by the apartment building. "Circle low around the building," I said. "Oh, no. Want me to lose my license? I can't go out of the air lanes." You can this time, I said. Police. He looked at my credentials and grunted. Why didn't you say so? There was a narrow strip of lawn behind the building with a couple of trees and then a dimly lit alley. The cabbie handed me a pair of binoculars, and I strained my eyes on the sprawling shadows. I couldn't see anything suspicious, but I decided it might be worth a trip on foot. The third time around I glanced at Stella's lighted windows, the rear ones, and gasped. A dark shadow clung to the side of the building, edging slowly along the ledge towards her window. Gregory, see that? I said to the cabbie. As we watched, he got the window open and disappeared into the apartment. I tried to radio the men on the stakeout and couldn't rouse them. I called headquarters. Both Walker and Captain Marks were out. They would be back in a few minutes, but I didn't have minutes left. Skip it, I said. I snapped out a description of the situation and cut off. Can you get close enough to get me through that window? I asked the cabbie. I can try. He said, but watch your step, fellow. It's a long drop. He hovered close, and I grabbed the edge of the window and pulled myself through. Gregory faced me across the living room, a bewildered, panicky look on his huge, childlike face. I was thinking, how stupid can we get? From the way he came into Cronus's picture, we should have known he didn't come through the door. Stella had come through the door, and we just assumed he was already in the room. But who would have thought Gregory could make like a human fly? All right, Gregory, I said, you're under arrest. Tears streaked his face. His jaw moved, but no sound came out. Suddenly I saw how we had blundered. This grotesquely oversized child meant no harm to anyone. Stella was the only person he'd ever known who treated him like a human being, and he wanted to see her again. For some reason he couldn't understand, the police were trying to prevent that. Suddenly the entire universe was against him, even Stella, and he was frightened and dangerous. He lunged at me like a pile driver and forced me back towards the open window. I got my gun out, and he just casually knocked it out of my hand. He had me on the window ledge, forcing me back, and all I could see were the stars out in space. Then the apartment door opened and closed, and Gregory glanced back over his shoulder. I screamed, "Run, Stella, run!" Then the night air was whistling past me. I bounced off an awning, crashed into the branches of a tree, struggled frantically for a hold, and fell through. From the window above came a piercing scream. The doctor had a face like an owl, and he bent over me, making funny clucking noises with his tongue. "There we are," he said when he saw my eyes open. "Not bad at all." "What's good about it?" I said. "Young man, you fell 6 stories, and all you have is a broken leg and assorted bruises. You ask me what's good about it. You wouldn't understand." I said, "Beat it." Stella's scream still rang in my ears. I twisted and felt the heavy cast on my left leg. My mood merged and blended with the dull gray of the hospital room. A nurse came tiptoeing in and smiled blandly when she saw I was awake. "You have some visitors," she said. "Do you want to see them?" I knew it was the captain. I hated to face him, but I said, "Let's get it over with." The captain loomed in the doorway, backed away, and came in again, and ahead of him walked Stella. A different Stella, face pale and distorted, eyes registering shock and grief, but alive, but very much alive. I started to get up, and the nurse placed a firm hand on each shoulder and held me to the bed. "Not so fast, sonny boy," she said. Captain Marks moved up a chair for Stella. "Jim," she said, her voice broke, "I'll tell him." The captain said, "It seems that Miss Emerson has a sister living in Boston. She didn't know anything about our problem, and she came down this evening for a visit. She had a key to Miss Emerson's apartment, and she walked in just at the right time to play a leading role in Cronus's drama." "Was she?" "No. Thankfully, no. Her condition is serious, but she'll be all right again. The knife missed a vital spot by a fraction. I relaxed. What happened to Gregory? He tried to go out the way he came in. There wasn't any tree to break his fall, and one other thing. I have an urgent message for you from Walker. I glanced at the slip of paper. Jim, for God's sake, stay out of air cars. Cronus showed us your fall half an hour before it happened. From our angle, it looked as if you fell out of the aircab that was hovering over the building. Some time in the next 24 hours, Walker calculated, but we couldn't reach you. It wouldn't have made any difference, I said. You know yourself. Yes, he said, I know. His voice rambled on while my eyes met Stella's. So Cronus can show us the future. I heard him say, but he can't change it, and neither can we. Cronus changed mine, I said, still looking at Stella. The captain took the hint and left. 5 minutes later the phone rang, and I reached around Stella to answer it. It was Walker, and Stella held her face close to mine and listened. Just called to offer my congratulations, Walker said. Congratulations for what? For your wedding. Cronus just spotted it. I swore, but I kept it under my breath. I haven't even asked the girl. I said, and don't tell me I'm wearing that stupid armband at my wedding, because I'm not. No, you're on crutches, but the captain is standing up with you and he's wearing his. All right, I said. When is this glad event going to take place? 4 to 8 days. I slammed down the receiver and kissed Stella's blushing face. Cronus says we're getting married in 4 to 8 days, and this is one time that monstrosity's going to be wrong. We'll get married tomorrow. All right, Jim, if you want to, but what? This is May 28th, and I want to be a June bride. We were married 5 days later, and we went to Arizona on our honeymoon. I'd done some checking, and I knew Arizona was well outside of Cronus's range. End of Cronus of the DFC by Lloyd Biggle.
The Woman Who Cursed a Man by Harold Ward. The Black Mask, December 1921. Madame Blavatsky, the world's greatest tragedian, was dead. They found her in the cold grey of the morning, lying upon the floor of her drawing room. Her beautiful face twisted into a look of horror, her great brown eyes wide open, glazed, protruding, her red lips purpled, blackened, swollen, set in a sickening grin. Her dress had been torn away from the rounded shoulders, the shoulders that had been toasted and raved over by 1,000 critics. Between the breasts was a red gash where the angry knife had entered. There were dark marks of fingers on the skin of the milky neck. The long, slender hands were torn and bruised, twisted out of shape, the flesh scratched as the rings had been brutally pulled from the fingers by the assassin in his eagerness to escape. An open downstairs window showed how entrance had been gained, yet there were no marks of feet in the ground beneath. During the day, and the earth would have retained the footprints had any been made. The drawing room showed no signs of a struggle. Not a piece of furniture was disturbed, not a rug out of place, but several drawers pulled out, their contents scattered carelessly about the floor, showed that a hurried search had been made for valuables. But aside from the rings torn from Madame's fingers and possibly several less valuable trinkets, nothing of value had been taken except the life-size painting of Madame in the role of Lady Macbeth. The painting by Rumley, which had created such a furore at the Paris exhibition 5 years before, had disappeared, frame and all, from its accustomed place on the wall. The servants were questioned. None could throw any light on the affair, none save Felice, the maid. During the night she had heard the voice of her mistress raised in an agonized shriek of horror, the sound of a fall. Then her mistress had exclaimed in tones so tense, so vibrant, that they caused the chills to creep up and down her back and every nerve to tingle with fear. "Oh, Mother of God, help me! Help me! Can no one hear me? May my spirit never rest until it has driven you to confess." The voice had stopped suddenly with a choking sort of gurgle. She, Felice, had pulled the covers over her head to drown it out. Why had she not summoned help? She shrugged her pretty shoulders. Did the officers not know that Madame suffered from insomnia as a result of the nervous attack which had driven her from the stage? On such occasions, she was wont to assume the roles she had played in years gone by. And there was another shrug of the shoulders which spoke plainer than words. Madame was, like all great artists, temperamental. When buried in one of her characters, she sometimes reached a high pitch of excitement. For safety's sake, it was not always best to interrupt. The other servants, although they had not heard Madame's cry as described by Felice, corroborated the maid's story of the nocturnal roles. They had learned by experience to keep their distance. In the servants' quarters, it was hinted that at such times Madame's unstrung nerves drove her almost mad. Add to this that on the night of the murder there had been no moon, and that the street lights in the vicinity had been put out of commission as a result of the storm of the day previous, and you have the story in a nutshell. Chapter 2. The career of Madame Blavatsky had been a spectacular one. Whence she came, no one knew. Reams of speculation had been written, speculation pure and simple, for Madame was decidedly reticent in regard to her past. All the press and public knew was that she had suddenly appeared in the offices of Richard Rain, Broadway's most successful producer, a rarely beautiful woman of almost middle age with the face and figure of a queen, and demanded a tryout in the Shakespearean revival he was planning. Something about her caused the busy man to accede to her demands. 2 hours later, he, the best judge of things theatrical in America, had proclaimed her the most wonderful tragedian of modern times, and had signed a contract with her on her own terms. A month later, her fame had spread to the ends of the earth. Then came 10 years of stardom. A nervous breakdown was followed by permanent retirement. For 2 years she had lived a sequestered life, refusing to see even the friends of her former life, denying herself to all. Possessing more than the usual artistic temperament, the house which she had purchased to spend her declining years was one which reflected the strange, odd character of its mistress. Erected prior to the Revolution, it was set in the midst of spacious grounds, surrounded by an ancient iron picket fence, and almost hidden by trees. It had once been pretentious, but decay had claimed it for many years. 2 stories in height, its deep, narrow windows heavily shuttered. Over its sides a tenacious ivy plant climbing almost to the tottering tower, it seemed to be slowly mouldering into nothingness. Yet withal, it possessed an air of mystery and silence which appealed to the world-weary heart of Madame Blavatsky, and she had bought it on sight. The exterior remained unchanged. The interior, save for the installation of modern furniture and conveniences, was as it had always been, dark and gloomy, charged with mystery and the flavor of hidden panels, of romance and tragedy. Chapter 3. The day after the funeral of Madame Blavatsky, Richard Rain went into voluntary bankruptcy. On the day following, Amos Spaulding, the well-known attorney, notified the officials that the last will and testament of the murdered woman was in his possession. Important litigation in another state had taken him from the city. He had been too busy to read the papers. Upon his return, he had learned of his client's tragic death and was ready to assist in bringing the assassin to justice in any way possible. In the presence of a dozen police officials and reporters, the will was opened and read. Drawn up a scant 3 months before and witnessed by 3 attaches of Spaulding's office, it was a brief document. Its preamble stated that Madame was possessed of no kin of any kind. The servants were remembered with small bequests amounting to perhaps $10,000. The remainder of the estate, which the testatrix estimated at nearly $500,000 in money and jewels, was left to Richard Rain, her former manager. The signature was genuine. Of that there was no doubt, and the reputation of Amos Spaulding was above reproach. He was not the sort of man to be involved in any crooked deal. Rain was the most surprised man of all. He stated emphatically that he had not seen Madame Blavatsky for 6 months. Had he known that he was to be the recipient of her bounty, he certainly would not have taken advantage of the bankruptcy laws, but would have staved off his creditors until he was able to settle with them and re-establish himself upon a firm business foundation. Because of the bequest, the police grilled Rain, which, under the circumstances, practically amounted to accusing him of the murder. He countered with a cast-iron alibi. On the night of the murder, he had not left his apartments, but had remained at home, going over his accounts and preparing for the bankruptcy courts. His statement was corroborated by Hoskins, his valet. Hoskins, however, complicated matters by stating that he had admitted a heavily veiled woman shortly after 9 o'clock in the evening, and that she had not yet gone when. Rain dismissed him at 11. At Rain's orders, he had placed a cold lunch on the sideboard and had then retired to his own quarters in the rear of the 10-room suite. He did not know what time the veiled woman had left. The servants at the home of Madame Blavatsky stated that they had retired to their own quarters shortly after dinner. The only exception was Felice, whose night off it had been. She had returned from visiting a friend between 10 and 11, coming in by the servants' entrance. It was always Madame's orders that on such occasions she should go to her own room, Madame preferring to prepare herself for bed rather than run the risk of being disturbed should she fall asleep. Since none of Madame Blavatsky's household had seen her from the time dinner was served until her body was found the next morning, the police worked on the assumption that it had been she who visited Rain on the night in question. Just what they expected to gain by the assertion they did not state. The press, however, made a great deal of the incident. To complicate matters, Rain refused to divulge the name of his fair visitor, asserting angrily that to do so would compromise the name of a good woman who had visited him purely upon a matter of business, which was no affair of the police or public. Whereupon Fanny Fox, who had been a comedian in one of Rain's defunct companies, came forward and tearfully admitted to being the woman in question. She was willing to run the risk of ruining her reputation, she stated, rather than see Rain suffer for a crime of which he was innocent. She had gone to Rain's apartments disguised at his request because he was back in his salaried position with all his players. She had known the manager for years, and he wished to settle with her without the others knowing it. They had been hounding him to a degree where he was afraid to go to his offices. Consequently, when he had telephoned her earlier in the evening, asking her to visit him and talk matters over, she had veiled herself as he asked. Rain's alibi was complete. A week later, he took the police into his confidence and asked for their help. Where was the money Madame Blavatsky had willed to him? In her signed statement, she had admitted to being worth nearly $500,000. The books of the First National Trust and Savings Bank showed that they had had nearly that amount invested to her credit up until a week before her death. At that time, she had suddenly asked that her securities be converted into cash, and the crook, though, he managed to hold her love and got her to make her will in his favor. Finding himself going to the wall, he asked her to help him, and she drew her money from the bank for that purpose. Meanwhile, he had been secretly married to the Fox woman, and the affair in some way reached Blavatsky's ears. Of an extremely jealous and emotional temperament, she disguised herself with a heavy veil and went to his apartments to denounce him. When she told him that she was through because he had thrown her overboard for a younger woman, Rain at first begged. Then, hard-pressed for money and realizing that she was his last resort, he lost control of himself and tried force. He says that he had no intention of killing her. When he came to his right senses, he had choked her into insensibility and really thought that she was dead. The emergency caused him to think rapidly. His apartments are on the second floor, and there is a garage in connection. Running down the back stairs, he got out his car, brought it to the back door, and, covering Blavsky's body with a blanket, carried it down and drove like the devil for her home. The absence of lights aided him, as did the darkness of Blavsky's grounds. Arriving, he carried the body into the house, letting himself in by means of her key. Realizing that he could be no worse off whatever happened, he commenced ransacking the place for money. About this time, she recovered consciousness. He imagined that she was about to yell for help, probably she was, and he seized her again. He choked her. She grabbed a paper cutter from the table and tried to fight back, but in her weakened state she was no match for him, and he killed her with her own weapon. It was when she was dying that she shrieked out that curse that the maid heard. He hastily threw open the window, jerked the rings from her fingers, and escaped through the door to his machine, and got back to his own place unobserved. That is why there were no marks on the ground beneath the window. When he found himself up against it, he admitted his guilt to the fox woman. She lied in order to provide him with an alibi. I had a hunch that I might get him to make some misstep if I took him out there tonight. There was a storm brewing, and it was an ideal night for ghost stories. That's why I phoned for Gassity to hustle out there and remove all the bulbs from the sockets before we arrived. I'll admit, though, that I pretty nearly talked myself out of ghost stories waiting for that extra flashlight battery to burn itself out. I underestimated it by half an hour. Most men have a streak of superstition in them, even if I haven't. But then, I never committed a murder. I guess that I was pretty nearly as badly frightened as he was, though, when I saw Madame coming at him as the lightning flashed. You see, she had that picture of herself as Lady Macbeth on a secret panel that had been built in the old house. Why she had it turned to the wall at the time she was killed, I don't know. But at any rate, Rain, in stumbling, pressed his hand accidentally against the button. The panel turned just as the lightning flashed, and it looked as if she was rushing straight at him, her hands reaching out for him. Sure, she had the money hidden in the secret closet behind the panel. I brought it back with me. No, I'm not superstitious, Chief, but remember that curse she put on him? Well, the way things happened just as they did, maybe Sir Oliver Lodge may be right after all. End of The Woman Who Cursed a Man by Harold Ward. The Catspaw by Ward Sterling. The Black Mask, August 1922. Chapter 1. The Peck mansion was as carefully guarded as a prison. At the front and rear doors, armed operatives from the best detective bureau in the city, all tried men, were posted day and night. Others patrolled the grounds. There was not one chance in 10 million for anyone to creep through the network of protection we had thrown about the aged millionaire and his family. Yet the first murder occurred within 24 hours of the time set by Lon Bixby. Lanigan, the second man, did not report for duty in the morning as usual. Jenkins, the butler, entering the room when he did not respond, found him cold in death. The tragedy had taken place some time during the night. The body was cold and rigid when we rushed into the chamber in response to the butler's frantic calls for help. Bloated to nearly double his natural size, blackened, the limbs twisted as from convulsions, the face drawn out of shape, the unfortunate man presented a terrifying spectacle. Dr. Maxwell, Peck's regular physician, who was locked up in the house with the remainder of us, gave as his opinion after a hurried examination that death was the result of poisoning. Yet Lanigan had eaten nothing, to the best of our knowledge and belief, that the rest of us had not also eaten. That had been a part of our agreement, that we would all partake of the same food in order to protect Peck from poison. Nor had anything in the provision line been brought to the house. Prepared to stand a siege, everything, even the fresh meats, had been purchased in advance and stored away in the refrigerating plant downstairs. Dr. Fry, the coroner, summoned by telephone as soon as the tragedy was discovered, agreed with his colleague that Lanigan had been poisoned. It was his belief, however, that the poison had been administered by injection into a vein. Both physicians made a careful examination of the body. Just above the knee they found 2-minute punctures in the skin. Here, too, the swelling seemed more aggravated than elsewhere, while the spot had turned a darker hue. The body had every symptom of death from snake bite. Yet we knew that there was not a snake in the house, nor could there have been one in the room. Lanigan had, according to my instructions, slept with his windows and door locked. They were in this condition when the body was found, for it had been necessary for the butler to let himself into the room with his pass key. The other servants had locked themselves in the same way. An alert detective had been posted all night in each corridor. In spite of the precautions, in order to make certain, we removed every piece of furniture from the dead man's room. There was no possibility of a reptile having been hidden there, nor could a man have, in any possible way, entered the house. To make matters more complicated, we knew that Lanigan had not left the house that day, nor the day before, for this was a part of the arrangement that we had made. Ponder as I would, I could think of no possible solution to the puzzle. It was as mysterious as Poe's Mystery of the Rue Morgue. Peck, the storm centre, the man for whom all these precautions were taken and for whom poor Lanigan had died, was the calmest of us all. 5 minutes after the appearance of the coroner, the millionaire was summoned to the phone. In accordance with my determination not to allow him out of my sight day or night, I accompanied him to the library. A harsh, metallic voice, a voice so loud that it could be heard all over the big room, informed him that the death of a member of his household had been a warning sent to prove to him that in spite of all his precautions, his enemies were able to strike when and where they pleased. His own death would follow in good time. Shaking slightly, yet game to the core, he motioned to me and handed me the instrument. The voice died out in a mirthless, diabolical chuckle. Then the receiver at the other end of the wire was hung up with a click. Jiggling the hook up and down, I succeeded in getting central within a few seconds. An instant later, I was connected with my friend, Armstrong, manager of the traffic department, to whom I hurriedly explained the situation and requested that the call be traced. Armstrong moved speedily, for in spite of the fact that hundreds of calls go through the Capitol Hill Exchange every hour, so thorough is their system that inside of 5 minutes he had me back on the wire. The call had originated in one of the pay stations at the Pennsylvania Depot, 10 miles away. Chapter 2. Perhaps in my efforts to hold the reader's attention, I have not explained matters as thoroughly as I should. Then, too, like all detectives, I am a poor narrator of my own experiences. What seems to the average person to be an exciting adventure is to us only a part of the day's work, an episode to be forgotten as speedily as possible after it has been disclosed to judge and jury. Yet the Morgan Peck case is so unique in criminal annals as to be worthy of being put in a class by itself. The reader will recall the sensation in financial circles caused by the appearance of Alonzo Bixby, the South African magnate. For 2 short years he was one of the kingpins of the exchange. Then came the battle between Bixby and Peck. It was short but memorable. Peck, backed by his years of experience, crushed his enemy beneath his heel, as a farmer scotches a harmless worm. Bixby, cornered, his fangs bared, showed his makeup by turning crook. Timothy Owen, Peck's right-hand man, was killed. Over the body of his friend, Morgan Peck swore vengeance. One of Bixby's retainers, arrested by the police, admitted the murder, charging Bixby with having instigated the crime. All of Peck's gigantic fortune was placed at the disposal of the prosecution. The trial lasted for weeks, an army of lawyers battling for every point. In the end, the jury sent Bixby to the penitentiary for life. The day that sentence was pronounced is one that will long be remembered in newspaper and legal circles. Bixby, surrounded by his lawyers, his beautiful young wife at his side, listened impassively to the judge's voice. It was not until the officers seized him to part him forever from the woman he loved that he gave way to his emotions. Leaping to his feet, his rough-hewn face quivering with diabolical rage, he shook his huge fist at Morgan Peck. "Damn you! In prison or out, I'll get you," he shouted. "I'll make you suffer as you're making me. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." Raving like a madman, they dragged him away. Remember, Bixby was still a wealthy man, and money will buy almost anything, even liberty. There were those among us who predicted that Bixby would not remain long behind prison walls. We were correct in our surmises. In just 11 months and 3 days he was at liberty. With him disappeared half a dozen guards. How much he paid them for his liberty no one will probably ever know, for none of them were ever captured. Some of us hold to the theory that after helping Bixby make his escape, they were killed at his orders. But that is another story. 3 weeks after Bixby made his break from prison, an effort was made to blow up Peck's office with a bomb. Fortunately, the financier was absent when the package was received. The secretary who opened it lost his life. A week later, someone fired a shot at Peck in the dark. Only the fact that the old man moved slightly at that instant prevented the assassin's bullet from finding its mark. As it was, only a slight flesh wound rewarded the attempt. Then Peck's colleagues took a hand. He was the center around which one of the biggest financial deals ever pulled off was being engineered, a deal that involved governments. His death would have meant a world panic. In spite of his sneers at their fears, for Peck was a battler who fought for the sheer love of the sport, they finally induced him to obey their commands. He was locked in his own house, surrounded by guards, as I have stated. The best detective bureau in the city was engaged to look after his safety. 100 operatives were put to work combing the country for his enemies. And I trust that the reader will pardon the seeming egotism displayed, as the best man available among all of the detectives in the city, was placed in charge of the guards surrounding Morgan Peck. 2 hours after we had taken our precautions, a special delivery letter mailed from a downtown station was received. It read as follows: "Peck, I swore that I'd get you, and I meant it. By cooping yourself up like a sick chicken, you have opened the way for my vengeance. Inside of 48 hours, I'll strike. God help you from now on. Bixby." Chapter 3. Morgan Peck was said by his enemies to be a man without feeling, nerves, or love. A widower, his only daughter dying in childhood, having few near relatives, he had schooled himself against emotion. Yet that afternoon, after the body of poor Lanigan had been removed from the house, and we sat together in the big library discussing the affair, 2 things took place which threw a different light on the old man's character. Gladys Peck, his niece, an orphan and his nearest relative, a girl whom he had raised from childhood, passed through the room. The old face lighted up, and as she passed out of hearing, he turned savagely to me. "I don't give a damn about myself," he growled. "I'm old enough to cash in. Time's coming sooner or later anyway. But God help Bixby if he harms that girl, and God help you if you let him." That was all. Yet in his face was an odd light that betrayed the gruffness of his voice. I wondered if his enemies knew of his love for this orphan girl. I shuddered as I thought of what might happen if they chanced to learn, and struck him through her. The other incident I mention was when a cat, an ordinary common variety of feline, entered the room and, with back arched, rubbed purringly against the millionaire's leg. "Funny little devil," he grumbled. "Picked him up 5 years ago when he was a kitten. Somebody'd turned him out to die, freeze to death. Damn such people. Stuck him in my overcoat pocket and brought him home. Never cared for cats, Angoras, Persians, and the blue-blooded aristocracy of Chatham, but this little cuss made a hit with me. Scrapper. See that spot of red hair on his head? That shows it. He'd fight the old Nick. Intelligent, too. Makes the servants all stand around. Got a habit of biting him on their ankles. They all like him, though. Funny, ain't it? Got a lot of human traits in him. Reminds me a little bit of myself," he added with a smile, reaching down and rubbing the cat's head affectionately. And this was the man whose enemies claimed him to be without a heart. That same afternoon the coffin came. An undertaker's wagon stopped at the front door, and 2 solemn-faced men brought the casket up the steps. In accordance with his orders, the detective on duty refused to admit them, but called me. Cross-questioned, they knew nothing. The coffin had been ordered from the Morgenstein Casket Company, and they were here to deliver it. The address was plainly marked. Detaining them after ordering the unsightly reminder of the death that was constantly in our midst, replaced in the wagon, I hurried Holdridge, one of the brightest operatives under my direction, over to the offices of the Casket Company. He returned inside of 30 minutes. The casket had been ordered by mail. A bank draft for $400, drawn by the First National Trust and Savings Bank, one of Peck's own institutions, had accompanied the letter. The letter merely stated that a death would shortly occur at the Peck home and asked that the coffin be delivered immediately. A telephone call to the bank proved fruitless. The draft clerk remembered drawing the draft, which was paid for in cash, but, owing to the large number of similar papers which passed through his hands daily, had no recollection as to who his customer had been. In fact, only the number on the draft recalled the incident to mind at all. I released the 2 men from the factory. In my own mind, I was convinced that the affair had been pulled off by Bixby merely in an effort to break down Peck's morale. But they failed to reckon with the old man's fighting spirit. Chapter 4. The remainder of the afternoon and the night passed uneventfully, everyone, warned by what had happened the night before, doubling his vigilance. I spent the following morning going over the reports of the 50-odd operatives scattered about the city in quest of Bixby. Despite the fact that the former haunts of the big South African had been combed by our men, not only could no trace be found of the financier himself, but several of his closest friends, men who at the trial were proved to have done his bidding without question, had also disappeared. As for Mrs. Bixby, it appeared that she had left the quiet hotel, where she had remained since the trial, nearly a month before her husband had made his escape, and the trail was too old to follow. She had dropped out of sight as completely as though the earth had opened up and swallowed her. For 2 hours, I sat at the big library table and went over the case from every angle. There were a number of things that puzzled me more than I was willing to admit. In the first place, who and what had killed Michael Lanigan? I had proved to my own satisfaction and to that of Peck that the second man had not been absent from the house an instant from the time that he, like the rest of us, went into seclusion. 8 trained detectives, each an ex-policeman, men with years of service behind them, were ready to swear that no one had entered the mansion. These men had taken turns in watching the place and grounds in shifts of 2 hours on and 2 hours off during the entire time since we had been in a state of siege. On the other hand, I realized that Bixby had money and that money will buy almost anything. Yet I was not ready to condemn these men on mere conjecture. Then, too, there was the matter of the special delivery letter. Who was in such close touch with the money master that they were able to find out to the minute when he had been driven into seclusion? Outside of our own party, only his closest friends knew of our plans. And had it been a mere coincidence that the telephone call from the pay station at the Pennsylvania depot had come in just after the arrival of the coroner? Was there someone in the house who was signaling the happenings inside to our enemies on the outside? Was one of our own number the murderer? Would he, when the time came, strike down Peck as he had struck down Lanigan? I reached for the list of those who made up our party and checked it over in the hope that through it I might arrive at the truth. In addition to Peck, his niece and myself, there was Dr. Maxwell, an old friend, a man immensely wealthy in his own name and who had been the millionaire's private physician for 30 years. All of the servants had been in the old man's employ for periods ranging from over a quarter of a century of service on the part of Mrs. Langtry, the housekeeper, to 10 years on the part of Lanigan, the murdered second man. Peck had hired them all and vouched for them. The detectives, as I have stated, were all men with years of service behind them. No, on the face of it, it seemed like an impossibility. Yet there was the murder of Lanigan to prove the falsity of my reasoning. It was shortly after noon when Peck and I, smoking in the library, were brought to our feet by a shriek for help from the servants' quarters at the rear of the house. Drawing my revolver and shoving the millionaire, who would have taken the lead, behind me, I rushed in the direction from which the sound came. Fred Dietz, who acted as chauffeur and valet for Peck, was lying on his back in the middle of the kitchen in convulsions. Beside him stood Mrs. Mulcahy, the cook, from whose voluminous lungs the shouts for help were emanating. Coincident with my arrival came the others, with the exception of the 2 men stationed at the doors. They, like the veterans they were, remained at their posts. In response to my orders, Jenkins summoned Dr. Maxwell, who was asleep in his room. Inside of a minute, the physician, his emergency kit in his hand, made his appearance. He shook his head as he bent over the stricken man and felt his pulse. For a second there was silence. Then the physician straightened up with a shrug of his shoulders. "He's dying," he said quietly, while Mrs. Mulcahy let out a wail of despair. I turned to the physician. "Do you think—" "Same as Lanigan," he answered. "See for yourself how the poor fellow's starting to bloat. After nearly half a century of medical experience, it's the first case I ever failed to diagnose, or at least make a fairly good guess at." He stopped suddenly, a shudder over the body of the man on the floor, then his jaw dropped. Fred Dietz was dead. Chapter 5. I turned to Mrs. Mulcahy. "Tell me just what happened," I commanded. "Sure, and that's the worst of it," she sobbed. "There was nothing happened at all. He was sitting here as happy as you please talking to Teta when—" "Teta? Who's Teta?" I demanded. "The cat," Peck answered grimly. "Dietz was one of Teta's warmest friends. The little animal is decidedly emphatic in his likes and dislikes, but poor Fred was one of his favorites." I nodded. Then to Mrs. Mulcahy, "Go ahead with your story." "Well, so, as I was saying, he was sitting there talking to Teta when all of a sudden I heard him give a little gasp. Me back was turned to him at the time. I looked around quickly, just in time to see him slide from the chair with the froth coming out of his mouth. I yelled for help, and you seen the rest." Mrs. Mulcahy had been with Peck for 18 years, my records showed. That she was not the murderer was a certainty, yet Dietz had been killed under her very eyes. I questioned her for nearly half an hour, in the hope that she might recall having seen some other member of the household in or near the kitchen at or about the time Dietz was stricken down. But she was emphatic. She and she alone had been with the dead chauffeur. There was nothing to do but send for the coroner again. Meanwhile, the body had been removed to an upstairs room where Dr. Maxwell made an examination. He called as I passed through the hall. As I entered the room, he pointed to the naked body of the murdered chauffeur. Close to the knee of the right leg, the skin was blacker than elsewhere, and in the center of the dark spot was a tiny puncture similar to the ones we had found on Lanigan's leg. A detective occasionally gets hunches. If he is a good one, he plays them to the limit. I, as I have stated before, believe, and I trust that the reader will not accuse me of egotism, that I am among the top notchers despite the poor opinion he has received of me through my rambling account of the murders in the Peck mansion. Just now I got a hunch. I decided to play it. Hardly taking time to thank my friend, the physician, for his courtesy, I hurried downstairs to the library where Peck was busy reading. The big cat curled up in a ball on the chair opposite. The millionaire looked up in astonishment at my catapultic entrance. "Mr. Peck," I burst forth, "I want to borrow Teta." The millionaire elevated his brows. "You what?" he demanded. "I want to borrow Teta, the cat, here. I've an idea that he'd make a first-class detective. I'll promise you that I'll not injure him in the least. But I am firm in the conviction that he can lead us to the murderers of Lanigan and Dietz, the men who are trying to get at you, and possibly at Miss Gladys through you." As I spoke, the big cat arched his back and got onto his feet with a yawn, exercising his digits by drawing and withdrawing his claws in the padding of the chair half a dozen times. The action decided the old man. He looked up at me with a suspicion of a twinkle in his eyes. "The little cuss is a scrapper, as I told you," he chuckled. "Look at the way he girds up his loins for action at the mere mention of taking a part in the scrap. Take him and welcome, but don't let him get hurt." With a curt nod of thanks, I picked up the cat and carried him upstairs to my own room. For the next half hour, the little animal and I were busily engaged among the retorts and tubes which Dr. Maxwell had brought from his laboratory for experimental purposes during his enforced detention, and which I borrowed for my own uses. When I had completed my task, I turned to the furred beauty with a smile of satisfaction. "Teta," I whispered, "this whole affair is a secret between the two of us. I thought that I was on the right track, and now I know it. You're the boy who'll bring home the bacon. It's up to you to get the men who killed your pals, Lanigan and Dietz. Will you do it?" There are some people who claim that cats have no intelligence. I stand ready to swear that Teta, Morgan Peck's cat, understood every word I said, for he rubbed against my leg with a loud purr of satisfaction and immediately took up his station close to the door as if clamoring for action. We went down the stairs together. I stopped at both front and rear doors and gave my instructions to the operatives on watch. "I want to be informed the minute the cat meows to get out," I instructed them. "Pass this word on to the men who will relieve you. Remember, no excuses go. Before he is let out, I am to be called." 15 minutes later, Olmsted, on duty at the rear door, called to me. "The cat's howling at my station," he said. I followed the animal to the door and personally let him outside. Chapter 6. Across the lawn, I followed the cat with my eyes until he disappeared around the corner of a nearby garage. O'Leary and Kane, the two men on duty on the grounds, had had their orders. As Teta disappeared down the alley, I saw O'Leary dodge around a nearby bush and follow him. A second later he reappeared and approached the house. "Your friend, the cat, went into a barn that's been transformed into a garage at 1424 North 10th, just 5 houses below here," he reported with a grin. "And if you'll pardon the joke, Chief, I've shadowed darned near everything that walks, but it's the first time I ever trailed a cat." Stepping to the telephone, I called up my friend Hitchens, Chief of Detectives, who was cooperating with us in every way possible. Satisfied with the results of my conversation, I sat down to spend the remainder of the afternoon among Peck's books. Suddenly the phone at my elbow jangled. Turning, I picked up the receiver and answered the call. The same metallic voice that had talked to Peck the day of Lanigan's murder answered my gruff, "Hello, Peck?" he asked. "I'll call him," I responded. "Never mind," the other answered. Then, as I hesitated for words, the voice went on, "Tell your boss he can prepare for another killing. It may be him, and it may be another, but his time is coming soon." The voice died away in the same harsh laughter that I had heard before. I hung up the receiver with a bang and jiggled the hook to attract the attention of Central. An instant later, I was connected with my friend Armstrong, to whom I again explained matters, while Peck looked on, his furrowed face wrinkled in doubt. This time, Armstrong was speedier than before. Scarcely had I hung up the receiver than he called me back. The phone call was from the booth in a drugstore at the busiest corner of the city. To trace the person who had called would be an impossibility. Packard, on duty at the rear door, called me at 15 minutes past 5 o'clock. "The cat just came in," he yelled. The afternoon's hunting had evidently been of the best, for the cat was purring contentedly as he passed down the hallway on his way to the library. But I was taking no chances of a scratch from his sharp claws, for I protected my hands with heavy gloves as I tenderly picked him up and carried him upstairs to my room. 10 minutes later, I was at the telephone with my friend Hitchens at the other end. Half an hour afterward, there came a sudden blast of a police whistle. From a dozen different directions from where they had been stationed, hurried policemen and detectives, all centering on the big brick house at 1424 North 10th. There was no response to our knocks. A burly policeman hurled his bulk against the door. It refused to give way. He swung an axe over his head. Came a sound of splitting wood. A second later we were inside the hallway. A revolver spit at us from down the corridor. Another flashed from the head of the stairs. We answered them shot for shot, bullet for bullet. For 5 minutes the battle waged. Then our superior numbers told. We dashed through the smoke-filled rooms, gathering in our prisoners. 4 men were caught in the net, and 1 woman. She was Mrs. Lon Bixby. Her husband, suffering from a severe wound in the shoulder, was one of the 4. The remainder were merely his tools. Chapter 7. Battersby, one of Bixby's aides, confronted with the murders of Lanigan and Dietz, turned state's evidence and confessed. Slick, one of the others, backed him up in his statements. Bixby, as I had figured from the first, was the instigator of the whole diabolical affair. How he made his escape from prison, however, is something that he refused to divulge, even when he and his confederates were taken to the gallows to answer for their crimes. How did they kill Lanigan and Dietz? By means of tetter. Unwittingly, the little animal was the indirect cause of both murders. Battersby, according to his own confession, had been posted by Bixby, who had, while still in prison, had him engage the place at 1424 North 10th Street under an alias in order that he might watch the Peck home. In his guise as a servant, he had got acquainted with Dietz while the latter was working with one of the cars. He had noticed Tetter come out of the barn at 1424, which, having been empty for a number of years, was filled with rats. As the cat passed Dietz, the latter had bent over and scratched it, making a chance remark about Peck's affection for the animal. He had also remarked with a chuckle at a fondness the pet had for drawing and withdrawing his claws in whatever he chanced to be lying on, a habit which all cats indulge in at times. Battersby, alert to give every detail to his employer, had remarked this fact to Bixby in his report. The latter saw an opportunity to turn the incident to his own advantage, learning that Peck's cat frequented the barn. He had catered to the animal in every possible way until the animal passed a great deal of its time in and about the Bixby place. Failing in his attempts to kill Peck the instant that he had chased the millionaire to cover, Bixby seized upon the cat to carry out his own diabolical ends. Covering the animal's claws with a concentrated extract of venom made from the poison of a cobra, he had turned it loose, leaving it to fate as to where death would strike. Peck was likely to be the first. He was the cat's master, and the animal would be more likely to be with him than anyone else. That it was Lanigan who was the first was simply one of those peculiar freaks of chance. The cat, purring contentedly on Lanigan's lap, had stuck his claws slightly into the servant's knee. Lanigan had worn thick trousers, and, as a result, a great deal of the poison was rubbed off as the claws went through. He was therefore not stricken until during the night when the venom had gone entirely through his system. On the other hand, Dietz, wearing a pair of thin trousers, and there might have been more of the poison on the cat's claws, or it may have been fresher, was stricken almost immediately after the sharp points had penetrated his flesh. Bixby, a native of South Africa, was an adept on poisons, which led to the fact that he finally selected this subtle method of committing his crimes. Located so close to the Peck home, he was able to see from his window a great deal of what was going on around the mansion. As a result, when the coroner called, he knew that death, through the cat, had struck, but he did not know who. He had a Confederate station downtown, somewhere close to the Pennsylvania station. It was but the work of seconds to call the latter up and instruct him to call Peck to the phone. When the latter answered in person, the Confederate knew that death had struck someone else, and so informed Bixby. The second telephone call was sent in a spirit of mere braggadocio, after Teta's claws had been smeared for the third time with the poison. The coffin was sent for the same reason, and to break down Peck's morale. How did I know these things? Conjecture, and conjecture only. At first glance I imagined, as did Dr. Maxwell and the coroner, that the 2 punctures in Lanigan's leg were caused by the fangs of a snake. The fact that the symptoms were all those of snakebite led to this deduction. It was not until after Dietz had died, and Mrs. Mulcahy had told me that Teta had been on his lap at the time, that the idea suddenly came to me. Coupled with this fact was that of finding a puncture on Dietz's leg similar to that on the leg of Lanigan. I had noticed the cat's habit of pressing his claws into everything on which he sat. Peck had told me that the cat was a favorite with the 2 men who had died. I put 2 and 2 together and made 4 of them. When I borrowed the cat, I took him to my room and, with my hands gloved, I scraped his claws and submitted the scrapings to chemical tests. The results showed snake venom. The remainder was easy. I had only to disinfect the cat's claws and then turn him loose. When my men reported where he went, I summoned Hitchens and asked him to station his men near the house. When the cat returned, I seized him before he had had an opportunity of killing anyone else, and again scraped his claws. The chemical tests showed snake venom in great quantities. The raid on the house at 1424 followed. I've often wondered if Teta knows the part he played in the death of his 2 friends and the detection of the murderers. Who knows?
Book of Detective Stories by Frank Pemon, 1894. Detective Stories from the Diary of a New York Detective. Betrayed by a Dog. Animals, especially dogs, have played an important part in the affairs of men. There is now in Chicago a dog that has become the companion and assistant of a policeman, and really does help his friend to detect and ferret out thieves and other evil doers. I was once concerned in a case in which a dog played a most important part, and led finally, through no fault of his own, however, to the detection of his master. The store of John Camden had been broken into, and the safe blown open and robbed of a large sum of money. The cash had been received that day too late to be deposited in the bank. Next morning it was gone, and no trace of the thief was to be found. At least, Mr. Camden and his clerks and the police officials found no trace of him. Not so with me. I was sent to look up the affair. I found the office in a state of confusion. The door of the safe had been blown off, and the contents lay scattered over the floor. I asked Mr. Camden if he had disturbed anything. He said he had not, except to satisfy himself that the money was gone. Nearby was a cat, dead,
her throat cut evidently by a hatchet that lay close at hand. This seemed to me to be the basis of a clue. Why had the cat been killed? It is not necessary to kill cats in order to prevent them from telling tales. I examined the unfortunate feline more carefully. In addition to the ugly cut on the throat, there were other and more significant marks upon the back. A saucer, evidently having recently contained milk, stood nearby. Also an overturned can from which Pussy's supply of milk had evidently been obtained. The contents of this had been consumed. Mr. Camden informed me that this can had been filled with milk only the previous evening. Among the papers scattered upon the floor was one that attracted my attention. It was a portion of a note written in French. I was aware that Mr. Camden did not write or speak French. I questioned him about it. He could give me no information. He had never seen it before. Did anyone know you had a large sum of money in the safe? I asked. Yes, a number of people knew of the fact. I had been expecting to receive the money for the past 2 weeks. Who are those who know you had it? My wife, brother, the man I sold the property to. That is how I came to have such a large sum at one time, and the real estate dealers through whom I sold it. Anyone else? Oh, yes, a friend, my daughter's music teacher. He it was who found me a purchaser for the property. He is a Frenchman, is he not, and is invariably accompanied by his pretty little dog? Why, yes, do you know him? No, never saw him. He knew you had a large sum of money in the safe. Yes, he saw me deposit it there. When did he give your daughter her last music lesson? Last evening, but he complained of being ill and went away earlier than usual. Did he have his dog with him? Yes, he claims the dog is his only friend. Have you a specimen of his handwriting at hand? Yes, I have several acknowledgments of money received. He produced them. I compared the writing with that of the note I had found near the safe. They were, as far as I could determine, identically the work of the same person. Satisfied that I was on the right track, I caused a watch to be put upon the music teacher, with the result that he was arrested as he was about to leave the city. He made a full confession. How did you guess it was a Frenchman who robbed my safe, and that he was accompanied by a pretty little dog? Inquired Mr. Camden. I found the cat had been killed by a dog, and his master afterward cut her throat with the hatchet to ward off suspicion from the dog. The dog drank the milk which had been provided for the cat. I found a note written in French and evidently dropped by the thief near the safe. And his dog was a pretty little animal because his master's patrons, like yourself, would not tolerate the presence of any other kind, and you told me the dog always accompanied his master. The key to the mystery. The most puzzling case upon which I ever worked was that of the murder of John Long. The facts are briefly these. Mr. Long, a wealthy, retired merchant, living at the home of his nephew, failed to answer the dinner bell one day. He was a man who always prided himself upon his punctuality, and his failure to appear at dinner at the usual hour caused no little surprise. A messenger was sent to his room to call him. No response came to repeated knocks upon his chamber door. The door was locked. Fearful that something had happened to him, Mr. Brant, the old gentleman's nephew, set about breaking down the door. This was no easy task, as the door was made of oak and fastened by a ponderous lock and large brass hinges. After considerable effort, the door yielded to their blows and fell in. A horrible sight met the gaze of the anxious family. Mr. Long lay across the bed, cold and still in death, with his throat cut from ear to ear. Had the old man been murdered? If so, how had the murderer entered the room? The old man was known always to keep his door locked. Besides, there did not appear to be anything missing. If it was a case of suicide, what had become of the implement with which the deed had been done? It was nowhere to be found. The old man always seemed in the best of spirits, and had everything to live for. If not suicide, then it was, of course, murder. Who, then, was the murderer? It was my good fortune to be assigned to work up the case. I say good fortune because I like a difficult job. The more difficult the better, and this was one of the most difficult of all I had ever undertaken. I examined the premises, and questioned the family and the servants in order to learn all I could about the murdered man. his habits, his financial affairs, etc. In particular, I examined the room in which the foul murder had been committed. One of the windows was partially opened. This suggested the theory that the murderer might have gained access to the room by means of the window, but it was impossible for him to have done this in broad daylight, and the window was over 20 feet from the ground. One of those who seemed most eager to believe that Mr. Long had committed suicide was Thomas Brant, a scapegrace nephew of the old man. "If he committed suicide," said I, "where is the implement with which he did the deed?" "Perhaps he used his razor and then threw it out of the window," suggested Thomas. "Impossible. The jugular vein was cut, and death must have been almost instantaneous." Nevertheless, I examined the grass under the window which opened over the orchard, and found the old man's razor. There was, however, no blood upon it. The most peculiar thing in the room was the lock on the door and the key belonging to it. It was a large lock, much larger than those made at the present time, and the key was a large, heavy, brass one weighing several pounds. I was informed that this lock had done duty in the door of the store in which Mr. Long started in business, and when the building was demolished, Mr. Long preserved the lock and key which, by the way, he had designed himself. Furthermore, as soon as he entered his room, it was his custom to lock his door, remove the key from the lock, and hang it upon a nail on the wall. Here it had been found on the day of the murder. There was believed to be but one such key in existence. I believed otherwise, and made a tour of all the locksmith shops in the city in order to verify my suspicions. At last my search was rewarded. I found one who admitted, although at first unwilling to do so, that he had made a key similar to the one I carried. He had made it for a young man who answered to the description of Thomas Brant. This much gained, the next step was to connect Brant with the murder of his uncle. This was soon done. Brant was sent to prison for life, as it was not proved that he had entered his uncle's room for the purpose of murder, but simply of robbery. The missing finger. Red Joe was an industrious young man. He worked early and late at his profession. While others slept, he toiled upward in the night. In fact, night was his favorite time for toiling. He didn't exactly make hay while the sun shone, because he didn't do any work while the sun was shining on his side of the earth. He was willing to put his hand to almost anything that did not belong to him, and which he could dispose of without fear of detection. Red Joe was a burglar, and a most successful one. That is to say, he succeeded so well at the burglary business that he spent the greater part of his time behind prison walls. He was concerned, either alone or in company with others of his ilk, in some of the most important breaks that the police have any record of. Whenever a big burglary was committed, the police invariably tried to connect Red Joe with it, providing that gentleman didn't happen to be otherwise engaged at the time. This was the case in the burglary of which I have to tell. The facts are as follows. The home of Mr. Reed, the rich banker, had been broken into, and a quantity of silver plate, valued at $5,000, stolen. It had occurred during the absence of the family. The affair was reported to the police, and a large reward offered for the detection and conviction of the guilty parties. The police at once set about unearthing and following up clues, but all their labor was in vain. The burglar had carefully covered up his tracks, and left no clue as to his identity. Nobody had seen him enter or leave the house. There was no one in the house at the time of the robbery. The family had gone off for the night, and the butler who had been left in charge took advantage of their absence to visit some of his friends. During his absence, which he averred did not extend over 2 hours, the burglar had come, seen and conquered. He entered a poor man and went away comparatively rich. At first the butler was suspected and arrested, but he established a satisfactory alibi and was soon released from custody. The police did all in their power to bring the guilty ones to justice, but failed. The affair was then placed in my hands. The solution of the mystery seemed hopeless. The thief had left no clue as to his identity, and none of the booty had been disposed of at any of the pawn shops in the city or surrounding cities. I did not despair, however. I went to the scene of the robbery and made a most thorough examination of the premises. I found nothing. I was about to give up when I came upon something that promised to be a clue. I inquired from the master of the house whether there had been any repairs made in the house recently. There had. The whole interior of the house had been repainted and repapered just previous to the robbery. In fact, the finishing touches had been given the very day the burglary had been committed. Good. Then, getting the address of the painter and other workmen, I went to them and made certain inquiries which were answered to my satisfaction. Then I reported at headquarters. 2 days later, Red Joe was arrested and charged with the robbery. His premises were searched and most of the stolen plate recovered. The clue I had discovered was this. On the door frame near the safe was the imprint of fingers in the then fresh varnish. The imprint of only the thumb and 3 fingers appeared. 1 finger was missing, the one next to the little finger. This was a peculiarity of Red Joe's right hand. This discovery might mean a good deal for me, possibly nothing. You know the result. Red Joe was watched, and his suspicious actions furnished sufficient grounds for the issuing of a warrant for his arrest. He is now doing time. A grave robbery. One of the most peculiar cases with which I have ever had to deal was that of a grave robbery. The grave, or rather the vault, in which the remains of Mr. L., a wealthy Russian, I do not give his name for reasons which will presently appear, had been deposited, was found disturbed 2 days after the burial. Examination proved that the lid of the casket had been removed with the apparent intention of robbery. But, strange to say, no robbery had been committed. The gold rings on the fingers of the dead man had not been touched, and these were the only valuables the body contained. Why had the grave been opened? Nobody could offer an explanation, least of all I, who had been detailed at the desire of the family of the dead man to sift this strange affair to the bottom, and discover, if possible, who had dared to desecrate the grave of their relative. Nothing had been taken from the body as far as the family of the dead man knew, yet the thief or thieves had plenty of time in which to rob the body if they so desired. They had not been frightened off. They had carefully covered up the grave and gone away evidently unmolested. It was impossible to arrive at a conclusion as to why the grave had been opened. It now lay with me to find out who had done it. It had rained during or previous to the time of the grave robbery, and the footprints of those concerned in it, 3 different persons it appeared, were plainly discernible in the soft ground. The signs of carriage wheels were also present. This was my only clue upon which I had to work. I questioned the superintendent, whose office and residence was at the entrance to the cemetery. He had been away on the evening of the robbery, and could give me no information. He was confident no carriage had entered the cemetery after 10 o'clock, at which hour he had returned and locked the cemetery gates. There was only 1 carriage entrance to the cemetery. I had an impression at the time that the man was unnecessarily nervous in answering my questions, and seemed relieved when I got through. A month passed, and an event occurred which threw considerable light upon the mystery. The will of the late Mr. L. had been opened and read. Among the many bequests was the following most peculiar one. I bequeath to John Johnson, the dentist with address, a certain gold-capped tooth in my lower jaw, and request that he extract this and preserve it according to the terms of an agreement made between us many years ago. This not only threw light upon, but complicated the mystery. Perhaps the grave had been opened to allow the dentist to claim his strange legacy. Once more the body was disinterred by the friends of the dead man. The gold-capped tooth was missing from the lower jaw. I next called upon John Johnson, the dentist. Despite his American name, I could see that he was a foreigner, a Russian, I was certain. I mentioned the occasion of my visit. Did you open the grave of Mr. L. and remove a certain gold-capped tooth from the mouth of the dead man? I asked, point blank. Mr. Johnson seemed at a loss how to reply. At last he said no. Then the cemetery superintendent was wrong. You did not drive in with 2 companions in a carriage, and this is not your card which I picked up near the grave of Mr. L., said I, showing him one of his business cards which I had surreptitiously obtained. You might as well confess. You were only getting your rights, after all, but why did you go about it in such an underhanded way? I don't understand you. Are you not acquainted with the contents of Mr. L.'s will, the gold-capped tooth and all? Did he put that in the will? Inquired the dentist in a surprised tone. Then you do know something about it. Yes, it is a strange story, and if you will promise, nay, swear, never to reveal it, I will tell it to you. Do you swear? Something in the manner and bearing of the man told me that he was no thief, and I readily promised what he asked, and he told me the following strange story, a strange story. Mr. Johnson conducted me into an inner room, closed and locked the door, and bade me be seated. My name, he began, is not John Johnson. I am living under an assumed name for reasons of a political nature. I am a Russian by birth, and a nihilist by thought and training. I deplore the condition of my unhappy country. I have done my part, and am still willing to do it, to help bring about her freedom from the terrible despotism under which she suffers. I am acquainted with the horrors of Siberian prison mines. I was sentenced to Siberia for life, for complicity in a nihilistic plot. My brother was sent there soon afterward. Together we planned escape. I succeeded. He fell, shot down by an officer of His Despotic Majesty. I managed to reach England, where I found many friends. In London I became acquainted with the late Mr. L. He was also a nihilist, and a victim of Alexander's wrath. He, too, was an exile from his country. For either of us to return meant instant capture at the hands of the Tsar's well-trained police, or worse than that, Siberia. I lived in London 5 years. There I learned the trade of a dentist. Upon my banishment to Siberia, my property had been confiscated to the government. At the end of 5 years I came to the United States, where I have lived ever since. Mr. L. came here soon after I did. He was a rich man. Just previous to his arrest, he had managed to convert most of his property into money which he deposited in a London bank. This had been used to effect his escape from Siberia. He had relatives in this country with whom he lived up to the time of his death. Soon after coming to this country, he imparted to me a secret which had been in his keeping for 30 years, it having been transmitted to him by his father. He was then a man of 60. One day, 10 years ago, he came into my office, this very room, and said he wished to speak with me upon a most important matter, one concerning our beloved country. Do you see this tooth? He inquired, pointing to a large, gold-capped molar in his lower jaw. Yes, I replied. That tooth, he continued, after having made sure that we were alone, that tooth holds, has held for 30 years, a secret of the utmost importance to you and me, and to all liberty-loving Russians. I tell you this because I know you will guard the secret as you would your life. In the cavity of that tooth, under the gold cap, here he lowered his voice, is a piece of parchment which contains the plans of a secret underground entrance to the Tsar's palace at St. Petersburg. An entrance which, as you will readily understand, will prove of the utmost importance to our friends when the time is ripe to use it. This plan has been in the possession of our family for hundreds of years, having been drawn originally by an ancestor of mine, one of the designers of the palace. I am the last male member of my family, and now bequeath this secret to you. Upon my death, I desire that you extract the tooth, and preserve or dispose of the plan in whatever way seems best to you. You know its importance. I can rely upon your judgment. The dentist who inserted it in my tooth 30 years ago in Russia is now dead. You and I alone now hold the secret. Do you accept the trust? I do, I answered. That was Mr. L.'s story. When he died, I happened to be out of the city. On my return, I hastened to obtain possession of the tooth in the manner that seemed best to me. I was not aware that the matter was mentioned in Mr. L.'s will, which it would appear he had intended to make public before his death, but was unable to do so. The plan which I found in the cavity of the tooth is now in safe hands in Russia, and the world may yet learn whether the well-guarded secret is destined to be utilized. I tell you this because I know you are an American, a lover of liberty, and will not divulge the secret I have told you. Mr. Johnson died many years ago, and now I give this story to the world, confident that even its perusal by the Russian officials cannot in any way endanger the secret of the gold-capped tooth. End of book of detective stories by Frank Pemman.
The Extra Dozen Eggs by J.B. Hawley. The Black Mask Magazine, April 1922. Chapter 1. I am absurd enough to believe that in 9 cases out of 10, I can determine the innocence or guilt of a man accused of a crime by looking into his face. I have looked into Gerald Grayson's face, and I do not believe that his was the hand that poured poison into Robert Marsh's wine. From his eyes, innocence shines as clearly as the sunlight shines through that window. My friend Mountfort made the foregoing statement with an air almost of defiance. My impulse was to laugh at him, but knowing how sensitive he was to ridicule, I refrained. Instead, I adopted a somewhat judicial attitude. But considering the evidence, I asked, "Do you think you can convince an unimaginative jury of your young client's innocence?" Mountfort answered me with a gesture of irritation. "Hang the evidence," he exclaimed bitterly. "It is more likely to hang your client than to be hung," I retorted. "Consider it. Robert Marsh died suddenly in his home on the morning of March 29. An autopsy showed that his death was due to poison taken into his system in a glass of wine. There are 4 witnesses to testify that on the evening preceding his death, he was at the home of Graham Cumberland, and with him drank a glass of wine that was poured from an almost empty decanter by the accused. These men will further testify that the wine was served by Grayson, first to his host and then to Marsh, and that he himself did not take any. Cumberland is alive and well today, which does away with the supposition that the wine was poisoned before Grayson poured it. Therefore, we are left with only one conclusion, which is that between the time when Grayson had served Cumberland and his pouring the wine for Marsh, he slipped the poison into the latter's glass. My friend rose and stood in front of me, an expression of amused tolerance on his face. "You state your case, Tom," he said, with all the precision and bias of a district attorney. "Nevertheless, I tell you that Grayson is innocent, and I am going to prove him so, or I shall never stand before the bar of justice again." He caught up his hat and stick, and with only a nod to say goodbye, left the room. From my window, I saw his absurdly thin figure go flying down the street, looking for all the world like that of some modern Don Quixote. And as I turned back to my desk, I reflected that probably no knight-errant had ever set forth on a more futile quest than Mountfort was pursuing in his search for evidence to prove that Gerald Grayson was innocent of the murder of Robert Marsh. Yet it was like my friend to take up the cudgels for a man in as hopeless straits as his present client. It seemed to me at times that it was impossible for him to vitally interest himself in a case of any kind, unless all the circumstances and evidence were against him at the very outset. In my heart I wished him good fortune, while believing that in this instance good fortune could not come to him. Indeed, there seemed no other explanation of Marsh's death than that which I had just stated to Mountfort. There was no doubt that he had died of poison administered in a glass of wine. There was no doubt that the wine had been poured for him by Gerald Grayson. Could there be any doubt that the poison was mixed with the wine by the same person who poured it? And Grayson's motive for this terrible deed? It was known to every man and woman in the town. He loved and was loved, and the woman was Marsh's only daughter, who was prevented from marrying him by her father's prejudices against him. These prejudices were the result of one of those absurd feuds which still exist in southern communities. At some remote period, the Graysons and the Marshes had been involved in a dispute over certain lands, which when taken to the courts had been decided in favor of the former family. Since that time, the name of Grayson had been anathema to a Marsh, and succeeding generations had at different times done their utmost to bring misfortune to members of the Grayson family. It is only fair to state in favor of the Graysons that their activities in this quarrel had been directed along only defensive lines. Until this act of the last of the race in poisoning Robert Marsh, not one of them had done anything to keep alive the fires of hatred. And in the beginning, even young Gerald had shown no animosity toward his hereditary enemies. He had permitted himself to be attracted by a daughter of the race, and in an upright, manly way had done his best to gain her father's consent to their marriage. Only when this consent was refused did he strike. I was not present at the gathering at Graham Cumberland's house, where Grayson committed the act that would send him to the gallows. But what happened was adequately described to me by an eyewitness. The meeting was not a social one, but was called by Cumberland as president of the town's largest bank to obtain the consent of his directors to certain innovations he desired to establish. Present besides Cumberland himself and Marsh and Grayson were Herbert Stanley, the bank's vice president and cashier, Samuel Townsend, the richest and most powerful man in the state, and Cashel Hemming, an attorney who held proxies for the absentee directors. Except by Marsh, no objections were raised to Cumberland's plan. But Marsh, who always enjoyed being in the minority and was of an unusually antagonistic disposition, fought Cumberland tooth and nail. At moments he was positively insulting, and had it not been for his adversary's tact and tolerance of an old man's irritability, a serious quarrel might have ensued. As it was, after a great deal of argument, it was decided to hold the matters under discussion over to another meeting when it would be possible to get together a greater number of the bank's directors. It was when they had all risen to go that Cumberland, with his well-known suavity and tact, had said, "Mr. Marsh, you and I have spoken pretty plainly this evening. To show these gentlemen that our disagreement in no manner affects our personal relations, I am going to ask you to drink a glass of wine with me." He turned to Grayson, who had been sitting with his back to the buffet. "Gerald," he said, "will you oblige me by reaching into the cabinet there and getting out the decanter and glasses?" Obedient to his host's request, Grayson had brought forth a decanter which, to Cumberland's chagrin, was seen to contain only about 2 glasses of wine. While Cumberland was offering to go into the cellar and procure more wine, and being dissuaded by the others. It was noticed that Grayson had filled 2 glasses from the decanter he held in his hand, and that he had placed the first before Cumberland and the second before Marsh. Then the 2 men drank each other's health, and the party separated for the night. At about 1:30 the following morning, Marsh awoke in his bed in frightful agony. Before his daughter could get a doctor, he was dead. Chapter 2. I did not see my friend Mountford for a week after the day he left me, swearing to clear Grayson from the charge of murder or give up practicing his profession. When at length he did come to me, he was in such low spirits that I felt sorry for him. He frankly admitted that repeated interviews with his client and with everyone who had been at Cumberland's on the night of the tragedy had brought him nothing of value for the task he had set himself. "But hang it all, Tom," he said despondently, "I know, I feel in every bone in my body, that that boy is as innocent as you are. If only I could strike upon a sign to set me off in the right direction." "Oh, why not admit you're beaten?" I argued. "Persuade Grayson to let you put in a defense of temporary insanity and take his chances with the jury. I'd as soon let him plead a straight and unqualified guilty. You know how the newer element in the town feels toward the old families. And it's this element that composes most of our juries. Why, the boy wouldn't have a chance. Then forget the whole rotten business for a while. Come with me and hear Tot Walters play on her violin. Such music ought to be an antidote for anybody's troubles." Mountford did not reply to my suggestion. When I had finished tying my cravat, I turned around and looked at him. He was standing bolt upright in the center of the room, staring at me intently, yet somehow or other seemingly looking beyond me. I spoke his name. "The sign! The sign!" he exclaimed in a voice hoarse with emotion. "Gad, Tom, I think you've shown it to me. If only you have." And with no other word, he dashed from the room, leaving me to go on to the Walters concert at the Opera House alone. That evening Miss Walters, who was just back from 2 years in Dresden, where she had studied under the best teachers, played divinely. Lulled by the exquisite notes of her instrument, I was able to thrust aside all my problems and vexations and soar into a world of purest melody. The music gripped me to such an extent that even after it was over and I was walking homeward through the soft spring moonlight, I was a being apart from other mortals. Therefore the shock was considerable when from out of the shadows surrounding my porch a figure darted and caught me by the arm. I had raised my fist to strike when Mountford's familiar voice came to me out of the darkness. "Tom," he cried, "I'm on the trail. The scent is strong. Come, I want you to be in at the kill." "What on earth are you talking about?" I cried, thinking for a second that my friend had gone mad. "The Grayson case, you idiot," he answered impatiently. "By the grace of God, I'll have that boy out of jail before I'm a day older." Without listening to my protests and vouchsafing me no further information, he led me hurriedly along the street toward the upper end of the town. When at length I was going to declare my intention to go no farther unless he told me what wild goose chase we were pursuing, he turned in at the gate of a fine old mansion. Surprised beyond belief, I saw that the house toward which we were heading was the home of Graham Cumberland. "What are we doing here at this time of night?" I demanded. "Surely you've been over the case with Cumberland 100 times before this." Mountford ignored my question. Instead of answering it, he took the steps of Cumberland's stoop at a bound, and an instant later I heard his ring at the bell. The door was opened to us almost instantly, and it was Cumberland's handsome, genial face that looked out at us from the lighted doorway. "Come in, gentlemen. Come in," he cried when he had recognized us. "I am very glad you have taken the trouble to look in on me. I had become so bored with my own company that I was just about to pack off to bed." He stood aside and held the door wide for us to enter. "Mr. Cumberland," Mountford said, when a minute or so later we were seated in our host's library, enjoying the flavor of his cigars. "Our visit is not entirely a social one. In fact, I've come to ask you a further question or so about the death of Robert Marsh. Perhaps you will bear with me when I tell you that my belief in Grayson's innocence is still unshaken, and I do not want to leave anything undone that might in any way help him." Cumberland made a deprecatory gesture. He spoke in a tone of the utmost sincerity. "No one more than myself pities that unfortunate young man. If there is anything I can tell you or do that will aid him in any way, come to me at any time of the day or night, and as often as you choose." I turned toward Mountford to see how he was impressed by our host's generous speech, and I was amazed to see him grinning almost malevolently. "Then why, Mr. Cumberland?" he asked in a voice barely above a whisper, "did you purchase so many eggs on the afternoon of March 29? "Eggs!" Cumberland cried, quite rightfully startled out of his habitual calm. "What in heaven's name do you mean?" Mountford drew a memorandum book from his pocket and with exasperating slowness turned the pages until he found the notation he was seeking. "On March 29th, he read at length, "From Simon Green, grocer, at 4:30 in the afternoon you purchased a dozen eggs which you carried home yourself." Graham Cumberland settled back in his chair and regarded Mountford with an amused smile. "We'll grant that astounding fact," he said good-humouredly, "but what has a quite ordinary household purchase of mine to do with Robert Marsh's death?" But it wasn't an ordinary household purchase. You see, just the day before your cook had purchased her usual weekly amount of 3 dozen. Cumberland shook his head and regarded my friend with a puzzled expression. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I don't quite see what you are driving at. Are you suggesting that I am extravagant in the matter of buying eggs? Or is it that you think eggs are bad?" No, Mountford broke in, "not bad. I think that they are the best thing in the world for a man who has just taken a huge dose of corrosive sublimate." Cumberland literally sprang from his chair. He towered over Mountford, and for an instant I thought he was going to strike my friend. Then he fairly shouted, "What do you mean, you infernal fool?" "I mean, Cumberland," Mountford answered with a deadly calm, "that when you poisoned Robert Marsh, in order to direct suspicion away from yourself, you too drank of the deadly wine. But you had an antidote in the form of the whites of a dozen eggs ready to hand. You lived while Marsh died. Cumberland made a gesture of disgust and turned away. "You're mad, man, stark, raving mad," he said contemptuously. "Your plan was very clever," Mountfort continued, "and had it not been for an accidental word from Tom here, and a moment of inspiration that came to me when I needed it most, you would never have been found out. Grayson would have hanged for the murder you committed. It is probable that you wanted Marsh out of the way because you knew that while he was alive you would never be able to make the changes in the bank. That would cover up your irregularities." "Ha! You didn't think I knew about the bank? As a matter of fact, I didn't. I merely guessed, but the expression that crossed your face just then showed me that my guess was a good one. But to continue. You emptied your decanter of all but 2 glasses of wine, and to this wine you added enough corrosive sublimate to kill a man. Then you arranged the seating of your guests on the tragic night so that Grayson, who was known to hate Marsh, would be near the wine and therefore the logical person to pour it when you called for it. He did pour it, and Marsh died. Then everyone believed that he, Grayson, must have poisoned Marsh's glass, since you yourself had drunk from the same decanter and suffered no bad effects. That was because no one had seen you rush to your bathroom after your guests had gone and drink down the whites of eggs that saved your life. But do you think you can make a jury believe that silly yam?" Cumberland snarled. "Yes. You see, I am able to show them the bottle in which the poison came and bring before them a druggist from a town 50 miles away who will swear that on the 26th of March he sold you a quantity of corrosive sublimate on the excuse that you wanted to kill an ailing dog." At Mountford's last statement, Cumberland straightened himself and, wheeling, dashed into his bedroom. Before either Mountfort or I could reach the door, it was slammed to and bolted. Then as we pounded on its panels, we heard the sharp crack of a pistol shot. Mountfort stepped back and said, "There, Tom, was Cumberland's confession to the murder of Robert Marsh." Chapter 3. Later that night, after the authorities had taken charge in Cumberland's house and Mountfort and I had made our depositions before the district attorney, my friend told me how he had discovered Cumberland's guilt. "I deserve no credit, Tom," he said modestly. "When I was in a highly keyed-up state, open to every sort of influence, you gave me a hint. I followed it. That was all." "I gave you a hint," I repeated in amazement. Mountfort nodded. "Sounds silly, I know," he continued, "but it's a fact that from your using the word antidote in something you were saying came the idea that set me on the right track. Remember, I was searching madly for someone besides Grayson who might have poisoned Marsh. Until you used that word, it seemed impossible that anyone else could have done so, since all the witnesses agreed that only he had touched the decanter from which 2 glasses were served. One harmless, which went to Cumberland, and the other deadly. Then came my inspiration. You said antidote, and as suddenly as lightning illumines a dark sky, my mind was lighted. I saw as in a vision how a man could poison another, and keep himself from suspicion by taking some of the poison himself, saving himself from its deadly effects by taking an antidote already prepared. I left you and rushed to the library, where I read that the best antidote for corrosive sublimate was a mixture of the whites of eggs. The man toward whom my suspicions were now directed was, of course, Cumberland. Since the poisoned wine came from his decanter, and he was the man who had taken the other glass of wine poured by the innocent Grayson, I made the rounds of the groceries and dairies until I found the store where he had purchased a dozen eggs on the day of the murder. Then, hoping to find something else that might incriminate him, I went snooping around his house. And there, back of his BAM in a pile of refuse, I found the parts of a broken bottle that had once contained corrosive sublimate. One of the pieces bore the druggist's label. I wired to him, and in less than an hour had a reply that proved to me that my case against Cumberland was complete. I found you and brought you to his house so that I might have a witness when I accused him. And that is all. Mr. Fortune's Trials by H.C. Bailey. Trial 1. The Furnished Cottage. Mr. Fortune lay in a hammock. The fragrance of lilac and hawthorn was about him. Beyond the golden glow of his azaleas flowed the quiet brown water of the Medway. Warm air moved drowsily. No sound came to him but the songs of birds. He saw no fellow creature but the blurs among the strings of hops on the hillside which were women. Mr. Fortune sighed content. Cars and people and motorboats had driven him from his old beloved garden by the Thames. The new house had been bought for peace, and peace was found. Nothing ever troubled the smiling languor of that riverside. Like heaven, Mr. Fortune murmured, only quieter. And a parlour-maid stood over him with letters. He looked and groaned. "Janet, have you no conscience?" he complained. The parlour-maid stared at him and her mouth opened a little. "No, I see you haven't. Never disturb me unless I'm really busy." He looked with abhorrence at the letters. "Do you know my engagement book? A red thing, on the right of the desk." Janet pattered off. The letters were, as he feared, invitations. The engagement book was brought. He turned the pages and his face fell. "Oh, my aunt," he mourned. He found that his next day was pledged to hostesses in London. "Take the things away." He thrust book and letters into Janet's hands. "Tell Sam I shall want the car in the morning. Telephone Wimpole Street, I'm coming up tomorrow." "Don't look so worried, Janet." "It's me that's worried." He rolled out of the hammock and wandered sadly through the garden. He was going to miss the opening of his new iris, and there was no joy in life. The next thing which happened in the case was the reception given by Lady Blanche Thurtle to see her daughter's wedding presents. Charity took Reggie Fortune there, for Lady Blanche had helped, out of her husband's millions, some of the discharged criminals on which Mr. Fortune keeps a fatherly eye. She is otherwise of no importance. Reggie found among her guests hardly a creature he knew. He wandered disconsolate through the long array of presents, trying to escape, and was brought up by a woman who took more interest in them than he did. He could not get round her. He had to look at something for civility. Old silver, Japanese figures, a gold snuff box, some rococo jewellery, a pendant of emeralds in platinum, but the woman stood still. She was panting, she was flushed. She put her hand to her breast. "I beg your pardon, can I help you?" Reggie said. She frowned at him, she shook her head. "It's nothing," she said. "It is only faintness." She turned her back on him and drew away. Mr. Fortune, lingering a moment, looked plaintively around him and gave up the entertainment. But as he worked towards the dower, he was stopped by a rosy man with a good deal of collar and tie. "Just a moment, sir. I want a word with you, please." He handed Reggie a card inscribed, "Mr. John Good, International Detective Service." "Splendid," said Reggie, and gave it back. "This way, sir," said Mr. Good, and with a plump shoulder edged him away into an anteroom, shut the door, and stood in front of it. "You understand I'm in charge here. Acting for Lady Blanche Thurtle. Won't detain you a moment." "Don't mind me," Reggie smiled. "We don't want any fuss, do we?" Mr. Good smiled back. A faint tap came at the door. Mr. Good opened it to admit a flashy fellow with a schedule in his hand. He pointed to a line in it. They whispered together. Mr. Good turned on Reggie with some ferocity. "Now look here, sir. You've been under observation. You've been behaving very odd. And there is something pretty valuable missing, which was exhibited just where you were playing about. What do you say to that?" Reggie sighed. "Who put you up to it, Mr. Good?" "What do you mean, put me up to it? I'm acting for Lady Blanche, my lad. I've got her authority all right." "Yes, you," said Reggie wearily. "But I'm Reginald Fortune." "What ho!" The flashy assistant chuckled. Mr. Good breathed heavily. Meaning the Mr. Fortune, the Scotland Yard expert? Well, you know, I'll have to verify that. Then get on with it. Lady Blanche knows me. Mr. Good looked cunning. Pity to trouble Lady Blanche just now. There's a police station just round the corner. They'll know Mr. Fortune. You're wasting time, Reggie sighed. I don't think. Mr. Good was more cunning than ever. If you please, sir, we don't want any fuss, do we? Reggie resigned himself. In 5 minutes, the inspector on duty at the police station was giving him a respectful welcome. And what can we do for you, Mr. Fortune? Well, you might introduce me to Mr. Good, Reggie smiled. Mr. Good seemed to shrink. Mr. Good showed an anxiety to efface himself. That's all right, that's quite all right, sir. Very sorry to trouble you. But I did have to verify it, you know. And so you shall. Just take us into a private room, Inspector. The reluctant Mr. Good was propelled onwards by the inspector. The door of a bare little den closed behind them. You want to make a complaint, Mr. Fortune? No, it's Mr. Good who makes the complaint. He's in charge of the wedding presents at Lady Blanche Thurtle's, and he says I've been behaving suspiciously. The inspector snorted. And one of the presents is gone. What was it that went, Mr. Good? Emerald pendant, sir, and he thinks I've got it. Now, Mr. Fortune, sir, that's not right, you know. I never said you had it. I didn't make a charge at all. Didn't you, though? The inspector laughed. That was kind. But I'd like it cleared up, said Reggie plaintively. Search me, please. Oh, no, sir, not me. Mr. Good shrank. I don't need, I'm quite satisfied. But I'm not. Inspector, just see if I have an emerald pendant on me. It's you asking him, not me, Mr. Good cried. The inspector, grinning, made a search. Reggie gathered his possessions again. And that's that. No emeralds. Now, Mr. Good, who put you up to this? It's not put up, sir. I don't know what you mean, Mr. Good protested. There's a lot of stuff there and all sorts of people. Lady Blanche told me herself she didn't really know half of them. People come without invitations to these shows. And begging your pardon, Mr. Fortune, you were loitering about. When my attention was drawn to you— Yes, who drew it? Well, sir, there was a young fellow came up to me and said, You the detective in charge? Well, I'd have a look there if I was you. And he pointed where you were hanging about. I knew there was some good stuff there, and you acted odd. And when we found the emeralds had gone, well, Mr. Fortune, what would you have done? I should have looked after that young fellow. That's the game, the inspector chuckled. How was I to know? Mr. Good was plaintive. Would you know him again? Said Reggie. Mr. Good pondered. Smart young chap, clean-shaven, he pronounced. The inspector made a scornful noise. Well, you see, there wasn't anything about him. He just slid by. With the emeralds, said the inspector. You'd better slide after him good. And Mr. Good was not anxious to stay. Mr. John Good, International Detective Service, Reggie murmured. What's the worst you know about him? He's all right, sir, said the inspector tolerantly. No vice in him. He's only a ruddy fool. My hat, he's made a nice mess for us to clear up. His young chap got clear off with those stones. Did you have any notion about it yourself, Mr. Fortune? No, it's not much in my way, said Reggie sadly. But the inspector was wrong. No one got away with the emerald pendant. When all the guests were gone, Mr. Good found it on the floor. In a day or two, Reggie made a call on the chief of the Criminal Investigation Department. He was received with a cry of joy. The Honourable Sidney Lomas pranced round the table, holding out his arms. Reginald, my innocent child, embrace me. I thank heaven for your deliverance. Not a stain upon your character, they tell me. Wonderful. You know all about it, do you? Said Mr. Fortune morosely. These little things will get about. Lomas chuckled. I wish I'd seen you at the police station. The fair young hero, falsely accused, defying calumny. Where are my emeralds? Says the villain hoarsely. Search me, the noble youth cried. Search me, varlet. And his innocence was proved in the fair light of heaven. Yes, I wasn't taking any risks, said Mr. Fortune. You see, I'd had the beastly things in my pocket. The face of Lomas changed like an actor's from mirth to... The devil you had! And what have you been up to, Fortune? I wish I knew. I was stuck in that show behind a woman who was having a spasm of the heart. When we moved on, I thought I felt something at my coattails. I found that emerald pendant in my pocket. I dropped the beastly thing under the table and looked about for anybody suspicious. All very ordinary people. And then Mr. John Good, of the International Detective Service, was arresting me. Queer sensation, Lomas. Ever tried it? Nobody has arrested me yet, said the chief of the Criminal Investigation Department modestly. Oh, don't despair. Well, now, there's one or two little questions. What about our Mr. Good? It did occur to me Mr. Good might have been bribed to get me into a mess. Lomas shook his head. He wouldn't take it on. We know all about Good. He's a bustling ass, but he don't touch shady jobs. No, I should say there was a jewel thief at work who saw Good watching him and slipped the stuff into your pocket. Good wasn't watching anybody. He said he looked at me because somebody told him to. I dare say, probably the chap who lifted the emeralds. Some of these fellows play a very bold game. Lomas chuckled. Some of them have a sense of humor too. I'm afraid you don't see the joke, Fortune. We are not amused, said Reggie gloomily. Suppose I hadn't got rid of those emeralds. Suppose they'd been found on me. What would you have said, Lomas? Oh, my dear fellow, you'd have told your story. We should have said the thief put them in your pocket. If Good was fool enough to make a charge, we should have got it dismissed. Yes. And the next time I was called as an expert witness, I should have been cross-examined about these emeralds, and the jury wouldn't trust a word I said about anything. Good Lord, you'd never dare put me in the box if there had been a charge like this against me. This little business would have made an end of Mr. Fortune. Lomas frowned. You mean somebody wants to get you out of the way? Do you suspect anyone? Well, I must have made a few enemies in my time, and more than I know. Most of them have been hanged, said Lomas grimly. I don't think the criminal population go to Lady Blanche Thurtle's. Did you see any face you knew? No criminals. No criminal name on her list. But what's that amount to? I didn't know a quarter of the people. Nor did she. Old Mr. Parvenu gave a great ball, and of all the fine guests he knew no one at all. Hang it, your theory is there was a crook in the place. Yes, but the professional crook don't bear a grudge against Mr. Fortune. We don't worry you with vulgar stealing. No, no. And I shouldn't have thought the beggars who hate me would play about to get me charged with theft. Their idea would be something with boiling oil in it. Lomas laughed. Well, I shouldn't lose sleep about that. I don't, said Mr. Fortune. Goodbye, old thing. I don't like London. Too difficult for my gentle mind. And he returned to his house of brown stone by the brown Medway and spent genial days in bringing his roses up by hand and rested from his labours in a canoe upon the lonely river. And Elise the cook and Janet the parlour-maid watched over him tenderly. It was a lazy June evening. Mr. Fortune dined in flannels. He sat before an empty plate and watched the remains of the maraschino ice melt about the strawberries. Mr. Fortune sighed. I am a coward, Janet, he said sadly, and Janet almost dropped the coffee tray. I always know when I've had enough. In a gentle melancholy, he took his cigar into the garden, and as usual the river tempted him. He sank upon the cushions of the canoe. The western sky above the wood still glowed, but the freshness of night was on the air. The steers in the lush pastures by the river came rustling to drink. The voices of men crossing a wooden bridge to the village inn died away. Mr. Fortune coaxed his canoe along in the slack water to the high bank from which the hops rose in a network of green. On that side by the bridge stood an old cottage. As he came near, a man ran out, saw him, checked, and hailed him. Hallo, I say, do you know where I can get a doctor? Mr. Fortune groaned. I'm a doctor, he confessed. What's the matter? My mother's had an accident, a fall. I can't stop the bleeding. I say, would you mind? Awfully good of you. Mr. Fortune swept the canoe into the bank and tied up to an old alder root. "Thanks most awfully. I'm afraid she's rather badly hurt, and we're all alone in the place. Only use it for weekends. Haven't got a servant." He hurried on, talking fast. "Lucky to get you. Mother, I've got a doctor. Come in, sir." Mr. Fortune came into a low, dark room. The man stood aside. "Here you are." Mr. Fortune was thrust forward, fell. He was on his face on rough stone. There was a slamming thud overhead. He scrambled to his feet and found himself in a cellar. Faint light came into it through an iron grating at one end. He made his way there. The bars were built into the stone walls of the cottage. He peered about him, and his eyes, growing used to the gloom, saw an old and broken stair leading up to the trap door through which he had been thrown. The cellar was a big place, dug out in the sandstone under the whole of the cottage, empty but for a chair and a jug on it. He climbed the rickety stair and thrust at the trap door. It held fast, and when he tried to use more force, the stair cracked under him. He waited, listening. He was aware of movement and a pungent smell. "Oh, my aunt," he muttered. And then a woman's voice spoke. "Goodbye, Mr. Reginald Fortune," it said, and it gave a queer, panting laugh. "Goodbye, Fortune," the man said. "Just off to sink your canoe." "Goodbye, Mr. Fortune," the woman said again. "There's water for you down there. It's hot weather, isn't it? You'll soon be thirsty. But don't drink it till you get bored. It has quite a lot of strychnine in it. Goodbye." He heard a door shut and locked. He heard a car started. It whirred away and was gone. The cellar felt very quiet. Mr. Fortune sat down on the sandstone and considered things. He knew the cottage. It belonged to a painter. It had been to let furnished. It stood alone at the end of a lane which served no other house. The nearest was half a mile away. Even if he could shout loud enough for the sound to come out of the cellar, there was no one to hear. And shouting would make him thirsty. He would not be missed that night. His servants did not wait up for him. In the morning, when they found he had not come home, there would be a search. They knew he had gone out in the canoe. The canoe would be found sunk. The river would be dragged. A day's work, several days' work, while he lay in the cellar with a jug of poisoned water to drink. Lomas would sit up and take notice. Lomas would put good men on the job. They might pick up something. They might think of trying the empty cottage. But how soon? How long could he last without water? How long hold out against the temptation of that poisoned jug? "Oh, Peter, I'm thirsty already," he muttered. Perhaps the old woman was only trying to frighten him. Perhaps the water wasn't really poisoned. He put the tip of a finger into it and touched his tongue. Bitter, yes, the old woman told the truth. Strychnine, and a good dose of it. And he would be sitting there, wild with thirst, looking at her poisoned water. The old woman must have thought a good deal about making him suffer. "Yes, I don't think I want to amuse her," said Mr. Fortune. Better simplify things. Better not wait till the cursed water was tempting. Spill it all and be done with it. But with his hand on the jug, he stopped. "Reginald, you're getting rattled," he rebuked himself. "You're funking." He examined his resources. Some cigars, a box of matches, a small penknife. He rose and wandered about the cellar. The beams and the planks above were oak. Against them, against the heavy trap door, his little knife could do nothing. He tried the bars of the grating. They were firm, and even if he had broken them, the hole was far too small for escape. He sat down on the floor and broke up the chair. When he had a pile of wood, he cut some into chips, working fast. He carried his pile to the grating, pushed the chips through into the garden and upon them the wood. He struck a match and looked at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. He lit his pile, coaxed it into a fire and fed it carefully. It did not burn well, for it lay in a tangle of bushes, but it made of them volumes of white smoke. In a little while, through the crackle and hissing of the fire, he heard heavy footsteps and voices. Then he put his head to the grating and shouted into the smoke. "Well now, if that ben't a queer thing," he heard a voice thick with beer. "'Tis right against the old cottage wall." Reggie shouted again. "Help! Help! Get me out!" "Did you hear that, Bert? Come from underground, like." "Where be you, mate?" "Down in the cellar. Shut in the cellar. Break into the cottage and get me out." "However did you go to get yourself shut down there? What be doing with a fire? Who be you, my lad?" "Mr. Fortune from Southley. Break into the cottage and lift the cellar trap." "'Tis the London gentleman from Southley, Bert. However did you get down there, sir?" "The people locked up the place while I was down here." "Well now." "Lucky for you we saw your fire as we was a-coming home from alehouse." "Wasn't it lucky?" said Reggie, fuming. "But I wonder if I'm ever coming out." "Oh, us'll have you out quick." At last they were spurred to action. A window crashed. A heavy body came down on the floor. The trap-door was raised, and Reggie, carrying his jug, came carefully up the broken steps. "Bolted you down, sir?" his deliverer said curiously. "So they did." "Some mistake?" Reggie smiled. "I didn't know as there was any folks in the old cottage, didn't you?" "Well, thanks very much." Money passed. With some difficulty he got rid of those helpful Kentish men. They suffered from curiosity. Mr. Fortune, coming home by the road, entered through the front door. Janet, the parlour-maid, ran out into the hall at the sound and saw him with a jug in his hand. She stared. She was bewildered. "Only me, Janet," said Mr. Fortune, and came to the telephone. Janet's large eyes gazed at the jug. "I thought you went out on the river," she stammered. Mr. Fortune contemplated her agitation with paternal interest. "So I did." He switched the telephone through to the study, took his jug there and sat down to make a trunk call. He was never an early riser. He was still in his pyjamas and was shaving when a large car drew up at the brown house. 4 men got out of it. Reggie smiled. "Turned out the whole force," he murmured. A tap came at his dressing-room door. "The Honourable Sidney Lomas, sir." Janet's voice was faint with awe. "Let 'em all come," said Mr. Fortune, and wiped his face. The next moment Lomas was with him, gripping both his hands. "My dear fellow, thank God you're safe. I should never have forgiven myself if anything had happened. After that affair with the wedding presents, I shouldn't have let you come down here alone." Behind Lomas filed into the room the solid form of Superintendent Bell, Inspector Morden, dark and gaunt, and a comely youth unknown to Mr. Fortune. "Well, well, all the talents," said he. "This is very flattering." He perched on the windowsill, for chairs were scarce. "So you think it was the people behind the wedding present stunt who put me in the cellar?" "Yes. That was rather my idea. You always thought the wedding present business was serious." Lomas nodded. "I ought to have looked after you. Thank God you've come through. We'll take no more risks, Reginald. Now let's get on. Have you got any theories?" "Well, somebody's out for my blood. It's revenge, I suppose." "That's it, sir." Bell nodded. "Some fellow you brought to justice is after you, or his pals." "I can't think of anyone I've convicted who has got out of prison lately." "No, I looked into that," Lomas said. "There's no one, and the fellows you convict don't generally get out of prison. They have friends, though," Bell persisted. "This is revenge, all right." "Yes, rather subtle revenge. Did you notice? They're not so keen to kill me plain. They could have done that last night. A knife in the back in that dark cottage, a shot, and I should have gone out, but that wasn't good enough. First they tried to ruin me. Then they locked me up with a jug of poisoned water. I had to suffer before I died." "Diabolical," said Lomas. "Hate," Reggie shrugged. "Somebody's feeling very bitter against me, and that somebody's a pal of one of the fellows you've convicted, sir," said Bell. "That's all right," Inspector Morden glowered. "But if we've got to work through all the pals of all the fellows Mr. Fortune's hanged, it's going to be a long job." Bell was watching his Mr. Fortune's grave face with reverence. "Anyone you're thinking of, sir?" he said softly. "I fancy the woman last night was the woman with a bad heart who got in my way at the wedding present show." "I suppose the heart attack was faked?" Lomas said. "No, I don't think it was faked. Middle-aged woman, looking older than her years, good deal of grey hair, ordinary height, stout, mottled complexion, brown eyes, cultivated voice. Disease of the muscle of the heart. She uses nitrite of amyl for it. I smelt the stuff. With her a young man, average size, dark hair and complexion, rather dressy, brown tweeds with a sprig of heather in his buttonhole." Inspector Morden smiled. "Not much in that, sir, is there?" "Well, I don't know, I'm sorry, it's all I've got," Reggie murmured apologetically. "Oh, I think it was a small car they went off in." "Well, somebody may have seen the car," Lomas said. "There's that. Somebody may have met the people. Somebody must know who took the cottage. That's what you have to work on, Bell. If you want more men, let me know. I'll see the chief constable at Maidstone on my way back to town. Now, look here, Fortune, old man, I'm leaving you Sergeant Underwood." He thrust forward the comely youth who smiled shyly. "He's your new secretary, and he's not going to let you out of his sight." "But that's very embarrassing," said Mr. Fortune. "I'm just going to have my bath." Under the care of Sergeant Underwood, who was firm with him but not fussy, he resumed his tranquil life, and Superintendent Bell and Inspector Morden scorned delights and lived laborious days trying to trace the lady with heart disease and her assistant. They billeted themselves in a modest lodging in Maidstone. It was not their desire to attract attention or to advertise that the Criminal Investigation Department was anxious about the safety of Mr. Fortune. They found the country people deeply interested in the affair, and telling the tale with picturesque decorations, but anxious for more information, not able to give any. Observed the two of them arriving unobtrusively on push bicycles at Mr. Fortune's gate in the gloaming. On the other side of the house, on the veranda, Mr. Fortune lay in a long chair with his first cigar after dinner. Sergeant Underwood sat by him, studying a treatise on wireless. Sergeant Underwood cocked his head, rose silently, and stood in front of Mr. Fortune, a hand in the pocket of his dinner jacket. Mr. Fortune chuckled. "Don't be hasty, my child. I know that step." From the sunken Dutch garden arose the square shape of Superintendent Bell, with Inspector Morden's length in support. "Enter first conspirator and second conspirator." Mr. Fortune smiled. "Hallo, Bell. You look worried. Another little drink wouldn't do you any harm. Fill the cup that clears today of past regrets and future fears. Speak your minds." "Mine's water," said Inspector Morden gloomily. "Plain water. Nothing else while working, thank you. What a life, what a life," Reggie murmured. But Bell allowed himself to taste Mr. Fortune's 1,870 brandy. "You know, sir, it's one of those cases that looks so easy till you get at 'em." Bell began to open his heart. "Find the people that rented the cottage. Well, any fellow ought to be able to do that, you might say, but it isn't such a soft job. The place wasn't taken through any agents, but direct from the owner. He's up in his London studio. He advertised it to let furnished. A young woman, Mrs. John Smith by name, if you please, said she'd take it for a couple of months and paid in advance, so he didn't bother about a reference. He don't remember anything about her looks. Pleasant, he says, and quite the lady, but he's pretty sure she was young. Well, that don't help us. You'd think some of the country people must have seen folks at the cottage. We can't find anybody who ever noticed 'em. You'd think the car might have caught somebody's eye. There is talk of a grey two-seater King seen in the lane some time, but no one can say when. And there's quite a lot of grey two-seaters on the road." "I'm afraid you're having a lot of trouble, Bell," said Reggie pensively. "It isn't the trouble, sir. It's not getting anywhere." "Very well managed business," Reggie murmured. "Just see that no one's about, Underwood." Sergeant Underwood wandered about behind them, and Bell went on, "Oh, they're smart enough. I don't mind owning, sir, I don't like to think of them dodging clear of us now. You mean they'll try for me again? Reggie smiled. It's only too likely, Belle. So bad for the department. I'm not thinking about the department, sir. I'm thinking about you. This last time was as near as no matter. Yes, I don't want them to try again, Reggie agreed. But there it is, sir, Belle insisted. We've got nowhere. It looked as if we had a lot to go on, and it's all fizzled out. I don't know what you mean, a lot, Inspector Morden broke in. We had nothing, my way of thinking. Find an old woman with heart disease, and a young chap with a bit of heather in his buttonhole and a grey two-seater. Might as well ask us to took for a woman with 2 eyes and a nose and a boy in trousers. No, I wouldn't say that, Morden, Reggie murmured. I wouldn't say that. There are points. Are there, sir? Well, I don't see 'em. Morden was peevish. Perhaps you wouldn't mind telling us what you do, Mr. Fortune? Reggie stirred in his chair. We'll have to go through with it, he said. Well, Morden, I should go to all the chemists in Tunbridge Wells. I should ask 'em if, within the last month or two, they've been selling to any new customers nitrite of amyl or nitroglycerine. Nitroglycerine? That's dynamite, isn't it? Morden cried. Why, sir, do you think they're using explosives? Reggie shook his head. You've got such an imagination, Morden. No bombs. Nitroglycerin helps the heart along. But I dare say she only uses nitrite of amyl. Well, if there's a newcomer in Tunbridge Wells who's using the stuff and has a young man and a grey two-seater, I'll see what I can do about it. It beats me, said Morden angrily. If you knew all that, sir, why didn't you tell us before? My dear fellow, I did tell you. I said the lady had a heart, probably used nitrite of amyl, and the boy wore heather. And where's Tunbridge Wells in that, Mr. Fortune? Where the heather grows. The nearest place to here where there's any heather is the hills beyond Tunbridge Wells, Crowborough way. Of course, he may have got it somewhere else. They may have had a long run in that car, but if they did, he wouldn't be stopping to pick heather. Most likely they work from a base somewhere near, and most likely he picks his little flowers near home. I should try Tunbridge Wells. That's pretty neat, Mr. Fortune, Belle said reverently. If they ever were at Tunbridge Wells, they'll be off by now, Morden grumbled. We're a day or two after the fair. You think so? Reggie sighed. I don't think they're done with me yet, and I don't think they're afraid of me, or you either, Morden. Inspector Morden glared. Rather upset you, haven't they, sir? He said. They'll be afraid, all right, if we can get hold of them. I wonder, Reggie said. Days passed. Sergeant Underwood learnt much about begonias and something of the white wines of France, and one afternoon a hired car rattled up to the house with Superintendent Bell. He found Reggie among his roses exhorting a gardener. Recte's eyebrows went up. The superintendent nodded. Reggie took his arm and walked him away. I think we've got 'em, sir, Bell said, living in a furnished house in Tunbridge Wells as bold as brass. It all fits. Mother and son came there 2 months ago. Woman takes nitrite of amyl. Son drives a grey two-seater. They look like you said. She's oldish, both dark, he's dressy. Did you know them at all? Bell shook his head. Strangers to me. Decent people to look at. You'll have to come over and identify. You haven't frightened 'em? Oh, no. They don't know they're watched. And if they did, they wouldn't get away. Morden's got plenty of men. What do they call themselves? We're, he started. Reggie's hands had closed on his arm. Why, sir, it didn't mean anything to me. Don't you remember? It's 15 years back. Down in the Cotswolds. Claude Weir, Bell pondered. Oh, yes. Artist, wasn't he? He was hanged for murdering a woman. Yes, I hanged him, Reggie said, and he shivered. Bell stared at him. And this is his wife and his son? That would explain it all. But they wouldn't use their own name, sir. She would, said Reggie. God bless my soul. Well, sir, I'd like to get on with it. You'd better come and have a look at them. Yes, I'll have to see them, Reggie said slowly. But I want to go over the records first. He turned to Sergeant Underwood, discreet in the background. Tell Sam I want the car at once. I'm going to town. You'll stay here." Sergeant Underwood hesitated, lingered. "Beg pardon, sir. My orders are never to leave you alone." "That's all right. The superintendent's coming with me. I want a man here who knows the place. Keep your eyes open." Next morning, Mr. Fortune's car drove into Tunbridge Wells and checked a moment as it turned off the main road. Inspector Morden strolled to the door. The boys out in the town walking, the old woman's in. The car rolled on and climbed and came between limes and chestnuts to houses half hidden in their leaves. Grey, old-fashioned houses. Reggie Fortune got out and rang at a door. An aged maid opened it. "Please tell Mrs. Weir that Mr. Reginald Fortune has come to see her." He was shown into a drawing-room which looked as if it had not been used since 1860. There was movement overhead, slow, heavy steps on the stairs. A woman came in, stood still in front of the closed door and looked at him. She was as big as he. An Indian shawl, crimson and gold, was drawn about her body. It made her head seem colourless. That full, sallow face, the pile of grey hair fixed like metal. He saw her dark eyes. She was the woman of the wedding presents. "So you have come to me, Mr. Fortune," she said. "You made it necessary, madame. What have you done with my son?" "Nothing yet. I came first to you." "That was best." Her hands moved under her shawl. Reggie sprang at her, gripped her arms at the elbows. She gave a faint cry. A revolver fell out of her shawl, and he kicked it away and let her go. "Please sit down, madame." "You coward," she gasped. "No, I don't think so," Reggie said gravely, "but it's best as it is. There are half a dozen men outside who know that I am with you. If you were to kill me, there would be no escape now." "I said you were a coward." "Do you know who I am?" Reggie bowed. "The wife of Claude Weir, madame. Claude Weir's widow, Mr. Fortune. You hanged him." Her breath came quick. "Ah, you dare not deny it to me. And you've waited all these years to kill me?" She laughed. "Did you think I should forget, Mr. Fortune? I had to wait. I couldn't be sure alone. I had to teach the children what they had to do." "Yes, I thought so," Reggie murmured. "God help us all. So you've brought Tip your children to murder me. And then? You murdered their father. They're alive to punish you. Ah, you'll live happy now, won't you, you coward?" Reggie's voice was gentle. "I'm not afraid, Mrs. Weir," he said. "I know too much. But you, the police are outside your house now." "Yes, you've escaped now," she cried. "Oh, you're cunning. You're cunning. You escaped before. You're safe for a while. But what can you do? You'll send us all to prison. Very likely I shall die in prison. I can't live long anywhere. But you can't hang us. We haven't killed you. And the children will come out of prison and try again and again." "You've trained them to spend their lives on killing me? My God, were they born for that?" "Yes and yes and yes," she cried. "That frightens you, doesn't it?" "I'm thinking of them," said Reggie slowly. "You," she laughed. "You swore their father's life away." "You've told them that. You didn't tell them everything, Mrs. Weir." She was startled into a moment's silence. "It's not true," she said fiercely. "They've read it all." "Yes, and what you didn't say at the trial, have you told them that?" She stared at him. "I said nothing. The lawyers wouldn't let me." "They were wise." "What do you mean?" "Don't you remember? 15 years ago, Caroline Power was found dead on the railway line at the entry of the Cotswold Tunnel. But she had Ken killed before the train ran over her. Her head had been battered by blows with a stick. There were marks of a man's hand on her cloak. The blows had been struck by a left-handed man. There were splinters of oak in the wound. Claude Weir was left-handed. Claude Weir's hands were in the shape of the marks. Claude Weir had an oak stick from which splinters had gone, and which was stained with blood. That was my evidence. It was all a lie. She was killed by a train. Why should I tell lies? I had never heard of Claude Weir, or you, or Caroline Power. I was only there to find out the truth and see that justice was done. It was your evidence that hanged Claude. The lawyers said so. Everyone said so. Justice. You were paid to find somebody to hang. You wanted to find somebody to hang. That's how you make your living. That's how you are famous. No, I'm on the side of those who are wronged. I'm for the weak. She laughed at him. That's why I'm here now. You've tried to ruin me. You've tried to kill me. And now the police are at your door. Why should I bother to argue with you? It's no use, she said. For me, Reggie shrugged. I can protect myself, Mrs. Weir. For you, I don't know. I'm thinking of your children. She was silent. She breathed quick. Go back to the beginning. You'd been married to Claude Weir some years. You'd been poor. Then your father died and left you his money. It was after that Caroline Power came to live near you. Why did she come? No, you never knew that. But she was very friendly with Claude Weir. Don't say a word against my husband. I won't listen. Is it you that's afraid of the truth? On the day Caroline Power died, she had asked you to tea. She sent a message in the afternoon that she was not well, and you didn't go. Why did she send that message? Reggie took out a bulky pocketbook and chose from it an old letter. You know Claude Weir's handwriting. Read this. The dead man had written to Caroline Power on the morning of the murder, Dear Carlo, keep the old girl over the teacups till after dark. Then we shan't be long. Claudius is his widow, puzzled over each word. Carlo, he called her Carlo, she said faintly, and me. Her sallow face flushed. Then she cried out, You didn't show this at the trial. It was hard enough for you and the children. We didn't want to hurt you any more. Now there are the children still. You see, Claude Weir meant you to walk home in the dark from Caroline Power's cottage. And then something was to happen. But Caroline Power wouldn't let you come to her house at all. She went out in the dark herself on that road across the railway. Where Claude Weir expected you, he found her. Why should she? Can't you guess? Reggie said gently. She must have gone to meet him, to tell him that she couldn't bear him to murder you. Murder me? Oh, this is horrible. He loved me. Why did he want you sent by that lonely road in the dark where he killed her? Do you remember the grey cloak she was wearing? It was like one of yours. I don't believe it, she cried. Claude never killed her. Did you ever see Claude Weir after he was convicted? Ah, you are torturing me, she held her breast. You want your children to know the truth, Reggie said sadly. I never saw him again. She sank on a couch, trembling. They told me he didn't want to see me. He was broken by the shame of it. You broke his heart. No, his heart wasn't broken, Reggie said. He wouldn't see you. Just before he died, he wrote something. He said it was to be sent to you. We didn't send it. We wanted to save you from this. Now you have to know. He gave her a sheet of paper bearing official stamps and signatures, but most of it was covered by Claude Weir's writing. I want this sent to the woman who calls herself my wife, Millicent Weir. She has been the ruin of me, and she has got to know it. The fool keeps writing to me saying she knows I am innocent. So I am. I did kill Caroline, but I never meant to kill her. The woman I meant to kill was Millicent. Caroline came along the lane in her cursed grey cloak, and I had her down and dying before I found she was my Carlo. That is what I want Millicent to know when I am gone. She has done for me, she and her father, who would not give us a penny of his to live on till he went to the devil and left his money behind. That was all the use I had for Millicent, and I want her to know it. When the money came to her at last, I set about getting rid of her. I should have done it safe enough, in spite of that clever devil Fortune. But when I saw it was my Carlo there on the ground, I lost my head. I meant to put the body down on the rails and make sure the trains cut it up, but I couldn't do it with Carlo. I dropped her on the line and ran off, and the next day I had to come back to dear Millicent. That was hell. There isn't any other hell. That is what I want Millicent to know. The last dying speech and confession of me, Claude Weir. The woman on the couch gasped out, "He was mad! Oh, he was mad!" "No, I don't think so," Reggie said gently. "He was speaking out of his heart." "Oh, how cruel. Why does he say I called myself his wife? We only found that out after he was dead. He was married to Caroline Power." Reggie laid on Tear lap the marriage certificate. "Before, her hands shook so that she could not read it. Before he married me, then we kept it from you while we could," Reggie said. "But that man mustn't spoil the lives of your children." "The children," she gasped. She caught at her heart. She was bent with pain and panting. Reggie laid her down on the couch. "Your medicine, the nitrite of amyl. Where is it?" She fumbled at her dress. He helped her. The pungent smell filled the room. The spasm of pain passed. She lay faint and still. "There is peace now," he said gently. "Peace? Oh, peace. Peace for them," Reggie said, "and for you in them." She lay silent while he gathered up the papers. She watched him, fear in her eyes and wonder. There was some talking outside the windows, Superintendent Bell's voice and another voice that Reggie knew. It was asking whose car that was. Mr. Fortune's car. Reginald Fortune's? Where was he then? With Mrs. Weir. There was a laugh, a hurry of feet, and Bell's voice, decisive. "If you're going to them, I go with you, my lad." Into the room, his right arm firmly gripped in Bell's hand, broke the young man of the cottage. "What do you want with my mother?" he cried. "It's me you've got to settle with." "Malcolm, Malcolm." She started up from the couch and held out her hands to him. "I've been wrong. It's all a horrible, wicked thing. I made you do it. My dear, don't be angry. I didn't know. We must forget it all. Forget everything." "Forget," the lad cried. He strode upon Reggie. "What have you been telling her? You know who I am. I'm Claude Weir's son. You know what I've got against you. You have nothing against me, Mr. Weir. Before he died, your father confessed that he killed Caroline Power. It's a lie." "No, no." His mother tottered to him. "Don't, Malcolm, don't. I've seen the confession he wrote. It's wicked. You don't want to read it, my dear. He doesn't have to read it, does he, Mr. Fortune?" "He did murder her," the lad cried. "You read his confession?" "Oh, Mother." She drew him into her feeble arms. "I'm sorry, dear, I'm so sorry," she sobbed. "It's over now," Reggie said gently. "You've got to live. Goodbye." He laid his hand on the boy's shoulder a moment. "Goodbye." He stood outside the grey house with Superintendent Bell, looked back at it and muttered, "God help them. God help us all." "Yes, sir. But what are we going to do?" "Do?" Reggie stared. "Oh, Lord, I've done enough. Nothing, man, nothing. It's finished." "But what am I to tell Mr. Lomas?" "I told Mr. Lomas last night. Tell him what you saw in that room." His car carried Mr. Fortune away to the house by the river. Sergeant Underwood opened the door. "What have you got to tell me?" Reggie smiled wearily. "Nothing? Good. Just tell Janet I want her, in the study." Janet brought a pale face. "It's all over, Janet," Reggie said. "You'd better go home to your mother." And there was silence while she looked at him and fought to be calm. "Ah, you know," she cried. "You know about me." "Yes, some time ago, my child. Oh, I can't bear it. I thought you knew you came back from that horrible cottage alive. Mr. Fortune, it was me took that cottage. I told about your going on the river at night. I know it was what you were here for. What are you going to do with us? I've just come back from your mother. I've shown her your father's confession that he murdered Caroline Power." "Father did it," she cried. "Mother knows that now. She believes it. She knows there isn't any doubt at all. Ah!" She thrust back her hair. "I feel as if I was mad. And we've been trying. We tortured you in that awful cottage. What are you going to do with us?" "Nothing, my dear," Reggie said. She stared at him with wild eyes. "Nothing?" she said in a faint, wondering voice. You're a good man." "Oh, Lord, no, not me," said Reggie Fortune sadly. End of The Furnished Cottage by William Wallace Major. Fitzt published in the Black Mask magazine, November 1920. Chapter 1. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and Marshal John McAlpin, of Georgetown, was frenziedly ringing a wall telephone at Herman Matthews' door. "Gimme Rockland, quick," he shouted into the transmitter when he at last had the operator on the wire. "I'm in a hurry. Lou, get a move on. I ain't got no time to be wasting on you. Gimme Rockland at once." In a few seconds, there was a noise in the distance. "Rockland, at you. Rockland, this is Marshal McAlpin at Georgetown. Gimme Prosecutor Thornton or the sheriff right away. Hell's a poppin' down here. They's been a murder committed. Mebbe two. Hurry up, now." Soon the marshal had the prosecutor on the wire, and hastily, disjointedly chopped out the facts as he knew them. "I'll be right down," Thornton told him, somewhat excited himself. "I'll bring the sheriff and the coroner with me." An hour and a half later, a machine bearing 4 men came whirling into Georgetown, a great cloud of August dust eddying behind it. The machine stopped, and Thornton alighted before the store and soft drink parlor conducted by Herman Matthews. "Where's Marshal McAlpin?" he inquired of Herman. "Over on the Commons, a block down and a block toward the right." The prosecutor, himself a young man, Dr. Garter, the coroner, Bulldog Dorgan, a friend of Thornton in years gone by, now a Chicago detective who was visiting his people at Rockland, and Sheriff Perry continued on till they found a cluster of men. Marshal McAlpin saw them coming, and with his best official decorum ordered the crowd back. The county authorities stepped into the circle and saw the body of a man about 30 lying on the ground. "Who is he, Marshal?" the prosecutor asked. "Harley, Mr. Thornton. George Harley," the marshal told him. "Clerk of the Lewis Commercial Bank." The marshal seemed to place emphasis upon the Lewis Commercial Bank, as though it was an institution of which he and all Georgetown were proud. "Examine him, please, Dr. Carter," the prosecutor instructed. "Now, Marshal McAlpin, tell what you know about it. And who is the other person that might have been murdered?" The marshal told them that Harrison J. Lewis, president of the bank, was the other supposed victim. His body was at his home, but Marshal McAlpin could give them little information as to either case. All he knew was that Harley's body had been discovered on the common at dawn, just as they now saw it. No one had seen it placed there, and there had not been a shot or a cry or an unusual sound during the night, so far as he could learn. No one had thought to look for tracks, and the dust was now disturbed. And Mr. Lewis's body had been found in his automobile at his home. "What do you find, Doctor?" Thornton turned to the coroner. "A slight abrasion at the base of the skull," was the answer. "That's all externally. I think his death was caused by a broken neck. Other than that, I can discover nothing wrong." Thornton ordered the body taken to the village undertaker's, and the party was moving away when a youth came running and announced that the commercial bank had been robbed. John Jacobson, the cashier, had just opened up and found $5,000 missing, money which had recently been deposited by farmers who had sold their wheat. "Things are happening around here," whistled the prosecutor. "Come on, we'll stop at the bank on the way to the Lewis home." At the bank, everything was in order. Mr. Jacobson told the investigators he had found the doors locked as always, the non-time locking safe closed as it had been every morning, and papers and books undisturbed. But on opening the safe, he discovered that $5,000 was missing. A search in the bank revealed nothing. A search outside revealed nothing. There were no fingerprints to be seen on the safe. As Dorgan, for one, determined, the person who opened it evidently had exercised the greatest precaution. There was not even a track in the road that might have indicated a machine had been near the bank during the night. Did Harley have a key to the bank? Thornton asked Mr. Jacobson. Yes, he did. Always had one. But you didn't find the money on his body, did you? No. But we will look again. Did you find a pair of gloves of any kind a robber might have worn in opening the safe, Mr. Jacobson? Dorgan wanted to know. No, sir. Everything was left just as you see it when I found that the money was gone. I can't imagine what's happened. Well, I can't either, Thornton admitted. He turned to leave the bank, then stopped. Let me talk to you in private, Mr. Jacobson. And with the middle-aged cashier, a man of faultless habits, he went into what had been Mr. Lewis's private office. They were closeted half an hour. Don't believe he is guilty or knows anything about the robbery or the deaths, Thornton confided to Dr. Carter, Sheriff Perry and Dorgan as they walked back to the undertaker's. However, I guess it would be best to question him further later on. They did not find the money on Harley. Neither did they find a pair of gloves. They found the bank key, but Thornton said that proved nothing. They went on to the Lewis home, the most pretentious of any in the town of 1,000 people. Mrs. Lewis was reclining upon a divan, weeping and hysterical. She told them Mr. Lewis was in his machine in front of the garage. They went to the rear, and there saw the corpse of the middle-aged banker and leading businessman of the community at the steering wheel of his car, his arms clasped around the wheel and his head resting upon them, as if he had fallen asleep. Dr. Carter made another examination. There were no marks to indicate the banker had been the victim of foul play. Dr. Carter announced that he believed he died of heart disease. When the four men returned to the house, Mrs. Lewis, attended by an anxious neighbor woman, disposed them in chairs and returned to the divan. Would you tell us, Mrs. Lewis, what you know about this unfortunate occurrence? The prosecutor began almost diffidently. I suppose you know that the clerk of the bank also was found dead. She nodded her head, lips quivering. I realize it is a painful situation, Mrs. Lewis, and I will be brief. Where was Mr. Lewis last night in the car? He left yesterday afternoon for Winton, she sobbed. He told me he had business to look after there, and might be gone for the night. At this, Dorgan concentrated his steel blue eyes on Mrs. Lewis. She must have felt the intense scrutiny, for she suddenly looked toward him. As she did, he perceived that she was a good-looking woman and could not be the age of her husband. There was a momentary alarm in her manner, which, however, fled as quickly as it had come. She took hold of herself, and instead of being frightened and wary, soon burst into a fresh fit of weeping. There was such an air of abject misery about her that even Dorgan seemed to be so moved that the glint in his eyes softened. He did not tell you what his business was, Thornton was saying. No, Mr. Lewis never told me about his business affairs. Try to be calm, Mrs. Lewis, the prosecutor counseled. We will not bother you long. Did you hear Mr. Lewis return in the night or this morning? No. I slept soundly all night and did not know he was dead until I got up this morning. Tell us about the discovery. Well, I had arranged for a man to come today to mow the lawn. She went on more concertedly, the opportunity to tell what she knew apparently easing her mind. John Duggan. I had just come down to the kitchen. I do not have steady help, and there was no one in the house but me. I was getting a bite for breakfast, making toast and putting the coffee on, when Mr. Duggan came running and told me the machine was standing in the drive, and Mr. Lewis was leaning over the wheel. He didn't know he was dead, but he thought there was something strange about it. I went out with him and tried to arouse Mr. Lewis. But I could not. Then I came back to the house and Mr. Duggan went for Marshal McAlpin. Oh, it's awful, awful. She gave way to her grief again. The prosecutor waited for her to regain control of herself before he pursued his questioning. Have you any idea of what might have become of the money or caused Mr. Harley's death? No. Was Mr. Lewis afflicted with heart trouble? Did he show any symptoms, grow weak or faint? Yes. He had 1 or 2 attacks. Once in the bank, he almost collapsed. Mr. Jacobson knows about that. We'll not bother you much longer, Mrs. Lewis. There's just one thing more. Do you object to the body being held for a few days before burial? Perhaps a post-mortem may throw a little light on the case. No, I have no objections. Thank you. I'll do my best to clear this up. 2 mysterious deaths here. It is very unusual. Good day. The party tiptoed from the house. Prosecutor Thornton said he was glad that was over. As they walked away, he asked Dorgan what he thought of the situation. Jim merely replied he didn't know what to think. It was obvious he did not wish to express an opinion so publicly. Back at the bank, Thornton inquired of Mr. Jacobson concerning Harley's antecedents, and was informed by the cashier that he knew little of Harley's history. In fact, almost nothing. Mr. Lewis had engaged him in Cleveland, he believed, although he could not be certain. Harley had talked of many places he had been, without attaching himself to anyone particularly. He had come to Georgetown a little more than a year ago, and had always been on good terms with his employer. Mr. Jacobson declared he was a very likable and upright young man, and resented any inference from the prosecutor that he might have been responsible for the disappearance of the $5,000. Do you suppose he might have had friends in another city, Cleveland, for instance, who helped him rob the bank? Dorgan pressed. No, Mr. Jacobson replied, dismissing the thought. He could not have done it. No, certainly not. Well, boys, Thornton said when they left the bank the second time, the case resolves itself into this. Was Harley murdered? And who got the money? Evidently, as Dr. Carter says, Lewis died of heart disease in his car. He was getting well beyond 50, and that's very probable. But something very unusual must have happened to Harley to break his neck, and the money of course did not walk away from the bank unassisted. What caused Harley's death, and who took the money? That's for us to find out. What's the answer, Dorgan? Jim flung up his hands in meaningless gesture. After visiting the house where Harley had roomed, and where they found the landlady in sincere mourning at Harley's death, the party returned to Rockland. Chapter 2. Well, Mr. Sphinx, what do you make of it? Thornton wanted to know when he was alone with Dorgan that evening in his office. Has there been a murder committed? Or 2 murders? What, in your opinion, should be the course of the Commonwealth? The bulldog did not answer at once, but stood looking out over the public square of Rockland, where the autos were massed. We have cars nowadays, where we used to have horses and buggies and hitch racks, he said irrelevantly. Yes, Bill answered. But we have people down here as always, the same people, with pretty much the same habits and beliefs and prejudices and loves and longings. Yes, I guess so. Human nature does not change a great deal regardless of the advance of civilization, does it? No. But what's that got to do with Georgetown? I don't know, Bill. Perhaps nothing. What do you think? Thornton sat staring at him and seemed to interpret his thoughts. You're wrong, Jim, he declared suddenly. You're wrong. Well, perhaps I am. But that ancient situation, an old husband, a young wife, and a young man. Why, the man who would overlook that angle of this case would be a fool. An absolute fool. Bill, an absolute fool. How old do you say she is, Jim? A little over 30. Do I miss it far? No, I guess not. I recall that she married him 5 or 6 years ago, and she could not have been very old then. She's just 2 or 3 years younger than you and I. What were the circumstances? The reason, if I might put it that way? No particular reason, to my knowledge. Probably because she had no other offer of marriage, Jim. Such things do happen, you know. That's probably true. Plain sort of woman, isn't she? Yes, plain. Too plain, Jim, to bear out what you're hinting at. That's my idea. Why, I know her as I know everyone else in the county, perhaps a little better than some, and I know she has been very dutiful. Her nature to be so. It's rather ridiculous, Dorgan, to jump at conclusions like that. Preposterous. A church worker, The associated charities of the village, the personification of kindness. No, Jim, it could not be. But you do not intend to take it for granted, do you, Bill? You're surely going to investigate her thoroughly. If I may offer a suggestion, I'd keep the coroner's verdict open for a while, and put her through a severe examination. Thornton thrummed his desk with a letter opener. His face flushed. Look here, Jim, he said, shaking the instrument at Dorgan with the manner he might use in addressing a jury. I've a little sense of human nature as well as you. You have worked among people where that sort of thing exists. It does not exist in this county. It does not, I tell you. Well, that's the chivalrous way of looking at it. I've got some sense of human nature, as I said, Thornton continued, his eyes narrowing, and I insist that I know an honest and decent woman when I see one. I did not indicate it today, but I have known Helen Lewis for a great many years. We once went to school together down in the country before I met you. That girl was wholesome, a romping, open-souled sort of person. That woman is wholesome and decent today. But, Bill, it is the wholesome woman that often turns out to be the most unwholesome. She's forced to it. The lack of attention drives her to seek attention. Haven't I seen it proven scores of times? I wasn't born yesterday. There was a recalcitrant note in his voice. Yes, that's the fine professional way of looking at it. But it's the brutal, cold way too. Why, Dorgan, I'd as soon cut off that little finger as to consider such a thing seriously. What do we know to indicate such an amour as you insinuate, getting down to brass tacks? What evidence have we got that such an affair ever existed? None. Absolutely none. They were never seen together, and Harley very, very seldom was at the Lewis home. Jacobson told me privately he knew that neither had been farther away from Georgetown than Rockland within the year. Why, man, there's not a scintilla of fact to back you up. Dorgan laughed softly. Very well, my dear sir, Thornton flung at him. But perhaps you can explain the disappearance of the money on your hypothesis. Possibly the 5,000 had an affinity. Oh, I won't quarrel about it, Bill. Of course I cannot explain at this stage how the money disappeared, but somebody who had a key to the bank and knew the safe combination must have got it. That's almost a foregone conclusion. Yes, but where did it go? 3 persons had keys to the bank, Harley, Jacobson, and Lewis. I think you will agree with me that Jacobson may almost be eliminated from suspicion. However, I intend to have accountants go over the books and affairs of the bank generally. Just before you came in tonight, I had the bank at Winton on the phone to see if I could find any clue to Lewis's taking the money there. But there was none. It was some real estate business that took him to Winton, I learned, and there was no money passed. That brings us down to Harley. If he stole the money, what did he do with it? It was not at the house where he roomed, as you know our investigation proved. If he took it, would he hide it, knowing that the theft of so large an amount would be discovered immediately? And he mailed nothing, nor telegraphed. There is the possibility that he had outside help. Jacobson spoke of his having come from Cleveland. At least he thought so. He might have engineered the haul and had a gang from Cleveland to aid him. We'll get in touch with the police there and in other cities and have them on the lookout. There are several possibilities, plausibilities, Jim, you might say, but nothing definite. I think you will agree with me that it is a very deep mystery to which the key is not visible. So what's the answer, Jim? The woman, Bill. Prosecutor Thornton threw up his hands in disgust. Bah. 2 bars. You're crazy. There's nothing to proceed on, man. There's what the reporters call the 3rd degree. Nothing doing. Bill expostulated. Whenever I have to become a bulldozer to accomplish my ends, particularly with a woman like Helen Lewis, why, somebody else can be prosecutor. Then you don't intend to do it? No, I do not. I'm afraid I can't be of any more help to you, Bill. Jim, it's said that whenever a man offers a wager to support his position, he has nothing more worthy to offer. But I'd stake my life on Helen Lewis's fidelity, and I'm not going to besmirch her name. I admire your chivalry, Bill, but not your professional acumen. I think I'll be going." "All right, Jim. Time will tell." It usually does in such vital matters. Bulldog Dorgan departed, cursing under his breath such stupidity. Chapter 3. Next morning, Jacobson sent in to the prosecutor a letter he had found among Mr. Lewis's papers. Thornton called Dorgan at the home of his parents and asked if he would like to take a trip into the country. Dorgan accepted the invitation, and they drove 15 miles beyond Georgetown into the hills bordering the Ohio River. The letter, written in a scrawling and illiterate style, and signed by George Morris, had been posted 7 days before. It was very short, and to the point, being, in fact, a threat that if Mr. Lewis did not restore $5,000 which Morris claimed he was entitled to, he, Morris, would take steps to get it back. With the letter in hand, Thornton, accompanied by Dorgan, climbed a rock-strewn hillside to the Morris house, a place badly in need of repair. It was patently not the home of a prosperous farmer. George, a doddering old man, was amiable enough to his callers. He had not heard Mr. Lewis was dead, but was frank to say he was glad of it. He calmly admitted he had written to Mr. Lewis, explaining that some months before the bank had foreclosed without notice on an adjoining piece of land and sold it for $5,000 to a neighbor. He went on to say that following that his wife had died, and now he was alone on his almost worthless patch of 20 acres or so. He said the foreclosure had brought on his wife's death, and if Mr. Lewis had been lenient a little longer, he would have been able to pay out. He got his just deserts. Lewis did, the old man concluded in frenzied voice. The old skinflint. "How did you intend to recover from Lewis? What steps had you planned to take, like you mentioned in your letter?" Thornton questioned. "Well, now, I don't like to say, for maybe I will want to do something yet," Morris countered. "But I never had a mind to kill him. Where were you night before last?" "Up to the store." "Can you prove it?" "Yes, sir. Deed I can." And he did. Thornton and Dorgan learned from the proprietor that the old man had been there until nearly 10 o'clock. Others corroborated this, and one man said he had ridden home with old George, helped him put up his horse, and had walked on to his own home. "Bum hunch," Dorgan told Thornton. "He had nothing to do with it. We'll see, Jim." But on looking over the two bony animals Morris had in his tumble-down barn, the prosecutor decided that neither was capable of making 30 miles in a night. Besides, it seemed ridiculous, as Dorgan told him, to assume that old George, doddering as he was, had enough ingenuity to encompass such a robbery. An unavailing search of the house and the barn for the money convinced Thornton that George Morris was guiltless. The third day, an inquest was held, and the verdict left open. The fourth day, Mr. Lewis and Harley were buried after an analysis of the vital organs of both had been made and developed nothing. Both were placed in the same plot in the Georgetown cemetery. Police of Cleveland and other cities were unable to find anything to assist Thornton. A search among banking people at Cleveland failed to throw any light on Harley's past. Several times Dorgan sought to convince Thornton that Mrs. Lewis should be grilled, but each time he met with rebuff. Thornton said he would take her word that she knew nothing about how the two men came to their deaths. Finally, after 10 days of useless rummaging, the prosecutor instructed the coroner to return a verdict of death from a broken neck, cause unknown, in the case of Harley, and from heart disease, in the case of the banker. He had been unable to develop a lead worthy of consideration. The money was gone. If Harley and Lewis had died from unlawful causes, those causes probably would never be known. Jim Dorgan returned to Chicago, but he did not forget the Georgetown mystery. He rarely ever forgot anything, and never willfully cast a criminal subject from his mind. He almost took it as a personal affront that Thornton had disregarded his opinion. Relations had become a little strained between the prosecutor and himself toward the end of his visit, and it rankled in him that such a mystery should go unsolved, and that Thornton should adopt what to him seemed a foolish attitude. It hurt his professional pride. Chapter 4. Chicago was in the throes of a crime wave. Murders, robberies, and petty thieving were rampant. The order went out one night for a roundup. Every person of known criminal proclivities was to be brought in to make an accounting. The fine-meshed Sen caught, among others, Limping Lizzie, who had a string of aliases as long as a thoroughbred's pedigree. Lizzie, known of old as a clever dip, was dragged from a cosily furnished apartment in the 20s on the south side. The detectives who brought her in judged she must have been getting in some extremely profitable work recently, and they told Chief Burke so. "Why, Chief, that woman's got swell furniture and rugs and curtains galore in her apartment," Mercer reported. "Limpin' Lizzie certainly has not been loafin'. Now, have you, Elizabeth?" He turned to the girl with mock seriousness. Elizabeth was indignant. Her respectability was outraged. "I have not been doing anything of the sort," she answered hotly. "And you know I have not. You know you haven't got a thing on me. I've been bothering no one fop." "Oh, well, for a long time." The chief laughed. So did the two detectives. "Where'd you get all those swell rags you're wearing?" Burke demanded. "Why, I got an inheritance about 9 months ago," she declared. "That's good," Mercer roared. "You're there, Lizzie. Who was he and how did you work it?" "You nut," the girl cried, in sincere anger. "You nut. Let me go. I haven't done anything to be hauled in here for." She was talking loudly, in righteous indignation, and not in the suave, sweet way that had been hers when she had had dealings with the police on previous occasions. Dorgan was attracted by her outburst and came and stood in the doorway of Burke's office. He listened to her appeals. "What's the matter, Lizzie?" He finally interrupted. "Your friends here are trying to get me to admit I've been picking pockets lately. And it's not so. They won't believe me when I tell them that I inherited some money recently. I have a letter to prove it." She drew herself up defiantly. "Well, where's the letter?" The chief wanted to know. "I have it all right. It's out at the flat. Take her out there, Dorgan, and see if she's telling the truth. I guess you will be able to tell. Use your discretion. I have another assignment for Mercer and Kelly." Dorgan and the girl walked out. On the way to the elevated station, Jim noticed that she did not limp, as she had the last time he had seen her, and got her out of an affair in which he believed. She really had been falsely accused. "What's happened, anyway?" he inquired. "An operation, Mr. Dorgan," she said, assuming an air of importance. "I'm somebody now. I could afford an operation. Doctor took a bone from my foot." She stopped and held back her skirt so that he might see the result. Whereas the ankle had been enlarged and awkward before, it was now virtually of regular proportions. "It'll hurt your business, won't it, Lizzie? You won't be able to work on their sympathy anymore." Jim spoke with an air of camaraderie which sometimes obtains between hunter and hunted. Lizzie did not answer. At the flat, she brought out the letter J and showed it to Dorgan. As she did one, so her eyes became misty. "The money was from my brother, George Harley," she said throatily. "He died last summer." Dorgan looked at her quickly. "Where?" he asked crisply. "Down in Ohio somewhere, I guess. Here, read it." The letter, dated October 15, was from a Cincinnati bank and addressed to Elizabeth Harley. It merely stated that a client bank in Ohio had requested that a draft payable to her be forwarded by registered mail, the money being the estate that had been left by her brother, George Harley, who had died suddenly. She would be able, it added, to cash it at any bank. Dorgan read it, and his eyes glowed. "Lizzie, you remember you told me last summer that if you could do me a favor, you would." "Yes." "Well, can I have this letter for a while if I agree to return it to you? And let me get run in without any proof of what I tell the bulls. The chief will take my word that you are on the square. What do you want with it?" "I can't tell you that, but I'll promise to return it. You know that I usually keep my promises." "All right, if you promise. But I want it back sure. You'll get it. By the way, what is your real name, Lizzie?" "That's it, Harley. That's the truth, Jim." Dorgan that night requested, and was granted, 3 days leave without pay. Chapter 5. Jim Dorgan was back in the office of Prosecutor Thornton at Rockland. He presented the letter he brought with him to the prosecutor, who read it over slowly. "Are you content to let the case rest now, Bill?" Jim asked. "No, I guess riot." "Jim, perhaps you had the right hunch after all. I don't suppose that old Jacobson would hardly have sent that money without the knowledge of the owner of the bank, who now happens to be Mrs. Lewis. We'll go out and see her at once." The Dorgan car drove up to the Georgetown home of the widow. The prosecutor and Dorgan alighted and were met at the door by Mrs. Lewis. They were startled by her appearance. A woman aged years in months, her hair graying. She hesitated a moment, then opened the door to them. She asked them to be seated. Thornton went to his subject at once. He produced the letter, passed it to her, and asked if she understood what it meant. Mrs. Lewis paled to her hair and seemed to be on the point of denial. Then her manner changed suddenly and she was at ease. "Yes, I know what it means, Mr. Thornton," she said. It was sent at my instruction. How did you get it?" Thornton explained how Dorgan had come into possession of it, and recalled that Dorgan had been present last summer. "Will you tell us what the letter means? How it all happened, Mrs. Lewis?" he added. "Yes, I will be glad to." "Do you know, Will," she said, taking up his name of school days, "I am glad that you came today. Probably you will not believe it, but I am. I have thought very, very seriously of seeing you about it, and I would have in time. You do not know how a terrible secret like I have harbored can burn its way into one's soul. I have been miserable, and yet I have not quite had the courage to make a clean breast of it. So I'm glad you're here. At last I can tell." "Yes, Mrs. Lewis, Helen, I can understand," Thornton assured her. "Tell us everything, and you will feel better. I had that money sent to Miss Harley," she went on deliberately, "because her brother had told me she was a cripple, and he had expressed a hope that sometime he might be able to supply her with funds for an operation. He had talked to me about her, and I thought I should do it. That money, Will, was stolen from the bank." Dorgan glanced toward Thornton victoriously. The prosecutor's eyes showed plainly that he disliked to believe it. "I'm going to tell you the whole truth, Will," Mrs. Lewis was saying. "I'm going to start at the beginning and bare my soul. And if I am to blame for anything, I am not going to ask for mercy. If I have done anything for which I should atone, I want to atone. I did not tell the whole truth last summer, but there seemed to be no other way out. You know, Will, about my marriage, and that Mr. Lewis was so much older. I didn't think I should marry him, but my parents urged me to, and, I'll be frank to say, Will, there did not seem to be another prospect for me. We were not happy. It was impossible for us to be. The difference in our ages was too great. Then Mr. Harley came here to work in the bank. From Columbus, it was. Mr. Lewis had inquired of a bank there for a competent man when his business got so heavy. I did not know anything much about Mr. Harley. Neither did Mr. Lewis. But he was competent, likable and congenial. And he was young. There's no use of hiding anything now. I think it all must have had its beginning when Mr. Lewis invited him to the house. We became good friends. You can see how it would be so. I had been cooped up so long without proper associates. He was only here a few times. Once at dinner he told Mr. Lewis and myself about his sister. He was very careful in his attentions to me at the house, but when I would go to the bank, I saw in his eyes what any woman could not fail to see. I felt sort of guilty, but it thrilled me too. Oh, I know it was not right, but I was so lonesome, Will. I was not in love with him, I am sure, or I would not have done what I did later. But I suppose his admiration enthralled me. Perhaps you will understand that. I can't explain it more fully. She paused and showed signs of giving away to her emotions. Thornton and Dorgan gave her sympathetic attention, and she proceeded. One day he said to me at the bank, "You are very unhappy, Helen." And because it was true, and because his voice and eyes were so tender, I began to cry. I was not used to tenderness. I hurried from the bank. The next day I had a note from him through the mail. It simply said, "Will you forgive me?" After that, I stayed away from the bank, and one evening, a week later, he called me on the phone. "Did you get my note?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "What is the answer?" He wanted to know. What could it be but yes, I told him. "All right," he said. "Tonight." That was all. The tenseness of his voice made me uneasy. The tonight worried me. But I told myself I had misunderstood it for good night. Mr. Lewis had driven over to Winton to attend to some business or other. He said he might not be back until the next day. I suppose Mr. Harley knew it. I went to bed early. At 11 o'clock the doorbell rang. I slipped into my dressing gown and went down to answer it. It was him. Well, he wanted to know why I was not ready as I had promised, and kept saying over and over the train went at 12, and we would miss it if we did not hurry. I was so amazed, so terror-stricken, that I made no remonstrance when he came in and closed the door. I told him I did not understand what he meant by such action. When I finally gathered my senses, "Aren't you going with me, Helen?" he demanded. "Are you mad?" I asked. "I guess so, Helen," he said. "Mad with love of you. Hurry, Helen, for we are going away to happiness." That is just the way he put it. Again, she paused, and her eyes fell to the floor. She presented a sad picture as she struggled to repress her emotion. I finally got the straight of it. After the first note he had sent me another, proposing that we go away together. It did not come until the next day. He had taken the precaution to mail it in another town. He pleaded I should go anyway because of his love for me, and would not leave. He tried to take me in his arms. I ran upstairs to escape him, and he started to follow. Then I heard a car in the drive, and I knew Mr. Lewis had come home. It was a terrible moment. I stopped on the stairs and begged Mr. Harley to go. Finally, he seemed to comprehend the situation and turned to go down the stairs. But it was too late. The car stopped outside the garage, and it seemed only a second before I heard Mr. Lewis on the rear porch. Mr. Harley had taken only 2 or 3 steps when Mr. Lewis opened the kitchen door. He came in quickly, wondering, I suppose, why there was a light in the hall. Maybe he heard us. Mr. Harley started to run for the front door. A rug slipped under him, and he fell, striking his head on the floor. His neck must have been broken that way. I darted on upstairs. I did not dare stop. I hurried into my room and lay down. Then, in a minute, I heard a gasp from Mr. Lewis, and a dull sound. I waited for perhaps 30 minutes, not knowing what to do. At last I crept downstairs. The hall light had been jostled out. I stumbled over something. I found the light and turned it on. Mr. Lewis's body lay over Mr. Harley's. I suppose Mr. Lewis had died from the shock, an act of providence. The tears welled in her eyes. "That's about all of the story," she sobbed. Except that after I had stared at them in dumb agony for what seemed an age, I came to realize they must not be found here. Frantically, I paced up and down the hall, not knowing what to do. Then a heaven-sent idea came to me. I carried Mr. Lewis out and placed him in his car, just as he was found next morning. Then I half-carried, half-dragged Mr. Harley to the common, dodging in and out of the shadows. It was a moonlight night, and it seemed to me 1,000 pairs of eyes were watching from each window. He was heavy, but I did not seem to notice that. My muscles were deadened with fear. Then I stole home to my misery like a hunted animal. She lay back against the divan, utterly weary and almost limp from her recital. But what of the money? Dorgan managed to ask. That's another miserable part of it, she faltered. Of course he took it, to go away on. I noticed it in his pocket. It made such a bulge. Something told me it was not his, and I felt I owed it to him to protect his name, when it was partly my fault that he did such a wild thing. So I took it. I remembered what he had told me about his sister. He had given me her address, so that I might get in touch with her should anything happen to him. So I sent it to her. I went to Cincinnati personally, and told the bank there to send it on. saying that it came from a bank in Ohio. That is all. Will, what is to become of me? Am I damned forever? The tears were flowing down her cheeks. No, Helen, no. It has been cleared up to my satisfaction, and the state will not prosecute, Thornton freely assured her. In fact, there is nothing to prosecute on, since it is a private bank, and no one has lost anything but you. And what a terrible story. Perhaps you did not do right in concealing it so long, Helen. But I can understand, and I want to extend my sympathy, and we will go at once, for I do not want to intrude longer upon your sorrow. He rose, walked over and took her hand. A silent clasp, a homage to a sorrowing woman whom he had known as a romping schoolgirl, and he walked to the door. Jim Dorgan's face was a puzzle to see as he shook hands with Helen Lewis. There was an admixture of victory and defeat. Outside, when they were seated, and the machine was moving off, Bill turned to his friend. He could not help gloating a little. Didn't I tell you, Jim? Didn't I tell you that Helen Lewis would not wittingly be a party to such a thing? We both win, and we both lose, Dorgan the bulldog answered evasively. But I'm satisfied. She's a good woman, Bill, a good woman. End of the Georgetown Mystery by William Wallace Major. The Gorilla by Clinton Harcourt. Fitzt published in the Black Mask magazine, November 1920. Chapter 1. His name was Joe Cragen. His family were poor but respectable. Old man Cragen was a law-abiding citizen, and Mother Cragen a benevolent, white-haired woman whose fondest recollections were of the county Mayo. Environment played a large role in the drama of Joe Cragen. His family lived on 10th Avenue, and before he was in long trousers he was running with a gang of pickpockets. Before he was 19, Cragen was Shorty McCabe's first lieutenant. When a cop cut short the career of the McCabe with a half-inch of lead, leadership of the dreaded Powerhouse Gang was Cragen's by right of inheritance. It was then that he became a guerrilla. Under his aggressive guidance, the Powerhouse Band flourished and grew opulent. The strip of territory they commanded adjoined the waterfront of the Hudson River and existed in a state of terror. Timid citizens shunned it with a shudder. The policemen that patrolled it walked in the center of the streets, directing cautious glances at the housetops. When gang fights were in progress, the quarter huddled in cellars. But battles were few. The Powerhouse Gang was seldom attacked. So long as Joe Cragen kept to his own district, all went well. For a year he sat on the throne of the Powerhouse Band and ruled with a mailed fist. But there fell an evil day when in a bandit taxi he ventured into Lower Manhattan. He had made plans to stick up the paying teller of an East Side bank. The plot worked easily, but the nerve of the bank employee had not been considered. In the pistol duel that resulted, Cragen feinted the teller out into the open, braved the man's fusillade, shot him 4 times from the doorway, leaped back into the pirate taxi, and vanished. The same night Cragen crept through the meshes of far-flung police nets, Arid rode the cushions to Chicago, leaving the Powerhouse Gang to be broken up by the police. Chapter 2. On an August night 4 years after the bank stick-up and the flight of Cragen, a lean, grey-haired individual in a rusty blue serge suit, cracked shoes and greasy .cap entered Woolger's West Street Hotel, crossed the uncarpeted lobby floor and moved to the desk that Abraham Woolger presided over, where he spoke briefly. How much for a flop? Woolger pulled the glasses up on his curved nose, rubbed a hairy ear, and after plumbing his inquisitor with a long stare, frowned thoughtfully. A quarter for the night, he replied slowly. The stranger produced 2 dimes and a nickel, wrote the name Andrew Hardy in a grimy register, and was led off to one of the small, cot-adorned coupes the hotel was honeycombed with, Woolger staring after him. In the room he had rented for the night, the man who called himself Andrew Hardy closed the door and sat down on the bed. For a time he stared at the floor with narrowed eyes. Finally, he took an envelope from a pocket of his shabby jacket, unfolded it, and with painstaking care spilled out a quantity of something that resembled talcum powder. He dropped it on the crease in his hand, made by thumb and forefinger, and sniffed it up his nose in the manner of one taking snuff. Replacing the envelope in his pocket, the man flexed his arms and sighed contentedly. He reached in a hip pocket and lifted out a small blackjack with a thong about the neck of it for the wrist. He examined it with obvious satisfaction, wet his finger and rubbed away some dark stains and small pieces of hair from its blunt, leather-covered nose. He dropped it back into his hip pocket and stared at the floor again. Several minutes later, he closed the door of the cubicle and went down into the lobby, making his way to Woolger's desk. "Where can I get a snifter of kick?" he inquired shortly. As he spoke, he made a peculiar sign with the thumb and little finger that was significant to the proprietor of the hotel, versed in the mute language of crookdom. "Downstairs," Woolger directed, frankly searching the man's face with a puzzled expression. "First door to the left at the end of the hall." The one he addressed nodded and slouched away. He traversed a short hall, opened a door, and descended into a basement where illicit drinks were being served to furtive-faced clients by a lantern-jawed waiter who wore a filthy apron. The man seated himself at an empty table and rummaged through his pockets until he found a few pieces of silver. He laid them down on the table and waited until he attracted the attention of the waiter. "Rye, Bill. Back me up a wash of it, and never mind the water." A half-pint of fiery moonshine was set before him. The man consumed a third of it, pulled his greasy cap well over his eyes, folded his arms and slouched back in his chair. For 10 minutes or more he sat stirless. After a while he became aware of the sound of chair legs being drawn along the cement floor. Garments brushed him, and presently the words of a whispered conversation drifted back to his ears. "There's nothing to it," the voice of a man said. Tip Regan looked it over and said, "It's as safe as a church. The old woman locks the store up and crawls into the feathers at 10 bells. A second voice containing a note of warning sounded, "Soft pedal. There's a gin hound back of you." Andrew Hardy, as he called himself, felt he was being intently scrutinized. "Stewed to the scalp," the first speaker said after a pause. "As I was saying, Tip's got a freighter's job in the Pensy yards and is pulling silk. He passed the word to me. It looks good. What's the dope?" the other asked in guarded accents. "Where's the store at? What time do we take a shot at it?" There came the clink of glasses and a cough. "It's called the Empire Fish Market," the first speaker resumed. "It's up on 11th Avenue, corner of 49th Street. The old moll that runs it is a widow woman. She knows a Polly, and a couple of big restaurants have been taking all of her fish. Tip says she's got about $2,000 salted away in a drawer under the counter in the store. The old girl is foxy and has an electric bell on the drawer. She thinks that will keep it safe." Glasses clinked again for a minute or two. "Sounds mighty good," the second speaker muttered. "I'm with you. When do we start up?" The man who called himself Andrew Hardy strained his ears. "Not before 1 o'clock, the first voice answered. "Here's the way we go in." His words were drowned out by a gusty rumble of conversation from across the room. Almost at once a party of men entered the basement and took chairs noisily at the table to the left of the listener. The self-styled Andrew Hardy waited no longer. He climbed to his feet and in imitation of one very drunk lurched to the door. He threw it open with a maudlin backward glance that mentally photographed the faces of the two conspirators, closed it, and hurried up and out into West Street, where a young moon sailed, low, in a day-long heat haze. A pulse of excitement began to beat within him. The hour was not quite midnight, and more than 60 minutes still remained before the two men of the basement would put their plans into effect. He fumbled in his pockets until he found a 5-cent piece, turned east to the First Avenue beyond, and arrived in time to leap to the running board of a northbound surface car. Chapter 3. At the corner of 49th Street, the man alighted and turned toward the river. The street he passed through was squalid with drab tenements marching cheek to cheek in dingy array. The gutters were filled with refuse awaiting the prowling garbage remover. The iron fire escape landings were heaped with disordered bedding, upon which heat-wilted children tossed. The street was tawdry and pallid, with no single redeeming feature. Yet the man who passed along it darted eager glances to the right and left. His attitude was almost that of one returning to a beloved spot after a long absence. On the corner of 11th Avenue he slowed his pace, halted altogether, and took stock of his surroundings. The junction of street and avenue was deserted save for a nocturnal stationer closing his shop. No brass buttons glinted in the lamplight. The section was wrapped in the heavy stillness of an August midnight. With footsteps that displayed no incertitude, the man approached a fish store directly opposite from where he stood. It was one of 3 shops in a red brick tenement. A narrow, lightless entrance and hallway separated the fish market from the other 2 shops. The man walked past the building, brows drawn together, turned and after a quick glance about entered the tenement's hallway. Some knowledge of the construction of stores seemed to be at his command. To the left of the building's narrow, wooden stairway was a single door, a door that opened into the back room or rooms of the fish market. The man tested its china knob, found it did not respond to his touch and lighted a match, cupping it in the palm of his hands. He held the light aloft, perceived the glass transom over the door, smiled faintly, and plunged his light out. In the murk he fumbled for his folded envelope. He dropped some more of its powder on his hand and inhaled it. He listened for a minute before mounting a few steps of the stairway. When he was opposite the transom, he leaned over the rail of the stairway and pushed it in with the palms of both hands. To his infinite relief, it swung in, squeaking rustily. He listened again and made his way down the steps. He wound a dirty handkerchief about the china knob of the door, removed his shoes, placed his left foot on the knob, and caught the ledge of the transom. With sinuous agility, he drew himself up and over the sill, wriggling through the small space made by the open transom and dropping with scarce a sound to the floor on the inner side of the door. It was too dark to ascertain what his surroundings were, so he stood motionless, straining his ears. Suddenly, so close that he recoiled, he heard a sibilant sigh and the creak of bed springs. He drew his brows together again and fingered his lips. It was impossible that he had erred. In all probability, this room was a chamber adjoining the fish store, the bedroom of the old woman the 2 conspirators had spoken of. He decided there must be a door near at hand that opened into the store itself and determined to locate it forthwith. With the deep, even breathing of the sleeper in his ears, the man followed his sense of direction and groped a careful way forward. With each step, his blood warmed within him. 2 grands in crook parlance meant $2,000. It was a sum worth striving for. With that amount of money in his possession, he could fulfill long-cherished ambitions. He could buy enough dope to lead him into a castle of dreams, put the city he had entered so recently from him and journey to the coast. The key to all wishes was before him, in a hidden drawer under the counter in a fish store. The outstretched hand of the man slid over another door. They touched a knob and turned it. The second door did not yield and was keyless. He stood still for a minute, thinking. The woman who owned the shop was canny. She evidently understood the difficulty of breaking in from the outside, and by locking the connecting door and secreting the key made doubly difficult the felon's progress. The man turned his head in the direction of the bed. He must possess the key that opened the door or the expedition would be fruitless. He drew the leather-covered billy from his pocket and slit the thong about his wrist. He debated briefly whether it was advisable to wake the sleeper and demand the key or to use the blackjack immediately and search for it at his leisure. His ruminations were abruptly terminated by a sharp inquiry that cut the gloom like a knife. "Who is there?" The man stiffened, his fingers winding about the neck of the blackjack. The bed creaked again, and 2 soft footfalls sounded one after the other. He strove to pierce the curtain of blackness with his eyes, but failed. In some way the sleeper had become aware of his presence. He heard hurried, rattling breathing that was an indication of fear. His fingers about the blackjack grew still tighter. The dull patter of feet moving preceded the rasp of a key being turned warily in the door that opened into the hall of the tenement. Even though frightened, The woman was not losing her head. She intended preparing an exit if escape became necessary, and a vantage point from which she could both survey the bedchamber and raise a quick alarm if her suspicion proved to be correct. A dozen rapid steps carried the man across the darkened expanse of room. He brought himself up short as he collided with an unseen figure. Clutching a withered throat with his left hand and effectually preventing a scream from surging to lips opened to receive it, at the same moment he thrust the weight of his body forward in such fashion as to put himself next to the door and forced the woman away from it. "Where's the key to the other door?" He released the pressure of his hand on the throat sufficiently to permit a weak voice trembling with terror to croak a panted answer. "Under the mattress." Savage elation brought the teeth of the man together with a grinding click. He began to force the woman across the room, laughing at the puny, feeble blows she struck wildly at him. He dug his fingers deeper into the thin throat, an old lust to kill swimming in his blood. He strove to see how far he might choke her before insensibility came, laughing louder at the faint moans and series of agonized gasps that came just before the mad, futile blows ceased and she staggered in his clutch. Then, wearying of the sport and mindful that time was flying, he used his blackjack twice, flung his victim across the bed, and delved under the mattress. Chapter 4. The following morning, Abraham Wolger, at the desk in his West Street hotel, looked up from the third morning edition of his favorite paper and addressed a burly youth who was sweeping out the uncarpeted lobby with a worn broom. "Look at Jake," he said, stabbing the newspaper with his stubby finger. "Last night was a murder in a fish store up on 11th Avenue. $2,000 was stole, and the old woman what owned it got murdered. Ain't it funny? It says right here she was Mrs. Cragen, the mother of that gorilla what croaked that guy in a bank 4 years ago this month. The same guy I was telling you looked just like a man who registered here last night and never showed up again." The youth with the broom fingered a twisted ear. "Was there any pinches made?" he asked, succinctly. The proprietor of the hotel looked back at his paper. "Yes. The cops grabbed the two guys as they were coming out. A couple of friends of Tip Regan they were. They didn't find the 2 grands on them, the paper says. But what difference does it make? The chair for both of them, sure. Honest, Jake. Guys like that who would croak a widow woman ought to get burned in the chair." End of The Gorilla by Clinton Harcourt. This story is a detective noir with strong elements of hard-boiled fiction. It follows McBride, a tough, no-nonsense detective, as he navigates a dangerous case involving gangsters, violence, and a high-speed pursuit. Themes of betrayal, loyalty, and the gritty realities of law enforcement are explored as McBride and his team face moral ambiguity and life-threatening challenges. The story delves into the complex dynamics of power, survival, and the personal cost of justice in a world where right and wrong are often blurred. Beat the Rap. A Captain Steve McBride Story by Frederick Nebel. Black Mask, May 1931. Captain McBride hangs a rap on some undercover killers and defies them to beat it. Craig Square is on the hoodlum north side of Richmond City, where the old brownstones have gone to rooming houses or area way speaks, and you can buy alcohol in any drugstore. The back of any barber shop is liable to be an alky cooking joint, and the Dagos don't speak English if you're not in the know. The municipal stretch of a state highway crosses Craig Square east and west. North and south runs Hummel Street, named after a Semitic alderman who tried to step into big time and got his diaphragm blown out in the process. On the square are automatic traffic lights that alternate every 30 seconds. Half a block south on Hummel stands the Old Town Hotel, popular in certain circles because of a broad-minded desk clerk. Its red brick is dirty, but the huge plate glass window always shines darkly. The doorway is narrow, with a brass nameplate on either side. At exactly 3 on that blustering March day, the north and south traffic lights turned red. At precisely the same time, 3 black touring cars rolled north on Hummel and slowed down as they came abreast of the Old Town Hotel. A man had come out of the door and taken 2 steps down the stone stairway. He wore a blue overcoat, snug fitting, and a derby. He paused. His lips tightened and horror welled suddenly in his eyes. He spun and dived back toward the doorway. From each of the 3 touring cars, a Thompson submachine hurled streams of lead across the front of the hotel. The plate glass window collapsed violently in a snarling shower of glass. The man was caught in the doorway and died with 30 bullets up and down his back. A woman, with a little child, stood petrified 10 yards from the doorway, while the child clung screaming to her skirts. The motors of the touring cars roared, and as they neared the broad intersection, the red lights became green, and the cars crossed the square at 50 miles an hour. A man huddled against a stoop on the opposite side of the street repeated the license number of the last car with palsied lips. A cop came pounding up the sidewalk from the south, his overcoat flapping about his legs. Some windows grated open and faces appeared timorously. The man in a huddle kept repeating the license number. The door in the hotel could not swing shut because the man in the derby was caught there. The cop's shoes crackled on shattered glass, and he stopped short and looked at the woman who was kneeling on the sidewalk hugging the child. "You hurt?" the cop asked. The woman's lips blubbered. The cop stamped towards her and seemed angry when he bent down and repeated the question. Then the woman shook her head. "No." "Okay," said the cop, and swung to look at the doorway. A police flivver hurtled up to the curb and stopped so short that its rear end yawed around. McBride sat next to the chauffeur drawing on a pipe and running his eyes across the hotel front. "Were you here, Schwartzman?" he asked. Startled, the cop pivoted halfway up the stone steps. He shook his head. "No, I was down at Hummel and Waterford. Seems to me," said McBride, "that some of you guys could spend a little time out of a speakeasy. I wasn't." "Says you." McBride stepped from the flivver, shifted his pipe across his mouth, and eyed the woman still on her knees. He went towards her, his hard features relaxing. "You hurt, missus?" "No, I'm just scared." He reached down a strong arm and helped her to her feet. He picked up the little child and held her against his chest. "You can rest up inside," he said. He carried the child in one arm, used his left hand to guide the woman into the hotel, saying, "Just step over that guy. Hey, Schwartzman, get this stiff from blocking traffic." "Yes, sir." McBride eyed him wearily. "And I thought you were on peg post, Louis, at Hummel and the State Road." "Geez, I was. Cap. But I just... Okie, Schwartzman, okie, song and dance some other time." His long, chiseled face was heavy when he entered the lobby of the hotel. 3 men were just getting up from behind chairs. One lay sprawled on the floor, his face a bloody welter. A clerk stood shaking behind the desk. McBride led the woman to a chair and placed the child in her lap. Then he tilted his grey fedora, shoved his hands into the pockets of his neat grey topcoat, and moved his polished black shoes across the floor. He stopped and looked down at the man lying on the floor. He turned and looked at the man Schwartzman had dragged in from the doorway. "Who is it?" he asked. "Rocco." "Oh," said McBride. "So it's Rocco. He ain't got no spine left, Cap. He never had a hell of a lot anyhow, but—" He turned and eyed the desk clerk. "Any idea who was behind the heavy artillery?" "No, sir." McBride turned to the 3 men who had risen from behind as many chairs. "You guys?" They shook their heads. He peered keenly at them. "Hello, Butcher." "Hello, Cap," growled a short, thick-set man. "You might have an idea." "Butcher." "I ain't." "The old theme song, eh?" "Hell, I was just sitting there. You'll bury your dead, Butcher, but I'll bury the guys did it." Get that. He went back to the woman and said, "Mrs., did you by any chance get the license number? There were 3 cars. I didn't see any of the men. I saw one behind, a big gun. I'd know him again if I ever seen him." McBride took down her name and address, then said to the cop, "Schwartzman, help this lady down to 324 Hummel and come right back. Come right back, Schwartzman," which don't mean a bracer in Donkey Joe's. "Yes, sir," the cop gulped. A man appeared in the doorway and McBride sized him up. "What do you want? Are you a detective?" "Yeah, kind of. I saw the shooting. I was walking down the other side of the street. I saw the shooting. I got the number of the last car. It was a 41,141. McBride wrote it down. "That's an easy number to ball up. It's right, though. I kept repeating it. And the car was black with a tan top, and there was a rent on the back of the top, and the left rear mudguard had a dent in it. A big one. You've got eyes, Mr. Name." "George Planet, 93 Houseman. I work with the Meteor Radio Company repairman." "Okay, Mr. Planet." He put his book back in his pocket and surveyed the death and debris with tired, bitter eyes. He looked up at the desk clerk. "Get headquarters. Ask for Inspector Starin." He shifted his eyes to Rocco. "So they got your boss, eh, Butcher?" "Yeah," came Butcher's thick voice. McBride went to the telephone. "Hello, Inspector." "McBride. Rocco got rubbed out at his hotel about 10 minutes ago." "Nope, not a thing, except the license number." "I'll be seeing you." "Well, there was another guy got his face blown out. I'll take 'em both to the morgue. Goodbye." Butcher was saying, "Geez, he was a great guy, Rocco was." "Swell," McBride said. "I'll send flowers." Chapter 2. Police Headquarters. McBride looked up from his neat flat desk when Moriarty came in wearing a disgusted look. "What I told you," Moriarty growled. "The plates were swiped from a Buick in a Jockey Street garage 3 nights ago. I got in touch with the guy who owned them. He'd reported the lift the same night." "Okey," McBride nodded. "I figured they were phony plates. But look here, Maury. I got in touch again with this guy, Planet. He says the car was a Packard, with a sort of V-shaped dent in the rear left mudguard. Crews around the garages that specialize in rolling out dents, and crews the auto-top repair places. The Packard had a rip in the top. Those places roll out dents, too. You figure it was a bent car, Cap?" "No, I don't think it was stolen. If it was, we'd have a report on a car found abandoned." "On the jump, Maury Cohen go after that woman?" "Yeah, well, be seeing you." Moriarty turned and pulled open the door. Kennedy of the Free Press stood there, smoke from a limp cigarette mushrooming against the brim of a faded, misshapen fedora. "Thanks," Kennedy said wearily, and strolled in. "Hello, Cap. They do tell me Rocco will have a big funeral, attended by 1 state senator, 2 magistrates, a special sessions judge, 3 aldermen, and the mayor disguised as 4 Hawaiians. Who said the meek shall inherit the earth?" "Are you drunk, Kennedy?" "No, but that gives me an idea. How about a drink?" McBride hauled out a bottle of Dewar's, and Kennedy took half a water glass full. "To your health, Cap, and to the damnation of your enemies, so long as you serve scotch like this. Who killed Rocco?" "He was accidentally killed by some small boys playing cowboys and Indians with bows and arrows." "That's funny. I didn't know Dazzy Nagel was up on archery, or his little boys." McBride's eyes steadied. "What are you talking about, you drunk?" "Me drunk?" He placed his fingers affectionately around the neck of the bottle as he eased himself on the edge of the desk. "Well, then I was just fooling, Stephen, old sock. It's a fairy story. Listen, but don't believe a word of it. Rocco owned the Old Town Hotel. He had the beer and alky trade sewed up on the north and west sides. He really owned the stonemasons and plasterers union, and every pushcart merchant in Little Italy and Kike Town paid him tribute. He had his hand in the cheese business. He was a great friend of Magistrate Celianos and Alderman Angelin, who runs the south side, Dazzy Nagel, the east side, Lug Neary. Well, last month there was a big meeting at the Congress Place Hotel. The lords and underlords of gangdom gathered. A truce was declared for the occasion. Nagel was there. Neary was there. And of course Rocco. They agreed on certain territories after Rocco had tried to make a combine of 3 with himself as commander-in-chief. Neary was half willing. He's not so big anyhow. But Nagel rates, and Nagel said no. So they compromised, had a banquet, and left. Last week somebody crossed the railroad tracks and shunted off 2 boxcars loaded with Canadian rye. They were Nagel's. Some guys had beamed the crew of a switching engine at 3 in the morning and taken the 2 cars for a 3-mile ride and unloaded them on the main line. It damn near caused a wreck. Who did it? It was on the border between Nery's and Nagel's territory. Let's say that Nagel figured Nery would never have done it on his own. Nery always kept to the hunkies. Let's say that after the truce meeting, Rocco, seeing that Nery would have joined him if Nagel had, went to Nery and quietly took Nery under his wing. If Nagel figured that way, who then played cowboys and Indians in Hummel Street this afternoon? Kennedy raised the bottle. Now, do you mind? Why don't you run that fairy story in the paper? Because some of these punks would think it was true, and my boss has got sick and tired of having his place shot up. My imagination does run away with me at times. Yeah, said McBride. I'd advise you, Kennedy, that if you must get drunk, do it here, or lock yourself in your room and throw the key away. If you get plastered in a speakeasy, your imagination might run away with you again, and I'll have to send flowers. Kennedy smiled with his young old face and his dreamy, insinuating eyes. I can see, Cap, he drawled without moving his lips, that you don't believe in fairy tales. The door opened, and Cohen said, I got this Mrs. Schlemmer, Cap's Okie, to bring her in. McBride stood up, saying, No, I'll go out. He looked down at Kennedy. You stay here, or go home. I'll stay, old sock. McBride went out and Cohen showed him Mrs. Schlemmer, who had witnessed the shooting. McBride took her arm and they went upstairs to the Bureau of Criminal Identification. The woman was nervous in these great echoing halls. McBride spoke kindly to her, in an offhand tone, asked about her child and her husband, and finally led her through the large room where the files were kept. I want you to take your time, he said. Look at the faces carefully. He began turning the big metal pages that hung bookwise from the walls. He had a vague idea of what section to choose first. Before Mrs. Schlemmer's searching eyes passed a parade of faces, the like of which she had never witnessed, even in the most lurid movie. Finally she gulped. There, there. Her finger pointed. You're sure? Yes, I would never forget that face. She shuddered. It was a broad face with a ploughshare jaw, a wide, thick-lipped mouth, and pale button eyes. In profile, the lower jaw was projected forward. Thanks, Mrs. Schlemmer, McBride said. You can go home. We may call you again to identify the man when we get him. Cohen mused. Bat Jukes, eh? Don't tell Kennedy. I thought Bat went out to Kansas City to run the machine gun squad for big-time Herman Goss. Yeah, and the Kansas City police think he's still there. He was with Rocco for 2 years. He came back to pay Rocco for an old deal. Is he on his own, or is he Dazzy Nagel's new typewriter man? McBride stared keenly into space. I don't think, Ike, that Bat would come all the way from Kansas City just to blow out the front of Rocco's hotel. Let's go downstairs. When they returned to McBride's office, Kennedy had gone. McBride picked up the bottle. It was empty. The tank, he growled with rough good humor. Cohen was lighting a butt at the window. Pipe this, he said. McBride went over, looked down, and saw Kennedy assisting Mrs. Schlemmer across the street. Anyhow, McBride said, she doesn't know the name of the guy she identified. The telephone rang. McBride answered it. Yeah, Maury. Uh-huh. Yeah, he would say that. "Okey, well, come on back." He hung up. The Packard had the dent rolled out in a place at 46 Terrace, and the tier fixed. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, one guy brought the car there. He wore coloured goggles and a chauffeur's uniform. That's all the guy knows. McBride rapped his knuckles on the desk impatiently. "Okey then, Ike. See if you can root out Bat. Get your stoolies working. I'll get mine and I'll have Maury get his." "What are we going to pick him up on?" "Anything. I've got it. That grocery store stick-up 3 days ago out in Ellenville. Be nice with him, Ike, if you get him. We can get rough later. But if we accuse him right off of this kill, he's liable to go nutty and fight. Besides, the woman may be wrong. Breeze, Ike." For 2 days, McBride and McBride's men and their stoolies hunted for Bat Jukes. You will know about Bat Jukes if you followed the reign of crime in Richmond City. He began his career as a strikebreaker, becoming illustrious in certain strata through his use of a baseball bat as a means of coercion. Later, he got fancy and dipped his bullets in garlic. But Bat didn't show up. Either the stoolies were stalling or Mrs. Schlemmer had fumbled her identification. On the third day, towards dusk, McBride sat behind his desk and creaked in his swivel chair. Moriarty faced him. "Seems," McBride said, "that I ought to pay a call on Dazzy Nagel. He might know." The door opened and Sergeant Bedecken said, "There's a guy to see you, Cap." "Who?" "Bat Jukes." Chapter 3. "I hear you've been looking for me, McBride," Jukes said. He was a whale of a man dressed in loud clothes. His pale eyes were both quizzical and hostile beneath his craggy brows. "Sit down, Bat," McBride said. "Sure." He sat down expansively, planting his pigskin-gloved hands on heavy knees. "If you guys want to talk to me, why the hell don't you ask me instead of sending your stoolies?" McBride smiled. "We weren't sure you were in town, Bat. Kansas City give you the air?" "Hell, she's a tank town. Well, what's on your mind?" "A little job out in the West End. Ellenville. Grocery store stick-up. Guy got away with 200 and socked the grocer in the kisser just for fun. Another guy gave us a pretty good description. It sounds like you." "Oh, yeah? When did it happen?" 5 days ago." Jukes leaned back and laughed throatily. "Guess again, Cap. And since when have I gone around sticking up small fry? That's a pansy's job. Anyhow, Bat, suppose we let the guy take a look at you." "Nix. Nah. Where do you rate that crap? Me sticking up a grocery? Geez, that's rich." McBride stood up. "You think you're a wise guy coming in here, Bat? Okey. But you're going to let this guy take a look at your pan. Maury, go out and get him." Jukes heaved out of the chair, bending his craggy brows. "Who the hell do you cops think you are?" "Shut up, you punk," McBride bit off. "Don't try to get snotty around here. Go ahead, Maury. When you get back, take the guy down to the shadow box, then call me." Maury went out leering at Jukes. "Now sit down, Bat," McBride said. "Time enough to blow off if the guy identifies you." "I'd like," said McBride, "to hang a shiner under your eyebrow." The shadow box was down in the basement. There were rows of seats in a darkened room. At one side of the room was a small, narrow stage with a white mesh in front of it. The stage was lighted. Anyone on that stage could be seen from the seats, but could not see anyone in the seats. McBride sat in the room off the stage waiting for Moriarty and Mrs. Schlemmer. "Listen," Jukes complained, spreading his pigskin-gloved hands. "I got a date. I can't be wasting time on a lot of cheap cops that's got a lousy idea. Horse feathers. Bat." The door swung open and a cop looked in. Cap Moriarty. He jerked to look over his shoulder. McBride got up, sensing trouble. "Stay with this gorilla, Henny." McBride went out and found Moriarty standing with his hands in his pockets and wearing a sullen look. "Nothing doing, Cap," he growled. "What do you mean?" "She ain't there." "Well, where is she?" "The whole family moved 2 days ago. I was speaking with the people on the second floor. And they said the Schlemmers were dispossessed for not paying the rent. Well, hell, didn't they leave a forwarding address? Nope. McBride let an exasperated breath whistle through his nostrils and slammed a knotted fist into an open palm. Some guy pulled a fast one. Okie. His blue eyes keened. I'm going to look into this, and I'm going to hold Bat. Geez, what can you book him on? I'm not going to book him. I'm going to hold him on suspicion. For 24 hours, Bat Jukes took the news and went into a towering rage. You guys can't do that, he roared. I got my rights. Damn you, McBride, let me get a hold of my lawyer. Like hell, Bat. You'll cool your pants till I find the guy can identify you. That's a lot of hooey. You know damn well you ain't got no guy can do it, and I ain't gonna stand for it, you lousy flatfoot. McBride took one quick step and grabbed Jukes by the collar with his left hand. His right fist loomed in front of Jukes's face. McBride's wide lips were curled against his teeth. His brows were bent. Another word out of you, you dirty punk, and I'll shellac you. He hurled Jukes halfway across the room. 2 cops slammed Jukes into a cell. Grim purpose was in the set of McBride's jaw when he left headquarters on his own. His stride was purposeful, his heavy-soled shoes striking the pavement with sharp echoing rhythm. His teeth bit hard into the stem of his old briar. At 324 Hummel Street, he made inquiries. The renting agent of the 4-story house had his offices at 485 Waterford Avenue. To that address went McBride. Mr. Bergman rose from behind a roll-top desk and looked over small spectacles. He had a grey, dry face, thin, hueless lips, and thin, mouse-coloured hair. You want to see me? Yes, I'm Captain McBride, police headquarters. 2 days ago, you dispossessed a family named Schlemmer from a flat at 324 Hummel Street. Yes, we did. Where did they go? Mr. Bergman shrugged. I don't know. We don't keep that kind of records. Their rent was 2 months overdue. In hard times like this, went on McBride. When flats are hard to rent, do you ordinarily dispossess a person who's 2 months behind? We saw no prospect of getting the money, since the head of the family was out of work. How long did they live there? 3 years. And this was the first time they fell down on payment. Bergman looked around. I believe it was. Then do you think it was humane or on good sense that you acted as you did? Bergman tightened his lips. Just what are you getting at, Captain? By law, we have a perfect right to dispossess any family that defaults on payment of rent. Our personal reasons have nothing to do with the matter. It was a matter of form, of business. McBride's cold blue eyes were fastened rigidly on Bergman. Have you any other families overdue that way? Why, yes, I believe we have. 2 or more months in arrears. Bergman took a breath. Approaching 2 months. Mr. Bergman, McBride said, raising a forefinger, I'm going to get a writ permitting me to look over your books, unless you're willing to have me look at them now. I don't see any reason for permitting you. All right. I'll be back with the writ in half an hour. He swiveled decisively on his heel and started for the door. Bergman was saying stridently, there's no need for a writ. We dispossessed them because, besides being overdue in their rent, the man Schlemmer got drunk on several occasions and annoyed other tenants. We dispossessed them because... Wait! McBride came towards Bergman with a heavy tread and a lowering look. Have you or have you not any rentals that are 2 months or more in arrears? Why, yes, we have, but on the other hand... Never mind the other hand, snarled McBride. I think, Mr. Bergman, you're a liar. Why? Cried Bergman. You dispossessed those people for other reasons than you stated. Get this, mister. I am very much interested in the Schlemmers. I want to know where they are. What is your salary here? 200 a month? Have you any stocks or bonds? Why, no. Have you any other source of income but your salary? No. I still don't see. Where do you bank? The water. Damn it, you have no right to. All right. The Waterford State Bank. I'll use your telephone, please. McBride called headquarters. Hello, Maury. McBride. Listen, I want you to go down to the Waterford State Bank and find out if Mr. Marcus Bergman has made any deposits in the last week. Yeah, that's the name. And call me right away, Maury. I'm at. And he added the phone number. He banged the receiver back onto the hook and glared at Bergman. Bergman's face looked drier. McBride sat down, knocked out his pipe, restuffed it and lit up. He snatched up a newspaper and assumed a passing interest in the front page. When Moriarty called, McBride listened, nodded, said, "Thanks, Maury," and hung up. He hung up slowly and looked across the instrument at Bergman. "Mr. Bergman," he said incisively, "how come you deposited $500 in your bank the day before the Schlemmers were chucked out?" Bergman's nostrils quivered. "I don't see that it's any concern of yours." "Mr. Bergman, have you ever seen the inside of police headquarters?" "No." "It's kind of worth seeing. Put your hat on." Chapter 4. The afternoon sun streamed in through the window and across the mouse-coloured head of Bergman, who sat in McBride's office, his collar half open, his tie out of place, sweat on his face. His thin shoulders were hunched up alongside his ears, and he licked at his hueless lips. Cohen leaned against the radiator. Moriarty leaned against the wall, using a jackknife to scrape his fingernails. McBride faced Bergman across the neat flat-topped desk. His fingers were loosely interlocked, his head thrust forward, his keen eyes clamped on Bergman's. "Then you accepted $500 to dispossess the Schlemmer family?" Yes. "Who gave you the $500? "I don't know. 2 men came to my office. They didn't give any names. Both were young, not over 25. They were well-dressed and talked pretty well. What did they say?" "Well, they asked me if I was the renting agent for the house at 324 Hummel. I said yes. They asked me if I knew a party there by the name of Schlemmer. I said yes. They asked me if they were good tenants, if they paid their rent. I said they were overdue. Then one of the men drew out a roll of bills and said he wanted them dispossessed immediately. He counted out $500 and laid it on the desk. "That's for your trouble," he said. I hesitated and told them that I couldn't do it. They smiled, and one of them said, "Yes, you can, and do it now. Or else," they smiled again in a kind of hard way. Then they went out, leaving the money. So I did it. "And you've no idea where the Schlemmers went?" "No." McBride flexed his lips. "Didn't it occur to you that these men were kind of queer to make a demand like that?" "Yes, it did. In other words, you accepted a bribe to chuck out a family that was in a bad way financially." Yes, I suppose." "Of course you did. Mr. Bergman, I can make you lose your job and have you thrown in jail in the bargain. I'll do both if you don't help me." He stood up. "Come along." They went up to the Bureau of Criminal Identification and began going through the gallery of portraits. "If you see a picture of either of the men," McBride said, "point him out." 10 minutes later, Bergman pointed to a picture of a youth. "That looks like the one who offered me the money." McBride noted the file number and went to the array of card indexes. When he returned, he said, "All right, Mr. Bergman, you can go. Don't mention to anybody what happened. Don't say I brought you here. Keep it under your hat." Bergman was shivering. "Thanks, Captain. I'm sorry I did that, but get along. I may have to call you again." Back in his office, McBride looked at Moriarty and Cohen. It was Dancer Frank. "Hell," Cohen said. "He's Nagel's right-hand man." "Sure," McBride smiled. "But we haven't got Dancer. We have got Bat, and we've got to get the woman to identify him." "What I can't see," Moriarty said, "is how the hell they ever found out the woman told you in the first place." McBride lowered his voice. "That's something I've been laying awake about since it happened, Maury. But," his voice quickened, "we've got to find the woman. Get the telephone book, Ike. Make a list of all the storage houses in the city. Then call 'em up." Moriarty and Cohen got together. For a solid hour they made telephone calls and finally gave it up. Cohen said, "Try advertising, Cap." No good. McBride paced the floor with his hands clasped behind his back. He stopped short, leveled his arm. "Try this. Get a list of second-hand furniture dealers. See if one of them bought some furniture since the Schlemmers were dispossessed." They went to work on the telephone books again, got a long list, and began calling. At the end of half an hour, Cohen took an interest in the conversation he was holding. He made notes. He hung up and smiled, leaned back importantly. "The old Yiddish luck," he said. "One Israel Rosenblum of 46 Market got wind of the dispossess and sent a man around while the furniture was on the sidewalk, to buy at cut rates, of course. Well, the Schlemmers decided to sell some of it. They sold $20 worth, with the promise the dealer would send a truck. They paid back $1.50 to have the rest taken to a 2-room flat in number 606 Billings Street. McBride lunged across the room for his hat and coat. "Great work, Ike. Hang around, both you guys." Billings Street is a tatterdemalion. The pushcart vendors are eternally at war with the ragtag shop owners, and once in a while, the city street cleaning department finds its way into the frowsy neighborhood. In all the hodgepodge of pushcarts, ash cans, scrawny children, and half-dressed riffraff, McBride was a clean-cut figure striding along with his pipe belching smoke. A fight was going on between two youngsters. Fists were flying. McBride slowed down, squinted, but did not stop. He was not a man to bother with petty things. His feet picked up speed, and he was back at his old formidable gait. There was a stone stoop generously draped with dirty-faced kids, a slatternly woman with a baby in arms, and an unshorn man smoking a pipe. "Does Mrs. Schlemmer live here?" McBride asked. "Search me," said the man. The slatternly woman said, "Ah, I guess they're the new ones on the 4th floor in the back." On general principles, she scowled at McBride. It was a neighborhood that was clannish for no good reason. It resented outsiders. McBride went up the creaking stairway, the smell of damp rot strong in his nostrils. What a miserable hole! He attained the second landing and tramped towards the rear. He knocked at a door, and Mrs. Schlemmer opened it. The odor of boiling cabbage assailed his nostrils. "Hello, Mrs. Schlemmer," he said. The woman squinted. "Oh, hello. I didn't know where you'd moved to. You should have got in touch with me." "Well, you see, sir, we were dispossessed right sudden, and I was so mixed up I didn't know. I forgot." "I see. Well, that's all right. What's the matter with your little girl?" He nodded to the child, who had a flannel bandage around her throat. "Sore throat. This place is damp, but we had to move somewhere, and that's too bad." Entering, he saw beads of dampness on the scarred and stained walls. His eyes lingered on the child. Oddly enough, his eyes became dreamy, a rare thing with the hard-bitten skipper. It brought him back, long ago and far away, when he was a rookie on small pay and his wife and daughter lived on starvation funds in a run-down flat. Sickness and doctor's bills, and his daughter down with the grip. "She can't talk, sir," Mrs. Schlemmer was saying. Too bad, too bad. So you were dispossessed." His eyes, usually keen as a shaft of cold blue flame, softened on the haggard woman. "By the way, has anyone annoyed you?" "No, except we were dispossessed so sudden. Jake's my husband. Jake wanted to go down and fight the agent, but, well, that wouldn't have done no good. Jake's out looking for work now. It's hard. He can't lift heavy things like he used to. 6 months ago he fell from a lumber stack. Gosh. Well, I was going to say, Mrs. Schlemmer, I wonder if you could come over to headquarters and identify the man you saw fire the big gun." "Well, I got no one to leave Nancy with. I don't know none of the neighbors yet. If Jake was here," she shrugged. "I can't leave Nancy." "No, of course not." "Well." There were heavy footsteps in the hall. A big man, broad-shouldered, came in and stopped short. He wore a threadbare coat and there was brown stubble on his face. "This is Captain McBride," Mrs. Schlemmer said, and to McBride, "This is my husband." "Hello, Cap," Schlemmer said, A glimmer came into his eyes. His wife said, "Captain McBride wants me to go to police headquarters to identify. Nothing doing," her husband cut in. "Look here, Captain. You got to keep my wife out of this. It's dangerous. I know about that murder, but damn it, you ain't going to drag her in it. She'll just... I know what she'll do. She'll identify a guy, and then before he comes to trial, she'll be bumped off. Or my kid will. I know these gangsters." McBride said, "I know how you feel, Mr. Schlemmer, but this is necessary. A murder has been committed. It's up to the state to get and convict those responsible. And it's up to any good citizen to assist the state. She ain't going," persisted Schlemmer. "She's had enough trouble with me out of work and the kid's sick. And listen, mister, I ain't dumb. We were dispossessed too sudden for it to be on the up and up. Somebody paid somebody else to do it, and we're not going to be put on the spot because that Dago Rocco got bumped off." "I promise police protection," McBride said. "If your wife identifies this man, from that moment on, I'll have you protected night and day by a plainclothesman. You'll come to no harm, none of you, but your wife will have to come to police headquarters. She won't, I tell you. Mr. Schlemmer, she will." His words were blunt, but in his heart he sympathized with the man. The stage was set. The seats in the shadow box were plunged in darkness. Mrs. Schlemmer stood in the center of the room, her hand resting on the back of a seat. McBride stood beside her, supporting her by the arm. The door at the side of the stage opened, and Moriarty led Bat Jukes out into the brilliance behind the white mesh. "Toe that line, Bat," he said. "Look straight ahead. This is a frame. Shut up. Button your overcoat. Put your hat on." "Ah, you guys, pipe down," McBride said from the darkness. "Raise your head, all right. Now face right. Right again. Now left, you dumb ox. Right with your back to me. Okie. Now right again. Now front. Keep your head up. Take your hat off." Skeins of shining sweat on Bat's face gleamed in the brilliant light. McBride leaned close to Mrs. Schlemmer. He put his ear near her whispering lips. Then he stood erect. "Okie Maury," he said. "Take him to the desk for booking." Bat Jukes roared. "What are you guys doing? Where's the guy says I stuck up that store? Where's he? Gimme a look at him and I'll..." Moriarty planted a hard knee where it was most effective. Bat Jukes went stumbling from the stage into the arms of a waiting policeman. Bat Jukes, denying all charges, coming through 6 hours of shellacking, battered, and still maintaining his innocence, was turned over to the office of the state's attorney. Chapter 5. McBride held a match to Kennedy's cigar and looked the reporter in the eye. "You know, Kennedy," he said, "I always figured you for a drunk, a wise guy, a bit of a grafter in a nice way, and a white guy. A white guy, Kennedy." "Well," Kennedy said, inhaling languidly, "my old man was Irish and my mother was a McNulty. There's no trace of the dinge, the quadroon, or the octoroon in my blood. Not a bad cigar." His lazy eyes held a provocative twinkle. "By white Kennedy, I mean on the up and up with me. Dear father, what have I done?" "Cut out the burlesque wit. Somebody wised up somebody else that Mrs. Schlemmer came down here just after the shooting and picked out a picture in the gallery. When she left, I saw you walking across the street with her. I make it a point to help children, ladies, and dogs across streets. Have you come to the point where you make it a point to two-time on a cop that was always willing to give you the shirt off his back?" Kennedy leaned back on his heels. His eyelids drooped till he seemed about to go to sleep on his feet. A slow smile crept across his lips. "Excuse me, Stephen. The astral body of my city editor just appeared. I must be going." "You listen to me, Kennedy." McBride gripped his arm and shook him violently. Kennedy's slow, satiric smile lingered on his lips. His lazy eyes almost closed. He drawled, "Stephen, no rough stuff. I'm under the doctor's care. You answer me, Kennedy." Idly, Kennedy reached up and adjusted McBride's tie. "Cap, Old tomato, you're a believing soul. Your cops are good, hard-working guys, all of them. Once in a while, they drop in a speak for a snifter, but by and large, they're all honest and upstanding. You look in a mirror and say, I am Steve McBride. I've never accepted a bribe. I've been true to my job. And looking at yourself, you say, I am the prototype of all policemen. That makes me feel upside dizzy. A low, liquid laugh started way down in Kennedy's throat, chortled through his smiling lips. McBride dropped his hand from Kennedy's arm. What do you know, Kennedy? He muttered. Kennedy drifted to the door, opened it, and stood there in his wrinkled topcoat, his battered fedora. Nothing, he said. And as he backed out, drawing the door shut, he said, Ask Louis Schwartzman how he liked the $200 party he threw at Pomano's the other night. The door closed on Kennedy's quiet chuckle. McBride stood staring at the closed door, his lips pressed so tightly together that a mound of muscle bulged at either corner. His strong, square-tipped fingers flexed themselves against his palms. Tiny points of fire seemed to flash phosphorescently across his eyes, and the crow's feet at the corners rippled. A breath exploded, bursting his lips apart. By God! His eyes lashed themselves to blue-blazing fury. Bat Jukes' lawyer, the notorious Archie Klein, famed throughout the country for his brilliance and his scathing tongue, filed a plea of not guilty on his client's behalf. Assistant State's Attorney Bellows, a die-hard, roared his murder in the first degree. It promised to be one of the quickest trials on record. Bellows raked up Jukes' past, leaving no stone unturned, and he was to bank everything on the testimony of Mrs. Schlemmer, the state's star witness. She must be guarded, he said, as if she were a queen in danger of assassination. It must be seen to that no one approaches either her or her husband in an effort to buy them off. Behind the ample bosom of Mrs. Schlemmer, there must have beaten the heart of an Amazon. With a quiet stoicism, she promised to stand by the state. Life had knocked her from pillar to post, ground her on its ragged edges. Yet, in this time of imminent danger, she became cool and collected and quietly grim in her purpose. She will hang Bat Jukes, said the assistant state's attorney. With McBride, something more personal had entered into the case than murder on a large scale. A growing suspicion gnawed its way into his heart and remained there, burning slowly. It kept him awake, marched tirelessly with him by day. It became an obsession, until finally what at first had been a stinging suspicion became in his mind almost a palpable truth. One night, he took a streetcar and rode out to the edge of town. Alighting, he walked down an elm-lined street. He climbed the porch of a modest little house and pressed the bell button. A white-haired woman, neat and smiling, opened the door. McBride touched his hat. "How do you do, Mrs. Schwartzman? I'm Captain McBride. Is Louis in?" "No, he's not, Captain. You expect him in?" "Well, not till late, I guess." He dressed up and went out, put his tuxedo on. "Thank you. I just wanted to see him. Good night, Mrs. Schwartzman." He retraced his steps to the streetcar line. Tuxedo. Humph. Cops going out in tuxedos these days. Pretty fancy. He returned to headquarters and sat around brooding. Sergeant Otto Bettdecken came in and said he and some boys were sending out for hot dogs and had a new batch of beer. Would the skipper like to join the party? "No," growled McBride, and when Bettdecken had gone, McBride poured himself a stiff jolt of Golden Wedding and downed it neat. At 10:30, he put on his conservative grey topcoat and went out. He walked swiftly through the dark streets. His pipe bowl was a red smoking eye in the darkness. He drew savagely at the stem until the hot smoke burned his tongue. It took him 20 minutes to reach a street in which a sign scrawled in neon lights said, "Pomano's." He rolled past the liveried doorman and barged into an anteroom hung in seductive red drapes. A couple of sleek men in evening dress drifted towards him. "Table for one, sir?" "No. I just want to look the place over." He rolled past them and stood in the arched entrance to the nightclub proper. There was a gang. There was blatant jazz hurled out by a Negro orchestra. There were dazzling lights and gay paper streamers, and men and women wore funny paper hats, and there were bottles on tables and drunken laughter, drunken dancing, and feverish hilarity. At a big table halfway down the room, McBride saw Schwartzman. The cop looked clean-cut in his tux. A paper Napoleonic hat was cocked over one eye, and a girl lay in his arms. There were half a dozen others at the table, chairs for 3 or 4 more. It looked like a wild party. McBride signaled the head waiter. "Tell Louis Schwartzman somebody wants to see him." "You?" "Yeah." Schwartzman came down the floor unsteadily, waving to other tables, laughing. He almost walked into McBride. He chuckled and slapped McBride on the shoulder. "Come join the party, Skipper. I want to talk to you, Louis." "Hell, why talk when you can drink? Come on, be sport. Got a nice dame for you and everything." A man tapped McBride's arm. "What's the idea, stranger?" "It's all right," Schwartzman said. "He's a friend of mine. Captain Steve McBride, good guy, gonna have a drink, make whoopee. Get your hat and coat, Louis," droned McBride. "Huh? Ain't going no place. Why get coat and hat?" The head waiter said. "Listen, Cap, it's Louis's party. He'll pay up to now. Pay your bill, Louis. Ain't going no place. Why pay the bill? Listen," the head waiter said, "why bust up the party?" "You keep your oar out of this," McBride barked. They got Louis's bill while McBride forced him into his overcoat. The bill was $220. McBride saw Louis give the head waiter a roll from which the latter peeled off the amount. Then Louis gave a $50 tip. McBride dragged him outside and heaved him into a taxicab. He sneaked him through a rear entrance in headquarters and, unseen, got him into a room on the 2nd floor. The room was soundproof. McBride locked the door. Louis fell into a chair and started to go to sleep. McBride punched him awake. Louis stared at him with bleary eyes. "Hi, hello, Skipper." McBride's voice was low and hard. "Hello, Louis. Who paid you to sneak off your beat the day Rocco was rubbed out and the Old Town Hotel drilled?" "Huh? You heard me, Louis. They couldn't have made a clean getaway if you'd been on beat where you should have been. How much were you paid and who paid it?" Louis's eyes widened. "I don't know what you're talking about, me paid. You can't throw parties at Pomano's on a cop's salary, Louis. You're going to come clean before you leave this room." Louis frowned. Don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy, Skipper." "Says you." His voice was still low, full of menace. "You're going to talk, Louis. You always acted tough. You enjoyed roughing people up. I remember the time you grabbed a drunken man and hit him so hard he ended up in the asylum. You hear me, Louis? You're going to tell me what I need to know." He raised his fists. "Or I'll make sure you do." Louis started. Out of his sodden stupor, he gathered some inkling of McBride's cold determination. McBride was saying, "Somebody wised up the gang that Mrs. Schlemmer saw Bat Jukes in one of the cars. Nobody knew that but you. You were on the scene. I had you take the woman home. You might have got away with it, Louis, but the money went to your nut. And you're going to spring, kid, you're going to spring." "Me? You're crazy, Skipper." "Get up, Louis. Listen, you can't try any rough stuff on me. Get up. You two-timed on us, Louis." Louis got to his feet, his mouth agape, his eyes bulging. McBride caught him by the throat. "Who paid you, Louis?" "Nobody paid me, I tell you." McBride hurled him across the room. Louis crashed against a chair and went down with it. He leaped up, terror in his eyes. "Damn it, you can't do this." "I'm a cop. You won't be after tonight." McBride crossed the room slowly, his jaw set. He lifted Louis off the floor with a terrific blow to the jaw. While Louis was toppling, McBride hit him again. The cop lay panting on the floor. McBride hauled him to his feet. "So help me, Louis. I'll put you in the hospital." "Let go. I don't know a thing." McBride's fist crashed between his eyes, and Louis went hurtling backward, covering his face with his hands. The wall stopped him abruptly, and he buckled to the floor. He started to crawl. McBride put him on his feet again. He clipped Louis on the jaw. He battered him around the room, tore off his coat, his collar, his shirt. He did it coolly, grimly, but his heart was thumping, and the hot blood of rage stormed through his veins. This was a traitor, a man who had two-timed on the shield. Louis began screaming. McBride had seen him dress a suspect down on more occasions than one. Louis had delighted in it. Louis had invented new ways of making a suspect talk. McBride saw him now as a groveling, blubbering wreck. "My God!" Louis cried. "Cut it out! You're killing me!" "I'll just about, Louis. Who paid you?" The question was accompanied by a blow to the jaw that sent Louis clear across the desk and onto the floor beyond. McBride stalked him and started to haul him up again. Don't, Louis screamed. "Come clean?" "Don't, yes, God, yes." "Who paid you?" "Dazzy Nagel. How much?" $1,000. "Geez, Skipper." McBride let him drop to the floor. "What a piker you were." He stood up, his clothes wrinkled, his face grey and granite hard. "There's nobody going to beat this rap, Louis. Nobody." Chapter 6. The news was a bombshell in headquarters. Many cops are clannish. Many will even try to hide the duplicity of one of the force's members. Some of these growled. A few here and there sighed and wagged their heads. But McBride, the old warhorse, did not give two hoots what anyone, cop or otherwise, thought of his own irregular tactics on Schwartzman. In his heart, he had believed Schwartzman guilty of treason. He had used an unvarnished method to bring the truth out. He told the doctor who came that he didn't think any of Schwartzman's bones were broken. "I used only my paws," he said. "I didn't use a hunk of hose, a billy, a gun butt, or any of the furniture. I might have, but that double crossing has no guts," said Inspector Starin. "At least, Steve, you might have called me in, and maybe we could have handled it gently." "Hot air," boomed McBride. "It would have given him time to sober up. Besides, Charlie, I was sore. You know what we do to a guy who kills a cop. We hit him with everything but the radiators, and I once saw a hunky cop try to use that. Well, this is the same. This punk cheated on us. He's in with the gang, and someday he'd walk off the beat when maybe you or I or another cop was on the spot." Starin shrugged. "I guess there are only a few of us old-timers left, Steve. What are you going to do now?" "Well, I just broke up a pool game by telephone. Moriarty and Cohen were having it at Max's. The reserves are dousing their mugs with ice water to wake up, and Keezer's gone after the squad car. But what are you going to do?" "Do? Hell, I'm going to get Nagy and his boyfriends." He yanked open the desk drawer and pulled out A38 Police Special, a duplicate of the one he carried in an armpit holster. He loaded the extra gun and dropped it in his overcoat pocket. Starin looked worried. "Smoke, Steve?" 10-1, somebody in Schwartzman's Pomano party is on speaking terms with Nagel. The door opened, and Moriarty and Cohen trooped in. "Now what are you up to?" Cohen complained. "Damn it, every time I go and make a late date you go into a huddle and find something to do." "I hope," McBride said, "you didn't hock your gun." "Oh, is that the kind of a party?" Kaiser poked his head in. "The damn squad car blew a gasket cap. We'll have to take the flyer." "Take it." "I did. It's downstairs." 6 cops were hanging around in front of the desk when McBride reached the central room. He called off names: Bauer, Kostica, O'Hagan, Finnegan, Oberdorfer, and Fideligo. "Okie, gang. Let's." He barged out through the door with Moriarty and Cohen on either side of him, and the cops tramping behind. The flyer was a special 7-passenger job, painted black, with a 140-inch wheelbase and an 8-cylinder motor capable of doing 90 miles an hour. The windshield, of non-shatterable glass, was slanted way back at a rakish angle. The body was constructed of 1/4-inch metal, and the tires contained puncture-proof tubes. In the compartment back of the front seat were 2 Thompson submachine guns, 10 drums of. 45 caliber bullets, each drum containing 50 cartridges, and 2 sawed-off shotguns. Kaiser was gassing the motor. Moriarty and McBride jammed in beside him, and Cohen went in the back with the uniformed cops. McBride got his pipe started and said, "Go to the Red Lantern, Kaiser, in Jockey Street." The gears meshed silently. The car gathered speed in second, slipped into high, and wheeled around the next corner. McBride half turned in the seat and said, "Remember, boys, this may mean a fight. I'm not going to hand you a line about tradition, honor, and valor. Nagel is a big shot, and he bribed a copper to act dumb while his wagon sailed up Hummel Street. If we can, we're going to get this baby and most of his gang quietly. But if news got to him tonight, he'll know we've got the goods on him, and the bird'll get snotty. And if it's a fight, use everything you've got, guns, rocks, clubs, feet, and your brains. Okie. Swing right here, Kaiser, and beat that crosstown traffic light. I'll give 'em the siren and we'll go right through. Nix on the noise, Kaiser." The long black car swung right and went purring down a dark street. It got a crosstown green light at the next left turn. "To think," brooded Cohen, "that I've been trying to date that Jane up for a month. How'd you make it finally?" Moriarty slurred. "Well, I told her I had a friend in the silk business and I'd get her stockings and things." "Hey, you," McBride said. "Cut out shaking down the silk houses. That's only what I told her," Cohen said absently. They bantered and chided each other on their way across town. When they drew up a block away from the Red Lantern and got out, Officer Fideligo crossed himself, and O'Hagan, grimly humorous, wondered if his insurance policy were paid up to date. "Never mind," Finnegan jibed back. "I'll pay it up in the morning." McBride got them in a huddle. "Kaiser, you stay at the wheel. Maury and Ike, you come with me. You other guys spread out across the street. All except you, Oberdorfer. You beat it around the back and see they don't try to bust out into the next street. If they do, give us the whistle. Kaiser, 2 quick blasts will mean you drive up to the front. 3 quick ones mean you shoot around with the car to the back street. All straight now?" The men nodded and said, "Yeah," all around. "Ike, Maury," McBride said, and started off. The 3 of them walked in through a narrow door level with the street. A row of 10 tables ran back on either side. A short, fat man in a black suit looked up from behind the cash desk. "Where's Dazzy?" McBride asked. The fat man started. His face assumed a blank expression. "He lives here," McBride said. "A guy just told me. He owns this building and he owns you." "Dazzy who?" The man gulped. He was sitting on a high stool and his body seemed to twist downward a bit. McBride cursed and dived behind the counter. He kicked away the fat man's rigid left leg. He saw a button on the floor. "Ike Maury," he barked. "Keep this guy and the waiters nice." He went down the length of the restaurant like a blast of wind. He found a stairway leading upward from a rear room and went up quickly, both guns drawn. Reaching the top, he saw a lighted transom. A second later, the transom was dark, but there was a light in the hall. McBride heard a window grate open. He crept towards the door and listened. He heard the ring of shoes on metal, men going out by way of the rear fire escape. He stepped back and rushed the door. Wood strained. He tried again, slamming into the door with his right shoulder. Wood crackled, snarled, and the door burst open. He saw one man crouched on the fire escape platform outside the window, one man with a gun raised, waiting to slow down the chase. McBride let the impetus of his lunge carry him to the floor. 3 jets of flame burst from the fire escape. McBride fired both guns with his elbows on the floor. He saw the man heaving on the metal grating, and then the man vanished, and McBride heard his body tumbling down. The skipper crossed to the window and looked down into a dark yard. He saw no one. He raised his whistle to his lips and blew 3 short blasts. Then he climbed out and went clattering down the metal rungs. He jumped over the dead man in the yard and looked around for an opening. He saw only a high board fence. He rushed towards it and was about to scale it when he noticed a small door. The door gave, and he went through into the adjoining yard. He heard a motor roaring. The roar seemed confined within walls. He went grimly towards the back of the next building, down into an areaway. There was a door there, heavy and barred from the inside. He went back to the yard and crashed his way through a window. He landed in a dark room. He clawed around for another door while the thunder of a motor echoed throughout the building. He found the door and knocked it down in time to see a car swing out into the street ahead. He raised his guns and fired. He ran towards the entrance and saw spurts of flame coming from behind a pole across the street. That would be Oberdorfer. He saw flame spurting from the gangster car. As he reached the doorway, he heard the scream of the siren on the flyer. The black car roared down the street. He saw visored caps jutting from the tonneau. He leaped to the running board. He saw Oberdorfer leap to the other side. "Step on it, Kaiser," McBride clipped. He hung on while the car whipped sharp right into the next street. Kaiser opened his cutout, and the exhaust hammered behind them in the darkness. The siren kept screaming. Cars jolted to a standstill ahead of them, and they went through red lights at 50 miles an hour. The gangster car hit River Road and opened everything wide. The flyer was doing 65, and the cops were loading the Tommy guns. Quick bursts of flame spat from the car ahead, and Lead tore through the flyer's mudguards. "For God's sake, get in here, Cap!" shouted Kaiser. "Hey," McBride yelled, "hand me one of those Tommy guns." "For God's sake, Cap." "Ah, pipe down, Kaiser." McBride grabbed the Tommy gun and lay down between the left mudguard and the vibrating hood. He laid the barrel of the Tommy gun across the horizontal headlight supporter. The flyer was doing 70 when the skipper opened fire. The rattle of the gun was almost lost in the hoot of the wind and the roar of the motor beside him. He heard lead bang into the thick grating in front of the radiator. He heard the crash of the left headlight and felt shattered glass whip across his face. He cursed a blue streak, yelled for more speed, and started the Tommy gun again. Then he heard the beat of the other gun, handled by Finnegan from the other side. They gained on the car ahead. They were doing 80 miles an hour, and McBride could hardly keep his eyes open in the wind. He lost his hat, and the wind hauled at his hair. He hammered the back of the gangster car with another burst, and the smoke whipped back into his eyes, stinging his nostrils. Then he saw the car ahead swerve from side to side. He heard the squeal of brakes on the flyer. He saw the gangster car skid, wheel around 3 times, and slam broadside into a telephone pole. While the flyer was skidding to a stop, he saw 2 men hurled from the gangster car and heard the yells of others. He leaped from the running board with his .38 and found his men spreading beside him. He saw one of the men lying on the street raise a gun. McBride made a flying tackle and landed heavily on the man, bearing him back to the pavement. In the glare of the flyer's headlight, he saw the agonized face of Dazzy Nagel. A shot barked from the gangster car. Oberdorfer said, "Hell," and turned away sidewise. The police battery opened fire as one man and their lead pounded into the tonneau of the car. Oberdorfer was walking around in a circle saying, "Hell now," in an annoyed voice. Then he sat down abruptly and looked vacantly about him. McBride, having knocked Nagel out with a gun barrel, came towards Oberdorfer saying, "Are you hurt, Obi?" "Well," said Oberdorfer, "suppose you had a bullet in your leg." McBride looked up. "Hey, Kaiser, take Obi to the hospital." "Sure. How about them punks?" McBride was lifting Oberdorfer. "Hell," he said, "3rd class is good enough for them. We'll get an ambulance." He looked around at his men and the bristling guns they held. He looked at 2 gangsters lying on the street, at another draped over the side of the car, at the visible arm of another whose body was inside the car. "Well, Obi," he said, "you boys of mine didn't do so lousy." Chapter 7. Kennedy took the first drink out of the new bottle of Dewar's. "Have you connections in London or Montreal, Cap?" "Why?" Kennedy winked at the bottle. "So Schwartzman played 2-time, eh? Old tomato?" McBride scowled at the desk. Now don't rub it in, bozo. You know, Cap, I'm great on fairy stories. Tell you what. Give me a bottle of this stuff, seal unbroken, and maybe I'll go out and find another fairy story. Only, he raised the glass, you don't believe in fairy stories. McBride pulled open a drawer and drew out a cigar box. Thanks, said Kennedy. McBride held his hand on the box. Kennedy, I'll tell you a fairy story. There's a family I know. The mother is being a great help to the state. The kid is in the hospital with the grip. The father is out of work. I'm getting the guy a job next week on a county road gang, but it costs money for medicine and doctors, and meantime the guy and his wife have got to live. He opened the cigar box. It was filled with bills and change. I'm collecting, he went on. I've been around to 5 station houses and canvassed headquarters. Turn out your pockets, Kennedy. Kennedy touched his lips with a handkerchief. Glad to. I'll have my check in the mails tomorrow morning. I have no use for rubber checks. Dig down, bozo. Kennedy shrugged and drew a $10 bill from his pocket. It makes no difference to me, Skipper. I'll only borrow it back from you before the week's over. When I borrowed 5 from The Phantom Check by George Bruce Marquis. The Black Mask, August 1922. Chapter 1. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and yet James Hackett, teller number 1 of the Wallula State Bank, tarried in his cage. Again and again he cast up his totals, recounted his cash, and thumbed over the big pile of checks which littered his counter, and still his columns refused to balance. The cashier of the bank, Thomas Hector, passed down the aisle on his way out, but noting the teller still at work, paused. "What's wrong, Hackett?" he inquired. "My cash simply won't balance, Mr. Hector," Hackett replied. "Throw it into the over and short account, Hackett," Hector advised him. "A few cents more or less won't matter." "A few cents?" And Hackett turned his flushed face toward the cashier. "I wish it were only a matter of a few cents. I'm short $1,000. "A 1 is the easiest mistake in the world to make," Hector smiled. "Unlock the door and let me run over your figures." "Well, here's hoping," Hackett sighed. "I've run those columns up and down, crossways and slanting till I honestly couldn't add 2 and 2 and be sure of the result." "You've just got excited," Hector declared, as he picked up the ribbon from the adding machine and began to compare it with the stack of checks. "How much cash did you start with this morning?" he presently inquired. $5,000. Mr. Gray counted it out and I rechecked it before I opened my window. It was correct. The cashier ticked off the deposit slips and last of all counted the cash. Then he began to cast up the final results, humming a little tune as he did so. Presently he ceased humming while a puzzled frown crept gradually over his features. "What's wrong here?" he argued with himself. "You're off too." "How much?" Hackett asked a little unsteadily. "It looks like $1,000, Hector admitted reluctantly. "But I must have made a mistake. Here, wait till I run it over again." But his second checking was as fruitless as his first. Hackett was undoubtedly short $1,000. Hector stood drumming on the counter for a bit, lost in thought. Then he had a sudden inspiration. "Did you cash any $1,000 checks or drafts today?" he asked suddenly. "A dozen, maybe," the teller answered. "You know I handle most of the big accounts, a number of real estate firms, besides the business of half a dozen of the biggest stores. $1,000 in change with them is nothing uncommon. Often they draw out more." "Then you've simply mislaid or lost one of their checks," Hector declared with certitude. "Dump out that wastepaper basket and let's go through it." The basket was duly emptied, and its contents examined with microscopic care, but without results. Besides, Hackett got down on his hands and knees and poked and prodded in vain under the desks and filing cabinets in a vain hope that a check was hidden there. A draught of air may have carried it out through your window, Hector suggested finally. But that's hardly likely. Still, I'll tell the janitor to look sharp when he sweeps up. But what shall I do? Hackett asked in despair. Do? What can you do? The cashier answered. You couldn't make that big a mistake in change, and you haven't duplicated a deposit of that size. The only thing I can think of is for you to try and make a list of all the $1,000 items and see if you've overlooked one. I won't be able to sleep a wink tonight, Mr. Hector. Well, you may be able to ferret it out then, so the other consoled him. I've often done that, I know. I'll bet you that in the morning you'll have the laugh on yourself for some foolish oversight or other. Well, I certainly hope so, Hackett ejaculated fervently. 12 years in that cage and never anything like this before. Forget it, Jimmy. And the cashier slapped him on the back in a friendly fashion. We all make them, and generally find them too. That's the best part. But the morning did not bring the promised relief. Instead, Hackett entered his cage pale and shaken, and the other 6 tellers were in little better frame. The phenomenal loss had been whispered about the bank, and each man wondered if it would be his turn that day. The result was that all the tellers worked overtime that evening, adjusting numerous little mistakes that under ordinary circumstances would never have occurred. All of them, however, were able to eventually reduce their errors to a matter of a few cents, except teller number 1. Hector walked down the passageway back of the cages at 5:30 to find them all empty, save Hackett's. Here he paused. "How's it coming, Jimmy?" he called out. Teller number 1 turned a face ashen with terror toward the cashier. "Short again," he croaked. "You don't mean it?" Hector ejaculated. "Yes, sir," Hackett faltered. $500. "I'm all in, Hector. I've checked and rechecked, and it's lost. That's all there is to it." With shaking fingers, the teller unlocked his door and allowed the cashier to enter. But Hector's efforts were as fruitless as the day before. $500 had taken wings and disappeared. "Jimmy," Hector said finally, "you're up against a mighty smooth game of some sort." "It must be that." Hackett nodded. "I wouldn't make 2 mistakes like that hand running." "No," Hector agreed. "It's not a question of mistakes. It's a lot deeper than that. Some shrewd scheme is being worked on you. Why, they could wreck a bank in a little while unless somebody cut across their little game." "I don't believe that I can stand it another day," Hackett declared. "I never endured such a strain, not even when they made the run on the bank 8 years ago." "And I guess I remember that," Hector said feelingly. "Well, let's go home. Staying here won't help us any, I imagine. Besides, lightning won't strike 3 times in the same place, Jimmy." And therein the cashier erred, for the evening of the 3rd day disclosed the unbelievable fact that teller number 1 was again short, this time in the sum of $1,000. A hurried meeting of the bank directors convened at 9 o'clock the next morning in the office of President Wines. With them met Thomas Hector, the cashier, who quickly unfolded the inexplicable series of robberies to which the bank had been subjected in the past 3 days. "Do I understand that all the losses have occurred in Hackett's cage?" one of the directors inquired. The cashier nodded. "How do we know then," the director asked bluntly, "that he didn't take the money?" "Hackett has been with us 12 years, Wines," the president answered, "and is one of our most reliable men." "Even at that," the director insisted. "He ought to be investigated. Quietly, of course." "I have already done so," Wines assured him. "I put Hayes, the Bankers Association detective, on that job immediately. He has failed to uncover anything in Hackett's doings that offer even a suggestion that he's guilty. Personally, I am confident that he is above reproach." "Then we're up against a mighty clever swindler," another director growled, "and we've got to oppose him with someone just as clever or shut up shop. This thing's bound to leak out among our customers, and then it's good night to us." "What do you suggest?" Wines inquired. "Why, get a new detective on the job, a detective with brains, too." "I assume Hayes hasn't accomplished anything from what you say." "He has done as much as a man with his limited experience could be expected to do," the president assured him. "I quite agree with you, Mr. Kuntz, that we need a man who has had dealings with the shrewdest criminals and who knows where to look for a thing of this sort. If the board are of the same mind, I'll wire Pinkertons at once to send us their best man." The board were of a mind with Director Kuntz, and in a few minutes a Macedonian cry was speeding over the wires to the Pinkerton agency at Chicago. Chapter 2. It was Thursday morning, and the message reached the Chicago office just as Dan Cheever entered the room to inquire what assignment awaited him. The chief tore open the yellow envelope and read the message, then turned to eye the detective. "Ever been in Wallula, Dan?" he asked shortly. "Why Wallula, Chief?" the detective countered. "Because that's where your bill of lading will land you," the other grunted. "Some outsider is declaring dividends on a bank of that city by the sea, and the stockholders are jealous. I haven't one of the office boys loose," he chuckled, "so I nominate you." "Thanks, Chief," Cheever said dryly. "I suppose they didn't exude much information in that telegram." "No, Dan. It's chiefly compounded of yells for help. Guess you can get there in a couple of days if you gallop around." "You telegraph the Gazelles that I'll be there, Chief." He paused to skim over a railway timetable. "On the 9:15 Saturday morning. So long." "So long, Dan, and your usual good luck to you." When Cheever swung down from the 9:15 that Saturday morning, he found Director Kuntz on the lookout for him. "They sent me down to meet you," Kuntz explained, "for fear the criminals might be on the lookout and spot one of the regular men from the bank." "Good idea that, Mr. Kuntz," the detective chuckled. "I infer from that the papers haven't published the good tidings that you've called in an outside man." "Not yet, Mr. Cheever." Kuntz nodded emphatically. "We're going to wait till you catch the criminals." "Be patient," Cheever counseled him. "Maybe we'll never catch them." "You'd better," Kuntz growled, "if the bank is to be kept solvent." Kuntz let the detective into the bank by a private door and introduced him at once to the president, Samuel Wines. "What's the trouble, Mr. Wines?" Cheever inquired. "If we knew exactly," the other answered earnestly, "we'd be in a better position to end it. Your presence here proves our utter helplessness." "Well, suppose you tell me everything from the very start," Cheever suggested. "Give me the facts, I'll fill in the theory by and by." Wines was a man accustomed to brevity, and he was not long in laying the main features of the remarkable series of robberies before the detective. "Some mighty clever person is at work," Cheever declared thoughtfully. "Don't believe I ever struck anything that on the surface at any rate gave less indication as to the how of the robbery." "You don't despair at the outset?" Wines inquired in some little alarm. "No," the detective answered, "but it's a good rule to not underestimate your foe. Somebody with brains is engineering this job." Abruptly he turned to the president. "How about your employees?" "They are reliable, I think," Wines assured him. "At least we have nothing to indicate the contrary, Hackett in particular." "Remember, Mr. Wines," Cheever suggested dryly, "that only good men abscond. The others don't get the chance, and even if the stealing is done from the inside, Hackett may be innocent." "How are you going to proceed?" the president asked. "Well, first I'll look over the bank in a general way." The president conducted him over the building and finally led him along the aisle back of the teller's cages. Here he halted and quietly pointed out Hackett at window number 1. He was busy sorting out his cash preparatory to the day's work, and Cheever could not fail to note his pallid features nor the nervous twitching of his slender fingers. Teller number 1 was plainly at the limit of his nervous energy. He might snap at any moment. Just off from his cage was a room with a big table in the center, practically occupying its entire space. The moment the detective glimpsed this very private room and noted its proximity to Hackett's cage, He turned to Wines and asked quickly, "What's this room?" "The director's," the other answered. "I'll use it," Cheever informed him. "Now, Mr. Wines, I want the checks from Hackett's window all brought in here. Have one of the clerks do it quietly, let's see, every half hour." "What are you going to do with them?" Wines asked in surprise. "Play solitaire," Cheever grinned. "Don't you want to look over the bank any farther?" "No, Mr. Wines, I'm satisfied. I like this room. It's private and handy, though not a good listening post. Don't let anyone bother me, and don't forget to send me Hackett's checks, all of them too, every half hour. And Mr. Wines," he added, "the clerk won't need to open the door very wide. Just let him knock and then stick them in through the crack." He entered the director's room, turned on the light, and closed the door, while the considerably mystified president proceeded to carry out his rather remarkable orders. Chapter 3. "What do you make of him?" the cashier inquired as Wines returned to the front office. "He puzzles me," the president answered frankly. "Right now he's preempted the director's room." "He's spying on the customers," Hector hazarded, but the president shook his head doubtfully. "He's gathering in the checks that pass through window number 1. Asked me to have a clerk pass them through the half-open door, mind you. What's the idea?" "I can't guess. However, he told me that he was going to play solitaire with them, or maybe he said solo. I take it from that he didn't care to tell me just exactly what he did propose to do. I believe he's just beating the air, hoping that he will stumble onto something," the cashier sniffed. "It may be," Wines agreed wearily, "but we'll give him a fair chance at any rate." In the meantime, Cheever lighted his pipe and then quite leisurely examined the director's quarters. It had but one door, though windows opened out, both into the lobby and onto the president's room. All were covered with tightly drawn blinds, so by switching off the light and lifting a curtain slightly, Cheever was able secretly to observe the string of customers lined up before window number 1. By similar methods, he could spy equally on the president's office, he also ascertained, though he tarried there but long enough to demonstrate that fact. A knock at the door announced the arrival of the first batch of checks, and now the detective took them from the clerk's fingers and proceeded to lay them out separately on the table, face up. They formed 2 tolerable rows pretty well across the length of the big mahogany table, proving that Hackett's job was at least not a sinecure. A cursory inspection showed that he was dealing with people accustomed to think in considerable sums, for Cheever found checks among them ranging up to $5,000. "Handles the big bugs," the detective grunted. "No penny ante bunch this time, Dan." With the checks laid out end to end, Cheever, beginning at the upper left-hand corner, subjected each in turn to a careful and exacting scrutiny. To use the legal phrase, all 4 corners were examined both with the naked eye and later with the aid of a powerful reading glass. He had scarcely completed this when the second handful of checks arrived. These, in their turn, were treated in the same manner as the first. By noon, the top of the table was carpeted with long lines of checks, as if so many giant snowflakes had fallen and lay there still unmelted. "Mr. Cheever," a voice which he recognized as that of President Wines called from the passageway. The detective opened the door, and the thick, eddying tobacco smoke which poured out made the president fairly gasp. "I work best under the cover of smoke screen." Cheever grinned. "Well, you've got a real one if I'm any judge," Wines declared with conviction. "I dropped round to take you to lunch." "I'm not eating lunch today," Cheever assured him dryly. "All I want is a drink of water." "There's a drinking fountain back in the cloakroom yonder," and Wines jerked a thumb toward an arched doorway in the rear of the bank. "But how's this? Do detectives subsist solely on smoke?" "When I'm on a job, I'm on the job," Cheever answered sententiously. Now he drew a bunch of keys from his pocket, found a skeleton that fitted the door, locked it nonchalantly, and sauntered along to the cloakroom, whistling a medley of popular airs. The president watched him in undisguised wonder till he passed out of sight, if not of sound. In a few minutes he was back and, re-entering the room, closed the door behind him. Quite mechanically, his eye swept the table with its long lines of checks, then paused abruptly in its roving contemplation. One of the spaces was empty. It was the first check in the 7th line, a check for $500 he remembered, though the name of the maker eluded him. An odd name, though, and one he would know if he chanced to glimpse it again. The door was locked when he returned after his brief absence. How, then, had it been removed? Then it occurred to him that it had probably been blown from the table by the draught caused by opening the door, but a careful search failed to bring it to light. Cheever stood up and considered the perplexing problem. After a moment he began to try the windows in turn, to at last discover that one opening out on the president's office was unlocked, though closed. Without doubt, a person could have entered the room by that window. And now, as he stood there lost in this most amazing mystery, his glance wandered again to the empty space and lingered there. A bit of ash was visible, as if flicked from the tip of a cigarette, a pale thin drift, and yet visible on the mahogany background. With a heavy glass he studied it long and carefully, finally testing it gingerly with a wet fingertip. Then, with a puzzled frown, he swept this bit of evidence into and stowed it away in an inside pocket. The bank closed at noon on Saturdays, and now Cheever, gathering up the checks, stepped out into the corridor and halted back of cage number 1. Hackett was struggling with his figures, and now he turned about at the sound of the detective's footsteps, showing a pale, twitching countenance, the face of a man well on the road to a nervous collapse. "Mr. Hackett," said Cheever, "you'll be short again." "Again?" the teller stuttered. "Yes, again, 500 at least." Hackett buried his face in his trembling hands. "Is that all you can tell me?" He moaned bitterly. "Well, not all perhaps." But before the detective could finish, he was interrupted by President Wines, who had appeared unnoticed along the corridor. "What's that you were saying, Mr. Cheever?" He broke in impulsively. "Do we stand another loss?" "Only 500 this time," Cheever assured him coolly. "You're getting off lucky today." "Lucky," came the explosive reply. "Yes, it might have been 5,000 instead of 500. You don't seem very badly cut up over it," Wines remarked pointedly. "We could have determined that fact without bringing you clear from Chicago to tell us." "Mr. Wines," Cheever said coldly, "there are trains running back to Chicago even from Wallula, I understand." "I didn't mean it that way, quite." Wines apologized hastily. "Of course we want you to go ahead in your own way." "Well, I will then. I've an idea, too, that Monday will see the end of this business." "Why do you say that?" Wines inquired hopefully. "A thing or two I've run onto today, and that's about all I care to say about it now. Mr. Wines, I'm going to think this thing through, and I don't mind telling you that I've some things to think about." "You won't tell us what your opinion is now, I infer," the president remarked regretfully. The detective shook his head. "I don't like to make guesses," he replied. "If wrong, they only occasion regret, and if correct, well, sometimes they're premature, meaning that there might be a leak that would serve to warn the criminals." Cheever nodded. "An injudicious remark might ruin everything. I will say this, however, we're dealing with a mighty smooth article in the way of a crook." "I can believe that at any rate," Wines assured him feelingly. "I'm going into retirement at some quiet hotel until Monday morning," Cheever informed him. "If we have luck, we'll plug the leak then. So long." Chapter 4. At 10 o'clock Monday morning, Cheever entered the bank and strolled over to the president's room. He found that gentleman in a fine fury. He was holding in his hand a copy of the Wallula Gatistray, the only morning paper published in the city. "Look here, Mr. Cheever," he said, laying his trembling finger on a front-page article. Cheever took the paper and calmly perused the article, which under heavy caps hinted at certain mysterious losses suffered in the past week by the bank, ending with the information that the bank had secured the services of the great Detective Cheever, who would arrive from Chicago on Tuesday to undertake an investigation of the affair. "Why the agitation, Mr. Wines?" the detective inquired mildly. "Why, they've given the criminal the very information that you insisted must be kept secret," Wines sputtered. "It simply lets the cat out of the bag." "Nay, rather spills the beans, Mr. Wines, only they're not our beans this time." "I don't understand how they got the information," Wines continued indignantly. "Well, I do," Cheever grinned. "They got it from yours truly. And now wait a minute, Mr. Wines, before you blow up. You'll notice that the paper says that I'll be on the job Tuesday. Well, don't forget that this is merely Monday." A sudden light dawned on the banker at this point. "You're going to hurry up their final effort," he exclaimed. "I see it now." "Just so, Mr. Wines, and somebody's due to stub a toe in the rush." He passed on into the aisle behind the row of cages and paused at the door of cage number 1. "Same instructions as Saturday, Hackett, except bring all checks to me every 15 minutes, he said in low tones. "But especially watch for any large checks drawing out entire accounts. Send any of that character to me at once, and keep up your courage, Hackett," he counseled the badly shaken teller. "I think this will be your last day on the grill." Up until the noon hour, nothing out of the ordinary happened. An assistant, one Dykes, relieved Hackett for the coming hour, and to him Cheever repeated the instructions already given to his predecessor. President Wines decided to imitate the detective as to luncheon that day, and presently joined him in the director's room. "Anything of importance?" he asked. "Not yet, Mr. Wines," Cheever answered, "but remember that the day is still young." Soon after, Dykes knocked at the door and passed in a dozen or so checks. Cheever, with methodical exactness, began lining the bits of paper across the table, but paused abruptly at the 5th check. There was nothing about it to attract attention aside from the amount, $5,000, and even that was not unusual for teller number 1 to handle every day. But the moment the detective read the name appended to the check, Wines, who was watching his every move attentively, noted that he suddenly gripped the table with his free hand until the knuckles showed white through the brown skin. "What is it, Mr. Cheever?" he asked quickly, but the detective, instead of answering, countered with another question. "Know him?" "Oh yes," Wines answered, somewhat puzzled by the abrupt interrogation. "What do you find?" But again Cheever cut him off. "What do you know about him, Mr. Wines?" he demanded. "Give me facts, not fancies, remember." The president, somewhat ruffled, answered just a little stiffly. "He is one of our largest individual depositors and deals in real estate largely, though I believe in a modest way buys and sells stocks and bonds." "Know him long?" 3 months, possibly, Mr. Cheever, though I fail to see." "You will presently," the detective grunted. "See what?" the other queried. "The end of a perfect day," Cheever answered shortly. Then he handed the check to the now thoroughly perplexed president with this surprising injunction. "Put that away in your desk, Mr. Wines, in a very private drawer, and lock it up. Also, don't let anybody see you put it away." As the dazed banker started to obey, the detective stopped him to add, "And I want to see the bank detective at once." "Pie's in the lobby, I think," Wines replied. "I'll send him in." When teller number 1 returned from lunch, Cheever met him at the door of his cage. "I'm going to work in the back of your little shop this afternoon, Hackett," he informed the teller. "I'll be pretending to check over some figures or other, but in reality, Hackett, I'll be listening to your chatter at the window. Get me?" "I don't know that I do entirely," Hackett admitted frankly. "You will, presently at any rate," the detective assured him grimly. "And now, Hackett, one thing more. Talk loud enough for me to hear everything, and don't let any customer leave the window without pronouncing his name loud enough so that I can hear it distinctly." Cheever busied himself in the back of the cage, while the mystified teller turned to his duties at the counter. But while the detective checked and rechecked phantom errors, he was listening with alert intentness to the bits of conversation that floated back to him. "What's my balance, Mr. Hackett?" a man inquired presently. "I'm going over to Prescott this afternoon to pick up a block of city improvement bonds, and guess I'll have to wreck my account for a day or two." "Just a moment, Mr. Esseltine," Hackett replied, "while I glance over our balance index." At the name, Cheever, with well-simulated carelessness, dropped a pencil to the floor, and as he straightened up with it in his fingers, glanced casually at the customer framed in the teller's window. He was a big, well-groomed man, with a keen, alert air, and that indefinable something that denotes a thorough knowledge of the world and its devious ways. Hackett had now returned to the counter. "A few cents over $5,000, Mr. Esseltine," he informed him respectfully. "About what I had thought," the other said, as he pushed a check over to him. "I'll leave the few cents for a nest egg." Cheever, without seeming to hurry, left the cage, passed along the aisle, and picking up his hat, reached the lobby just as Esseltine turned from the teller's window, stowing a sheaf of banknotes into a big Morocco-covered wallet. Cheever, noting with satisfaction that Hayes, the bank detective, was loitering in the lobby, reached the street door a deliberate step ahead of the man with the plethoric wallet. Here he turned suddenly and confronted the big man. "Mr. Esseltine," he asked pleasantly, "didn't you overdraw your account a trifle just now?" "Who are you to ask such an insulting question?" Esseltine asked coldly. "Who am I?" the detective replied evenly. "Oh, I'm Dan Cheever of Chicago. Lucky that I got here Monday instead of Tuesday, eh, Esseltine? I see that we understand each other, which simplifies matters. You'll come quietly, of course, which proves your good breeding. Hayes and I will step down to your office with you for a little friendly chat." Chapter 5. Just at closing time, Cheever re-entered the bank and sauntered over to the president's office. Entering, he seated himself leisurely in a leather chair and, waving aside the tumbling questions with which the excited president bombarded him, asked for teller number 1. "Sit down, Hackett," the detective said genially when the teller appeared. Then he turned on him a quizzical eye as he asked, "How much were you short last week, remember?" "I'd think so, Mr. Cheever." Hackett assured him gloomily. "A man isn't likely to forget $4,000. $4,000, Cheever mused, plus $5,000 today makes $9,000. A tidy little sum, Hackett." $5,000 today," Hackett gasped. "Sure enough," the detective grinned amiably. "You didn't expect anything but a grandstand finish, did you?" "I'd say," the irascible Wines flared up at this point, "that your levity is just a little misplaced, Mr. Cheever. Losing $9,000 may seem a huge joke to you, but most emphatically it's not to me." "Losing it is not so hard," the detective chuckled, "if you get it back. See what Esseltine returns with his compliments." Then, with deliberation, he drew from his pocket a roll of bills wrapped about with a bit of string and tossed it carelessly across the table to the teller. With an inarticulate cry, Hackett seized the roll, untwisted the string, and with feverish haste thumbed over the bills. "About 9,000 there?" Cheever inquired when the count was finished. "Just," the teller nodded, "though I can hardly believe it. It seems too good. I'm certainly a grateful man, Mr. Cheever." "How did he get $5,000 today?" Wines asked excitedly. The detective leaned back in his chair and lighted his pipe before he answered. "Simplest thing in the world, Mr. Wines. He drew out his account twice, that's all. Once at noon, when Dykes was at the window, and a little later when Hackett got back from lunch. You see," he continued, "he was probably about ready to quit. A game like he was playing can't go on forever, and when he read that little article in the paper this morning, he figured his day's work was done. And if I hadn't interfered, he added, the bank would have been short 9,000 permanently. What makes you think that? Wines inquired. Because it's 100-to-1 bet that you'd have never even suspected Esseltine of the crooked work. With 2 of his checks in our hands, both of them drawing out his entire balance. Wines sneered. You fail to give us credit for even average intelligence, Mr. Cheever. Why, we'd have had the wires hot all over the United States within an hour after the bank closed its doors tonight. Provided you had 2 checks, Cheever said quietly. Why, what do you mean? The banker exclaimed excitedly. Didn't you say that he cashed one with Dykes and one with Hackett? When did 1 + 1 cease to be 2? Mr. Wines, Cheever grinned cheerfully, your arithmetic is above par, but the simple fact remains that you now, at this present writing, have but 1 check for $5,000 signed by Gabriel Esseltine. And now don't go into apoplexy just yet, he advised the banker. But listen a moment while I propound a simple question to Hackett here. Hackett, said he, a man carrying an account with this bank cashes a check at your window for $100. Now suppose you lose that check in the course of the day, where would you be at night? $100 short, of course, Hackett answered promptly. But there's so little chance. I said suppose you do lose it, the detective cut in. You'd be short, wouldn't you? Hackett nodded, dimly conscious that back of this simple question lay a whole realm of mystery which this calm-faced man had already explored. Then with startling suddenness he turned to President Wines. Let me see that check I gave you for safekeeping, he demanded. Mechanically the banker arose, unlocked an inconspicuous drawer in his private desk, and reached within, then turned about slowly, empty fingers working spasmodically. It's gone, he croaked. Where the woodbine twineth, Cheever quoted softly. He sat there a moment before he continued. Naturally you want to know how I unraveled this thing. Now you'll remember that I took the checks which passed through Hackett's window and lined them up on that table in the director's room. And, Mr. Wines, you'll recall that when I left the room at noon Saturday to get a drink, I locked the door after me. Wines nodded his remembrance. Well, when I came back not more than 10 minutes later, I found that one of the checks had disappeared. The president started to ask a question at this point, but Cheever forestalled it. Wait a moment, he protested. A careful and thorough search proved conclusively that it was not in the room. Now, the door being in plain sight, I discarded it as a probable means of entrance, but I did find that this window here, which leads into the director's room, was unlatched. Some employee then, Wines exclaimed, but the detective again cut him off. I think that is the conclusion the average man would come to, he said enigmatically, and there was but one bit of evidence. A tiny rift of ashes on the spot, left vacant by the removal of the check. Abruptly he turned to Hackett. Ever notice any ashes mixed up in your checks? He asked sharply. No, yes, I have too. The teller fairly stuttered in his excitement. Mr. Cheever, Wines said with finality, the employees of the bank are not allowed to smoke in the building. Where there's ashes, there's fire, the detective assured him dryly. Now that little drift of ashes on the table interested me. I collected it carefully, and Sunday spent some anxious moments over it. Of course, a novice can tell pipe ashes from cigarette ashes. Which was it? Wines cut in eagerly. Mr. Wines, it was neither. Neither, the banker echoed. Cheever leaned nearer. Not tobacco ashes at all, Mr. Wines, but the ash left when paper is eaten up with certain chemicals. You see it now, of course. Esseltine cashed with you, among his others, some checks treated with powerful chemicals, whose mutual reaction was so timed that in a brief while, at least within an hour, the check literally disappeared. Hayes and I tried the mixture at his office just before I came back this afternoon, and it's odorless and colorless, with absolutely no sensation of heat or cold. It was certainly uncanny to sit there and watch a piece of paper disappear before your eyes. That explains the losses at Hackett's window. Esseltine cashed checks that were converted into ghosts of checks in short order. But Dykes and I, by comparing notes, likely would have remembered an amount as large as $5,000, Hackett remarked. He could hardly have got away. My guess is that he would, Cheever replied. His flivver was at the office, and also a grip well packed with disguises and clothes, mostly working men's stuff. We found that his hair was false. In reality, he's as bald as a cook, and he's not as fat as he pretends. A lot of that's padding. And of course he'd have treated himself first of all to a shave. At the least he'd have been out of here 3 hours before you'd have fixed on him as guilty. And 3 hours is a long time for a man of his shrewdness. I think not many small-town marshals would have picked up a smooth-faced, bald-headed, not over-fat man in greasy overalls and denominated him as Gabriel Esseltine. No, Mr. Hackett, give him an hour's start even, and Gabriel would have been on his way. Cheever glanced at his watch and, knocking the ashes from his pipe, got leisurely to his feet. I've got about half an hour to pack my collar box and hit a train for Chicago, he remarked. At the office door he paused. A dealer in phantoms. I'd call Esseltine, he chuckled. The old boy is certainly there with bells. So long.
A correct account of the horrible occurrence which took place at a public house in St. James's Market. The 1822 J. L. Marks edition by David Price. To hold the vicious up to odium and contempt should be at all times a particular care of the press. But when every powerful engine is exerted to veil the vices of the privileged ranks, and to make it appear that crime is peculiar to those who constitute what are called the lower classes, it becomes a sacred and imperative duty. We know there are some who, from a pretended regard to religion, would suppress every fact that exposes the licentious conduct of its ministers. But 9 times out of 10, this is mere hypocritical cant to support those who bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne and lay on men's shoulders. The mistaken infidel may connect religion with the conduct of its professors, but the truly religious person makes no distinction of vice but its comparative enormity, and the more he venerates the doctrine of Christianity, the greater abhorrence he feels towards the wretch who violates every principle of the religion which it is his duty to inculcate. We see a certain association evincing a most scandalous partiality by selecting the objects of their prosecution from those most unable to defend themselves. We participate in the general feeling of censure against them, and believe that they have done more injury to the cause they profess to support than the united efforts of the persecuted parties could possibly have effected. This will ever be the case when exertions are influenced only by feelings of policy instead of principle. For if as much pains were taken to keep improper characters without the pale of the Church, as there is art exerted to defend them through thick and thin, when they have entered it, the cloth would probably never have been disgraced by the Reverend Father in God, whose notoriety promises to eclipse that of all former brothers in divinity. The name of the prelate may have appeared in the subscription columns of a newspaper, the only place where the charity of many is heard of. Nay, we have little doubt but it might be found in the list of subscribers to the highly respectable association, the Bridge Street Gang, or the Society for the Suppression of Vice. We would not rob him of any action of merit on this score, or them of any claim to respectability in the eye of the public. For ourselves we would say, Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye also outwardly appear righteous unto men, but within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Any comment on the case itself must be superfluous. We therefore give it to the reader as extracted verbatim from the Statesman. July 22, 1822. Our readers have often had to oblige us by their attention to what we have said of the blessed thing we are now going to trouble them upon an extraordinary occasion indeed, and are going to give an instance of the baseness and infamy of the London newspapers, such as we never before had it in our power to give, and such as we are quite sure will, before we have done with it, implant the character of everlasting infamy upon that corrupt press, which has so long been boasting of its independence and its honor. What a deal we have heard about the press being the guardian of public morals! What volumes have we read about its powers of correction of evil! We have, 6 indeed, heard a part of it condemned, the unstamped part of it. That part of it has been pointed out, the refuse part, as the vile part, as the part which required laws to restrain it, to cramp it, to load it, to destroy it if possible. We have heard honorable members in the honorable House make a distinction between the respectable part of the press and another part, which they denominated disrespectable. We have heard volumes upon volumes of commendation, praise, and puffery about this respectable part of the press. We have always denominated it infamous. We have always said that that part of it which was not absolutely in the pay of corruption was engaged in a sham warfare, quite as serviceable to corruption as the efforts of her own hirelings, and that with perhaps a trifling exception or two, it was a mass of infamous fraud carried on under the name of impartiality, sending forth lies, endless in number and boundless in magnitude, vomiting forth calumnies on the defenseless, and 7 suppressing, through the means of bribes, directly or indirectly received, every fact that could tend to expose the thing and give the common people their fair chance in society. This has been the character of this infamous press ever since we have known it, but we shall presently have to show our readers that it has now surpassed even its own infamy, and done a deed so black as to make its former infamies turn pale. We have first to insert an article from the weekly paper called The Observer, to which paper the public will be in great part indebted for the knowledge of the horrible affair which the article describes. We shall then offer a few observations that may serve just for the present on the manner in which the thing has been, and is likely to be illustrated by the circumstances of the transaction alluded to. And then we shall lay before our readers an account of the conduct of the respectable and infamous part of the press upon this occasion, naming the several papers, 8, and making them as notorious as it is in our power to make them. From the Observer Sunday newspaper, July 21, 1822. Horrible occurrence, Saturday. It is our painful and disgusting task this day to notice a charge which has been made against a Right Reverend Bishop, at Marlborough Street Police Office, at which human nature revolts. The circumstances are of such public notoriety at the west end of the town that it would be in vain, if any delicacy were due to the party accused, to attempt to keep them from general observation. The individual to whom we allude was recently promoted to an Irish bishopric, and is nearly related to a peer in Parliament. He is an elderly man, and we understand was much respected in that class of society to which he belonged. On Friday night it appears that he was detected in a back room of the White Lion public house in St. Albans Place, St. James's, in a situation with a private 9 in the Foot Guards, to which we will not more minutely allude, but which led to his instant apprehension and removal with his companion to the watch-house. There were not fewer than 7 witnesses to the fact, and it would seem that the reverend prelate with difficulty escaped the vengeance of the populace, who, if not prevented by the peace officers, would have sacrificed him to their indignation on the spot. As it was, he was severely beaten. On being secured in the watch-house, he offered bail any amount for his liberation, but this was very properly refused, and he remained locked up in the cell during the night in a state of mind which may be more easily imagined than described. Yesterday morning he was conveyed in a hackney coach to Marlborough Street, and was soon afterwards followed by the soldier. They were both pursued by the execrations and revilings of the crowd which had been collected on so extraordinary an occasion. Mr. Dyer, the presiding magistrate, determined P10 on a private examination, at which Mr. Alley, who attended for the bishop, was present. The witnesses were called in separately, but their testimony was in all respects consistent, and the case established was to a certain extent of the clearest nature. Mr. Alley, however, submitted that as the capital charge had not been borne out, his client was entitled to bail, a proposition to which we understand Mr. Dyer was obliged to accede, and the wretched offender was permitted, in the course of the day, to go at large, upon finding sureties to the amount of £1,000. The soldier, not so fortunate, was committed to take his trial. For reasons which are obvious, we decline entering more minutely into the details of this most shocking affair, but we ought in justice to a worthy prelate, whose name has unfortunately been mentioned by mistake in connection with the charge, to request our readers to reflect before they come to a positive determination as to the party really implicated. P. 11. When our readers have gone through this article, and have heard us declare our perfect conviction of its truth, when they have heard us say that it is agreeable as far as it goes with the inquiries which we have made, when they have further heard that the scene of the brutal transaction was in a back room of the public house above mentioned, that the parties had drawn the curtains of the room, but had left a part that the curtains did not cover but that might be seen through, that a little girl, vindicatress of her sex, happening to go into the back court into which the window looked, wondering to see the curtains drawn, had the curiosity to look in, where she saw the parties engaged in that way not to be described, that the little girl, better guardian of public morals than the respectable part of the press, ran to the landlord, who came out with other persons with him, who were all witnesses of the fact, to that certain extent, at least, of which the observer speaks, that after this the landlord P. 12 and others laudably went, dashed in the door, took the parties in the state of Achilles as far as nakedness was necessary to their intentions, that they then dragged them to the watch-house in that very same state. When our readers have heard all this, they will naturally cry aloud, "Why is the name of this bishop suppressed?" It is a bishop, the article says. It is a venerable prelate. It is a right reverend father in God, and why then is his name suppressed? The observer informs us that another worthy prelate has been named, and unfortunately named, and the observer requests its readers to reflect before they come to a positive determination as to who the party is. What are all the bishops, then, to live under this imputation or suspicion? Are all the bishops to be suspected for the sake of this wretch, as the observer itself justly calls him? This would be injustice towards the bishops in general, equal to that which the most respectable and most infamous part of the press has been guilty. P. 13. We shall do our duty, and we here inform our readers, without anticipating the decisions of courts of justice, without pretending to know whether the alleged crime can be proved or not, without pretending to anticipate anything of this sort, we inform our readers of that which they all ought to know, that the person who was taken from the White Lion public house above mentioned to the watch-house, and who was afterwards taken from the watch-house to Marlborough Street, and who was held to bail as above mentioned, we here inform our readers that that person who was so taken along with the soldier of the guards was the Honourable and Right Reverend Father in God, Percy Jocelyn, Lord Bishop of Clogher, lately translated to that bishopric from the bishopric of Ferns, a commissioner of the Board of Education of the country, brother of the late Earl of Roden, Having performed this duty, a duty due not less to the bishops than to the public, we have further to observe, p. 14, that a man was tried in Ireland no great while ago on the charge of having threatened this bishop to accuse him of such a crime. And our readers will hear it with shudderings of horror. This man was condemned to death, and, of course, upon the oath of this bishop. We believe the man was respited and transported. Upon this we shall make no further observations for the present. Our readers will need no observations from us, indeed, to convince them how well things like this are calculated to excite the envy of surrounding nations and the admiration of the world. To return to the article in the Observer, we are somewhat surprised, if it be true, that Mr. Dyer should have found himself obliged, and so quickly, too, and without any remanding, to let the prisoner loose upon bail. And the public will not fail to observe and to reflect a little upon the amount of this bail of £1,000 in such a case and relating to such a party. The public will recollect the bail, the sureties to which Mr. Carlyle is sentenced, and compare that case p. 15 with this. £1,000, not, probably, a tenth part of 1 year's produce of his bishopric. The Observer may be in error about this. The fact has not been officially announced. If all the other facts stated by the Observer be true, what is the sum of £1,000? How is that to hold such a person to stand trial? What sureties are there in £1,000 in such a case? Whether he ever take his trial or not, the thing will take its trial before the English people, and on that trial the thing is now put. The Observer tell us that the soldier was not so fortunate. He could not get bail, and was committed to take his trial. Well said, thing. It was very hard that those who bailed the bishop would not bail the soldier. The bishop himself might have been bail for him. His bishopric of Clogher was sufficient surety for a whole battalion. Very hard, indeed, that he was not to be bailed too, but there will be time enough to talk about this. The main thing is for us to keep a sharp lookout and see how the p. 16 thing, to see how the education of the country, how the envy of the surrounding nations and admiration of the world will work this matter. In the meanwhile, let us look at the conduct of the respectable and infamous part of the press of this day, just looking back in one instance to yesterday. Our readers will observe that the articles which we have quoted were in the Observer of yesterday. Consequently, the thing was known to the editors of all the morning papers. If such a thing had taken place between two laborers, mechanics, or tradesmen, how it would have been blazoned about through the morning papers of this day. What a cry would have been set up by these respectable and infamous guardians of the public morals. But now, what has been their conduct? The Morning Post, the British Press, the Morning Herald, and the Morning Advertiser have given a part, and a part only, of what they found in the Observer. The Morning Herald and the British Press gave nearly the words of the p. 17 observe, but inserted the article in as obscure a manner as possible. The Morning Post curtails the article of the Observer to about a fifth part, and puts it at the bottom of a column, in a part of the paper likely to escape observation. The Morning Advertiser curtails the article still further, bestows no expression of horror upon the deed, and merely says that a person of consideration and a soldier were taken to the office, charged with a gross misdemeanor. We now come to the Morning Chronicle, which fills 4 columns of its paper with Mr. Hume's nonsensical resolutions about the national debt and the operations of the sinking fund, but which can spare only just 7 lines, put in the obscurest part of all of the paper, to say that 2 persons, and not a word about a bishop, were discovered in a public house, and so forth. But we will take the very words of the Chronicle. They will not fill up much space, and they will enable the public to judge of the real character of this paper. A Sunday paper states that on Friday p. 18 night, 2 persons were discovered at public house in St. James's Market, in a situation which left no doubt respecting the nature of their crime, that they were taken to watch house and brought to a police office on Saturday morning, when it appeared from papers in the pocket of the one, that he filled a high station, which we will not name. The magistrate is said to have admitted them to bail. 2 persons, and the Chronicle could find out nothing but 2 persons, though it had read the Observer as well as we, and though it would not take us much to prove that the Chronicle must have heard all about the matter on Saturday night, seeing that an evening paper in the neighborhood had the intelligence actually composed and going to the press on Saturday afternoon, and had stopped the press to cancel the matter. From what motive this cancelling took place, let the indignant public judge. The Chronicle, had this been an affair between 2 persons in common life, would have rung us such a peal upon the subject as would not soon have 19 been forgotten, and let our readers judge how powerful must have been the motive that could have induced it, not only to abridge the article of the Observer, not only to tell less than it had read in the Sunday paper, not only to cram this important matter into 7 lines and hide it at the bottom of a column, not only this, but to talk of 2 persons, not to name a bishop or a soldier at all, and to be guilty of the infamous injustice of imputing by implication the crime indiscriminately to all classes of Englishmen. Let us now come to the elect of the respectable part of the press. John Bull, the New Times, and the OLD Times. We have already told our readers that these were all of the same stamp, and now we shall see. John Bull is quite silent. John came out very late on Sunday morning. There was a rumor on float on Saturday, and we have already related that an evening paper had actually got the matter set up. That is to say, the types composed for printing an account of the transaction, and that it was induced 20 to stop the press, take out the article, scatter the types, and put in another article in its stead, probably an article from the Vice Society or from some Bible Society. What happened to John Bull we do not know precisely, but something seems to have seized John all at once early on Sunday morning or in the middle of the night before. For we sent to get John's paper on Sunday morning about 10 o'clock, and the vendor of the paper informed us that it would not come out till very late, because an accident had happened to the machinery in the office. This was the story told to those who went to buy the paper. Yes, our readers will see that John's machinery had been operated upon by something perfectly accidental, and yet of a very potent nature. Now, we come to that brace of brothers, the New and Old Times, perfectly silent both, not a single word upon the subject, not a single allusion to it, though the old one has actually put forth this day 2 papers, which it sells for 1, in pursuance of those desperate efforts which it is making 21 to sustain itself. It has 2 papers, measuring nearly 2 feet square, containing 16 square feet of print, 1½ square foot of which consists of an advertisement of the Irish subscription. In the whole of this 16 feet of square print, room was not to be found for the insertion of 1 single word about the bishop and the soldier, not a single allusion, nothing that could let its readers suppose that such a thing had taken place. The cause of this need not be stated to our readers. They will all see the cause at once, and they will all despise the man that they shall in future see with one of these papers in his hand. We could here, if we had time, refer to the statement of Dr. O'Meara, or rather to what the Times has said about the bribe of £3,000, the evidence of which Buonaparte found amongst the papers of the runaway Bourbon. We must leave that to be noticed another time, and in the meantime request our readers to pay attention to the facts which we have now stated. 22 never forgetting the sentences on Joseph Swan, Mr. Carlyle, his wife and sister. We have said before, and we repeat it, that the thing is now fairly on its trail. In former cases, there may have been doubts and difficulties in the way. There may have been that which blinded and deluded honest and well-meaning people. But here the matter lies in a nutshell. Here the question is too plain to admit of being obscured and too monstrous to admit of palliation. The time cannot be distant when the decision shall take place, and in the meantime we beseech our readers to keep watch, to look at the conduct of all these papers, to contrast that conduct with that which they showed in the case of the Vere Street gang, to compare their present conduct, their present silence with the unsparing but just and laudable abhorrence which they then expressed. Our readers are requested to make this comparison, at the same time that they make a comparison between the rank and riches of the party now offending, and the obscurity and 23 comparative poverty of the parties then offending. They are requested to do this, and we are sure they will exclaim with us, that this respectable part of the press is surely the most infamous thing that ever existed in any country in the world. We must quit the subject for the present, but not without assuring our readers that, strong as corruption is, great as are her powers of smothering and stifling, she will not have it in her power to stifle the truth in this case. We care not how the thing acts. Let the thing do what it pleases, and let the public watch it. Look sharp after the movements of the thing, and see what it will do. Thus we close our remarks for the present, leaving the public, as we trust it will, to congratulate itself on the existence of one newspaper that cannot be hushed into silence. We cannot dismiss this article without observing that it is with great and unfeigned sorrow that we have to record this degradation of rank and dignity. But the way to uphold rank 24 and dignity is not to be guilty of such base partiality as that which we have noticed, and the best way is to single out, as we have done, the guilty, and leave it to be supposed that it forms an exception to the mass. End of a correct account of the horrible occurrence which took place at a public house.
Guns at Cyrano's by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. Ted Carmody liked the rain, liked the feel of it, the sound of it, the smell of it. He got out of his LaSalle coupe and stood for a while by the side entrance to the Carondelet, the high collar of his blue suede ulster tickling his ears, his hands in his pockets, and a limp cigarette sputtering between his lips. Then he went in past the barber shop and the drugstore and the perfume shop, with its rows of delicately lighted bottles, ranged like the ensemble in the finale of a Broadway musical. He rounded a gold-veined pillar and got into an elevator with a cushioned floor. Low Albert, a swell rain. 9. The slim, tired-looking kid in pale blue and silver held a white-gloved hand against the closing doors, said, "Geez, you think I don't know your floor, Mr. Carmody?" He shot the car up to 9 without looking at his signal light, whooshed the doors open, then leaned suddenly against the cage and closed his eyes. Carmody stopped on his way out, flicked a sharp glance from bright brown eyes. "What's the matter, Albert? Sick?" The boy worked a pale smile on his face. "I'm working double shift. Corky's sick. He's got boils. I guess maybe I didn't eat enough." The tall, brown-eyed man fished a crumpled 5-spot out of his pocket, snapped it under the boy's nose. The boy's eyes bulged. He heaved upright. "Geez, Mr. Carmody, I didn't mean—" "Skip it, Albert. What's a fin between pals? Eat some extra meals on me." He got out of the car and started along the corridor. Softly under his breath he said, "Sucker." The running man almost knocked him off his feet. He rounded the turn fast, lurched past Carmody's shoulder, ran for the elevator. Down. He slammed through the closing doors. Carmody saw a white set face under a pulled-down hat that was wet with rain, 2 empty black eyes set very close. Eyes in which there was a peculiar stare he had seen before. A load of dope. The car dropped like lead. Carmody looked at the place where it had been for a long moment. Then he went on down the corridor and around the turn. He saw the girl lying half in and half out of the open door of 914. She lay on her side, in a sheen of steel-gray lounging pajamas, her cheek pressed into the nap of the hall carpet, her head a mass of thick corn-blonde hair, waved with glassy precision. Not a hair looked out of place. She was young, very pretty, and she didn't look dead. Carmody slid down beside her, touched her cheek. It was warm. He lifted the hair softly away from her head and saw the bruise. Sapped. His lips pressed back against his teeth. He picked her up in his arms, carried her through a short hallway to the living room of a suite, put her down on a big velour davenport in front of some gas logs. She lay motionless, her eyes shut, her face bluish behind the makeup. He shut the outer door and looked through the apartment, then went back to the hallway and picked up something that gleamed white against the baseboard. It was a bone-handled .22 automatic, 7-shot. He sniffed it, dropped it into his pocket, and went back to the girl. He took a big hammered silver flask out of his inside breast pocket and unscrewed the top, opened her mouth with his fingers, and poured whiskey against her small white teeth. She gagged and her head jerked out of his hand. Her eyes opened. They were deep blue with a tint of purple. Light came into them, and the light was brittle. He lit a cigarette and stood looking down at her. She moved a little more. After a while she whispered, "I like your whiskey. Could I have a little more?" He got a glass from the bathroom, poured whiskey into it. She sat up very slowly, touched her head, groaned. Then she took the glass out of his hand and put the liquor down with a practiced flip of the wrist. "I still like it," she said. "Who are you?" She had a deep, soft voice. He liked the sound of it. He said, "Ted Carmody. I live down the hall in 937. I got a dizzy spell, I guess." "Uh-huh. You got sapped, Angel." His bright eyes looked at her probingly. There was a smile tucked to the corners of his lips. Her eyes got wider. A glaze came over them, the glaze of a protective enamel. He said, "I saw the guy. He was snowed to the hairline, and here's your gun." He took it out of his pocket, held it on the flat of his hand. "I suppose that makes me think up a bedtime story," the girl said slowly. "Not for me. If you're in a jam, I might help you. It all depends." "Depends on what?" Her voice was colder, sharper. "On what the racket is," he said softly. He broke the magazine from the small gun, glanced at the top cartridge. "Copper nickel, eh? You know your ammunition, Angel." "Do you have to call me Angel?" "I don't know your name." He grinned at her, then walked over to a desk in front of the windows, put the gun down on it. There was a leather photo frame on the desk, with 2 photos side by side. He looked at them casually at first, then his gaze tightened. A handsome dark woman and a thin, blondish, cold-eyed man whose high, stiff collar, large knotted tie, and narrow lapels dated the photo back many years. He stared at the man. The girl was talking behind him. "I'm Jean Adrian. I do a number at Cyrano's in the floor show." Carmody still stared at the photo. "I know Benny Cyrano pretty well," he said absently. "These your parents?" He turned and looked at her. She lifted her head slowly. Something that might have been fear showed in her deep blue eyes. "Yes, they've been dead for years," she said dully. "Next question?" He went quickly back to the davenport and stood in front of her. "Okay," he said thinly. "I'm nosy. So what? This is my town. My dad used to run it. Old Marcus Carmody, the people's friend. This is my hotel. I own a piece of it." That snowed-up hoodlum looked like a life-taker to me. Why wouldn't I want to help out? The blonde girl stared at him lazily. "I still like your whiskey," she said. "Could I?" "Take it from the neck, Angel. You get it down faster," he grunted. She stood up suddenly, and her face got a little white. "You talk to me as if I was a crook," she snapped. "Here it is, if you have to know. A boyfriend of mine has been getting threats. He's a fighter, and they want him to drop a fight. Now they're trying to get at him through me. Does that satisfy you a little?" Carmody picked his hat off a chair, took the cigarette end out of his mouth and rubbed it out in a tray. He nodded quietly, said in a changed voice, "I beg your pardon." He started towards the door. The giggle came when he was halfway there. The girl said behind him softly, "You have a nasty temper, and you've forgotten your flask." He went back and picked the flask up. Then he bent suddenly, put a hand under the girl's chin and kissed her on the lips. "To hell with you, Angel." "I like you," he said softly. He went back to the hallway and out. The girl touched her lips with one finger, rubbed it slowly back and forth. There was a shy smile on her face. Chapter 2. Tony Acosta, the bell captain, was slim and dark and slight as a girl, with small, delicate hands and velvety eyes and a hard little mouth. He stood in the doorway and said, "7th row was the best I could get, Mr. Carmody. This Deacon Wera ain't bad, and Duke Targo's the next light-heavy champ." Carmody said, "Come in and have a drink, Tony." He went over to the window, stood looking out at the rain. "If they buy it for him," he added over his shoulder. "Well, just a short one, Mr. Carmody." The dark boy mixed a highball carefully at a tray on an imitation Sheraton desk. He held the bottle against the light and gauged his drink carefully, tinkled ice gently with a long spoon, sipped, smiled, showing small white teeth. "Targo's a loo, Mr. Carmody. He's fast, clever, got a sock in both mitts, plenty guts, don't ever take a step back. He has to hold up the bums they feed him," Carmody drawled. "Well, they ain't fed him no lion meat yet," Tony said. The rain beat against the glass. The thick drops flattened out and washed down the pane in tiny waves. Carmody said, "He's a bum with color and looks, but still a bum." Tony sighed deeply. "I wished I was going. It's my night off, too." Carmody turned slowly and went over to the desk, mixed a drink. 2 dusky spots showed in his cheeks and his voice was tired, drawling. "So that's it. What's stopping you?" "I got a headache." "You're broke again," Carmody almost snarled. The dark boy looked sidewise under his long lashes, said nothing. Carmody clenched his left hand, unclenched it slowly. His eyes were sullen. "Just ask Carmody," he sighed. "Good old Carmody. He leaks dough. He's soft. Just ask Carmody." "Okay, Tony, take the ducat back and get a pair together." He reached into his pocket, held a bill out. The dark boy looked hurt. "Geez, Mr. Carmody, I wouldn't have you think. Skip it. What's a fight ticket between pals? Get a couple and take your girl. To hell with this Targo." Tony Acosta took the bill. He watched the older man carefully for a moment. Then his voice was very soft, saying, "I'd rather go with you, Mr. Carmody. Targo knocks them over, and not only in the ring. He's got a peachy blonde right on this floor, Miss Adrian, in 914. Carmody stiffened. He put his glass down slowly, turned it on the top of the desk. His voice got a little hoarse. "He's still a bum, Tony. Okay, I'll meet you for dinner in front of your hotel at 7. "Geez, that's swell, Mr. Carmody." Tony Acosta went out softly, closed the outer door without a sound. Carmody stood by the desk, his fingertips stroking the top of it, his eyes on the floor. He stood like that for a long time. "Carmody, the all-American sucker," he said grimly out loud. "A guy that plays with the help and carries the torch for stray broads. Yeah." He finished his drink, looked at his wristwatch, put on his hat and the blue suede raincoat, went out. Down the corridor in front of 914 he stopped, lifted his hand to knock, then dropped it without touching the door. He went slowly on to the elevators and rode down to the street and his car. The Tribune office was at 4th and Spring. Carmody parked around the corner, went in at the employee's entrance, and rode to the 4th floor in a rickety elevator, operated by an old man with a dead cigar in his mouth and a rolled magazine which he held 6 inches from his nose while he ran the elevator. On the 4th floor, big double doors were lettered City Room. Another old man sat outside them at a small desk with a call box. Carmody tapped on the desk, said, "Adams." Carmody calling. The old man made noises into the box, released a key, pointed with his chin. Carmody went through the doors, past a horseshoe copy desk, then past a row of small desks at which typewriters were being banged. At the far end, a lanky, red-haired man was doing nothing with his feet on a pulled-out drawer, the back of his neck on the back of a dangerously tilted swivel chair, and a big pipe in his mouth pointed straight at the ceiling. When Carmody stood beside him, he moved his eyes down without moving any other part of his body and said around the pipe, "Greetings, Carmody. How's the idle rich?" Carmody said, "How's a glance at your clips on a guy named Courtway? State Senator John Meyerson Courtway, to be precise." Adams put his feet on the floor. He raised himself erect by pulling on the edge of his desk. He brought his pipe down level, took it out of his mouth, and spit into a wastebasket. He said, "That old icicle? When was he ever news? Sure." He stood up wearily, added, "Come along, Uncle," and started along the end of the room. They went along another row of desks, past a fat girl in smudged makeup who was typing and laughing at what she was writing. They went through a door into a big room that was mostly 6-foot tiers of filing cases with an occasional alcove in which there was a small table and a chair. Adams prowled the filing cases, jerked one out, and set a folder on a table. "Park yourself. What's the graft?" Carmody leaned on the table on an elbow, scuffed through a thick wad of cuttings. They were monotonous, political in nature, not front page. Senator Courtway said this and that on this and that matter of public interest, addressed this and that meeting, went or returned from this and that place. It all seemed very dull. He looked at a few half-tone cuts of a thin, white-haired man with a blank, composed face, deep-set dark eyes in which there was no light or warmth. After a while he said, "Got a print I could sneeze? A real one, I mean." Adams sighed, stretched himself, disappeared down the line of file walls. He came back with a shiny black-and-white photograph, tossed it down on the table. "You can keep it," he said. "We got dozens. The guy lives forever." "Shall I have it autographed for you?" Carmody looked at the photo with narrow eyes for a long time. "It's right," he said slowly. "Was Courtway ever married?" "Not since I left off my diapers," Adams growled. "Probably not ever. Say, what in hell's the mystery?" Carmody smiled slowly at him. He reached his flask out, set it on the table beside the folder. Adams' face brightened swiftly and his long arm reached. "Then he never had a kid," Carmody said. Adams leered over the flask. "Well, not for publication, I guess. If I'm any judge of a mug, not at all." He drank deeply, wiped his lips, drank again. "And that," Carmody said, "is very funny indeed. Have 3 more drinks and forget you ever saw me." Chapter 3. The fat man put his face close to Carmody's face. He said with a wheeze, "You think it's fixed, neighbor?" "Yeah, for Wera." "How much says so? Count your poke. I got 5 yards that want to grow." "Take it," Carmody said tonelessly, and kept on looking at the back of a corn-blonde head in a ringside seat. A white wrap with white fur was below the glassily waved hair. He couldn't see the face. He didn't have to. The fat man blinked his eyes and got a thick wallet carefully out of a pocket inside his vest. He held it on the edge of his knee, counted out 10 $50 bills, rolled them up, edged the wallet back against his ribs. "You're on, sucker," he wheezed. "Let's see your dough." Carmody brought his eyes back, reached out a flat pack of new hundreds, riffled them. He slipped 5 from under the printed band, held them out. "Boy, this is from home," the fat man said. He put his face close to Carmody's face again. "I'm Skeets O'Neill. No little powders, huh?" Carmody smiled very slowly and pushed his money into the fat man's hand. "You hold it, Skeets. I'm Carmody, old Marcus Carmody's son. I can shoot faster than you can run, and fix it afterwards." The fat man took a long, hard breath and leaned back in his seat. Tony Acosta stared soft-eyed at the money in the fat man's pudgy, tight hand. He licked his lips and turned a small, embarrassed smile on Carmody. "Gee, that's lost dough, Mr. Carmody," he whispered. Unless you got something inside." "Enough to be worth a 5-yard plunge," Carmody growled. The buzzer sounded for the 6th. The first 5 had been anybody's fight. The big blond boy, Duke Targo, wasn't trying. The dark one, Deacon Wera, a powerful, loose-limbed Polak with bad teeth and only 2 cauliflower ears, had the physique but didn't know anything but rough clinching and a giant swing that started in the basement and never connected. He had been good enough to hold Targo off so far. The fans razzed Targo a good deal. When the stool swung back out of the ring, Targo hitched at his black and silver trunks, smiled with a small, tight smile at the girl in the white wrap. He was very good-looking without a mark on him. There was blood on his left shoulder from Wera's nose. The bell rang and Wera charged across the ring, slid off Targo's shoulder, got a left hook in. Targo got more of the hook than was in it. He piled back into the ropes, bounced out, clinched. Carmody smiled quietly in the darkness. The referee broke them easily. Targo broke clean. Wera tried for an uppercut and missed. They sparred for a minute. There was waltz music from the gallery. Then Wera started a swing from his shoe tops. Targo seemed to wait for it to hit him. There was a queer, strained smile on his face. The girl in the white wrap stood up suddenly. Wera's swing grazed Targo's jaw. It barely staggered him. Targo lashed a long right that caught Wera over the eye. A left hook smashed Wera's jaw, then a right cross almost to the same spot. The dark boy went down on his hands and knees, slipped slowly all the way to the floor, lay with both his gloves under him. There were catcalls as he was counted out. The fat man struggled to his feet, grinning hugely. He said, "How you like it, pal? Still think it was a set piece?" "It came unstuck," Carmody said in a voice as toneless as a police radio. The fat man said, "So long, pal. Come around lots." He kicked Carmody's ankle, climbing over him. Carmody sat motionless, watched the auditorium empty. The fighters and their handlers had gone down the stairs under the ring. The girl in the white wrap had disappeared in the crowd. The lights went out, and the barn-like structure looked cheap, sordid. Tony Acosta fidgeted, watching a man in striped overalls picking up papers between the seats. Carmody stood up suddenly, said, "I'm going to talk to that bum, Tony. Wait outside in the car for me." He went swiftly up the slope to the lobby, through the remnants of the gallery crowd to a gray door marked "No Admittance." He went through that and down a ramp to another door marked the same way. A special cop in faded and unbuttoned khaki stood in front of it, with a bottle of beer in one hand and a hamburger in the other. Carmody flashed a police card, and the cop lurched out of the way without looking at the card. He hiccoughed peacefully as Carmody went through the door, then along a narrow passage with numbered doors lining it. There was noise behind the doors. The fourth door on the left had a scribbled card with the name Duke Targo fastened to the panel by a thumbtack. Carmody opened it into the heavy sound of a shower going, out of sight. In a narrow and utterly bare room, a man in a white sweater was sitting on the end of a rubbing table that had clothes scattered on it. Carmody recognized him as Targo's chief second. He said, "Where's the Duke?" The sweatered man jerked a thumb towards the shower noise. Then a man came around the door and lurched very close to Carmody. He was tall and had curly brown hair with hard gray color in it. He had a big drink in his hand. His face had the flat glitter of extreme drunkenness. His hair was damp, his eyes bloodshot, his lips curled and uncurled in rapid smiles without meaning. He said thickly, "Scramola, umche." Carmody shut the door calmly and leaned against it and started to get his cigarette case from his vest pocket inside his open blue raincoat. He didn't look at the curly-haired man at all. The curly-haired man lunged his free right hand up suddenly, snapped it under his coat, out again. A blue steel gun shone dully against his light suit. The glass in his left hand slopped liquor. "None of that," he snarled. Carmody brought the cigarette case out very slowly, showed it in his hand, opened it, and put a cigarette between his lips. The blue gun was very close to him, not very steady. The hand holding the glass shook in a sort of jerky rhythm. Carmody said loosely, "You ought to be looking for trouble." The sweatered man got off the rubbing table. Then he stood very still and looked at the gun. The curly-haired man said, "We like trouble." "Frisk him, Mike." The sweatered man said, "I don't want any part of it, Shenver. For Pete's sake, take it easy. You're lit like a ferry boat." Carmody said, "It's okay to frisk me. I'm not rotted." "Nix," the sweatered man said. "This guy is the Duke's bodyguard. Deal me out." The curly-haired man said, "Sure, I'm drunk," and giggled. "You're a friend of the Duke?" the sweatered man asked. "I've got some information for him," Carmody said. "About what?" Carmody didn't say anything. "Okay," the sweatered man said. He shrugged bitterly. "Know what, Mike?" the curly-haired man said suddenly and violently. "I think this son of a bitch wants my job. Hell yes." He punched Carmody with the muzzle of the gun. "You ain't a Seamus, are you, mister?" "Maybe," Carmody said, "and keep your iron next to your own belly." The curly-haired man turned his head a little and grinned back over his shoulder. "What do you know about that, Mike? He's a Seamus. Sure he wants my job. Sure he does." "Put the heater up, you fool," the sweatered man said disgustedly. The curly-haired man turned a little more. "I'm his protection, ain't I?" he complained. Carmody knocked the gun aside almost casually with the hand that held his cigarette case. The curly-haired man snapped his head around again. Carmody slid close to him, sank a stiff punch in his stomach, holding the gun away with his forearm. The curly-haired man gagged, sprayed liquor down the front of Carmody's raincoat. His glass shattered on the floor. The blue gun left his hand and went over in a corner. The sweatered man went after it. The noise of the shower had stopped unnoticed, and the blond fighter came out toweling himself vigorously. He stared open-mouthed at the tableau. Carmody said, "I don't need this anymore." He heaved the curly-haired man away from him and laced his jaw with a hard right as he went back. The curly-haired man staggered across the room, hit the wall, slid down it, and sat on the floor. The sweatered man snatched the gun up and stood rigid, watching Carmody. Carmody got out a handkerchief and wiped the front of his coat, while Targo shut his large, well-shaped mouth slowly and began to move the towel back and forth across his chest. After a moment he said, "Just who the hell may you be?" Carmody said, "I used to be a private dick. Carmody's the name. I think you need help." Targo's face got a little redder than the shower had left it. "Why?" "I heard you were supposed to throw it, and I think you tried to. But Wera was too lousy. You couldn't help yourself. That means you're in a jam." Targo said very slowly, "People get their teeth kicked in for saying things like that." The room was very still for a moment. The drunk sat up on the floor and blinked, tried to get his feet under him, and gave it up. Carmody added quietly, "Benny Cyrano is a friend of mine. He's your backer, isn't he?" The sweatered man laughed harshly. Then he broke the gun and slid the shells out of it, dropped the gun on the floor. He went to the door, went out, slammed the door shut. Targo looked at the shut door, looked back at Carmody. He said very slowly, "What did you hear?" "Your friend Jean Adrian lives in my hotel on my floor. She got sapped by a hood this afternoon. I happened by and saw the hood running away, picked her up. She told me a little of what it was all about. Targo had put on his underwear and socks and shoes. He reached into a locker for a black satin shirt, put that on. He said, "She didn't tell me." "She wouldn't before the fight." Targo nodded slightly. Then he said, "If you know Benny, you may be all right. I've been getting threats. Maybe it's a lot of birdseed, and maybe it's some spring street punter's idea of how to make himself a little easy dough. I fought my fight the way I wanted to. Now you can take the air, mister." He put on high-waisted black trousers and knotted a white tie on his black shirt. He got a white serge coat trimmed with black braid out of the locker. Put that on. A black and white handkerchief flared from the pocket in 3 points. Carmody stared at the clothes, moved a little towards the door, and looked down at the drunk. "Okay," he said. "I see you've got a bodyguard. It was just an idea I had. Excuse it, please." He went out, closed the door gently, and went back up the ramp to the lobby, out to the street. He walked through the rain around the corner of the building to a big graveled parking lot. The lights of a car blinked at him, and his coupe slid along the wet gravel and pulled up. Tony Acosta was at the wheel. Carmody got in at the right side and said, "Let's go out to Cyrano's and have a drink, Tony. Geez, that's swell. Miss Adrian's in the floor show there. You know, the blonde I told you about." Carmody said, "I saw Targo. I kind of liked him, but I didn't like his clothes." Chapter 4. Gus Neishacker was a 200-pound fashion plate with very red cheeks and thin, exquisitely penciled eyebrows. Eyebrows from a Chinese vase. There was a red carnation in the lapel of his wide-shouldered dinner jacket, and he kept sniffing at it while he watched the headwaiter seat a party of guests. When Carmody and Tony Acosta came through the foyer arch, he flashed a sudden smile and went to them with his hand out. "How's a boy, Ted? Party?" Carmody said, "Just the two of us. Meet Mr. Acosta. Gus Neishacker, Cyrano's floor manager." Gus Neishacker shook hands with Tony without looking at him. He said, "Let's see, the last time you dropped in, she left town," Carmody said. "We'll sit near the ring, but not too near. We don't dance together." Gus Neishacker jerked a menu from under the headwaiter's arm and led the way down 5 crimson steps, along the tables that skirted the oval dance floor. They sat down. Carmody ordered rye highballs and Denver sandwiches. Neishacker gave the order to a waiter, pulled a chair out and sat down at the table. He took a pencil out and made triangles on the inside of a match cover. "See the fights?" he asked carelessly. Was that what they were? Gus Neishacker smiled indulgently. "Benny talked to the Duke. He says you're wise." He looked suddenly at Tony Acosta. "Tony's all right," Carmody said. "Yeah, well, do us a favor, will you? See, it stops right here. Benny likes this boy. He wouldn't let him get hurt. He'd put protection all around him, real protection, if he thought that threat stuff was anything but some pool hall bum's idea of a very funny joke. Benny never backs but one box fighter at a time, and he picks them damn careful." Carmody lit a cigarette, blew smoke from a corner of his mouth, said quietly, "It's none of my business, but I'm telling you it's screwy. I have a nose for that sort of thing." Gus Neishacker stared at him a minute, then shrugged. He said, "I hope you're wrong," stood up quickly and walked away among the tables. He bent to smile here and there and speak to a customer. Tony Acosta's velvet eyes shone. He said, "Geez, Mr. Carmody, you think it's rough stuff?" Carmody nodded, didn't say anything. The waiter put their drinks and sandwiches on the table, went away. The band on the stage at the end of the oval floor blared out a long chord, and a slick, grinning MC slid out on the stage and put his lips to a small open mic. The floor show began. A line of half-naked girls ran out under a rain of colored lights. They coiled and uncoiled in a long, sinuous line, their bare legs flashing, their navels little dimples of darkness and soft white. Very nude flesh. A hard-boiled redhead sang a hard-boiled song in a voice that could have been used to split firewood. The girls came back in black tights and silk hats, did the same dance with a slightly different exposure. The music softened, and a tall, high-yeller torch singer drooped under an amber light and sang of something very far away, and unhappy, in a voice like old ivory. Carmody sipped his drink, poked at his sandwich in the dim light. Tony Acosta's hard young face was a small tense blur beside him. The torch singer went away, and there was a little pause, and then suddenly all the lights in the place went out, except the lights over the music racks of the band, and little pale amber lights at the entrances to the radiating aisles of booths beyond the tables. There were squeals in the thick darkness. A single white spot winked on, high up under the roof, settled on a runway beside the stage. Faces were chalk white in the reflected glare. There was the red glow of a cigarette tip here and there. 4 tall black men moved in the light, carrying a white mummy case on their shoulders. They came slowly in rhythm down the runway. They wore white Egyptian headdresses and loincloths of white leather and white sandals laced to the knee. The black smoothness of their limbs was like black marble in the moonlight. They reached the middle of the dance floor and slowly upended the mummy case until the cover tipped forward and fell and was caught. Then slowly, very slowly, a swathed white figure tipped forward and fell, slowly, like the last leaf from a dead tree. It tipped in the air, seemed to hover, then plunged towards the floor under a shattering roll of drums. The light went off, went on. The swathed figure was upright on the floor, spinning, and one of the blacks was spinning the opposite way, winding the white shroud around his body. Then the shroud fell away, and a girl was all tinsel and smooth white limbs under the hard light, and her body shot through the air glittering, and was caught and passed around swiftly among the 4 black men, like a baseball handled by a fast infield. Then the music changed to a waltz, and she danced among the black men slowly and gracefully, as though among 4 ebony pillars, very close to them but never touching them. The act ended. The applause rose and fell in thick waves. The light went out and it was dark again, and then all the lights went up and the girl and the 4 black men were gone. "Kino," Tony Acosta breathed. "Oh, Kino, that was Miss Adrian, wasn't it?" Carmody said slowly. "A little daring." He lit another cigarette, looked around. "There's another black and white number, Tony. The Duke himself in person." Duke Targo stood applauding violently at the entrance to one of the radiating booth aisles. There was a loose grin on his face. He looked as if he might have had a few drinks. An arm came down over Carmody's shoulder. A hand planted itself in the ashtray at his elbow. He smelled scotch in heavy gusts. He turned his head slowly, looked up at the liquor-shiny face of Chandler, Duke Targo's drunken bodyguard. "Smokes in a white gal," Chandler said thickly. "Lousy, crummy, god-awful crummy." Carmody smiled slowly, moved his chair a little. Tony Acosta stared at Chandler round-eyed, his little mouth a thin line. "Blackface, Mr. Chandler. Not real smokes. I liked it." "And who the hell cares what you like?" Chandler wanted to know. Carmody smiled delicately, laid his cigarette down on the edge of a plate. He turned his chair a little more. "Still think I want your job, Chandler?" "Yeah, I owe you a smack in the puss, too." He took his hand out of the ashtray, wiped it off on the tablecloth. He doubled it into a fist. "Like it now?" A waiter caught him by the arm, spun him around. "You lost your table, sir? This way?" Chandler patted the waiter on the shoulder, tried to put an arm around his neck. "Swell, let's go nibble a drink. I don't like these people." They went away, disappeared among the tables. Carmody said, "To hell with this place, Tony," and stared moodily towards the band stage. Then his eyes became intent. A girl with corn-blonde hair, in a white wrap with a white fur collar, appeared at the edge of the shell, went behind it, reappeared nearer. She came along the edge of the booths to the place where Targo had been standing. She slipped in between the booths there, disappeared. Carmody said, "To hell with this place. Let's go, Tony," in a low, angry voice. Then very softly in a tense tone, "No, wait a minute. I see another guy I don't like." The man was on the far side of the dance floor, which was empty at the moment. He was following its curve around, past the tables that fringed it. He looked a little different without his hat, but he had the same flat white expressionless face, the same close-set eyes. He was youngish, not more than 30, but already having trouble with his bald spot. The slight bulge of a gun under his left arm was barely noticeable. He was the man who had run away from Jean Adrian's apartment in the Carondelet. He reached the aisle into which Targo had gone, into which a moment before Jean Adrian had gone. He went into it. Carmody said sharply, "Wait here, Tony." He kicked his chair back and stood up. Somebody rabbit-punched him from behind. He swiveled, close to Chenvert's grinning, sweaty face. "Back again, pal," the curly-haired man chortled and hit him on the jaw. It was a short jab, well placed for a drunk. It caught Carmody off balance, staggered him. Tony Acosta came to his feet snarling, cat-like. Carmody was still rocking when Chenvert let go with the other fist. That was too slow, too wide. Carmody slid inside it, uppercut the curly-haired man's nose savagely, got a handful of blood before he could get his hand away. He put most of it back on Chenvert's face. Chenvert wobbled, staggered back a step, and sat down on the floor, hard. He clapped a hand to his nose. "Keep an eye on this bird, Tony," Carmody said swiftly. Chenvert took hold of the nearest tablecloth and yanked it. It came off the table. Silver and glasses and china followed it to the floor. A man swore and a woman squealed. A waiter ran towards them with a livid, furious face. Carmody almost didn't hear the two shots. They were small and flat, close together, a small-caliber gun. The rushing waiter stopped dead, and a deeply etched white line appeared around his mouth as instantly as though the lash of a whip had cut it. A dark woman with a sharp nose opened her mouth to yell, and no sound came from her. There was the instant when nobody makes a sound, when it almost seems as if there will never again be any sound after the sound of a gun. Then Carmody was running. He bumped into people who stood up and craned their necks. He reached the entrance to the aisle into which the white-faced man had gone. The booths had high walls and swing doors not so high. Heads stuck out over the doors, but no one was in the aisle yet. Carmody charged up a shallow carpeted slope, at the far end of which booth doors stood wide open. Legs in dark cloth showed past the doors, slack on the floor, the knees sagged. The toes of black shoes were pointed into the booth. Carmody shook an arm off, reached the place. The man lay across the end of a table, his stomach and one side of his face on the white cloth. His left hand dropped between the table and the padded seat. His right hand on top of the table didn't quite hold a big black gun, A45 with a cut barrel. The bald spot on his head glistened under the light, and the oily metal of the gun glistened beside it. Blood leaked from under his chest, vivid scarlet on the white cloth, seeping into it as into blotting paper. Duke Targo was standing up, deep in the booth. His left arm in the white serge coat was braced on the end of the table. Jean Adrian was sitting down at his side. Targo looked at Carmody blankly, as if he had never seen him before. He pushed his big right hand forward. A small white-handled automatic lay on his palm. "I shot him," Targo said. "He pulled a gun on us, and I shot him." Jean Adrian was scrubbing her hands together on a scrap of handkerchief. Her face was strained, cold, not scared. Her eyes were dark. "I shot him," Targo said. He threw the small gun down on the cloth. It bounced, almost hit the fallen man's head. Let's get out of here." Carmody put a hand against the side of the sprawled man's neck. held it there a second or two, took it away. "He's dead," he said. "When a citizen drops a red-hot, that's news." Jean Adrian was staring at him, stiff-eyed. He flashed a smile at her, put a hand against Targo's chest, pushed him back. "Sit down, Targo. You're not going any place." Targo said, "Well, okay, I shot him, see." "That's all right," Carmody said. "Just relax." People were close behind him now, crowding him. He leaned back against the press of bodies and kept on smiling at the girl's white face. Chapter 5. Benny Cyrano was shaped like two eggs, a little one that was his head on top of a big one that was his body. His small, dapper legs and feet in patent leather shoes were pushed into the knee-hole of a dark, sheenless desk. He held a corner of a handkerchief tightly between his teeth and pulled against it with his left hand and held his right hand out pudgily in front of him, pushing against the air. He was saying in a voice muffled by the handkerchief, "Now wait a minute, boys. Now wait a minute." There was a striped built-in sofa in one corner of the office, and Duke Targo sat in the middle of it, between two headquarters dicks. He had a dark bruise over one cheekbone, his thick blonde hair was tousled, and his black satin shirt looked as if somebody had tried to swing him by it. One of the dicks, the gray-haired one, had a split lip. The young one, with hair as blonde as Targo's, had a black eye. They both looked mad, but the blonde one looked madder. Carmody straddled a chair against the wall and looked sleepily at Jean Adrian, near him in a leather rocker. She was twisting a handkerchief in her hands, rubbing her palms with it. She had been doing this for a long time, as if she had forgotten she was doing it. Her small, firm mouth was angry. Gus Neishacker leaned against the closed door, smoking. "Now wait a minute, boys," Cyrano said. "If you didn't get tough with him, he wouldn't fight back. He's a good boy, the best I ever had. Give him a break." Blood dribbled from one corner of Targo's mouth, in a fine thread down to his jutting chin. It gathered there and glistened. His face was empty, expressionless. Carmody said coldly, "You wouldn't want the boys to stop playing blackjack pinochle, would you, Benny?" The blonde dick snarled. "You still got that private dick license, Carmody?" "It's lying around somewhere, I guess," Carmody said. "Maybe we could take it away from you," the blonde dick snarled. "Maybe you could do a fan dance, copper. You might be all kinds of a smart guy for all I'd know." The blonde dick started to get up. The older one said, "Leave him be. Give him 6 feet. If he steps over that, we'll take the screws out of him." Carmody and Gus Neishacker grinned at each other. Cyrano made helpless gestures in the air. The girl looked at Carmody under her lashes. Targo opened his mouth and spat blood straight before him on the blue carpet. Something pushed against the door, and Neishacker stepped to one side, opened it a crack, then opened it wide. McChesney came in. McChesney was a lieutenant of detectives, tall, sandy-haired, 40-ish, with pale eyes and a narrow, suspicious face. He shut the door and turned the key in it, went slowly over and stood in front of Targo. "Plenty dead," he said. "One under the heart, one in it. Nice snap shooting, in any league." "When you've got to deliver, you've got to deliver," Targo said dully. "Make him?" the gray-haired dick asked his partner, moving away along the sofa. McChesney nodded. "Torchy plant. A gun for hire. I haven't seen him round for all of 2 years. Tough as an ingrowing toenail with his right load. A bindle punk." "He'd have to be that to throw his party in here," the gray-haired dick said. McChesney's long face was serious, not hard. "Got a permit for the gun, Targo?" Targo said, "Yes. Benny got me one 2 weeks ago. I've been getting a lot of threats." "Listen, Lieutenant," Cyrano chirped. "Some gamblers try to scare him into a dive, see? He wins 9 straight fights by knockouts, so they get a swell price. I told him he should take one at that, maybe." "I almost did," Targo said sullenly. "So they sent the red hot to him," Cyrano said. McChesney said. "I wouldn't say no. How'd you beat his draw, Targo? Where was your gun?" "On my hip." "Show me." Targo put his hand back into his right hip pocket and jerked a handkerchief out quickly, stuck his finger through it like a gun barrel. "That handkerchief in the pocket?" McChesney asked. "With the gun?" Targo's big reddish face clouded a little. He nodded. McChesney leaned forward casually and twitched the handkerchief from his hand. He sniffed at it, unwrapped it, sniffed at it again, folded it, and put it away in his own pocket. His face said nothing. "What did he say, Targo?" "He said, 'I got a message for you, punk, and this is it.' Then he went for the gat, and it stuck a little in the clip. I got mine out first." McChesney smiled faintly and leaned far back, teetering on his heels. His faint smile seemed to slide off the end of his long nose. He looked Targo up and down. "Yeah," he said softly. "I'd call it damn nice shooting with a .22, but you're fast for a big guy. Who got these threats?" "I did," Targo said, "over the phone." "Know the voice?" "It might have been this same guy. I'm not just positive." McChesney walked stiff-legged to the other end of the office, stood a moment looking at a hand-tinted sporting print. He came back slowly, drifted over to the door. "A guy like that don't mean a lot," he said quietly, "but we got to do our job. The two of you will have to come downtown and make statements. Let's go." He went out. The two dicks stood up, with Duke Targo between them. The gray-haired one snapped, "You going to act nice, Bo?" Targo sneered, "If I get to wash my face." They went out. The blonde dick waited for Gene Adrian to pass in front of him. He swung the door, snarled back at Carmody. "As for you, nuts," Carmody said softly, "I like them. It's the squirrel in me, copper." Gus Neishacker laughed, then shut the door and went to the desk. "I'm shaking like Benny's third chin," he said. "Let's all have a shot of cognac." He poured 3 glasses a third full, took one over to the striped sofa and spread his long legs out on it, leaned his head back and sipped the brandy. Carmody stood up and downed his drink. He got a cigarette out and rolled it around in his fingers, staring at Cyrano's smooth white face with an up-from-under look. "How much would you say changed hands on that fight tonight?" he asked softly. "Bets." Cyrano blinked, massaged his lips with a fat hand. "A few grand. It was just a regular weekly show." "It don't listen, does it?" Carmody put the cigarette in his mouth and leaned over the desk to strike a match. He said, "If it does, murder's getting awfully cheap in this town." Cyrano didn't say anything. Gus Neishacker sipped the last of his brandy and carefully put the empty glass down on a round cork table beside the sofa. He stared at the ceiling, silently. After a moment, Carmody nodded at the two men, crossed the room and went out, closed the door behind him. He went along a corridor, off which dressing rooms opened, dark now. A curtained archway let him out at the back of the stage. In the foyer, the head waiter was standing at the glass doors, looking out at the rain and the back of a uniformed policeman. Carmody went into the empty cloakroom, found his hat and coat, put them on, came out to stand beside the head waiter. He said, "I guess you didn't notice what happened to the kid I was with." The head waiter shook his head and reached forward to unlock the door. There was 400 people here, and 300 scrammed before the law checked in. "I'm sorry." Carmody nodded and went out into the rain. The uniformed man glanced at him casually. He went along the street to where the car had been left. It wasn't there. He looked up and down the street, stood for a few moments in the rain, then walked towards Melrose. After a little while, he found a taxi. Chapter 6. The ramp of the Carondelet garage curved down into semi-darkness and chilled air. The dark bulks of stalled cars looked ominous against the whitewashed walls, and the single drop light in the small office had the relentless glitter of the death house. A big black man in stained overalls came out, rubbing his eyes, Then his face split in an enormous grin. "Hello there, Mr. Carmody. You kind of restless tonight?" Carmody said. "I get a little wild when it rains. I bet my heap isn't here." "No, it ain't, Mr. Carmody. I been all around wiping off, and yours ain't here, tall," Carmody said woodenly. "I lent it to a pal. He probably wrecked it." He flicked a $50 through the air and went back up the ramp to the side street. He turned towards the back of the hotel, came to an alley-like street, one side of which was the rear wall of the Carondelet. The other side had 2 frame houses and a 4-story brick building. Hotel Blaine was lettered on a round milky globe over the door. Carmody went up 3 cement steps and tried the door. It was locked. He looked through the glass panel into a small, dim, empty lobby. He got out 2 passkeys. The second one moved the lock a little. He pulled the door hard towards him, tried the first one again. That snicked the bolt far enough for the loosely fitted door to open. He went in and looked at an empty counter with a sign, "Manager," beside a plunger bell. There was an oblong of empty numbered pigeonholes on the wall. Carmody went around behind the counter and fished a leather register out of a space under the top. He read names back 3 pages, found the boyish scrawl, Tony Acosta, and a room number in another writing. He put the register away and went past the automatic elevator and upstairs to the 4th floor. The hallway was very silent. There was weak light from a ceiling fixture. The last door but one on the left-hand side had a crack of light showing around its transom. That was the door. 411. He put his hand out to knock, then withdrew it without touching the door. The doorknob was heavily smeared with something that looked like blood. Carmody's eyes looked down and saw what was almost a pool of blood on the stained wood before the door, beyond the edge of the runner. His hand suddenly felt clammy inside his glove. He took the glove off, held the hand stiff, claw-like for a moment, then shook it slowly. His eyes had a sharp, strained light in them. He got a handkerchief out, grasped the doorknob inside it, turned it slowly. The door was unlocked. He went in. He looked across the room and said very softly, "Tony, oh, Tony." Then he shut the door behind him and turned a key in it, still with the handkerchief. There was light from the bowl that hung on 3 brass chains from the middle of the ceiling. It shone on a made-up bed, some painted, light-colored furniture, a dull green carpet, a square writing desk of eucalyptus wood. Tony Acosta sat at the desk. His head was slumped forward on his left arm. Under the chair on which he sat, between the legs of the chair and his feet, there was a glistening brownish pool. Carmody walked across the room so rigidly that his ankles ached after the second step. He reached the desk, touched Tony Acosta's shoulder. "Tony," he said thickly in a low, meaningless voice. "My God, Tony." Tony didn't move. Carmody went around to his side. A blood-soaked bath towel glared against the boy's stomach, across his pressed-together thighs. His right hand was crouched against the front edge of the desk, as if he was trying to push himself up. Almost under his face there was a scrawled envelope. Carmody pulled the envelope towards him slowly, lifted it like a thing of weight, read the wandering scrawl of words. Tailed him. Wap Town. 28 Court Street. Over garage. Shot me. Think I got. Him. Your car. The line trailed over the edge of the paper, became a blot there. The pen was on the floor. There was a bloody thumbprint on the envelope. Carmody folded it meticulously to protect the print, put the envelope in his wallet. He lifted Tony's head, turned it a little towards him. The neck was still warm. It was beginning to stiffen. Tony's soft dark eyes were open, and they held the quiet brightness of a cat's eyes. They had that effect the eyes of the new dead have of almost, but not quite, looking at you. Carmody lowered the head gently on the outstretched left arm. He stood laxly, his head on one side, his eyes almost sleepy. Then his head jerked back and his eyes hardened. He stripped off his raincoat and the suit coat underneath, rolled his sleeves up, wet a face towel in the basin in the corner of the room, and went to the door. He wiped the knobs off, bent down, and wiped up the smeared blood from the floor outside. He rinsed the towel and hung it up to dry, wiped his hands carefully, put his coat on again. He used his handkerchief to open the transom, to reverse the key and lock the door from the outside. He threw the key in over the top of the transom, heard it tinkle inside. He went downstairs and out of the Hotel Blaine. It still rained. He walked to the corner, looked along a tree-shaded block. His car was a dozen yards from the intersection, parked carefully, the lights off, the keys in the ignition. He drew them out, felt the seat under the wheel. It was wet, sticky. Carmody wiped his hand off, ran the windows up, and locked the car. He left it where it was. Going back to the Carondelet, he didn't meet anybody. The hard, slanting rain still pounded down into the empty streets. Chapter 7. There was a thin thread of light under the door of 914. Carmody knocked lightly, looking up and down the hall, moved his gloved fingers softly on the panel while he waited. He waited a long time. Then a voice spoke wearily behind the wood of the door. "Yes? What is it?" "Carmody, Angel. I have to see you. It's strictly business." The door clicked, opened. He looked at a tired white face, dark eyes that were slate-like, not violet blue. There were smudges under them as though mascara had been rubbed into the skin. The girl's strong little hand twitched on the edge of the door. "You," she said wearily. "It would be you." "Yes. Well, I've simply got to have a shower. I smell of policemen." 15 minutes? Carmody asked casually, but his eyes were very sharp on her face. She shrugged slowly, then nodded. The closing door seemed to jump at him. He went along to his own rooms, threw off his hat and coat, poured whiskey into a glass, and went into the bathroom to get ice water from the small tap over the basin. He drank slowly, looking out of the windows at the dark breadth of the boulevard. A car slid by now and then, two beams of white light attached to nothing, emanating from nowhere. He finished the drink, stripped to the skin, went under a shower. He dressed in fresh clothes, refilled his big flask, and put it in his inner pocket, took a snub-nosed automatic out of a suitcase, and held it in his hand for a minute, staring at it. Then he put it back in the suitcase, lit a cigarette, and smoked it through. He got a dry hat and a tweed coat and went back to 914. The door was almost insidiously ajar. He slipped in with a light knock, shut the door, went on into the living room, and looked at Jean Adrian. She was sitting on the davenport with a freshly scrubbed look, in loose, plum-colored pajamas and a Chinese coat. A tendril of damp hair drooped over one temple. Her small, even features had the cameo-like clearness that tiredness gives to the very young. Carmody said, "Drink?" She gestured emptily. "I suppose so." He got glasses, mixed whiskey and ice water, went to the davenport with them. "Are they keeping Targo on ice?" She moved her chin 1/8 of an inch, staring into her glass. He cut loose again, knocked 2 cops halfway through the wall. "They love that boy." Carmody said, "He has a lot to learn about cops. In the morning the cameras will be all set for him. I can think of some nice headlines such as, 'Well-known fighter too fast for gunman. Duke Targo puts crimp in underworld hot rod.'" The girl sipped her drink. "I'm tired," she said, "and my foot itches. Let's talk about what makes this your business." "Sure." He flipped his cigarette case open, held it under her chin. Her hand fumbled at it, and while it still fumbled, he said, "When you light that, tell me why you shot him." Jean Adrian put the cigarette between her lips, bent her head to the match, inhaled, and threw her head back. Color awakened slowly in her eyes, and a small smile curved the line of her pressed lips. She didn't answer. Carmody watched her for a minute, turning his glass in his hands. Then he stared at the floor, said, "It was your gun, the gun I picked up here in the afternoon." Targo said he drew it from his hip pocket, the slowest draw in the world. Yet he's supposed to have shot twice, accurately enough to kill a man, while the man wasn't even getting his gun loose from a shoulder holster. That's hooey. But you, with the gun in a bag in your lap, and knowing the hood, might just have managed it. He would have been watching Targo. The girl said emptily, "You're a private dick, I hear. You're the son of a boss politician. They talked about you downtown. They act a little afraid of you, of people you might know. Who sicked you on me?" Carmody said, "They're not afraid of me, Angel. They just talked like that to see how you'd react. If I was involved, so on. They don't know what it's all about. They were told plainly enough what it was all about." Carmody shook his head. "A cop never believes what he gets without a struggle. He's too used to cooked-up stories. I think McChesney's wise you did the shooting. He knows by now if that handkerchief of Targo's had been in a pocket with a gun." Her limp fingers discarded her cigarette half-smoked. A curtain eddied at the window and loose flakes of ash crawled around in the ashtray. She said slowly, "All right, I shot him. Do you think I'd hesitate after this afternoon?" Carmody rubbed the lobe of his ear. "I'm playing this too light," he said softly. "You don't know what's in my heart. Something has happened, something nasty. Do you think the hood meant to kill Targo?" "I thought so, or I wouldn't have shot a man. I think maybe it was just a scare, Angel, like the other one. After all, a nightclub is a poor place for a getaway." She said sharply, "They don't do many low tackles on 45s. He'd have got away all right. Of course he meant to kill somebody. And of course I didn't mean Duke to front for me. He just grabbed the gun out of my hand and slammed into his act." What did it matter? I knew it would all come out in the end. She poked absently at the still-burning cigarette in the tray, kept her eyes down. After a moment she said, almost in a whisper, "Is that all you wanted to know?" Carmody let his eyes crawl sidewise without moving his head until he could just see the firm curve of her cheek, the strong line of her throat. He said thickly, "Chandler was in on it. The fellow I was with at Cyrano's followed Chandler to a hideout. Chandler shot him. He's dead. He's dead, Angel, just a young kid that worked here in the hotel. Tony, the bell captain. The cops don't know that yet." The muffled clang of elevator doors was heavy through the silence. A horn tooted dismally out in the rain on the boulevard. The girl sagged forward suddenly, then sidewise, fell across Carmody's knees. Her body was half-turned and she lay almost on her back across his thighs, her eyelids flickering. The small blue veins in them stood out rigid in the soft skin. He put his arms around her slowly, loosely. Then they tightened, lifted her. He brought her face close to his own face. He kissed her on the side of the mouth. Her eyes opened, stared blankly, unfocused. He kissed her again tightly, then pushed her upright on the davenport. He said quietly, "That wasn't just an act, was it?" She leaped to her feet, spun around. Her voice was low, tense, and angry. "There's something horrible about you, something satanic. You come here and tell me another man has been killed, and then you kiss me. It isn't real." Carmody said dully, "There's something horrible about any man that goes suddenly gaga over another man's woman." "I'm not his woman," she snapped. "I don't even like him, and I don't like you." Carmody shrugged. They stared at each other with bleak, hostile eyes. The girl clicked her teeth shut, then said almost violently, "Get out! I can't talk to you any more. I can't stand you around. Will you get out?" Carmody said, "Why not?" He stood up, went over and got his hat and coat. The girl sobbed once sharply. Then she went in light, quick strides across the room to the windows, became motionless with her back to him. Carmody looked at her back, went over near her, and stood looking at the soft hair low down on her neck. He said, "Why the hell don't you let me help? I know there's something wrong. I wouldn't hurt you. The girl spoke to the curtain in front of her face, savagely. "Get out! I don't want your help. Go away and stay away. I won't be seeing you ever." Carmody said slowly, "I think you've got to have help, whether you like it or not. That man in the photo frame on the desk there, I think I know who he is. And I don't think he's dead." The girl turned. Her face now was as white as paper. Her eyes strained at his eyes. She breathed thickly, harshly. After what seemed a long time, she said, "I'm caught. Caught. There's nothing you can do about it." Carmody lifted a hand and drew his fingers slowly down her cheek, down the angle of her tight jaw. His eyes held a hard brown glitter, his lips a smile. It was cunning, almost a dishonest smile. He said, "I'm wrong, Angel. I don't know him at all. Good night." He went back across the room, through the little hallway, opened the door. When the door opened, the girl clutched at the curtain and rubbed her face against it slowly. Carmody didn't shut the door. He stood quite still halfway through it, looking at two men who stood there with guns. They stood close to the door, as if they had been about to knock. One was thick, dark, saturnine. The other one was an albino, with sharp red eyes, a narrow head that showed shining, snow-white hair under a rain-spattered dark hat. He had the thin, sharp teeth and the drawn-back grin of a rat. Carmody started to close the door behind him. The albino said, "Hold it, Rube. The door, I mean. We're going in." The other man slid forward and pressed his left hand up and down Carmody's body carefully. He stepped away, said, "No gat, but a swell flask under his arm." The albino gestured with his gun. "Back up, Rube. We want the broad, too." Carmody said tonelessly, "It doesn't take a gun, Kritz. I know you and I know your boss. If he wants to see me, I'll be glad to talk to him." He turned and went back into the room, with the two gunmen behind him. Jean Adrian hadn't moved. She stood by the window still, the curtain against her cheek, her eyes closed. As if she hadn't heard the voices at the door at all. Then she heard them come in, and her eyes snapped open. She turned slowly, stared past Carmody at the two gunmen. The albino walked to the middle of the room, looked around it without speaking, went on into the bedroom and bathroom. Doors opened and shut. He came back on quiet, cat-like feet, pulled his overcoat open, and pushed his hat back on his head. "Get dressed, sister. We have to go for a ride in the rain, okay?" The girl stared at Carmody now. He shrugged, smiled a little, spread his hands. "That's how it is, Angel. Might as well fall in line." The lines of her face got thin and contemptuous. She said slowly, You. Her voice trailed off into a sibilant, meaningless mutter. She went across the room stiffly and out of it into the bedroom. The albino slipped a cigarette between his sharp lips, chuckled with a wet, gurgling sound, as if his mouth was full of saliva. "She don't seem to like you, Rube." Carmody frowned. He walked slowly to the writing desk, leaned his hips against it, stared at the floor. "She thinks I sold her out," he said dully. "Maybe you did, Rube," the albino drawled. Carmody said, "Better watch her. She's neat with a gun." His hands, reaching casually behind him on the desk, tapped the top of it lightly, then without apparent change of movement folded the leather photo frame down on its side and edged it under the blotter. Chapter 8. There was a padded armrest in the middle of the rear seat of the car, and Carmody leaned an elbow on it, cupped his chin in his hand, stared through the half-misted windows at the rain. It was thick white spray in the headlights, and the noise of it on the top of the car was like drum fire, very far off. Jean Adrian sat on the other side of the armrest, in the corner. She wore a black hat and a gray coat with tufts of silky hair on it, longer than Caracul and not so curly. She didn't look at Carmody or speak to him. The albino sat on the right of the thick, dark man who drove. They went through silent streets, past blurred houses, blurred trees, the blurred shine of street lights. There were neon signs behind the thick curtains of mist. There was no sky. Then they climbed, and a feeble arc light strung over an intersection threw light on a signpost, and Carmody read the name Court Street. He said softly, "This is Waptown, Critz. The big guy can't be so dough-heavy as he used to be." Lights flickered from the albino's eyes as he glanced back. "You should know, Rube." The car slowed in front of a big frame house with a trellised porch, walls finished in round shingles, blind, lightless windows. Across the street, a stencil sign on a brick building built sheer to the sidewalk said, "Paolo Perugini Funeral Parlors." The car swung out to make a wide turn into a gravel driveway. Lights splashed into an open garage. They went in, slid to a stop beside a big, shiny undertaker's ambulance. The albino snapped. "All out," Carmody said. "I see our next trip is all arranged for." "Funny guy," the albino snarled. "A wise monkey." I just have nice scaffold manners," Carmody drawled. The dark man cut the motor and snapped on a big flash, then cut the lights, got out of the car. He shot the beam of the flash up a narrow flight of wooden steps in the corner. The albino said, "Up you go, Rube. Push the girl ahead of you. I'm behind with my rod." Jean Adrian got out of the car past Carmody without looking at him. She went up the steps stiffly, and the three men made a procession behind her. There was a door at the top. The girl opened it, and hard white light came out at them. They went into a bare attic with exposed studding, a square window in front and rear, shut tight, the glass painted black. A bright bulb hung on a drop cord over a kitchen table, and a big man sat at the table with a saucer of cigarette butts at his elbow. Two of them still smoked. A thin, loose-lipped man sat on a bed with a Luger beside his left hand. There was a worn carpet on the floor, a few sticks of furniture, a half-opened clapboard door in the corner through which a toilet seat showed, and one end of a big old-fashioned bathtub standing up from the floor on iron legs. The man at the kitchen table was large but not handsome. He had carroty hair and eyebrows a shade darker, a square, aggressive face, a strong jaw. His thick lips held his cigarette brutally. His clothes looked as if they had cost a great deal of money and had been slept in. He glanced carelessly at Jean Adrian, set around the cigarette. "Park the body, sister." "Hi, Carmody." "Gimme that rod, Lefty, and you boys drop down below again." The girl went quietly across the attic and sat down in a straight wooden chair. The man on the bed stood up, put the Luger at the big man's elbow on the kitchen table. The three gunmen went down the stairs, leaving the door open. The big man touched the Luger, stared at Carmody, said sarcastically, "I'm Dal Conant. Maybe you remember me." Carmody stood loosely by the kitchen table, with his legs spread wide, his hands in his overcoat pockets, his head tilted back. His half-closed eyes were sleepy, very cold. He said, "Yeah, I helped my dad hang the only rap on you that ever stuck. It didn't stick, Mug, not with the Court of Appeals." "Maybe this one will," Carmody said carelessly. "Kidnapping is apt to be a sticky rap in this state." Conant grinned without opening his lips. His expression was grimly good-humored. He said, "Let's not barber. We got business to do, and you know better than that last crack. Sit down, or rather take a look at Exhibit 1 first. In the bathtub behind you. Yeah, take a look at that. Then we can get down to tacks." Carmody turned, went across to the clapboard door, pushed through it. There was a bulb sticking out of the wall with a key switch. He snapped it on, bent over the tub. For a moment his body was quite rigid and his breath was held rigidly. Then he let it out very slowly and reached his left hand back and pushed the door almost shut. He bent farther over the big iron tub. It was long enough for a man to stretch out in, and a man was stretched out in it, on his back. He was fully dressed even to a hat, although his head didn't look as if he had put it on himself. He had thick, gray-brown curly hair. There was blood on his face, and there was a gouged red-rimmed hole at the inner corner of his left eye. He was Chandler, and he was long since dead. Carmody sucked in his breath and straightened slowly, then suddenly bent forward still further until he could see into the space between the tub and the wall. Something blue and metallic glistened down there in the dust. A blue steel gun. A gun like Chandler's gun. Carmody glanced back quickly. The not-quite-shut door showed him a part of the attic. The top of the stairs, one of Doll Conant's feet square and placid on the carpet under the kitchen table. He reached his arm out slowly down behind the tub, gathered the gun up. The 4 exposed chambers had steel-jacketed bullets in them. Carmody opened his coat, slipped the gun down inside the waistband of his trousers, tightened his belt, and buttoned his coat again. He went out of the bathroom, shut the clapboard door carefully. Doll Conant gestured at a chair across the table from him. "Sit down." Carmody glanced at Jean Adrian. She was staring at him with a kind of rigid curiosity, her eyes dark and colorless in a stone-white face under the black hat. He gestured at her, smiled faintly. "It's Mr. Chandler, Angel. He met with an accident. He's dead." The girl stared at him without any expression at all. Then she shuddered once, violently. She stared at him again, made no sound of any kind. Carmody sat down in the chair across the table from Conant. Conant eyed him, added a smoking stub to the collection in the white saucer, lit a fresh cigarette, streaking the match the whole length of the kitchen table. He puffed, said casually, "Yeah, he's dead. You shot him." Carmody shook his head very slightly, smiled. "No. Skip the baby eyes, feller. You shot him. Perugini, the wop undertaker across the street, owns this place, rents it out now and then to a right boy for a quick dust. Incidentally, he's a friend of mine. Does me a lot of good among the other wops. He rented it to Chandler. Didn't know him, but Chandler got a right ticket into him. Perugini heard shooting over here tonight. Took a look out of his window, saw a guy make it to a car. He saw the license number of the car. Your car." Carmody shook his head again. "But I didn't shoot him, Conant. Try and prove it." The wop ran over and found Chandler halfway up the stairs. He dragged him up and stuck him in the bathtub. Some crazy idea about the blood, I suppose. Then he went through him, found a police card, a private dick license, and that scared him. He got me on the phone, and when I got the name, I came steaming. Conant stopped talking, eyed Carmody steadily. Carmody said very softly, "You hear about the shooting at Cyrano's tonight?" Conant nodded. Carmody went on, "I was there with a kid friend of mine from the hotel. Just before the shooting, this Chandler threw a punch at me. The kid followed Chandler here and they shot each other. Chandler was drunk and scared, and I'll bet he shot first. I didn't even know the kid had a gun. Chandler shot him through the stomach. He got home, died there. He left me a note. I have the note." After a moment, Conant said, "You killed Chandler, or hired that boy to do it. Here's why. He tried to copper his bet on your blackmail racket. He sold out to Courtway." Carmody looked startled. He snapped his head around to look at Jean Adrian. She was leaning forward, staring at him with color in her cheeks, a shine in her eyes. She said very softly, "I'm sorry, Angel. I had you wrong." Carmody smiled a little, turned back to Conant. He said, "She thought I was the one that sold out. Who's Courtway? Your bird dog, the state senator?" Conant's face turned a little white. He laid his cigarette down very carefully in the saucer, leaned across the table, and hit Carmody in the mouth with his fist. Carmody went over backwards in the rickety chair. His head struck the floor. Jean Adrian stood up quietly, and her teeth made a sharp clicking sound. Then she didn't move. Carmody rolled over on his side and got up and set the chair upright. He got a handkerchief out, patted his mouth, looked at the handkerchief. Steps clattered on the stairs, and the albino poked his narrow head into the room, poked a gun still farther in. "Need any help, boss?" Without looking at him, Conant said, "Get out and shut that door, and stay out." The door was shut. The albino's steps died down the stairs. Carmody put his left hand on the back of the chair and moved it slowly back and forth. His right hand still held the handkerchief. His lips were getting puffed and darkish. His eyes looked at the Luger by Conant's elbow. Conant picked up his cigarette and put it in his mouth. He said, "Maybe you think I'm going to neck this blackmail racket. I'm not, brother. I'm going to kill it so it'll stay killed. You're going to spill your guts. I have 3 boys downstairs who need exercise. Get busy and talk." Carmody said, "Yeah, but your 3 boys are downstairs." He slipped the handkerchief inside his coat. His hand came out with the blued gun in it. He said, "Take that Luger by the barrel and push it across the table so I can reach it." Conant didn't move. His eyes narrowed to slits. His hard mouth jerked the cigarette in it once. He didn't touch the Luger. After a moment he said, "Guess you know what will happen to you now." Carmody shook his head slightly. He said, "Maybe I'm not particular about that. If it does happen, you won't know anything about it." Conant stared at him, didn't move. He stared at him for quite a long time, stared at the blue gun. "Where did you get it? Didn't the heels frisk you?" Carmody said, "They did. This is Shenvair's gun. Your wop friend must have kicked it behind the bathtub. Careless." Conant reached 2 thick fingers forward and turned the Luger around and pushed it to the far edge of the table. He nodded and said tonelessly, "I lose this hand. I ought to have thought of that. That makes me do the talking." Jean Adrian came quickly across the room and stood at the end of the table. Carmody reached forward across the chair and took the Luger in his left hand and slipped it down into his overcoat pocket, kept his hand on it. He rested the hand holding the blue gun on the top of the chair. Jean Adrian said, "Who is this man?" "Dal Conant, a local big-timer. Senator John Meyerson Courtway is his pipeline into the state Senate. And Senator Courtway, Angel, is the man in your photo frame on your desk. The man you said was your father, that you said was dead." The girl said very quietly, "He is my father. I knew he wasn't dead. I'm blackmailing him for 100 grand. Shenvair and Targo and I. He never married my mother, so I'm illegitimate, but I'm still his child. I have rights, and he won't recognize them. He treated my mother abominably, left her without a nickel. He had detectives watch me for years. Shenvair was one of them. He recognized my photos when I came here and met Targo. He remembered. He went up to San Francisco and got a copy of my birth certificate. I have it here." She fumbled at her bag, felt around in it, opened a small zipper pocket in the lining. Her hand came out with a folded paper. She tossed it on the table. Conant stared at her, reached a hand for the paper, spread it out and studied it. He said slowly, "This doesn't prove anything." Carmody took his left hand out of his pocket and reached for the paper. Conant pushed it towards him. It was a certified copy of a birth certificate, dated originally in 1912. It recorded the birth of a girl child, Adriana Gianni Meyerson, to John and Antonina Gianni Meyerson. Carmody dropped the paper again. He said, "Adriana Gianni, Jean Adrian. Was that the tip-off, Conant?" Conant shook his head. Shenvair got cold feet. He tipped Courtway. He was scared. That's why he had this hideout lined up. I thought that was why he got killed. Targo couldn't have done it, because Targo's still in the can. Maybe I had you wrong, Carmody. Carmody stared at him woodenly, didn't say anything. Jean Adrian said, "It's my fault. I'm the one that's to blame. It was pretty rotten. I see that now. I want to see him and tell him I'm sorry and that he'll never hear from me again. I want to make him promise he won't do anything to Duke Targo. May I?" Carmody said, You can do anything you want to, Angel. I have 2 guns that say so. But why did you wait so long? And why didn't you go at him through the courts? You're in show business. The publicity would have made you even if he beat you out. The girl bit her lip, said in a low voice, My mother never really knew who he was, never knew his last name even. He was John Meyerson to her. I didn't know until I came here and happened to see a picture in the local paper. He had changed, but I knew the face. And of course the first part of his name, Conan said sneeringly. You didn't go at him openly because you knew damn well you weren't his kid. That your mother just wished you onto him like any cheap broad who sees herself out of a swell meal ticket. Courtway says he can prove it, and that he's going to prove it and put you where you belong. And believe me, sister, he's just the stiff-necked kind of sap who would kill himself in public life, raking up a 20-year-old scandal to do that little thing. The big man spit his cigarette stub out viciously. Added, It cost me money to put him where he is, and I aim to keep him there. That's why I'm in it. No dice, sister. I'm putting the pressure on. You're going to take a lot of air and keep on taking it. As for your 2-gun friend, maybe he didn't know, but he knows now, and that ties him up in the same package. Conan banged on the tabletop, leaned back, looking calmly at the blue gun in Carmody's hand. Carmody stared into the big man's eyes, said very softly, That hood at Cyrano's tonight. He wasn't your idea of putting on the pressure by any chance, Conant, was he? Conant grinned harshly, shook his head. The door at the top of the stairs opened a little, silently. Carmody didn't see it. He was staring at Conant. Jean Adrian saw it. Her eyes widened, and she stepped back with a startled exclamation that jerked Carmody's eyes to her. The albino stepped softly through the door with a gun leveled. His red eyes glistened, his mouth was drawn wide in a snarling grin. He said, "The door's kind of thin, boss. I listened. Okay. Shed the heater, Rube, or I blow you both in half." Carmody turned slightly and opened his right hand and let the blue gun bounce on the thin carpet. He shrugged, spread his hands out wide, didn't look at Jean Adrian. The albino stepped clear of the door, came slowly forward and put his gun against Carmody's back. Conant stood up, came around the table, took the Luger out of Carmody's coat pocket and hefted it. Without a word or change of expression, he slammed it against the side of Carmody's jaw. Carmody sagged drunkenly, then went down on the floor on his side. Jean Adrian screamed, clawed at Conant. He threw her off, changed the gun to his left hand, and slapped the side of her face with a hard palm. "Pipe down, sister. You've had all your fun." The albino went to the head of the stairs and called down it. The two other gunmen came up into the room, stood grinning. Carmody didn't move on the floor. After a little while, Conant lit another cigarette and rattled a knuckle on the tabletop beside the birth certificate. He said gruffly, "She wants to see the old man." "Okay, she can see him. We'll all go see him. There's still something in this that stinks." He raised his eyes, looked at the stocky man. "You and Lefty go downtown and spring Targo. Get him out to the senator's place as soon as you can. Step on it." The two hoods went back down the stairs. Conant looked down at Carmody, kicked him in the ribs lightly, kept on kicking them until Carmody opened his eyes and stirred. Chapter 9. The car waited at the top of a hill before a pair of tall wrought iron gates, inside which there was a lodge. A door of the lodge stood open, and yellow light framed a big man in an overcoat and pulled-down hat. He came forward slowly into the rain, his hands down in his pockets. The rain slithered about his feet, and the albino leaned against the uprights of the gate, clicking his teeth. The big man said, "What you want? I can see ya." "Shake it up, Rube. Mr. Conant wants to call on your boss." The man inside spit into the wet darkness. "So what? Know what time it is?" Conant opened the car door suddenly and went over to the gates. The rain made noise between the car and the voices. Carmody turned his head slowly and patted Jean Adrian's hand. She pushed his hand away from her quickly. Her voice said softly, "You fool, oh you fool." Carmody sighed. "I'm having a swell time, Angel, a swell time." The man inside the gates took out keys on a long chain, unlocked the gates, and pushed them back until they clicked on the chocks. Conant and the albino came back to the car. Conant stood in the rain with a heel hooked on the running board. Carmody took his big flask out of his pocket, felt it over to see if it was dented, then unscrewed the top. He held it out towards the girl, said, "Have a little bottle courage." She didn't answer him, didn't move. He drank from the flask, put it away, looked past Conant's broad back at acres of dripping trees, a cluster of lighted windows that seemed to hang in the sky. A car came up the hill, stabbing the wet dark with its headlights, pulled behind the sedan and stopped. Conant went over to it, put his head into it, and said something. The car backed, turned into the driveway, and its lights splashed on retaining walls, disappeared, reappeared at the top of the drive as a hard white oval against a stone porte-cochere. Conant got into the sedan, and the albino swung it into the driveway after the other car. At the top, in a cement parking circle ringed with cypresses, they all got out. At the top of steps, a big door was open, and a man in a bathrobe stood in it. Targo, between two men who leaned hard against him, was halfway up the steps. He was bareheaded and without an overcoat. His big body in the white coat looked enormous between the two gunmen. The rest of the party went up the steps and into the house, and followed the bathrobed butler down a hall lined with portraits of somebody's ancestors, through a still oval foyer to another hall, and into a paneled study with soft lights and heavy drapes and deep leather chairs. A man stood behind a big dark desk that was set in an alcove made by low outjutting bookcases. He was enormously tall and thin. His white hair was so thick and fine that no single hair was visible in it. He had a small, straight, bitter mouth, black eyes without depth in a white-lined face. He stooped a little, and a blue corduroy bathrobe faced with satin was wrapped around his almost freakish thinness. The butler shut the door, and Conant opened it again and jerked his chin at the two men who had come in with Targo. They went out. The albino stepped behind Targo and pushed him down into a chair. Targo looked dazed, stupid. There was a smear of dirt on one side of his face, and his eyes had a drugged look. The girl went over to him quickly, said, "Oh, Duke, are you all right, Duke?" Targo blinked at her, half grinned. "So you had to rat, huh?" "Skip it. I'm fine." His voice had an unnatural sound. Jean Adrian went away from him and sat down and hunched herself together as if she was cold. The tall man stared coldly at everyone in the room in turn, then said lifelessly, "Are these the blackmailers? And was it necessary to bring them here in the middle of the night?" Conant shook himself out of his coat, threw it on the floor behind a lamp. He lit a fresh cigarette and stood spread-legged in the middle of the room, a big, rough, rugged man very sure of himself. He said, "The girl wanted to see you and tell you she was sorry and wants to play ball. The guy in the ice cream coat is Targo, the fighter. He got himself in a shooting scrape at a night spot and acted so wild downtown they fed him sleep tablets to quiet him. The other guy is Carmody, old Marcus Carmody's boy. I don't figure him yet." Carmody said dryly, "I'm a private detective, Senator. I'm here in the interests of my client, Miss Adrian." He laughed. The girl looked at him suddenly, then looked at the floor. Conant said gruffly, "Shenver, the one you know about, got himself bumped off?" "Not by us. That's still to straighten out." The tall man nodded coldly. He sat down at his desk and picked up a white quill pen, tickled one ear with it. "And what is your idea of the way to handle this matter, Conant?" he asked thinly. Conant shrugged. "I'm a rough boy, but I'd handle this one legal. Talk to the DA, toss them in a coop on suspicion of extortion, cook up a story for the papers, Then give it time to cool. Then dump these birds across the state line and tell them not to come back, or else. Senator Courtway moved the quill around to his other ear. They could attack me again from a distance, he said icily. I'm in favor of a showdown. Put them where they belong. You can't try them, Courtway. It would kill you politically. I'm tired of public life, Conant. I'll be glad to retire. The tall, thin man curved his mouth into a faint smile. The hell you are, Conant growled. He jerked his head around, snapped, Come here, sister. Jean Adrian stood up, came slowly across the room, stood in front of the desk. Make her, Conant snarled. Courtway stared at the girl's set face for a long time without a trace of expression. He put his quill down on the desk, opened a drawer and took out a photograph. He looked from the photo to the girl, back to the photo, said tonelessly, This was taken a number of years ago, but there's a very strong resemblance. I don't think I'd hesitate to say it's the same face. He put the photo down on the desk, and with the same unhurried motion took an automatic out of the drawer and put it down on the desk beside the photo. Conant stared at the gun, his mouth twisted. He said thickly, You won't need that, Senator. Listen, your showdown idea is all wrong. I'll get detailed confessions from these people and we'll hold them. If they ever act up again, it'll be time enough then to crack down with the big one. Carmody smiled a little and walked across the carpet until he was near the end of the desk. He said, I'd like to see that photograph, and leaned over suddenly and took it. Courtway's thin hand dropped to the gun, then relaxed. He leaned back in his chair and stared at Carmody. Carmody stared at the photograph, lowered it, said softly to Jean Adrian, Go sit down. She turned and went back to her chair, dropped into it wearily. Carmody said, I like your showdown idea, Senator. It's clean and straightforward, and a wholesome change in policy from Mr. Conant. But it won't work. He snicked a fingernail at the photo. This has a superficial resemblance, no more. I don't think it's the same girl at all myself. Her ears are differently shaped and lower on her head. Her eyes are closer together than Miss Adrian's eyes. The line of her jaw is longer. Those things don't change. So what have you got? An extortion letter? Maybe, but you can't tie it to anyone or you'd have done it already. The girl's name. Just coincidence. What else? Conant's face was granite hard, his mouth bitter. His voice shook a little, saying, And how about that certificate the gal took out of her purse, wise guy? Carmody smiled faintly, rubbed the side of his jaw with his fingertips. I thought you got that from Chenver, he said slyly, and Chenver is dead. Conant's face was a mask of fury. He balled his fist, took a jerky step forward. Why, you damn louse! Jean Adrian was leaning forward, staring round-eyed at Carmody. Targo was staring at him, with a loose grin, pale, hard eyes. Courtway was staring at him. There was no expression of any kind on Courtway's face. He sat cold, relaxed, distant. Conant laughed suddenly, snapped his fingers. Okay, toot your horn, he grunted. Carmody said slowly, I'll tell you another reason why there'll be no showdown. That shooting at Cyrano's, those threats to make Targo drop an unimportant fight, that hood that went to Miss Adrian's hotel room and sapped her, left her lying on her doorway. Can't you tie all that in, Conant? I can. Courtway leaned forward suddenly and placed his hand on his gun, folded it around the butt. His black eyes were holes in a white frozen face. Conant didn't move, didn't speak. Carmody went on. Why did Targo get those threats, and after he didn't drop the fight, why did a gun go to see him at Cyrano's, a nightclub? A very bad place for that kind of play, because at Cyrano's he was with the girl, and Cyrano was his backer, and if anything happened at Cyrano's, the law would get the threat story before they had time to think of anything else. That's why. The threats were a build-up for a killing. When the shooting came off, Targo was to be with the girl, so the hood could get the girl and it would look as if Targo was the one he was after. He would have tried for Targo too, of course, but above all he would have got the girl, because she was the dynamite behind this shakedown. Without her it meant nothing, and with her it could always be made over into a legitimate paternity suit, if it didn't work the other way. You know about her and about Targo, because Chandler got cold feet and sold out. And Chandler knew about the hood, because when the hood showed and I saw him and Chandler knew I knew him, because he had heard me tell Targo about him, then Chandler tried to pick a drunken fight with me and keep me from trying to interfere. Carmody stopped, rubbed the side of his head again, very slowly, very gently. He watched Conant with an up-from-under look. Conant said slowly, very harshly, "I don't play those games, buddy. Believe it or not, I don't." Carmody said, "Listen, the hood could have killed the girl at the hotel with his sap. He didn't because Targo wasn't there and the fight hadn't been fought and the build-up would have been all wasted. He went there to have a close look at her, without makeup. And she was scared about something and had a gun with her. So he sapped her down and ran away. That visit was just a finger." Conant said again, "I don't play those games, buddy." Then he took the Luger out of his pocket and held it down at his side. Carmody shrugged, turned his head to stare at Senator Courtway. "Nobody does," he said softly. He had the motive and the play wouldn't look like him. He cooked it up with Chandler. And if it went wrong, as it did, Chandler would have breezed, and if the law got wise, big tough doll Conant is the boy whose nose would be in the mud. Courtway smiled a little and said in an utterly dead voice, "The young man is very ingenious, but surely—" Targo stood up. His face was a stiff mask. His lips moved slowly and he said, "It sounds pretty good to me. I think I'll twist your goddamn neck, Mr. Courtway." The albino snarled, "Sit down, punk," and lifted his gun. Targo turned slightly and slammed the albino on the jaw. He went over backwards, smashed his head against the wall. The gun sailed along the floor from his limp hand. Targo started across the room. Conant looked at him sidewise and didn't move. Targo went past him, almost touching him. Conant didn't move a muscle. His big face was blank, his eyes narrowed to a faint glitter between the heavy lids. Nobody moved but Targo. Then Courtway lifted his gun and his finger whitened on the trigger and the gun roared. Carmody moved across the room very swiftly and stood in front of Jean Adrian between her and the rest of the room. Targo looked down at his hands, his face twisted into a silly smile. He sat down on the floor and pressed both his hands against his chest. Courtway lifted his gun again, and then Conant moved. The Luger jerked up, flamed twice. Blood flowed down Courtway's hand. His gun fell behind his desk. His long body seemed to swoop down after the gun. It jackknifed until only his shoulders showed humped above the line of the desk. Conant said, "Stand up and take it, you goddamn double-crossing swine." There was a shot behind the desk. Courtway's shoulders went down out of sight. After a moment, Conant went around behind the desk, stooped, straightened. "He ate one," he said very calmly, "through the mouth, and I lose me a nice clean senator." Targo took his hands from his chest and fell over sidewise on the floor and lay still. The door of the room slammed open. The butler stood in it, tousle-headed, his mouth gaping. He tried to say something, saw the gun in Conant's hand, saw Targo slumped on the floor. He didn't say anything. The albino was getting to his feet, rubbing his chin, feeling his teeth, shaking his head. He went slowly along the wall and gathered up his gun. Conant snarled at him, "Swell gut you turned out to be. Get on the phone. Get Malloy, the night captain, and snap it up." Carmody turned, put his hand down, and lifted Jean Adrian's cold chin. "It's getting light, Angel, and I think the rain has stopped," he said slowly. He pulled his inevitable flask out. "Let's take a drink to Mr. Targo." The girl shook her head, covered her face with her hands. After a long time there were sirens. Chapter 10. The slim, tired-looking kid in the pale and silver of the Carondelet held his white glove in front of the closing doors and said, "Corky's boils is better, but he didn't come to work, Mr. Carmody. Tony the bell captain ain't showed this morning neither. Pretty soft for some guys." Carmody stood close to Jean Adrian in the corner of the car. They were alone in it. He said, "That's what you think." The boy turned red. Carmody moved over and patted his shoulder, said, "Don't mind me, son. I've been up all night with a sick friend. Here, buy yourself a second breakfast." "Geez, Mr. Carmody, I didn't mean—" The doors opened at 9 and they went down the corridor to 914. Carmody took the key and opened the door, put the key on the inside, held the door, said, "Get some sleep and wake up with your fist in your eye. Take my flask and get a mild toot on. Do you good." The girl went in through the door, said over her shoulder, "I don't want liquor. Come in a minute. There's something I want to tell you." He shut the door and followed her in. A bright bar of sunlight lay across the carpet all the way to the davenport. He lit a cigarette and stared at it. Jean Adrian sat down and jerked her hat off and rumpled her hair. She was silent a moment. Then she said slowly, carefully, "It was swell of you to go to all that trouble for me. I don't know why you should do it." Carmody said, "I can think of a couple of reasons, but they didn't keep Targo from getting killed, and that was my fault in a way. Then in another way, it wasn't. I didn't ask him to twist Senator Courtway's neck." The girl said, "You think you're hard-boiled, but you're just a big slob that argues himself into a jam for the first tramp he finds in trouble. Forget it. Forget Targo and forget me. Neither of us was worth any part of your time. I wanted to tell you that because I'll be going away as soon as they let me, and I won't be seeing you any more. This is goodbye." Carmody nodded, stared at the sun on the carpet. The girl went on, "It's a little hard to tell. I'm not looking for sympathy when I say I'm a tramp. I've smothered in too many hall bedrooms, stripped in too many filthy dressing rooms, missed too many meals, told too many lies to be anything else. That's why I wouldn't want to have anything to do with you, ever." Carmody said, "I like the way you tell it. Or go on." She looked at him quickly, looked away again. "I'm not the Gianni girl, you guessed that. But I knew her. We did a cheap sister act together when they still did sister acts. Ada and Jean Adrian. We made up our names from hers. That flopped. And we went in a road show and that flopped too, in New Orleans. The going was a little too rough for her. She swallowed bichloride. I kept her photos because I knew her story. And looking at that thin, cold guy and thinking what he could have done for her, I got to hate him. She was his kid, all right. Don't ever think she wasn't. I even wrote letters to him, asking for help for her, just a little help, signing her name. But they didn't get any answer. I got to hate him so much I wanted to do something to him after she took the bichloride. So I came out here when I got a steak." She stopped talking and laced her fingers together tightly, then pulled them apart violently, as if she wanted to hurt herself. She went on, "I met Targo through Cyrano and Chenvert through him. Chenvert knew the photos. He'd worked once for an agency in Frisco that was hired to watch Ada. You know all the rest of it." Carmody said, "It sounds pretty good. I wondered why the touch wasn't made sooner. Do you want me to think you didn't want his money?" "No. I'd have taken his money all right. But that wasn't what I wanted most. I said I was a tramp." Carmody smiled very faintly and said, "You don't know a lot about tramps, Angel. You made an illegitimate pass, and you got caught. That's that, but the money wouldn't have done you any good. It would have been dirty money, I know." She looked up at him, stared at him. He touched the side of his face and winced and said, I know because that's the kind of money mine is. My dad made it out of crooked sewerage and paving contracts, out of gambling concessions, appointment payoffs, even vice, I dare say. He made it every rotten way there is to make money in city politics. And when it was made, and there was nothing left to do but sit and look at it, he died and left it to me. It hasn't brought me any fun either. I always hope it's going to, but it never does. Because I'm his pup, his blood, reared in the same gutter. I'm worse than a tramp, Angel. I'm a guy that lives on crooked dough and doesn't even do his own stealing. He stopped, flicked ash on the carpet, straightened his hat on his head. Think that over, and don't run too far, because I have all the time in the world and it wouldn't do you any good. It would be so much more fun to run away together. He went a little way towards the door, stood looking down at the sunlight on the carpet, looked back at her quickly, and then went on out. When the door shut, she stood up and went into the bedroom and lay down on the bed just as she was, with her coat on. She stared at the ceiling. After a long time, she smiled. In the middle of the smile, she fell asleep. End of Guns at Cyrano's by Raymond Chandler. The Man Who Liked Dogs by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. There was a brand-new aluminum gray DeSoto sedan in front of the door. I walked around that and went up 3 white steps, through a glass door and up 3 more carpeted steps. I rang a bell on the wall. Instantly a dozen dog voices began to shake the roof. While they bayed and howled and yapped, I looked at a small alcove office with a roll-top desk and a waiting room with mission leather chairs and 3 diplomas on the wall, at a mission table scattered with copies of the Dog Fancier's Gazette. Somebody quieted the dogs out back. Then an inner door opened, and a small, pretty-faced man in a tan smock came in on rubber soles, with a solicitous smile under a pencil-line mustache. He looked around and under me, didn't see a dog. His smile got more casual. He said, "I'd like to break them of that, but I can't. Every time they hear a buzzer, they start up. They get bored, and they know the buzzer means visitor." I said, "Yeah," and gave him my card. He read it, turned it over, and looked at the back, turned it back, and read the front again. "A private detective," he said softly, licking his moist lips. "Well, I'm Dr. Sharp. What can I do for you?" "I'm looking for a stolen dog." His eyes flicked at me. His soft little mouth tightened. Very slowly his whole face flushed. I said, "I'm not suggesting you stole the dog, Doc. Almost anybody could plant an animal in a place like this, and you wouldn't think about that chance they didn't own it, would you?" "One doesn't just like the idea," he said stiffly. "What kind of dog?" "Police dog." He scuffed a toe on the thin carpet, looked at a corner of the ceiling. The flush went off his face, leaving it with a sort of shiny whiteness. After a long moment he said, "I have only one police dog here, and I know the people he belongs to, so I'm afraid." "Then you won't mind my looking at him," I cut in, and started towards the inner door. Dr. Sharp didn't move. He scuffed some more. "I'm not sure that's convenient," he said softly. "Perhaps later in the day." "Now would be better for me," I said, and reached for the knob. He scuttled across the waiting room to his little roll-top desk. His small hand went around the telephone there. I'll just call the police if you want to get tough," he said hurriedly. "That's Jake," I said. "Ask for Chief Fullwider. Tell him Carmody's here. I just came from his office." Dr. Sharp took his hand away from the phone. I grinned at him and rolled a cigarette around in my fingers. "Come on, Doc," I said. "Shake the hair out of your eyes and let's go. Be nice and maybe I'll tell you the story." He chewed both his lips in turn, stared at the brown blotter on his desk, fiddled with a corner of it, stood up and crossed the room in his white bucks, opened the door in front of me, and we went along a narrow gray hallway. An operating table showed through an open door. We went through a door farther along, into a bare room with a concrete floor, a gas heater in the corner with a bowl of water beside it, and all along one wall 2 tiers of stalls with heavy wire mesh doors. Dogs and cats stared at us silently, expectantly, behind the mesh. A tiny chihuahua snuffled under a big red Persian with a wide sheepskin collar around its neck. There was a sour Fiscotti and a mutt, with all the skin off one leg, and a silky gray Angora, and a Sealyham, and 2 more mutts, and a razor-sharp fox terrier, with a barrel snout and just the right droop to the last 2 inches of it. Their noses were wet and their eyes were bright, and they wanted to know whose visitor I was. I looked them over. "These are toys, Doc," I growled. "I'm talking police dog, gray and black, no brown, a male, 9 years old, swell points all around except that his tail is too short. Do I bore you?" He stared at me, made an unhappy gesture. "Yes, but," he mumbled. "Well, this way." We went back out of the room. The animals looked disappointed, especially the Chihuahua, which tried to climb through the wire mesh and almost made it. We went back out of a rear door into a cement yard with 2 garages fronting on it. One of them was empty. The other, with its door open a foot, was a box of gloom at the back of which a big dog clanked a chain and put his jaw down flat on the old comforter that was his bed. "Be careful," Sharp said. "He's pretty savage at times. I had him inside, but he scared the others." I went into the garage. The dog growled. I went towards him, and he hit the end of his chain with a bang. I said, "Hello there, Voss. Shake hands." He put his head back down on the comforter. His ears came forward halfway. He was very still. His eyes were wolfish, black-rimmed. Then the curved, too short tail began to thump the floor slowly. I said, "Shake hands, boy," and put mine out. In the doorway behind me, the little vet was telling me to be careful. The dog came up slowly on his big rough paws, swung his ears back to normal, and lifted his left paw. I shook it. The little vet complained, "This is a great surprise to me, Mr. Carmody," I said. "Yeah, it would be." I patted the dog's head and went back out of the garage. We went into the house, into the waiting room. I pushed magazines out of the way and sat on a corner of the mission table, looked the pretty little man over. "Okay," I said. What's the name of his folks and where do they live?" He thought it over sullenly. "Their name is Voss. They've moved east and they are to send for the dog when they're settled." "Cute at that," I said. "The dog's named Voss after a German war flyer. The folks are named after the dog." "You think I'm lying," the little man said hotly. You scare too easy for a crook. I think somebody wanted to ditch the dog. Here's my story. A girl named Isabel Snare disappeared from her home in San Angelo 2 weeks ago. She lives with her great aunt, a nice old lady in gray silk who isn't anybody's fool. The girl had been stepping out with some pretty shady company in the night spots and gambling joints. So the old lady smelled a scandal and didn't go to the law. She didn't get anywhere until a girlfriend of the Snare girl happened to see the dog in your joint. She told the aunt. The aunt hired me because when the niece drove off in her roadster and didn't come back, she had the dog with her. I mashed out my cigarette on my heel and lit another. Dr. Sharp's little face was as white as dough. Perspiration twinkled in his cute little mustache. I added gently, "It's not a police job yet. I was kidding you about Chief Fullwider. How's for you and me to keep it under the hat?" What do you want me to do?" the little man stammered. "Think you'll hear anything more about the dog?" "Yes," he said quickly. The man seemed very fond of him, a genuine dog lover. The dog was gentle with him. "Then you'll hear from him," I said. "When you do, I want to know. What's the guy look like?" He was tall and thin with very sharp black eyes. His wife is tall and thin like him, well-dressed, quiet people. The snare girl is a little runt, I said. What made it so hush-hush? He stared at his foot and didn't say anything. Okay, I said. Business is business. Play ball with me and you won't get any adverse publicity. Is it a deal? I held my hand out. I'll play with you, he said softly, and put a moist, fishy little paw in mine. I shook it carefully so as not to bend it. I told him where I was staying and went back out to the sunny street and walked a block down to where I had left my Chrysler. I got into it and poked it forward from around the corner. Far enough so that I could see the DeSoto in the front of Sharp's place. I sat like that for half an hour. Then Dr. Sharp came out of his place in street clothes and got into the DeSoto. He drove it off around the corner and swung into the alley that ran behind his yard. I got the Chrysler going and shot up the block the other way, took a plant at the other end of the alley. A third of the way down the block I heard growling, barking, snarling. This went on for some time. Then the DeSoto backed out of the concrete yard and came towards me. I ran away from it to the next corner. The DeSoto went south to Arguello Boulevard, then east on that. A big police dog with a muzzle on his head was chained in the back of the sedan. I could just see his head straining at the chain. I trailed the DeSoto. Chapter 2. Carolina Street was a way off at the edge of the little beach city. The end of it ran into a disused interurban right-of-way, beyond which stretched a waste of Japanese truck farms. There were just 2 houses in the last block, so I hid behind the first, which was on the corner, with a weedy grass plot and a high, dusty red and yellow lantana fighting with a honeysuckle vine against the front wall. Beyond that, 2 or 3 burned-over lots with a few weed stalks sticking up out of the charred grass, and then a ramshackle mud-colored bungalow with a wire fence. The DeSoto stopped in front of that. Its door slammed open and Dr. Sharp dragged the muzzled dog out of the back and fought him through a gate and up the walk. A big barrel-shaped palm tree kept me from seeing him at the front door of the house. I backed my Chrysler and turned it in the shelter of the corner house, went 3 blocks over, and turned along a street parallel to Carolina. This street also ended at the right-of-way. The rails were rusted in a forest of weeds, came down the other side onto a dirt road, and started back towards Carolina. The dirt road dropped until I couldn't see over the embankment. When I had gone what felt like 3 blocks, I pulled up and got out, went up the side of the bank and sneaked a look over it. The house with the wire gate was half a block from me. The DeSoto was still in front of it. Boomingly on the afternoon air came the deep-toned woof-woofing of the police dog. I put my stomach down in the weeds and sighted on the bungalow and waited. Nothing happened for about 15 minutes except that the dog kept right on barking. Then the barking suddenly got harder and harsher. Then somebody shouted. Then a man screamed. I picked myself up out of the weeds and sprinted across the right-of-way, down the other side to the street end. As I got near the house, I heard the low, furious growling of the dog worrying something, and behind it the staccato rattle of a woman's voice in anger, more than in fear. Behind the wire gate was a patch of lawn, mostly dandelions and devil grass. There was a shred of cardboard hanging from the barrel-shaped palm, the remains of a sign. The roots of the tree had wrecked the walk, cracked it wide open and lifted the rough edges into steps. I went through the gate and thumped up wooden steps to a sagging porch. I banged on the door. The growling was still going on inside, but the scolding voice had stopped. Nobody came to the door. I tried the knob, opened the door, and went in. There was a heavy smell of chloroform. In the middle of the floor, on a twisted rug, Dr. Sharp lay spread-eagled on his back with blood pumping out of the side of his neck. The blood had made a thick, glossy pool around his head. The dog leaned away from it, crouched on his forelegs, his ears flat to his head, fragments of a torn muzzle hanging about his neck. His throat bristled, and the hair on his spine stood up, and there was a low, pulsing growl deep in his throat. Behind the dog, a closet door was smashed back against the wall, and on the floor of the closet, a big wad of cotton wool sent sickening waves of chloroform out on the air. A dark, handsome woman in a print house dress held a big automatic pointed at the dog and didn't fire it. She threw a quick glance at me over her shoulder, started to turn. The dog watched her with narrow, black-rimmed eyes. I took my Luger out and held it down at my side. Something creaked, and a tall, black-eyed man in faded blue overalls and a blue work shirt came through the swing door at the back with a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun in his hands. He pointed it at me. "Hey, you, drop that gat," he said angrily. I moved my jaw with the idea of saying something. The man's finger tightened on the front trigger. My gun went off without my having much to do with it. The slug hit the stock of the shotgun, knocked it clean out of the man's hands. It pounded on the floor and the dog jumped sideways about 7 feet and crouched again. With an utterly incredulous look on his face, the man put his hands up in the air. I couldn't lose. I said, "Down yours too, lady." She worked her tongue along her lips and lowered the automatic to her side and walked away from the body on the floor. The man said, "Hell, don't shoot him. I can handle him." I blinked. Then I got the idea. He had been afraid I was going to shoot the dog. He hadn't been worrying about himself. I lowered the Luger a little. What happened? That tried to chloroform him a fighting dog. I said, "Yeah, if you've got a phone, you'd better call an ambulance. Sharp won't last long with that tear in his neck." The woman said tonelessly, "I thought you were law." I didn't say anything. She went along the wall to a window seat full of crumpled newspapers, reached down for a phone at one end of it. I looked down at the little vet. The blood had stopped coming out of his neck. His face was the whitest face I had ever seen. "Never mind the ambulance," I told the woman. "Just call police headquarters." The man in the overalls put his hands down and dropped on one knee, began to pat the floor and talk soothingly to the dog. "Steady, old-timer, steady. We're all friends now, all friends. Steady, Voss." The dog growled and swung his hind end a little. The man kept on talking to him. The dog stopped growling and the hackles on his back went down. The man in overalls kept on crooning to him. The woman on the window seat put the phone aside and said, "On the way. Think you can handle it, Jerry?" "Sure," the man said, without taking his eyes off the dog. The dog let his belly touch the floor now, and opened his mouth and let his tongue hang out. The tongue dripped saliva, pink saliva with blood mixed in it. The hair at the side of the dog's mouth was stained with blood. Chapter 3. The man called Jerry said, Hey, Voss, old kid, you're fine now, you're fine." The dog panted, didn't move. The man straightened up and went close to him, pulled one of the dog's ears. The dog turned his head sideways and let his ear be pulled. The man stroked his head, unbuckled the chewed muzzle and got it off. He stood up with the end of the broken chain, and the dog came up on his feet obediently, went out through the swing door into the back part of the house, at the man's side. I moved a little out of line with the swing door. Jerry might have more shotguns. There was something about Jerry's face that worried me, as if I had seen him before, but not very lately, or in a newspaper photo. I looked at the woman. She was a handsome brunette in her early 30s. Her print house dress didn't seem to belong with her finely arched eyebrows and her long, soft hands. "How did it happen?" I asked casually, as if it didn't matter very much. Her voice snapped at me, as if she was aching to turn it loose. "We've been in the house about a week. Rented it furnished. I was in the kitchen, Jerry in the yard. The car stopped out front, and the little guy marched in just as if he lived here. The door didn't happen to be locked, I guess. I opened the swing door a crack and saw him pushing the dog into the closet. Then I smelled the chloroform. Then things began to happen all at once, and I went for a gun and called Jerry out of the window. I got back in here about the time you crashed in. Who are you? It was all over then, I said. He had Sharp chewed up on the floor? Yes, if Sharp is his name. You and Jerry didn't know him? Never saw him before, or the dog. But Jerry loves dogs. Better change a little of that, I said. Jerry knew the dog's name, Voss. Her eyes got tight, and her mouth got stubborn. I think you must be mistaken, she said in a sultry voice. I asked you who you were, mister. Who's Jerry? I asked. I've seen him somewhere. Maybe on a reader. Where'd he get the sawed-off? You going to let the cops see that? She bit her lip, then stood up suddenly, went towards the fallen shotgun. I let her pick it up, saw she kept her hand away from the triggers. She went back to the window seat and pushed it under the pile of newspapers. She faced me. Okay, what's the payoff? She asked grimly. I said slowly, the dog is stolen. His owner, a girl, happens to be missing. I'm hired to find her. The people Sharp said he got the dog from sounded like you and Jerry. Their name was Voss. They moved east. Ever heard of a lady called Isabel Snare? The woman said no, tonelessly, and stared at the end of my chin. The man in overalls came back through the swing door, wiping his face on the sleeve of his blue work shirt. He didn't have any fresh guns with him. He looked me over without much concern. I said, I could do you a lot of good with the law if you had any ideas about this Snare girl. The woman stared at me, curled her lips. The man smiled, rather softly, as if he held all the cards. Tires squealed, taking a distant corner in a hurry. "Aw, loosen up," I said quickly. Sharp was scared. He brought the dog back to where he got him. He must have thought the house was empty. The chloroform idea wasn't so good, but the little guy was all rattled. They didn't make a sound, either of them. They just stared at me. "Okay," I said, and stepped over to the corner of the room. "I think you're a couple of lampsters. If whoever's coming isn't law, I'll start shooting. Don't ever think I won't." The woman said very calmly, "Suit yourself, kibitzer." Then a car rushed along the block and ground to a harsh stop before the house. I sneaked a quick glance out, saw the red spotlight on the windshield, the PD on the side. Two big bruisers in plain clothes tumbled out and slammed through the gate, up the steps. A fist pounded the door. "It's open!" I shouted. The door swung wide and the two dicks charged in with drawn guns. They stopped dead, stared at what lay on the floor. Their guns jerked at Jerry and me. The one who covered me was a big red-faced man in a baggy gray suit. "Reach, and reach empty," he yelled in a large, tough voice. I reached, but held on to my Luger. "Easy," I said. "A dog killed him, not a gun. I'm a private dick from San Angelo. I'm on a case here." "Yeah?" He closed in on me heavily, bored his gun into my stomach. "Maybe so, bud. We'll know all that later on." He reached up and jerked my gun loose from my hand, sniffed at it, leaning his gun into me. "Fired, huh? Sweet! Turn around. Listen, turn around, bud." I turned slowly. Even as I turned, he was dropping his gun into a side pocket and reaching for his hip. That should have warned me, but it didn't. I may have heard the swish of the blackjack. Certainly I must have felt it. There was a sudden pool of darkness at my feet. I dived into it and dropped. And dropped. And dropped. Chapter 4. When I came to the room was full of smoke. The smoke hung in the air, in thin lines straight up and down like a bead curtain. Two windows seemed to be open in an end wall, but the smoke didn't move. I had never seen the room before. I lay a little while thinking, then I opened my mouth and yelled "Fire!" at the top of my lungs. Then I fell back on the bed and started laughing. I didn't like the sound I made laughing. It had a goofy ring, even to me. Steps ran along somewhere, and a key turned in the door, and the door opened. A man in a short white coat looked in at me, hard-eyed. I turned my head a little and said, "Don't count that one, Jack, it slipped out." He scowled sharply. He had a hard, small face, beady eyes. I didn't know him. "Maybe you want some more straitjacket," he sneered. "I'm fine, Jack," I said. "Just fine. I'm going to have me a short nap now." "Better be just that," he snarled. The door shut, the key turned, the steps went away. I lay still and looked at the smoke. I knew now that there wasn't any smoke there really. It must have been night because a porcelain bowl hanging from the ceiling on 3 chains had light behind it. It had little colored lumps around the edge, orange and blue alternating. While I watched them, they opened like tiny portholes and heads stuck out of them. Tiny heads like the heads on dolls, but alive heads. There was a man in a yachting cap and a large fluffy blonde and a thin man with a crooked bow tie who kept saying, "Would you like your steak rare or medium, sir?" I took hold of the corner of the rough sheet and wiped the sweat off my face. I sat up, put my feet down on the floor. They were bare. I was wearing Canton flannel pajamas. There was no feeling in my feet when I put them down. After a while they began to tingle and then got full of pins and needles. Then I could feel the floor. I took hold of the side of the bed and stood up and walked. A voice that was probably my own was saying to me, "You have the DTs. You have the DTs. You have the DTs." I saw a bottle of whiskey on a small white table between the 2 windows. I started towards it. It was a Johnny Walker bottle, half full. I got it up, took a long drink from the neck. I put the bottle down again. The whiskey had a funny taste. While I was realizing that it had a funny taste, I saw a wash bowl in the corner. I just made it to the wash bowl before I vomited. I got back to the bed and lay there. The vomiting had made me very weak, but the room seemed a little more real, a little less fantastic. I could see bars on the 2 windows, a heavy wooden chair, no other furniture but the white table with the doped whiskey on it. There was a closet door, shut, probably locked. The bed was a hospital bed, and there were 2 leather straps attached to the sides about where a man's wrists would be. I knew I was in some kind of prison ward. My left arm suddenly began to feel sore. I rolled up the loose sleeve, looked at 6 pinpricks on the upper arm, and a black and blue circle around each one. I had been shot so full of dope to keep me quiet that I was having the French fits coming out of it. That accounted for the smoke and the little heads on the ceiling light. The doped whiskey was probably part of somebody else's cure. I got up again and walked, kept on walking. After a while I drank a little water from the tap, kept it down, drank more. Half an hour or more of that, and I was ready to talk to somebody. The closet door was locked, and the chair was too heavy for me. I stripped the bed, slid the mattress to one side. There was a mesh spring underneath, fastened at the top and bottom by heavy coil springs about 9 inches long. It took me half an hour and much misery to work one of these loose. I rested a little and drank a little more cold water and went over to the hinge side of the door. I yelled fire at the top of my voice several times. I waited, but not long. Steps ran along the hallway outside. The key jabbed into the door, the lock clicked. The hard-eyed little man in the short white coat dodged in furiously, his eyes on the bed. I laid the coil spring on the angle of his jaw, then on the back of his head as he went down. I got him by the throat. He struggled a good deal. I used a knee on his face. It hurt my knee. He didn't say how his face felt. I got a blackjack out of his right hip pocket and reversed the key in the door and locked it from the inside. There were other keys on the ring. One of them unlocked my closet. I looked in at my clothes. I put them on slowly, with fumbling fingers. I yawned a great deal. The man on the floor didn't move. I locked him in and left him. Chapter 5. From a wide, silent hallway, with a parquetry floor and a narrow carpet down its middle. Flat white oak banisters swept down in long curves to the entrance hall. There were closed doors, big, heavy, old-fashioned, no sounds behind them. I went down the carpet runner, walking on the balls of my feet. There were stained glass inner doors to a vestibule from which the front door opened. A telephone rang as I got that far. A man's voice answered it, from behind a half-open door through which light came out into the dim hall. I went back, sneaked a glance around the edge of the open door, saw a man at a desk, talking into the phone. I waited until he hung up, then I went in. He had a pale, bony, high-crowned head, across which a thin wave of brown hair curled and was plastered to his skull. He had a long, pale, joyless face. His eyes jumped at me. His hand jumped towards a button on his desk. I grinned, growled at him. "Don't. I'm a desperate man, Warden." I showed him the blackjack. His smile was as stiff as a frozen fish. His long, pale hands made gestures like sick butterflies over the top of his desk. One of them began to drift towards a side drawer of the desk. He worked his tongue loose. "You've been a very sick man, sir. A very sick man. I wouldn't advise." I flicked the blackjack at his wandering hand. It drew into itself like a slug on a hot stone. I said, "Not sick, Warden, just doped within an inch of my reason. Out is what I want and some clean whiskey. Give." He made vague motions with his fingers. "I'm Dr. Sunstrand," he said. "This is a private hospital, not a jail." "Whiskey," I croaked. "I get all the rest. Private funny house, a lovely racket, whiskey." "In the medicine cabinet," he said with a drifting, spent breath. "Put your hands behind your head. I'm afraid you'll regret this." He put his hands behind his head. I got to the far side of the desk, opened the drawer his hand had wanted to reach, took an automatic out of it. I put the blackjack away, went back round the desk to the medicine cabinet on the wall. There was a pint bottle of Bond bourbon in it, 3 glasses. I took 2 of them. I poured 2 drinks. "You first, Warden." I don't drink. I'm a total abstainer," he muttered, his hands still behind his head. I took the blackjack out again. He put a hand down quickly, gulped from one of the glasses. I watched him. It didn't seem to hurt him. I smelled my dose, then put it down my throat. It worked, and I had another, then slipped the bottle into my coat pocket. "Okay," I said. "Who put me in here? Shake it up, I'm in a hurry." The police, of course." "What police?" He hunched his shoulders down in the chair. He looked sick. "A man named Galbraith signed as complaining witness. Strictly legal, I assure you." "He is an officer." I said, "Since when can a cop sign as complaining witness on a psycho case?" He didn't say anything. "Who gave me the dope in the first place?" "I wouldn't know that. I presume it has been going on a long time." I felt my chin. "All of 2 days," I said. "They ought to have gunned me. Less kickback in the long run. So long, Warden." "If you go out of here," he said thinly, "you will be arrested at once." "Not just for going out," I said softly. As I went out, he still had his hands behind his head. There was a chain and a bolt on the front door beside the lock, but nobody tried to stop me from opening it. I crossed a big old-fashioned porch, went down a wide path fringed with flowers. A mockingbird sang in a dark tree. There was a white picket fence on the street. It was a corner house on 29th and Descanso. I walked 4 blocks east to a bus line and waited for a bus. There was no alarm, no cruising car looking for me. The bus came and I rode downtown, went to a Turkish bath establishment, had a steam bath, a needle shower, a rub down, a shave, and the rest of the whiskey. I could eat then. I ate and went to a strange hotel, registered under a fake name. It was 11:30. The local paper, which I read over more whiskey and water, informed me that one Dr. Richard Sharp, who had been found dead in a vacant furnished house on Carolina Street, was still causing the police much headache. They had no clue to the murderer. As yet the date on the paper informed me that over 48 hours had been abstracted from my life without my knowledge or consent. I went to bed and to sleep, had nightmares, and woke up out of them covered with cold sweat. That was the last of the withdrawal symptoms. In the morning, I was a well man. Chapter 6. Chief of Police Fullwider was a hammered-down, fattish heavyweight, with restless eyes and that shade of red hair that is almost pink. It was cut very short, and his pink scalp glistened among the pink hairs. He wore a fawn-colored flannel suit with patch pockets and lapped seams, cut as every tailor can't cut flannel. He shook hands with me and turned his chair sideways and crossed his legs. That showed me French lisle socks at $3 or $4 a pair, and handmade English walnut brogues at 15 to 18, depression prices. I figured that probably his wife had money. "Ah, Carmody," he said, chasing my card over the glass top of his desk. "With 2 A's, eh? Down here on a job?" "A little trouble," I said. "You can straighten it out if you will." He stuck his chest out, waved a pink hand, and lowered his voice a couple of notches. "Trouble," he said, "is something our little town don't have a lot of. Our little city is small but very, very clean. I look out of my west window and I see the Pacific Ocean. Nothing cleaner than that. On the north, Arguello Boulevard and the foothills. On the east, the finest little business section you would want to see, and beyond it, a paradise of well-kept homes and gardens. On the south, if I had a south window, which I don't have, I would see the finest little yacht harbor in the world, for a small yacht harbor. I brought my trouble with me," I said. "That is, some of it." The rest went on ahead. A girl named Isabel Snare ran off from home in the big city, and her dog was seen here. I found the dog, but the people who had the dog went to a lot of trouble to sew me up. "Is that so?" the chief asked absently. His eyebrows crawled around on his forehead. I wasn't sure whether I was kidding him or he was kidding me. "Just turn the key in the door, will you?" he said. "You're a younger man than I am." I got up and turned the key and sat down again and got a cigarette out. By that time, the chief had a right-looking bottle and 2 pony glasses on the desk and a handful of cardamom seeds. We had a drink, and he cracked 3 or 4 of the cardamom seeds, and we chewed them and looked at one another. "Just tell me about it," he said then. "I can take it now. Did you ever hear of a guy called Farmer Saint? Dee? He banged his desk and the cardamom seeds jumped. "Why, there's 1,000 berries on that bimbo. A bank stick-up, ain't he?" I nodded, trying to look behind his eyes without seeming to. He and his sister work together. Diana is her name. They dress up like country folks and smack down small-town banks, state banks. That's why he's called Farmer Saint. There's a grand on the sister, too. "I would certainly like to put the sleeves on that pair," the chief said firmly. "Then why the hell didn't you?" I asked him. He didn't quite hit the ceiling, but he opened his mouth so wide I was afraid his lower jaw was going to fall in his lap. His eyes stuck out like peeled eggs. A thin trickle of saliva showed in the fat crease at the corner. He shut his mouth with all the deliberation of a steam shovel. It was a great act. If it was an act. "Say that again," he whispered. I opened a folded newspaper I had with me and pointed to a column. "Look at this sharp killing. Your local paper didn't do so good on it. It says some unknown rang the department and the boys ran out and found a dead man in an empty house. That's a lot of noodles. I was there. Farmer Saint and his sister were there. Your cops were there when we were there. Treachery," he shouted suddenly. "Traitors in the department." His face was now as gray as arsenic flypaper. He poured 2 more drinks with a shaking hand. It was my turn to crack the cardamom seeds. He put his drink down in one piece and lunged for a mahogany call box on his desk. I caught the name Galbraith. I went over and unlocked the door. We didn't wait very long, but long enough for the chief to have 2 more drinks. His face got a better color. Then the door opened, and the big red-faced Dick who had sapped me loafed through it, with a bulldog pipe clamped in his teeth and his hands in his pockets. He shouldered the door shut, leaned against it casually. I said, "Hello, Sarge." He looked at me as if he would like to kick me in the face and not have to hurry about it. "Badge!" the fat chief yelled. "Badge, put it on the desk. You're fired." Galbraith went over to the desk slowly and put an elbow down on it, put his face about a foot from the chief's nose. "What was that crack?" he asked thickly. "You had Farmer Saint under your hand and let him go," the chief yelled. "You and that saphead Duncan. You let him stick a shotgun in your belly and get away. You're through, or fired. You ain't got no more job than a canned oyster. Gimme your badge." "Who the hell is Farmer Saint?" Galbraith asked, unimpressed, and blew pipe smoke in the chief's face. "He don't know," the chief whined at me. "He don't know. That's the kind of material I got to work with." "What do you mean, work?" Galbraith inquired loosely. The fat chief jumped as though a bee had stung the end of his nose. Then he doubled a meaty fist and hit Galbraith's jaw with what looked— "Don't do that," he said. "You'll bust a gut, and then where would the department be?" He shot a look at me, looked back at Fullwider. Should I tell him? Fullwider looked at me to see how the show was going over. I had my mouth open and a blank expression on my face, like a farm boy at a Latin lesson. "Yeah, tell him," he growled, shaking his knuckles back and forth. Galbraith stuck a thick leg over a corner of the desk and knocked his pipe out, reached for the whiskey and poured himself a drink in the chief's glass. He wiped his lips, grinned. When he grinned, he opened his mouth wide, and he had a mouth a dentist could have got both hands in, up to the elbows. He said calmly, "When me and Dunk crashed the joint, you was cold on the floor, and the lanky guy was over you with a sap. The broad was on a window seat, with a lot of newspapers around her. Okay, the lanky guy starts to tell us some yarn when a dog begins to howl out back, and we look that way, and the broad slips a sawed-off 12-gauge out of the newspapers and shows it to us. Well, what could we do except be nice? She couldn't have missed, and we could. So the guy gets more guns out of his pants, and they tie knots around us and stick us in a closet that has enough chloroform in it to make us quiet, without the ropes. After a while, we hear him leave in 2 cars. When we get loose, the stiff has the place to himself. So we fudge it a bit for the papers. We don't get no new line yet." "How's it tied to yours?" "Not bad," I told him. "As I remember, the woman phoned for some law herself. But I could be mistaken. The rest of it ties in with me being sapped on the floor and not knowing anything about it." Galbraith gave me a nasty look. The chief looked at his thumb. "When I came to," I said, "I was in a private dope and hooch cure out on 29th, run by a man named Sunstrand. I was shot so full of hop myself I could have been Rockefeller's pet dime trying to spin myself. That Sunstrand," Galbraith said heavily, "that guy's been a flea in our pants for a long time. Should we go out and push him in the face, Chief?" "It's a cinch Farmer Saint put Carmody in there," Fullwider said solemnly, "so there must be some tie-up." "I'd say yes, and take Carmody with you. Want to go?" he asked me. "Do I?" I said heartily. Galbraith looked at the whiskey bottle. He said carefully, "There's $1,000 each on this Saint and his sister. If we gather them in, how do we cut it?" "You cut me out," I said. "I'm on a straight salary and expenses." Galbraith grinned again. He teetered on his heels, grinning with thick amiability. "Okie doke. We got your car in the garage downstairs, or some Jap phoned in about it. We'll use that to go in, just you and me." "Maybe you ought to have more help, Gal," the chief said doubtfully. Just me and him's plenty. He's a tough baby or he wouldn't be walking around." "Well, all right," the chief said brightly. "And we'll just have a little drink on it." But he was still rattled. He forgot the cardamom seeds. Chapter 7. It was a cheerful spot by daylight. Tea-rose begonias made a solid mass under the front windows, and pansies were a round carpet about the base of an acacia. A scarlet climbing rose covered a trellis to one side of the house, and a bronze-green hummingbird was prodding delicately in a mass of sweet peas that grew up the garage wall. It looked like the home of a well-fixed elderly couple who had come to the ocean to get as much sun as possible in their old age. Galbraith spit on my running board and shook his pipe out and tickled the gate open, stamped up the path and flattened his thumb against a neat copper bell. We waited. A grill opened in the door, and a long, sallow face looked out at us under a starched nurse's cap. "Open up. It's the law," the big cop growled. A chain rattled and a bolt slid back. The door opened. The nurse was a 6-footer with long arms and big hands, an ideal torturer's assistant. Something happened to her face, and I saw she was smiling. "Why, it's Mr. Galbraith," she chirped, in a voice that was high-pitched and throaty at the same time. "How are you, Mr. Galbraith? Did you want to see Doctor?" "Yeah, and sudden," Galbraith growled, pushing past her. We went along the hall. The door of the office was shut. Galbraith kicked it open, with me at his heels and the big nurse chirping at mine. Dr. Sunstrand, the total abstainer, was having a morning bracer out of a fresh quart bottle. His thin hair was stuck in wicks with perspiration, and his bony mask of a face seemed to have a lot of lines in it that hadn't been there the night before. He took his hand off the bottle hurriedly and gave us his frozen fish smile. He said fussily, "What's this?" "What's this? I thought I gave orders." "Oh, pull your belly in," Galbraith said, and yanked a chair near the desk. "Dangle, sister." The nurse chirped something more and went back through the door. The door was shut. Dr. Sunstrand worked his eyes up and down my face and looked unhappy. Galbraith put both his elbows on the desk and took hold of his bulging jowls with his fists. He stared fixedly, venomously at the squirming doctor. After what seemed a very long time, he said, almost softly, "Where's Farmer Saint?" The doctor's eyes popped wide. His Adam's apple bobbled above the neck of his smock. His greenish eyes began to look bilious. "Don't stall," Galbraith roared. "We know all about your private hospital racket, the crook hideout you're running, the dope and women on the side. You made one slip too many when you hung a snatch on this Seamus from the big town. Your big city protection ain't going to do you no good on this one. Come on, where is Saint? And where's that girl?" I remembered quite casually that I had not said anything about Isabel Snare in front of Galbraith, if that was the girl he meant. Dr. Sunstrand's hand flopped about on his desk. Sheer astonishment seemed to be adding a final touch of paralysis to his uneasiness. "Where are they?" Galbraith yelled again. The big door opened and the big nurse fussed in again. "Now, Mr. Galbraith, the patients. Please remember the patients, Mr. Galbraith." "Go climb up your thumb," Galbraith told her, over his shoulder. She hovered by the door. Sunstrand found his voice at last. It was a mere wisp of a voice. It said wearily, "As if you didn't know." Then his darting hand swept into his smock and out again with a gun glistening in it. Galbraith threw himself sideways, clean out of the chair. The doctor shot at him twice, missed twice. My hand touched a gun, but didn't draw it. Galbraith laughed on the floor, and his big right hand snatched at his armpit, came up with a Luger. It looked like my Luger. It went off, just once. Nothing changed in the doctor's long face. I didn't see where the bullet hit him. His head came down and hit the desk, and his gun made a thud on the floor. He lay with his face on the desk, motionless. Galbraith pointed his gun at me and got up off the floor. I looked at the gun again. I was sure it was my gun. That's a swell way to get information, I said aimlessly. Hands down, Seamus. You don't want to play. I put my hands down. Cute, I said. I suppose this whole scene was framed just to put the chill on Doc. He shot first, didn't he? Yeah, I said thinly. He shot first. The nurse was sidling along the wall towards me. No sound had come from her since Sundstrand pulled his act. She was almost at my side. Suddenly, much too late, I saw the flash of knuckles on her good right hand, and hair on the back of the hand. I dodged, but not enough. A crunching blow seemed to split my head wide open. I brought up against the wall, my knees full of water and my brain working hard to keep my right hand from snatching at a gun. I straightened. Galbraith leered at me. Not so very smart, I said. You're still holding my Luger. That sort of spoils the plant, doesn't it? I see you get the idea, Seamus. The chirpy-voiced nurse said in a blank pause, Geez, the guy's got a jaw like an elephant's foot. Damn if I didn't split a knuck on him. Galbraith's little eyes had death in them. How about upstairs? He asked the nurse. All out last night. Should I try one more swing? What for? He didn't go for his gat and he's too tough for you, baby. Lead is his meat. I said, you ought to shave baby twice a day on this job. The nurse grinned, pushed the starched cap and the stringy blonde wig askew on a bullet head. She, or more properly he, reached a gun from under the white nurse's uniform. Galbraith said, It was self-defense, see. You tangled with Doc, but he shot first. Be nice and me and Dunk will try to remember it that way. I rubbed my jaw with my left hand. Listen, Sarge, I can take a joke as well as the next fellow. You sapped me in that house on Carolina Street and didn't tell about it. Neither did I. I figured you had reasons, and you'd let me in on them at the right time. Maybe I can guess what the reasons are. I think you know where Saint is, or can find out. Saint knows where the snare girl is, because he had her dog. Let's put a little more into this deal, something for both of us. We've got ours, Sapo. I promised Doc I'd bring you back and let him play with you. I put Dunk in here in the nurse's rig to handle you for him, but he was the one we really wanted to handle. All right, I said, what do I get out of it? Maybe a little more living. I said, yeah. Don't think I'm kidding you, but look at that little window in the wall behind you. Galbraith didn't move, didn't take his eyes off me. A thick sneer curved his lips. Duncan, the female impersonator, looked and yelled. A small, square, tinted glass window high up in the corner of the back wall had swung open quite silently. I was looking straight at it, past Galbraith's ear, straight at the black snout of a Tommy gun, on the sill. At the two hard black eyes behind the gun, a voice I had last heard soothing a dog said, How's to drop the rod, sister? And you at the desk, grab a cloud. Chapter 8. The big cop's mouth sucked for air. Then his whole face tightened, and he jerked around, and the Luger gave one hard, sharp cough. I dropped to the floor as the Tommy gun cut loose in a short burst. Galbraith crumpled beside the desk, fell on his back with his legs twisted. Blood came out of his nose and mouth. The cop in nurse's uniform turned as white as the starched cap. His gun bounced. His hands tried to claw at the ceiling. There was a queer, stunned silence. Powder smoke reeked. Farmer Saint spoke downward from his perch at the window, to somebody outside the house. A door opened and shut distinctly, and running steps came along the hall. The door of our room was pushed wide. Diana Saint came in with a brace of automatics in her hands. A tall, handsome woman, neat and dark, with a rakish black hat, and two gloved hands holding guns. I got up off the floor, keeping my hands in sight. She tossed her voice calmly at the window without looking towards it. Okay, Jerry, I can hold them. Saint's head and shoulders and his submachine gun went away from the frame of the window. Leaving blue sky and the thin, distant branches of a tall tree, there was a thud, as if feet dropped off a ladder to a wooden porch. In the room we were 5 statues, 2 fallen. Somebody had to move. The situation called for 2 more killings. From Saint's angle, I couldn't see it any other way. There had to be a cleanup. The gag hadn't worked when it wasn't a gag. I tried it again when it was. I looked past the woman's shoulder, kicked a hard grin onto my face, said hoarsely, "Hello, Mike," just in time. It didn't fool her, of course, but it made her mad. She stiffened her body and snapped a shot at me from the right-hand gun. It was a big gun for a woman, and it jumped. The other gun jumped with it. I didn't see where the shot went. I went in under the guns. My shoulder hit her thigh and she tipped back and hit her head against the jamb of the door. I wasn't too nice about knocking the guns out of her hands. I kicked the door shut, reached up and yanked the key around, then scrambled back from a high-heeled shoe that was doing its best to smash my nose for me. Duncan said, "Keno," and dived for his gun on the floor. "Watch that little window if you want to live," I snarled at him. Then I was behind the desk, dragging the phone away from Dr. Sundstrand's dead body, dragging it as far from the line of the door as the cord would let me. I lay down on the floor with it and started to dial, on my stomach. Diana's eyes came alive on the phone. She screeched, "They've got me, Jerry! They've got me!" The machine gun began to tear the door apart as I bawled into the ear of a bored desk sergeant. Pieces of plaster and wood flew like fists at an Irish wedding. Slugs jerked the body of Dr. Sundstrand as though a chill was shaking him back to life. I threw the phone away from me and grabbed Diana's guns and started in on the door for our side. Through a wide crack I could see cloth. I shot at that. I couldn't see what Duncan was doing. Then I knew a shot that couldn't have come through the door smacked Diana Saint square on the end of her chin. She went down again, stayed down. Another shot that didn't come through the door lifted my hat. I rolled and yelled at Duncan. His gun moved in a stiff arc, following me. His mouth was an animal snarl. I yelled again. 4 round patches of red appeared in a diagonal line across the nurse uniform, chest high. They spread even in the short time it took Duncan to fall. There was a siren somewhere. It was my siren, coming my way, getting louder. The Tommy gun stopped and a foot kicked at the door. It shivered but held at the lock. I put 4 more slugs into it, well away from the lock. The siren got louder. Saint had to go. I heard his step running away down the hall. A door slammed. A car started out back in an alley. The sound of its going got less as the approaching siren screeched into a crescendo. I crawled over to the woman and looked at blood on her face and hair and soft, soggy places on the front of her coat. I touched her face. She opened her eyes slowly, as if the lids were very heavy. "Jerry," she whispered. "Dead," I lied grimly. "Where's Isabel Snare, Diana?" The eyes closed. Tears glistened, the tears of the dying. "Where's Isabel, Diana?" I pleaded. "Be regular and tell me. I'm no cop, I'm her friend. Tell me, Diana." I put tenderness and wistfulness into it, everything I had. The eyes half opened. The whisper came again, "Jerry." Then it trailed off and the eyes shut. Then the lips moved once more, breathed a word that sounded like Monty. That was all. She died. I stood up slowly and listened to the sirens. Chapter 9. It was getting late, and lights were going on here and there in a tall office building across the street. I had been in Fullwider's office all the afternoon. I had told my story 20 times. It was all true, what I told. Cops had been in and out, ballistics and print men, record men, reporters, 6 city officials, even an AP correspondent. The correspondent didn't like his handout and said so. The fat chief was sweaty and suspicious. His coat was off, and his armpits were black, and his short red hair curled as if it had been singed. Not knowing how much or little I knew, he didn't dare lead me. All he could do was yell at me and whine at me by turns, and try to get me drunk in between. I was getting drunk and liking it. Didn't nobody say anything at all. He wailed at me for the 100th time. I took another drink, flopped my hand around, looked silly. "Not a word, Chief," I said owlishly. "I'm the boy that would tell you. They died too sudden." He took hold of his jaw and cranked it. "Damn funny," he sneered. "4 dead ones on the floor and you not even nicked." "I was the only one," I said, "that lay down on the floor while still healthy." He took hold of his right ear and worried that. "You been here 3 days," he howled. "In them 3 days we got more crime than in 3 years before you come. It ain't human. I must be having a nightmare." "You can't blame me, Chief," I grumbled. "I came down here to look for a girl. I'm still looking for her. I didn't tell Saint and his sister to hide out in your town. When I spotted him, I tipped you off, though your own cops didn't. I didn't shoot Doc Sunstrand before anything could be got out of him. I still haven't any idea why the phony nurse was planted there." "Nor me," Fullwider yelled, "but it's my job that's shot full of holes. For all the chance I got to get out of this, I might as well go fishing right now." I took another drink, hiccoughed cheerfully. "Don't say that, Chief," I pleaded. "You cleaned the town up once and you can do it again. This one was just a hot grounder that took a bad bounce." He took a turn around the office and tried to punch a hole in the end wall, then slammed himself back in his chair. He eyed me savagely, grabbed for the whiskey bottle, then didn't touch it, as though it might do him more good in my stomach. "I'll make a deal with you," he growled. "You run on back to San Angelo and I'll forget it was your gun-croaked Sunstrand." That's not a nice thing to say to a man that's trying to earn his living, Chief. You know how it happened to be my gun. His face looked gray again for a moment. He measured me for a coffin. Then the mood passed and he smacked his desk, said heartily, "You're right, Carmody. I couldn't do that, could I? You still got to find that girl, ain't you? Okay, you run on back to the hotel and get some rest. I'll work on it tonight and see you in the AM." I took another short drink, which was all there was left in the bottle. I felt fine. I shook hands with him twice and staggered out of his office. Flashbulbs exploded all over the corridor. I went down the City Hall steps and around the side of the building to the police garage. My blue Chrysler was home again. I dropped the drunk act and went on down the side streets to the ocean front, walked along the wide cement walk towards the 2 amusement piers and the Grand Hotel. It was getting dusk now. Lights on the piers came out. Masthead lights were lit on the small yachts riding at anchor behind the yacht harbor breakwater. In a white barbecue stand, a man tickled weenies with a long fork and droned, "Get hungry, folks. Nice hot doggies here. Get hungry, folks." I lit a cigarette and stood there looking out to sea. Very suddenly, far out, lights shone from a big ship. I watched them, but they didn't move. I went over to the hot dog man. "Anchored?" I asked him, pointing. He looked around the end of his booth, wrinkled his nose with contempt. "Hell, that's the gambling boat. The cruise to nowhere, they call the act, because it don't go no place. If Tango ain't crooked enough, try that. Yes, sir, that's the good ship Montecito. How about a nice warm puppy?" I put a quarter on his counter. "Have one yourself," I said softly. "Where do the taxis leave from?" I had no gun. I went on back to the hotel to get my spare. The dying Diana Saint had said, "Monty." Perhaps she just hadn't lived long enough to say Montecito. At the hotel, I lay down and fell asleep as though I had been anesthetized. It was 8 o'clock when I woke up, and I was hungry. I was tailed from the hotel, but not very far. Of course, the clean little city didn't have enough crime for the dicks to be very good shadows. Chapter 10. It was a long ride for 40 cents. The water taxi, an old speedboat without trimmings, slid through the anchored yachts and rounded the breakwater. The swell hit us. All the company I had besides the tough-looking citizen at the wheel was 2 spooning couples who began to peck at each other's faces as soon as the darkness folded down. I stared back at the lights of the city and tried not to bear down too hard on my dinner. Scattered diamond points at first, the lights drew together and became a jeweled wristlet laid out in the show window of the night. Then they were a soft orange-yellow blur above the top of the swell. The taxi smacked in the invisible waves and bounced like a surfboat. There was cold fog in the air. The portholes of the Montecito Large and the taxi swept out in a wide turn, tipped to an angle of 45 degrees and careened neatly to the side of a brightly lit stage. The taxi engine idled down and backfired in the fog. A slow-eyed boy in a tight blue mess jacket and a gangster mouth handed the girls out, swept their escorts with a keen glance, sent them on up. The look he gave me told me something about him. The way he bumped into my gun holster told me more. "Nix," he said softly. "Nix." He jerked his chin at the taxi man. The taxi man dropped a short noose over a bit, turned his wheel a little, and climbed on the stage. He got behind me. "Nix," the one in the mess jacket purred. "No gats on this boat, mister. Sorry." "Part of my clothes," I told him. "I'm a private dick. I'll check it." "Sorry, Bo. No check room for gats. On your way." The taxi man hooked a wrist through my right arm. I shrugged. "Back in the boat," the taxi man growled behind me. "I owe you 40 cents, mister. Come on." I got back into the boat. "Okay," I sputtered at mess jacket. "If you don't want my money, you don't want it. This is a hell of a way to treat a visitor. This is—" His sleek, silent smile was the last thing I saw as the taxi cast off and hit the swell on the way back. I hated to leave that smile. The way back seemed longer. I didn't speak to the taxi man, and he didn't speak to me. As I got out onto the float at the pier, he sneered at my back. "Some other night when we ain't so busy, Seamus." Half a dozen customers waiting to go out stared at me. I went past them, past the door of the waiting room on the float, towards the steps at the landward end. A big red-headed roughneck in dirty sneakers and tarry pants and a torn blue jersey straightened from the railing and bumped into me casually. I stopped, got set. He said softly, "'Smatter, Dick? No soap on the hell ship?" "Do I have to tell you? I'm a guy that can listen. Who are you?" "Just call me Red." "Out of the way, Red. I'm busy." He smiled sadly, touched my left side. "The gat's kind of bulgy under the light suit," he said. "Want to get on board? It can be done if you got a reason." "How much is the reason?" I asked him. $50, 10 more if you bleed in my boat." I started away. 25 out, he said quickly. "Maybe you come back with friends, huh?" I went 4 steps away from him before I half turned, said sold, and went on. At the foot of the bright amusement pier, there was a flaring tango parlor, jammed full even at that still early hour. I went into it, leaned against a wall, and watched a couple of numbers go up on the electric indicator, watched a house player with an inside straight give the high sign under the counter with his knee. A large blueness took form beside me, and I smelled tar. A soft, deep, sad voice said, "Need help out there?" "I'm looking for a girl, but I'll look alone. What's your racket?" I didn't look at him. $1 here, $1 there. I like to eat. I was on the cops, but they bounced me. I liked his telling me that. "You must have been leveling," I said, and watched the house player slip his card across with his thumb over the wrong number. Watched the counterman get his own thumb in the same spot and hold the card up. I could feel Red's grin. "I see you've been around our little city. Here's how it works. I got a boat with an underwater bypass. I know a loading port I can open. I take a load out for a guy once in a while. There ain't many guys below decks. That suit you?" I got my wallet out and slipped a 20 and a 5 from it, passed them over in a wad. They went into a tarry pocket. Red said thanks softly and walked away. I gave him a small start and went after him. He was easy to follow by his size, even in a crowd. We went past the yacht harbor and the second amusement pier. And beyond that the lights got fewer, and the crowd thinned to nothing. A short black pier stuck out into the water with boats moored all along it. My man turned out on that. He stopped almost at the end, at the head of a wooden ladder. "I'll bring her down to here," he said. "Got to make noise warming up." "Listen," I said urgently. "I have to phone a man. I forgot." "Can do. Come on." He led the way farther along the pier, knelt, rattled keys on a chain, and opened a padlock. He lifted a small trap and took a phone out, listened to it. "Still working," he said with a grin in his voice. "Must belong to some crooks. Don't forget to snap the lock back on." He slipped away silently into the darkness. For 10 minutes I listened to water slapping the piles of the pier, the occasional whir of a seagull in the gloom. Then, far off, a motor roared and kept on roaring for minutes. Then the noise stopped abruptly. More minutes passed. Something thudded at the foot of the ladder, and a low voice called up to me. "All set." I hurried back to the phone, dialed a number, asked for Chief Fullwider. He had gone home. I dialed another number, got a woman. Asked her for the chief, said I was headquarters. I waited again. Then I heard the fat chief's voice. It sounded full of baked potato. "Yeah? Can a guy even eat? Or who is it?" "Carmody, Chief. Saint is on the Montecito. Too bad that's over your line." He began to yell like a wild man. I hung up in his face, put the phone back in its zinc-lined cubbyhole, and snapped the padlock. I went down the ladder to Red. His big black speedboat slid out over the oily water. There was no sound from its exhaust, but a steady bubbling along the side of the shell. The city lights again became a yellow blur low on the black water, and the ports of the good ship Montecito again got large and bright and round out to sea. Chapter 11. There were no floodlights on the seaward side of the ship. Red cut his motor to half of nothing and curved in under the overhang of the stern, sidled up to the greasy plates as coyly as a clubman in a hotel lobby. Double iron doors loomed high over us, forward a little from the slimy links of a chain cable. The speedboat scuffed the Montecito's ancient plates, and the seawater slapped loosely at the bottom of the speedboat under our feet. The shadow of the big ex-cop rose over me. A coiled rope flicked against the dark, caught on something, and fell back into the boat. Red pulled it tight, made a turn around something on the engine cowling. He said softly, "She rides as high as a steeplechaser. We gotta climb them plates." I took the wheel and held the nose of the speedboat against the slippery hull, and Red reached for an iron ladder flat to the side of the ship, hauled himself up into the darkness, grunting, his big body braced at right angles, his sneakers slipping on the wet metal rungs. After a while, something creaked up above, and feeble yellow light trickled out into the foggy air. The outline of a heavy door showed, and Red's crouched head against the light. I went up the ladder after him. It was hard work. It landed me panting in a sour, littered hold full of cases and barrels. Rats skittered out of sight in the dark corners. The big man put his lips to my ear. "From here we got an easy way to the boiler room catwalk. They'll have steam up in one auxiliary for hot water and the generators. That means one guy. I'll handle him. The crew doubles in brass upstairs. From the boiler room I'll show you a ventilator with no grating in it. Goes to the boat deck. Then it's all yours." "You must have relatives on board," I said. "Never no mind. A guy gets to know things when he's on the beach. Maybe I'm close to a bunch that's set to knock the tub over. Will you come back fast?" "I ought to make a good splash from the boat deck," I said. "Here." I fished more bills out of my wallet, pushed them at him. He shook his red head. That's for the trip back." "I'm buying it now," I said, "even if I don't use it. Take the dough before I bust out crying." "Well, thanks, pal. You're a right guy." We went among the cases and barrels. The yellow light came from a passage beyond, and we went along the passage to a narrow iron door. That led to the catwalk. We sneaked along it, down an oily steel ladder, heard the slow hiss of oil burners, and went among mountains of iron towards the sound. Around a corner we looked at a short, dirty Italian in a purple silk shirt who sat in a wired-together office chair under a naked bulb and read the paper with the aid of steel-rimmed spectacles and a black forefinger. Red said gently, "Hi, Shorty. How's all the little bambinos?" The Italian opened his mouth and reached swiftly. Red hit him. We put him down on the floor and tore his purple shirt into shreds for ties and a gag. "You ain't supposed to hit a guy with glasses on," Red said. "But the idea is, you make a hell of a racket going up a ventilator to a guy down here. Upstairs they won't hear nothing." I said that was the way I would like it, and we left the Italian bound up on the floor and found the ventilator that had no grating in it. I shook hands with Red, said I hoped to see him again, and started up the ladder inside the ventilator. It was cold and black, and the foggy air rushed down it, and the way up seemed a long way. After 3 minutes that felt like an hour, I reached the top and poked my head out cautiously. Canvas-sheeted boats loomed nearby on the boat deck davits. There was a soft whispering in the dark between a pair of them. The heavy throb of music pulsed up from below. Overhead a masthead light, and through the thin, high layers of the mist a few bitter stars stared down. I listened but didn't hear any police boat sirens. I got out of the ventilator, lowered myself to the deck. The whispering came from a necking couple huddled under a boat. They didn't pay any attention to me. I went along the deck past the closed doors of 3 or 4 cabins. There was a little light behind the shutters of 2 of them. I listened, didn't hear anything but the merrymaking of the customers down below on the main deck. I dropped into a dark shadow, took a lungful of air and let it out in a howl. The snarling howl of a gray timber wolf, lonely and hungry and far from home, and mean enough for 7 kinds of trouble. The deep-toned woof-woofing of a police dog answered me. A girl squealed along the dark deck, and a man's voice said, "I thought all the shellac drinkers was dead." I straightened and unshipped my gun and ran towards the barking. The noise came from a cabin on the other side of the deck. I put an ear to the door, listened to a man's voice soothing the dog. The dog stopped barking and growled once or twice, then was silent. A key turned in the door I was touching. I dropped away from it, down on one knee. The door opened a foot, and a sleek head came forward past its edge. Light from a hooded deck lamp made a shine on the black hair. I stood up and slammed the head with my gun barrel. The man fell softly out of the doorway into my arms. I dragged him back into the cabin, pushed him down on a made-up berth. I shut the door again, locked it. A small, wide-eyed girl crouched on the other berth. I said, "Hello, Miss Snare. I've had a lot of trouble finding you. Want to go home?" Farmer Saint rolled over and sat up, holding his head. Then he was very still, staring at me with his sharp black eyes. His mouth had a strange smile, almost good-humored. I ranged the cabin with a glance, didn't see where the dog was, but saw an inner door behind which he could be. I looked at the girl again. She was not much to look at, like most of the people that make most of the trouble. She was crouched on the berth with her knees drawn up and hair falling over one eye. She wore a knitted dress and golf socks and sports shoes with wide tongues that fell down over the instep. Her knees were bare and bony under the hem of the dress. She looked like a schoolgirl. I went over Saint for a gun, didn't find one. He grinned at me. The girl lifted her hand and threw her hair back. She looked at me as if I was a couple of blocks away. Then her breath caught and she began to cry. "We're married," Saint said softly. "She thinks you're set to blow holes in me. That was a smart trick with the wolf howl." I didn't say anything. I listened. No noises outside. How'd you know where to come? Saint asked. Diana told me, before she died, I said brutally. His eyes looked hurt. I don't believe it, Seamus. You ran out and left her in the ditch. What would you expect? I figured the cops wouldn't bump a woman, and I could make some kind of a deal on the outside. Who got her? One of Fullwider's cops. You got him. His head jerked back and a wild look came over his face, then went away. He smiled sideways at the weeping girl. Hello, sugar, I'll get you clear. He looked back at me. Suppose I come in without a scrap. Is there a way for her to get loose? What do you mean, scrap? I sneered. I got plenty friends on this boat, Seamus. You ain't even started yet. You got her into it, I said. You can't get her out. That's part of the payoff. Chapter 12. He nodded slowly, looked down at the floor between his feet. The girl stopped crying long enough to mop at her cheeks, then started in again. Fullwider know I'm here? Saint asked me slowly. Yeah. You give him the office? Yeah, he shrugged. That's okay from your end. Sure. Only I'll never get to talk if Fullwider pinches me. If I could get to talk to a DA, I could maybe convince him she's not hep to my stuff. You could have thought of that too, I said heavily. You didn't have to go back to Sunstrands and cut loose with your stutter gun. He threw his head back and laughed. No? Suppose you paid a guy 10 grand for protection, and he crossed you up by grabbing your wife and sticking